Narisk's a Malfoy. It's a boy. I decided not to check my child's gender, to not cheat in any way, let it be a surprise I thought. It's a boy. I didn't expect twins. I was prepared for one boy, I had the name picked out and everything but two, no I wasn't prepared for that. What do we name them? Draco. It was tradition to name your children after the stars in the Black family and my name went blank as I tried to think of a name, any name. Pisces. I cringed as the name came out of my mouth. A name should be carefully considered, a dragon was a symbol of strength and power, a fish? Really, what was I thinking? It's a good name. My husband hugged me and I stared at my two boys. Draco cried and made noise the other boy, my Pisces was silent. He looked at me with caution and then fell asleep. This was the first day with my children, my first day as a mother and I don't think I will ever quite forget it. The midwife wished me the best of luck, cleaned up the mess and I drank some potions from Snape to help recover faster. The war was at this point ending, both sides were rather sick of the conflict and my husband put out feelers for a peaceful resolution, talks about handling things politically were always stonewalled by the Dark Lord. Which was frustrating because really, this whole conflict didn't need to happen in the first place. There were of course fanatics and people who were driven solely by their hate of Muggles and Muggleborns, and quite a few of us wanted to advance ourselves and our own interests, but our faction simply wanted the Ministry to stop prying into what we considered our business. To stop, slow down and even reverse their determination to destroy all magic that they disapproved of, to go after our homes, our personal lives. It seems silly but the thing that caused this whole mess to explode was the former Muggleborn leader's decision to ban one of our most important Hoyle days, a day dedicated to honoring our dead. That's why we took on the name Death Eaters, it just seemed to spiral out of control from there. When we got the news that the Dark Lord was dead we greeted it with relief. Deals were made, the diehards, the extremists were sold off to the Aurors and the rest of us would be left in peace to live our lives. Our side had suffered greatly but the war had reduced the enemy's power as well. The future was uncertain but for all of the war's tragic events everyone had learned one important lesson, a snake was best left alone. The trials seemed to go on forever, the price of peace I guess. We made our claims, were judged and then released, the Gryffindors screamed out about the injustice of it all. How dare any of us be let free? The silent Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw majorities knew enough to know that we had just enough power to bring everything down if we continued on. The Gryffindors, their Order of the Phoenix were given some praise, some medals, and told to be gracious in victory. With that nonsense ended I threw myself into my position as a mother. The boys proved to be very different, Draco loved attention and affection, when he was happy he giggled, when he was sad he cried and when he was angry he screamed. Pisces was much quieter than his brother and to my surprise intelligent, much more intelligent than a boy his age had any right to be. His screams only came when he was hungry or needed to be changed, they were pitched in certain tones, 3 long cries, 3 short cries, 3 long cries, a pause, and then he would repeat when I arrived he would either point at his mouth if he was hungry or point at his diaper if he needed to be changed. He had this look of utter embarrassment when he needed to be changed which I found both amusing and adorable. Other than that he was a remarkably easy baby to raise which was good because little Draco demanded so much of my attention, demanded so much of my love, of my affection. This continued on as they grew older. Draco's first word was no, and he used it often and with glee, Pisces' first words were thank you. Draco was a finicky eater and often picky, Pisces ate silently and without complaint even if he showed distaste for certain dishes. When the time came to introduce them to other children Draco bossed around the other children like a little prince while Pisces when he played alone. When we went shopping Draco would throw tantrums trying to get candy, toys, or affection while Pisces would watch dispassionately, silently looking on in judgment, and those eyes were always judging his brother as if finding him wanting. At age 2 I had my boy's measure. Little Pisces was by far better behaved, by far easier to get along with, by far smarter, faster and stronger and despite it all, despite my efforts to love both of them equally I loved Draco more, and my husband felt the same way. Severus Snape. I've been putting this off, going back here to Malfoy Manor. It's not an ugly place, it's actually when you look at it in the proper light a beautiful place. A little castle in Wiltshire on the edge of a tributary of the Thames River, a place interlaced with illusions, wards, expansion charms and a horde of other enchantments, each built upon for hundreds of years. Around the manor is a small town of wizards and witches. It's been 3 years, and the Malfoys are big believers in the rule of 3. Lucius. We hug and embrace, we're both free men, having made what deals were necessary to enjoy that freedom. For the most part Lucius has decided to slink away, remaining quiet. Only exiting his self-imposed isolation to keep contact with important figures in the ministry, making sure that the laws are crafted in such a way for him to enjoy his splendid isolation without others prying into his business. As dark families go the Malfoys were always one of the more pragmatic ones. I stepped across the threshold of the home and was greeted to the sight of a party. I detested parties, the fake smiles, the small talk, the pointless minutiae of the game of manners. If Lucius was looking to make me suffer for any perceived betrayal, I couldn't think of a worse hell to go through. Serve. He hugged me. I hate being touched, but since I was here to spy on him and he was the closest thing I had to a friend, I allowed it. I took no pleasure in the act and made sure to return the hug with the minimum amount of warmth as I could get away with. Lucius, you are looking well. My son. You must meet him. Yes, your heir, let's go see the boy. I walked into a meeting room and saw a younger Lucius in miniature, holding court and bossing around other less privileged children as he roped them into playing some game. I watched him talk and boss the other children around and pout in every instance where he did not get his way. I was left less than impressed by the display. I thought you had 2 children, where is young Pisces? Lucius smiled. Probably at the pond, the boy seems to love water. I decided to look for the boy as a moment of whimsy overtook me, so I went into the garden and found the boy. Pisces was very much unlike his brother. They shared the same blonde hair, but his eyes were green compared to his brother's grey, his hair was parted at the side rather than slicked back, and he was stepping in the water repeatedly, sighing and then stepping again. His feet were bare and I watched as he continued to do this over and over again. What are you doing, boy? He looked up, his face calm, his eyes not on mine. Trying to walk on water. I frowned. And what makes you think you can do that? He raised his hands and made motions that somehow reminded me of muggles practicing Tai Chi in the park, and my eyes widened as the water rose and moved around him, copying his movements as he danced in the shallow water. That. He let the water slowly go back into the pond. And how long have you been able to do such things? It was possible, very much possible for a wizard in which to control an element without a wand. It was rare and took a lot of practice, but it was not outside possibility. The boy shrugged. Don't know a while? It's not a big deal. Not a big deal, the boy says, being able to do magic without a wand at his age, controlling an element not a big deal. Why do you say that? Because I can only control one element, just water, sir. I should be able to control all 4 of them: earth, wind, air, but the only thing I can control is water. He lifted his hand and I watched the water turn into ice. Really? But if the only thing I can control is water, then I will master it. Really? And how do you expect to do that? Practice, sir. I heard someone say it takes 10,000 hours to create a genius. That's quite a bit of time. The boy shrugged. Then I better get started. Thaddeus venture. Right out of university, a muggle one no less, with no work and no opportunities. I had missed out on the war and my opinions on certain matters meant that getting a job at Hogwarts would be impossible. Being politically reliable mattered a lot more than merit at that particular institution, especially with Dumbledore in charge right after the war. I was told that Mr. Binns was quite alright as a teacher, a fact disputed by everyone who had ever suffered through his class. And so I was left adrift, no jobs, no opportunities and no way to advance myself or support myself. Every door seemed to be closed, and it was not fair. Sure, I had sympathized with some of the Death Eaters' platform, but I had never once hurt anyone, or killed anyone. I had even studied at some muggle place called Oxford, but I lacked the connections one needed to get into the ministry, or what passed for academia, and was left with a sense of desperation. My children need a tutor. I took the job offer then and there. The pay was decent, room and board were free, I had access to the Malfoy library, and despite some horrid rumors, the family had suffered greatly under the Dark Lord's tyranny and deserved a second chance. So I arrived and found my charges. 5 years old, that was young, far too young. 7 was the traditional age to begin a young lord's education, 6 if the parents were overly ambitious, but 5? At 5 years old a nanny was a much better choice, but it also meant that I would have a secure source of income for 7 years. Money that I could save and use to build up my finances, and there were only 2 boys, so how hard could it be? As I was about to find out, it was difficult, supremely so. Young Draco loved attention and wanted his every whim attended to, and was a braggart who talked about his family and his parents almost non-stop. Actually, he just tended to talk, period. To my everlasting regret, I was not allowed to put the switch to the boy when he misbehaved and had to talk to his father, and it was rare that Lord Malfoy would deem a particular event worthy of a paddling. Young Pisces was in his own way a frustration. He insisted in talking in an uncouth and barbaric manner, that somehow reminded me of the horrid colonials I had met during my college days. My every attempt to break him of this bad habit failed, my attempts to teach him to be more formal and polite also failed. Draco, for all of his faults, would at least pretend to absorb my lessons on how a lord ought to act to his inferiors and to his superiors. Yet young Pisces continued to treat even the lowliest tradesman as a man of respect unless disrespected first. He was completely unwilling to respect the rules of class and seemed to view the world through a disgustingly Hufflepuff lens, and to make this all the worse, there was one simple fact that both pleased me and grated on me. He was absolutely brilliant. With Draco I spent the requisite amount of time teaching him his letters and numbers, a process that Pisces seemed to master instantly. Then while Draco played, Pisces would insist on me going to the Malfoy library with him, and rather than let me study in peace, insisted that I help him look for and explain certain books. Pisces followed some bizarre schedule that only made sense to him. He would have a house elf wake him and then sit for an hour with his legs crossed and just breath in and out. He would then eat a simple meal, go to his lessons and then take a break for lunch. When he was finished with his lessons he would go to that bloody pond and play with water until he decided to go bother me with my studies. His interests were varied but focused. I expected him to be fascinated with curses, jinxes, and charms like a normal boy. Instead he focused on history and the medical arts, often twisting my arm to sneak muggle medical books of various types to him. When summer came my job got easier. Their godfather would return from Hogwarts and would teach the young boys how to do potions. The boys were different, so much that it was frustrating. Draco learned at a normal level that bored his brother to tears. Draco would fight me on every lesson and clown around and it would take time to beat discipline into him. Pisces was in some ways worse. He would politely listen to me and then do whatever he wished at a later date. Eventually I discovered a way to motivate Draco to actually focus on his lessons. I would compare his efforts to Pisces' work, reminding him of how he fell short. And with Pisces I would remind him about his older brother could at least act properly in public unlike his oafish attempts to socialize. For a while it worked and then I noticed their relationship getting more and more strained. Draco would explode at his younger brother and his younger brother avoided him more and more each day. Eventually one day some incident happened. I don't know exactly what happened but I was told I was to teach them separately from then on. The two of them stopped talking to each other after that, stopping only to exchange glares of utter hate and contempt. In the end it was my fault and I felt guilty for it. In looking for an easier way to teach my students I had destroyed their relationship. To this day I consider it my worst mistake. My biggest error, and my greatest shame. Cygnus Black. I'm old, my time is ending and my grandchildren stand before me. The older one looks scared but is attempting to hide it under a lot of bluster and bravado. The younger one, this Pisces, he looks at me with absolute calm. They are about to turn 7 years old. This is an important age and important milestone. 7 is a lucky number and a magical one. Their birthday presents will likewise have to be appropriately opulent and numerous. Boys, tell me what you want, if it is within my power I will give it to you. Draco smiles and spews out a seemingly endless list of toys, and types of candy. My daughter looks mildly embarrassed and his father cringes just a little. The boy is a spoiled little brat, not enough of the switch in my opinion but he is my grandson and such things are normal for young heirs. A little time in Hogwarts will straighten him out. The other boy stands silently as his brother continues to recite a litany of requests and demands until he runs out of breath. And that's all I guess. I look at my house elf, who stands with a quill and parchment. Did you get all that? He nods. Good. Pisces step forward, your request. He looks at me calmly, avoiding direct eye contact, looking at my forehead instead of my eyes. Good, someone told him about the art of mind reading. A-line adoption. I blink at the statement. What? A-line adoption, the House of Black is down to 2 men, yourself and Sirius Black, who is in prison, the family name must continue. I would abandon the name Malfoy and take your name, and become your heir. His father looks at him in horror, which surprises me. It's a good plan, a solid one, it sounds like something he would think up. And what of your family? I would renounce any and all claims to the Malfoy lands, money and property and voting rights. My brother would become the sole heir of the Malfoy family. Your father is richer than I am. Then I will simply have to work for my gold. I couldn't help myself, I chuckled and then I frowned. Your uncle still holds a stronger claim to the family name than you do, and he might leave prison someday. Things can change. The boy nodded. I did not expect to get such a thing for free. I am willing to challenge for it. I lifted an eyebrow in surprise. I expected him to demand the name, the title, my property like his brother demanded all those toys, and candy. Okay boy, what is your challenge? He looks me straight in the eye. If I find a way to give squibs their magic, then I become your heir. I was silent. No one has ever been able to do that. In recent memory, honored grandfather, there are stories, legends, and reports of a cure for their condition. It is possible and I believe that if I work hard enough I can do it. There is silence between us and I nod. Your challenge is accepted, Draco. You will receive your entire list of whatever it is you asked for. Draco squealed in joy and hugged his brother while Pisces nodded at me. With that done I went shopping, buying useless toys that would be broken within a fortnight, posters of celebrities who would be forgotten in a few years' time, and candies that would either be turned into shit or left to rot. I had never had much interest in my grandchildren. I considered my son-in-law to be a useless dandy and accepted and dreaded my grandchildren turning out just like him. I was in fact resigned to this fate, of watching the Black family line die out and vanish forever. As my minions dragged the small cart of presents to Malfoy Manor I studied the younger brother. This was in its own way a test. Most children upon seeing their sibling receive so much quickly change their minds. Instead he stood in silence as his older brother received gift after gift. His face impassive as the early day turned into mid-afternoon. You can still change your mind, receive your presents later, if you do this you won't get any presents from me this year. Pisces nodded and took a cup of water, the water flowed out of it, his fingers twicked and it formed a knife. Draco frowned as he did this and I looked at the boy with new eyes. So this is what he meant about studying water. Then without flinching he cut his hand. In blood. His eyes looked at me defiantly and for the first time in years I felt myself smile. I cut my hand open and we signed the challenge in blood. Then of course our wounds were covered and dealt with. I had the measure of the two boys, of my grandchildren, and when I walked around my empty home I felt a small sense of relief. I visited them more often after that. I decided to end my long isolation and talk to people once again. I watched as Draco flew in the air like a manic bumblebee, I watched as my little fish studied medical texts like mad, as he practiced splashing the water in the pond. In time I forgot the challenge until their 9th birthdays came. I smiled as Draco gave another list of items he wanted and only 3. The boy pouted and bit his lips in thought, and gave me a much more condensed list. Pisces clasped his hands behind his back, in silence. And you? I am ready, bring me a squib, man, woman, child, I want to attempt to cure them. The room was silent. Lucius looked at his son with concern, and I looked at him, truly looked at him. His eyes had dark bags under them and he wore glasses now, having damaged his eyes from all of his studying. His frame was thin and he looked tired and determined. Boy. That is my request, grandfather, that is my present. He continued to stand. What do you need? Father. I put up a hand to silence my daughter. This is a serious talk between men, about important matters. Pisces nodded. A bathtub, preferably made with metal, water, and a squib. I would need access to their bodies so they would have to wear a bathing suit. I nodded. Good, your terms are granted, boy, don't disappoint me. I of course expected to be disappointed, for him to fail. It was of course impossible to give magic to a squib, but I decided to humor him and brought in an old friend from the ministry. We agreed to have a few drinks after his failure to talk about young ambitions and fever dreams, and of course our families, but for Pisces' sake he was there to record the attempt. We brought in a small child from my lands, a squib of a squib, a boy with no future or prospects. My grandson thinks he can cure your condition, this might be painful, it might not work, it might. I will do it. His mother watched him, she was some poor barmaid who had conceived her son in a moment of passion, no one knew who the father was. No one would care if he died. Please get into the water. The boy nodded and I watched the water glow, as Pisces' hands moved through the water, watched as it covered the boy, and then watched as the bathtub emptied. I am finished. The now wet squib was given a wand, he shook it and I blinked as sparks came out of it. Again. Sparks came out of it again, my friend's eyes opened in shock and the room was utterly silent. His parents rushed forward and hugged him, their eyes full of pride, and little Pisces looked me straight in the eyes. As of today you are no longer Pisces Malfoy, you are Pisces Black, official heir to the House of Black. There were more squibs brought in after that. My grandson earned some claim to fame for his skills, but as he got closer to schoolage I found myself getting sicker and sicker. I do not have much longer, I have maybe enough time to send him to Hogwarts and then I will pass on from this world. I do not mind, the House of Black continues on and it is in good hands. Draco Malfoy. I looked up at the ceiling and felt pain, more pain than I have ever felt in my life. You're awake. My mother's voice was cold, angry, and filled with rage. Mom, Pi hurt me. I felt a light slap on the face. We went through your memories, his memories, I had the wand checked. He's your brother. I felt a sense of panic and fear. Mom, I can explain. Another light slap. You don't do that to family, you never do that to family, especially your little brother. By a couple minutes. Another slap, and then I saw Mom's eyes, her red tear-filled eyes. Never family. She took a breath. Pisces, come in. My brother walked into the hospital room, his head was bandaged, I couldn't see one of his eyes. Now you can both apologize for this and hopefully we can put this nonsense behind us. Draco. I looked at the casts around my arms and legs, and I frowned. Sorry. Pi looked at me, and frowned. No. The word came out calmly. Pisces, come on. No, I will never apologize for defending myself. You put your brother into the hospital, you broke his arms and legs, he could have died, Pisces. My brother turned to me, and glared at me with one eye. You're dead to me. He walked out of the room and Mom ran after him, and I was left alone in that hospital room. It took me 3 months to recover from the incident, as we called it. Pi moved over to Grandpa's place, coming back home to be tutored once a day, and then returning to Grandpa's place. We stopped talking after that day, after the incident. I was of course grounded for it, we both were, we weren't allowed to see each other, to talk to each other. We were kept separate at all times. It was everything I ever wanted, ever dreamed of. I remember thinking about how great it would be if Pi wasn't around, not having mom and dad tell me to be more like my little brother every time I misbehaved, not having to hear about how great he was, not having him be better at everything. Well, except flying, Pi was always terrible in the air. He wasn't a flying fish, I guess, but it was just horrible, you know. He walked first, talked first, and everyone said he was so smart and such a good kid, and I hated him for it. It got worse when that teacher came, but now that he was gone it felt like something was missing. I dealt with it by flying, just flying, getting better at it. When I was in the air I didn't have to deal with these kinds of things, I didn't have to think about how everyone gushed over Pi like he was the next Merlin. He wasn't special, he was good at exactly one thing, doing weird stuff with water. By this time it had been 6 months since the incident. I looked at my watch, it was okay for me to go home now. Pi's lessons were finished by now. I landed near my room and opened the door. I saw a small package and smiled. A present. Mom and Dad hadn't bought me a present since the incident, they hadn't bought me anything since the incident. I opened it and saw a wand, and a note. I blinked and read it. Practice, and practice hard, next time there will be no mercy. I looked under it. Pisces black. I remembered then the scream of pain, the ice flying from every part of the room, and that wild look of betrayal, hurt and rage. I took the wand and closed the door and locked it. I practice every day now in secret. My brother is gone now, only the Blackfish remains. Hermione Granger. I couldn't help but stare at him. He was wearing a monocle, only people in old Timmy movies wore monocles. I didn't even know that was even a thing. He stood there looking at each book as if studying them, trying to find out what to buy. He turned and then looked at me, my arms hugging the book my parents had just gotten me. They were gone now, off to do paperwork. I had to beg them to leave me here, and the store owner agreed to let me stay. There was silence as he took me in, and I took the time to take a proper look at the boy with the monocle. His hair was a vivid blonde, his eyes were green, but one eye, the eye without the monocle, was slightly greener than the other one, which seemed to be a pale, dull green. The eye with the monocle turned to look at me while the other one seemed to slowly wander, as if a step behind the duller eye. Miss Granger, I presume. I blinked. People knew about me? I'm sorry, I don't remember you. Because we have never met before, I know you mostly by reputation. He turned back to the books and finally picked one. I have a reputation. He nodded. Our world is a small one, but yes, I do know of you. I was told that you were smart, driven, and ambitious. He looked at the books. Really? I felt my chest puff up with pride. I knew I was special, that I was destined to be the great heroine of my story. It was only natural that people knew about me. Have you picked out a house yet? I blinked. I didn't know you could pick a house. You can if your will is strong enough. If you want it enough, the hat will let you go into whatever house you want. It will try to convince you, manipulate you. The hat. The Sorting Hat, a creation of the Hogwarts founders. You are going there, correct? Yes. Good, your talent would be wasted anywhere else. I smiled, yet I was pretty cool. After spending elementary school being called a swot, it was nice to finally get some respect. Yeah, I'm pretty great. I was the best in my school and got the best grades, and it all came out. I just kept talking and talking about all the spelling bees I won, about all the A's I got and all the school projects I did well on, in spite of the fact that I was the only one who did any work. The boy in the monocle didn't interrupt me once, instead he continued to pick out books. When he was finished he nodded. I am afraid my time is limited, Miss Granger. Oh. It was then I realized that I didn't know his name, I never asked for it. So, will I see you again? In time. Have you gotten all of your supplies? Not quite, it's all terribly expensive. Oh, have you bought something to hold all of your things yet? I blinked. Not yet, I was thinking about buying a trunk or something. A non-magical trunk, I take it. I blinked. Yes. He shook his head. No, that simply will not do, not for someone with your potential. He pulled a card out of his fancy black cloak, it had an address on it. Go to this location and tell them the Blackfish sent you, ask for a deluxe model, and what house do you want to go to, Miss Granger? The house with all the cool kids and heroes. Gryffindor. He smirked. Of course, ask them to put a golden lioness on your trunk, within 7 business days the trunk will arrive at your home, don't worry about price, it will be handled. I turned the card around and saw a Blackfish on it. Wow, thanks sir. I still didn't know his name. No, it was Blackfish, easy to remember. No, the honor is all mine, Miss Granger, it is not every day I meet a celebrity. I smiled as he left, my hands around the card. I was famous here, people knew me, this was going to be the best year ever. I looked up and found that the boy was gone, I didn't know where he went, but I waited for my parents. When they arrived I begged them to take me to the store. I handed over my card and asked for the deluxe model with a golden lioness on it. How much will it cost? My dad looked worried, and I smiled. The Blackfish sent me. The store owner was an older woman. She blinked at my statement as she stared at the little card. Don't worry about the price, it's been handled. My father sighed with relief and we left the store. 3 days later it arrived, a large red trunk with wheels on it. On the front was a golden lioness. I smiled and opened it and found a room inside, not a small room either. It was actually bigger than my room, than my parents' room. The three of us walked around inside and talked about how cool it was. When the professor came to visit we showed it off. This must have been expensive. I smiled. It was a gift. The teacher nodded. Good, good, it's nice to know that there are still people who are willing to welcome Muggleborns into the community, who bought it for you. Mr. Blackfish. Her face went pale and she looked at the trunk in horror. She took my parents aside and talked to them privately, then she cast a bunch of spells on us, on the trunk. When night came I looked sadly at the fire below as the trunk burned. It was sad, it was a really nice trunk. Minerva McGonagall. That was excessive. I frowned at Albus. Considering who we were dealing with I consider what I did to be perfectly reasonable. Albus took a lemon drop. You mean a child? Well actually 2 children but children all the same. That child, that boy is the son of a known Death Eater, the son of his right-hand man. Albus grabbed another candy. You burned a little girl's trunk, by all accounts an expensive one, a very generous gift that would have helped her out quite a bit during her school years and even beyond that. I took in a breath, the feeling of irritation growing. We had no idea what that boy did to that trunk. Then you should have called a curse breaker to take a closer look at it. If it turned out to be harmless Miss Granger would have a free trunk, if it turned out to be a problem we could have had it fixed and she would have a free trunk. He pushed the candy bowl away. I had a curse breaker look through the ashes, for signs of a curse, there were none. I blinked. I had some people, clever people who knew the value of keeping things subtle, ask pointed questions, and all they found was a very expensive commission and a request to do everything with utmost quality. I looked away. It's a trick, it has to be a trick. Albus closed his eyes. Let's say it was a trick, that this young boy was planning something. Before you burned that trunk he did not have a reason to have any enmity with Miss Granger. In fact by all accounts he was pleasant and polite to her and then gave her an expensive gift to welcome her into the wizarding world. He paused. He had no reason to go after Miss Granger, but now he has a motive, a reason, a major insult to his honor. I cringed. I didn't think about that possibility. And on top of that, now that you have destroyed a harmless trunk, Miss Granger will be less likely to listen to you. We could simply tell her. No. Dumbledore took a candy. If you lie to her and she finds out, she will be much less likely to listen to you in the future. Also, while young Pisces isn't popular here in the United Kingdom, he is very popular in India, in China, Japan, Korea, and other parts of the world, and taking a hard line against the only known cure for squibs would cause problems. So we're just supposed to let this poor girl die in an alley like an animal, let him. He's 11 years old, Minerva. Albus sighed. Stop assuming the absolute worst about the boy. And how can you be so confident that his intentions are pure? Albus calmly pulled out a file and brought out some paperwork. Because I have had Severus watch him, watch his interests, what he thinks and what he learns, and a focus on the medicinal arts is not a threat to the wizarding world. He put his brother in the hospital, Albus. In self-defense, by all accounts his brother started that fight, and the two are now by all accounts estranged. I blinked. You think you can turn him? The thought did cross my mind, but that's going to be slightly harder now. It would be easier if there was an official apology to both Mr. Black and Miss Granger. I got up. I may have acted rashly, but I just wanted to keep her safe. I understand, but you must be careful not to jump to conclusions. I will be more careful in the future, Albus. And with that I left the room, wondering if in my efforts to protect the girl I had ended up dooming her. Vincent Crabbe. When I was young, my parents taught me about the fair folk, the fairies. Not the stupid stories the mudbloods learn, the real stuff, the scary stuff, the stories about the Chonglings, about the danger and the rewards of working with them. The Malfoys were in pretty desperate straits when Draco was born, all of us were. That's the kind of situation where people make deals that work but have a price. Crabbe. Star. We stood across from each other as our patrons were lectured by the parents about proper and good behavior. One last time I couldn't hear it, but me ma and pa had given me a bunch of words and I imagine it was similar. I was one of Draco's boys, chosen because I was big and strong from all the farm work. I played dumb around the boss, it meant less work, which meant you would get in less trouble. If people think you're smart they will ask you to do worse things in my line of work, as a bodyguard, but if they think you're as dumb as a rock, they will just have you punch people, and you don't get in much trouble for a punch, but for something serious you're looking at real time in a very bad place. Star didn't understand that, didn't care, her eyes looked at the door as if seeing through it, her fists clenched and ready for a fight. Relax. My master is with that monster. Don't insult ma boss star, I keep telling ya it does no good to us low folk to get involved into business of the high and mighties. Keep ya mouth shut and ya dream small and you'll live a good life, get involved and you'll just end up dead. Star didn't listen of course, she never listens, everyone knows the story her mom's crazy as a loon and Star's just as bad. Her ma was a squib, her grandma was a squib, and she was a squib and when her mom heard about the cure she lied and dressed up her girl as a boy. Old Master Black didn't care much if it was a boy or a girl and brought her right in, and that's how Star became the first person to be cured to be given back her magic. Bodyguards like us are supposed to match our master. Boys for boys, girls for girls but Star's crazy. She kept her blonde hair cut short, and camped out right in front of Castle Black and kept begging until they gave in and gave her the position of bodyguard. It's not right in the head to do that. My master cleansed my blood of its filth, he made me clean, he made me pure, he cleansed my mother, he has given us food, clothing, and has been blessed by the gods. He is the prophet that our world has begged for so long. God, not this again. I started to rant. Star thought a lot of crazy things like dat Pisces was some holy man, dat squibs like her had dirty blood, stained with evil and sin. I was thankful that most of the crazies who thought like dat didn't live in England. Most people had more sense than dat. Star wasn't one of them. Right, a prophet, and what if dis prophet starts wanting more than you guarding his body, hey? What den? Karen stopped her rant and blushed, and suddenly a lot of things made sense. Bloody hell. She was sweet on him, on creepy scary Pisces. I was of the mind that he was a chongling, ma folks had the same opinion. Boy wasn't natural at all and dis girl was sweet on him? Can't account for taste dough and Star took a breath. What happens between me and my master is none of your business, Vince. I sighed, she never used my first name unless she was serious, and I did not want to fight with her, her punches hurt too much for me to want any of dat business. Just be careful, Star. Our bosses got out of the room and glared at each other. Pisces was decked up in black, Draco in silver. Pisces held out his hand. Karen, we're going. Draco put out a hand and touched his brother's shoulder, Pisces turned around and they stared each other in the eye. Then Draco's face looked away and I could see the guilt on it. Good luck. It felt like Ma Boss wanted to say something else but didn't have the guts to say it. Pisces looked at him coldly. Will I need it? Draco took in a breath. Forget it. He stormed off and I followed him. Theo was going to visit soon, maybe that would mellow him out a bit. Theodore not. One last day of freedom. Draco invited us all over for a party because that was simply the way of things. I went because it would be more of a bother to refuse than to accept. I disliked things that bothered me, like work or the things that created work. My goal in life was to simply get by with as little fuss and drama as possible. So I went into the wine cellar and hid a couple bottles in my shirt, along with a couple of cups. My plan was to share the wine, pretend to get drunk and then take a well-deserved nap. I trusted the other members of the gang to leave me be while I did this. They knew the consequences of disturbing my slumber. I sighed as father talked about manners as the thestrals drove our carriage forward, the bony horses running forward to our destination. Someone called sleep the little death once when I was younger, so I tried to make as much time for it as possible in the hopes that I would be able to meet my mother again in my sleep. It never happened, but I was left well rested, and I suppose that is benefit enough to me. I nodded at Vince. I brought the stuff. He nodded back. The others will be pleased. Is it good stuff? The strong stuff this time, you didn't mention Draco. Vince looked away. The boss will have to get over it, 'tis our last night as free men. That confused me. Vince never went behind Draco's back and I thought Draco would be all over the bubbly and end up bragging about how it was all his idea. He doesn't know. Vince took a deep breath. Officially speaking, I didn't ask anything, I'm a nice dumb lump of fat, you see. Officially this was all your idea and I had nothing to do with it. I blinked. Okay, that's interesting. I followed Vince, the bottles of wine still hidden in my coat. The room was filled with socialites, important movers and shakers. I smiled. Pansy. Her father was wealthy and was new money, it was good to be on her side even if she was nearly as bossy as Draco was. Did you bring it? I nodded, her small button nose twitched and she smiled. Thank you, Draco wouldn't work with me. That shocked me, Draco turning down a chance to show off that I didn't believe. Okay, so meet up with Vince, Greg, you and Draco in the usual spot. She gave me a tiny wave of her hand and I sighed, it looks like I would be expected to do even more work, how bothersome. I went outside into the woods to the fire pit and blinked. Draco. He was dirty and sweaty and was working with Greg to help get the fire pit ready. I don't ever remember him doing manual labor. That was something for men who were lesser than the great and glorious Draco Malfoy. I remember our eeler fire pits. I remember being drafted into getting the wood while Draco bossed us all around. There were times where I wanted to slap him, there were times where I really did slap him, but for all that we were still friends, but just in case the back of my hand was ready if he decided to disturb my nap. It's ready. Draco took out a jug of water and drank it down. Pansy arrived bringing meats, marshmallows, and fish. We sat near the unlit fire pit. To Hogwarts. Draco lifted a glass of water and we toasted, and then Draco's face turned ghost white. Vince and Greg got to their feet, their wands at the ready, and I turned around. Hello, brother. The two words came out with utter disdain, contempt, and loathing. Draco got up, his hands clenching. Pisces. It's been a while. His eyes narrowed. Clearly not long enough. Vince and Greg looked at each other and stepped forward. Karen. The blonde girl that stood next to him punched a tree. I saw splinters come out and then a small fist-sized hole. Pisces looked at his brother. Mother wanted me to join in, but I think it would be best if I went to the pond. For a small moment I saw hurt on Draco's face. Yeah, that would probably be best. The two of them walked past us and I felt the area fill with tension as they left, then we sighed in relief. I brought out 2 bottles of wine and smiled. Drink? Draco looked at the bottle. No. He sat down on a log, his face contorted in guilt. It's just wine, Draco. Theo, I said no. Great, now he plays a little angel? Draco took in a deep breath and my eyes widened as fire came out of his mouth lighting the campfire. I expected him to crow about his incredible genius and glorious lineage, but instead he just stared at the wine and continued to mope. Look, I brought wine, I'm going to drink it. I opened a bottle and sighed as Pansy immediately stole it and took a drink right out of the bottle. It's good wine, Draco. Draco closed his eyes. Then you can have it, Pansy, I'm not going to stop you. Draco, come on, it's just a. I said no. We flinched as Draco yelled. He slumped. Not after what happened last time. The woods were silent. Is this about the incident? No one knew what happened, what caused it, only that Pisces stopped wearing glasses and started wearing a monocle, that Draco was in St. Mungo's for months and that both of them stopped talking. Draco continued to stare at the fire. It was my fault. His voice came out and was weak. I tried blaming everyone else, but it was me. Pansy looked at him with compassion. Draco, it was years ago. It's. No, I'm finally ready to admit it, Pansy, I messed up bad, real bad. I was actually curious now. What happened? Draco closed his eyes as if remembering a nightmare. It was after he became the Blackfish, after he became the cure. Found the cure. Draco's eyes opened and then narrowed at Pansy, she looked away. Became the cure, no one else can do it, every NE was talking about how great he was, comparing me to him, and I got angry, real angry, so I decided to go take a wand and sneak into the wine cellar. He hissed in pain. I drank a lot, and I got madder and I decided it would be a brilliant idea to let Pi have it. Draco slumped. What did you do? He took in a breath. I cursed him. That didn't tell me much. What did you do? I used the Cruciatus curse, are you happy? He slumped again, his yelling over. And something went wrong and one of his eyes melted right in his socket and he screamed, and then I saw water everywhere. He took in a deep breath. Oh shit. Draco curled up into himself. They weren't able to fix the eye, they had it replaced with a glass one, from India, that's why his eyes are mismatched, and nothing was the same after that, and I can't ever take back what I did. I saw tears flow from his eyes as a fake smile was plastered on his face. So I can't drink wine with you, can't drink period, because there are some things you can't take back. I took a sip of wine, and wondered if the concern I felt would interrupt my nap. Karen Star. I tossed and turned as the nightmare returned, of the night when the Ministry's mudbloods came to our shack. I remember Mom hiding me in the cabinet, as I held my hands over my mouth to keep silent as I heard my mother scream and beg for mercy. The blank look in her eyes when they left, when it was over. We weren't the only Squib family this happened to, we kept our silence and supported each other, our anger and hate focused razor sharp on our oppressors, on the filth that like clockwork invaded our lands. I got out of bed and went to the water pan, there I ritually cleaned myself and then took a knee in front of a damaged statue. Something we kept the mudbloods from stealing from us. I recited my prayers as my mother had taught me long ago. Hail Alfather, wise warrior, come sit at my fire, tell me your wisdom stories, the scenes you're missing I seize, you who choose the slain, look upon my deeds when my time comes and let me run through the skies with you, let my end be worthy of song. In the meantime let me feel excitement, poetry, fury, and joy, let me understand sacrifice, things well remembered and journey far, Odin witness me. I grabbed a small glass of beer and poured a small libation in my god's honor, then I washed my face. It was very important to be clean, once upon a time my lineage had been gifted with the power of magic, blessed by the gods, then we became unclean when we lost their favor. For generations my family has prayed to the gods to give it back to us, to become worthy in their eyes. Thank you, Odin. My prayers were heard, the gods have sent someone to cleanse us of our sins and make our blood clean. I got dressed and walked to my master's room and heard snoring. I opened the door. Master. Ugh. He got up and looked at me. I hate mornings. I understood, as Mimir's chosen the night and its secrets were bound to be my master's home, that the morning would cause him discomfort was perhaps natural. He looked at me, his hands limp. Need help putting on my gloves again. He grit his teeth with pain as I opened a box of white gloves. He frowned. Those ones broke. How can you tell? They're wet. He sighed. Next box, Karen. I opened another box and looked for the little hole, then I took a pitcher of water and took sips, careful to blow it into the hole, then I put on the little cap. Are you ready? He nodded and gritted his teeth as he forced his hand to open. I put on the glove and he nodded, flexing his hand. Good, next one. Master Black, he will find a cure someday. My master sighed. Next glove, Karen, please. I put the other glove on. I need you to pick out my clothing for me today. I looked through his shirts. Red would be good, and white a symbol of blood being cleansed and made pure once again. Red would look good on you. My master sighed. Karen, no, not red, never red, not here. I pulled out a shirt. Is it red? He looked at me. I'm putting it away. I pulled out a blue shirt and put it on his bed. It's blue, and white today, my master. He nodded. Thank you, Karen. Do you need help getting dressed? No, once I have my gloves on I am perfectly happy to dress myself, Karen. I would be more than happy to help. He pointed at the door. I can dress myself, okay? I'm not a complete cripple. I left the room and shut the door. I looked back and forth in the empty hallway and smiled. Karen, turn your back. Master. Turn your back, woman. I sighed and turned around as he got dressed. My master left the room dressed in fine clothing, befitting of his status. I hate this bloody monkey suit. It looks good on you, my lord. It's hot, itchy, and clearly designed to compensate for the tiniest of dicks. He took a breath. Sorry, this isn't about me, this is your day, Karen, I'm being an ass. We walked down into the great hall. The black hall reminded me of mother's stories of our glorious past, of our dead in Valhalla. I said a silent prayer to Frigg as I ate a simple meal of oats and fruit. The old master sat on a large chair and then got up. He shook a little. My mother looked on in concern. Karen. Star, I need to speak with you privately before the service, after breakfast. My heart beat quickly and I nodded and continued to eat. I sighed a little at my master's horrible table manners, but those blessed by the gods are always a little odd, so I let it go. When the meal ended, the elves took my plate and I followed the old wizened master into his study. He sat down and I heard something crack and pop. My time is limited, Karen. Lord Black. He glared at me. I apologize for my insolence, sir, please continue. My time is limited, and soon my grandson will become Lord Black, and though I have tried to teach him, he will not have me around to guide him anymore. The old man took a sip of some simmering potion. I see how you look at him. I looked away, feeling my cheeks heat up. When you think no one is looking, I'm not stupid. I'm sorry, my lord. The man chuckled. No, these things happen and are normal, but you must understand that you cannot be with him. I felt a pain in my chest. Not officially, his wife will be chosen by his father, as is his right, but I like you. You have been good to my boy during a very trying time. It is not uncommon for lords to take a mistress. My lord. I felt a welling of hope in my chest. Just understand that you will never be his wife, am I clear, Karen, Dame of Star? Yes, my lord. The old man got up, and we walked downstairs. Master Pisces stood in the light as it entered the windows. You have come to take your oaths. I knelt down before him. Karen Star, do you swear yourself to me? I smiled, my soul felt warm. I saw my mother smile. I do. Do you swear yourself to valor? I do. Do you swear yourself to virtue? I do. Will your blade defend the helpless? I remembered looking through the hole of the cabinet. My mother hunched over the table as the mudbloods entered her, as she screamed in pain. I will. Will your might protect the weak? I remembered feeding my mother afterwards, during her recovery. I will. Will you speak the truth? I will. Will your wrath undo the wicked? I remembered the faces of the two mudblood tax collectors, their jokes, their laughter, how they took turns. I felt the hate in my heart burn anew. My blade will show the wicked no mercy. Lord Pisces, my lord nodded, his face wreathed in light. Will you be my knight? My heart beat faster, my eyes wet with emotion. Always. Then rise Dame Karen Star of the House of Star as my knight. The sword tapped lightly on each shoulder and then he put the sword in his hands, palms up. I rose and took the sword. I took it and lifted in the air, as my mother clapped and cheered. I was a servant of the gods chosen, and when I died Valhalla would await. Karen Star. We sat outside, our eyes closed, our legs crossed. Breath in, breath out. Meditation, it was something my master insisted on doing every day. I did as he commanded and then he stopped. Imagine the sunlight like a river, drink deeply. I nodded and obeyed, taking in soul's might, feeling my power increase again, embracing the gift that the gods chosen had bestowed on me. Open your eyes. I did so and smiled. Now concentrate on the feeling of flight, of being in the air. I did so and giggled as I floated. My master smiled. What is this? Your semblance, the song of your soul. I rushed into the air and felt suddenly tired, my eyes widened as I fell to the ground. I felt arms around me and felt myself roll. My master groaned in pain. Master. I'm fine, everything's still the same, Karen. He dusted himself off. Sometimes I wish you would be less troublesome, but then again that means you would stop being you. I smiled. So aura is the power of the soul, something that is either awakened from years of mediation, study, and effort, or in your case some outside force awakens it. For you, in which case you still have to meditate and work to unlock your semblance. Which is, in your case, solar power. You take in the sun's energy to become stronger, faster, enhance your senses, become tougher, and as of now fly. That's a very big edge. I smiled. But never forget that it doesn't make you invincible. Magic can and will pierce your defenses. You also only have a certain amount of solar energy, and once you're out, you're out. Likewise, your aura is also limited. Never forget that you are not invincible. What's your semblance, master? He sighed. Water, naturally, because that's what I needed. More water, can't have enough of that. He sounded strangely bitter. So you could awaken more like me, master. He shook his head. Like you know, I spent 10 years gathering up the energy that I used when we bonded. I smiled. Don't you dare smile, you almost died, Karen, you came this close. He pinched his fingers close together. To dying. He wiped the sweat off of his brow and took a sip of water from a cup. But you saved me. The words came out unbidden and my master nodded. You still scared the fuck out of me. Nothing I did worked. I used potions, I used water, and you were dying, and I sat down and gave him a hug. It is okay, master, I am with you. I choose this, to be bound to you. I am your knight. He sighed. So I can't create another you, Karen. I need you to be more careful, okay? He flexed his hands in those white gloves of his. Is it? They don't hurt, it's just hard to use them without the gloves. I can't believe your mother lets that viper live after what he did to your hands. She doesn't know. My master's words were soft and he closed his eyes. What? My mother doesn't know about the hands, she only knows about the eyes, and that's how it's going to remain. She has enough to worry about. I stared at him. But she has to know what happened, what you're going through, what? This is an order from your master, mother is not to know. I nodded. I noticed that you didn't bring up the eye, Karen. I shrugged. Your eye was always doomed, as soon as you cured me it was doomed, the gods always demand payment for their gifts, my lord. If it wasn't from that monster it would have been an accident, an illness, or something else. Even Odin had to pay Mimir's price, you are no exception, my lord. I have zero idea of what you are talking about. I shrugged. It was said that a person did not have to know the gods to serve their purpose. I smiled and closed my eyes, taking in the sun's light, taking in soul's blessing. My master got up, and cracked his back. Well, break times, over the ministry calls. I followed him as we left the garden and went into the ministry building. I put my hand on my sword as we were waved through. A line of people looked up, some of them hopeful, some of them angry, and some of them resigned, but all of them wore bathing suits. I better get back to it. The doors were open and I looked at the giant metallic tub. One at a time, people. A young boy nodded and got into the tub. Karen, tell me when the water's blue. Regular blue or glowing? Glowing. He put his hands in the water and it glowed, getting stronger, brighter, shifting from white to blue. The boy's eyes widened as the water vanished. He was now in an empty tub. The ministry officials scattered and helped the boy out of the tub. It refilled with water and the next person came in. The process would repeat itself like it always did until the clock struck 10. Finally. My master looked exhausted as he staggered to the office. My pay. The ministry official nodded and my master sighed. Really? A new tax was passed, sir, on cures for squibs. I frowned. You stupid M. My master put my hand in front of me. No M-bombs. But I literally do not need this, Karen. This is the last thing I goddamned need right now. He turned back to the smirking official. Between all of your fees, supervisors, and every other assorted bullshit, I pay 50% of my income into taxes, and now you people are adding another 10%? You people are bleeding me dry. The grin grew just a little wider and I frowned as I saw a tiny phoenix symbol on his lapel jacket. It's all for necessary government services, Mr. Black. My master's eyes narrowed and he took the check. Karen, let's get the fuck out of here. I helped him as he staggered through the front door. This fucking shithole country. Master. You know? I don't have to remain here, right? They have to know that. Any other country would be fucking ecstatic to have me around, but because my family fucked up everyone has to give me shit. He punched a wall and breathed in. Karen. Yes, master. Get a potion, I might have hurt my hand, again. Yes, my lord. We walked out of the building and sat on the steps waiting to be picked up. I hate this place. I know, master. First thing I hate. He took in a breath. The music, it has to be the fucking music, give me some jazz, give me some rock, even some goddamned classical, but if I have to listen to more of that whimsical try-hard bullshit I am going to scream. Yes, my lord. Second, the food, it's almost as god-awful as the music but nothing is quite as fucking terrible as the music. He waved his arms. It's like God looked at this shithole island and said, lo, I shall make sure that the food of this land will be boiled until all taste has been removed. I swear the only dish these pricks can cook right is fish and chips, and sometimes they even fuck that up. A witch walked past him and glared. Fuck you too, lady, just walk on by. He paused. Pizza, I miss pizza, but you can't get any pizza here. How difficult is it to get a fucking pizza? It's literally just bread, tomato sauce, and cheese, but there is no fucking pizza. You miss Italy? Yeah, sure, let's go with that. And the worst thing about this fucking country is the pettiness, the constant fucking pettiness. You want to fight, me fine, bring it on, but this constant dicking me over, that's what fucking bothers me. I gave him a quick hug. We're surrounded by assholes, Karen, assholes all the way down, and under one asshole is another asshole, a veritable nesting doll of assholes. I am glad to be of service, master. He sighed. And I didn't do anything to these fucking people, I don't use the M word, I don't fuck with people who don't fuck with me, I am a goddamned model citizen. He leaned back onto the steps. And another thing, everyone's obsessed with status, who your daddy is or what your family did over 100 fucking years ago. Those things are important, master. He looked me straight in the eyes. Karen, if I gave two shits about those things, would we honestly be friends? I paused and looked away, I did not have a response for that. I saw fog roll in and we got up as we saw a figure in the distance. Great, well, time to go home, get some sleep and do this all over tomorrow. If I work hard enough I might have enough money to cover the next spree of lawsuits and payments. Will I have to pay for shit Aunt Bella did? Will it be something my parents did while being mind-controlled? Will it be some bullshit that happened 200 years ago? No one knows, spin the wheel of bullshit. He smiled and hugged the man in black. Uncle Snape, it's so good to see you. Boy, let go of me. This is why I love you, uncle, the pure unvarnished truth, no backstabbing, no pretty lies and no stupidity, I love you so much. A look of warmth and fondness crossed Snape's face until he frowned. Mr. Black, I ask that you please let me go. He hugged him harder. Not until you use my name. Snape sighed, a tiny smile was on his face. Fine, Pisces, it's time. I took the professor's other hand and we went home. Tomorrow we would go to Hogwarts and I wondered what would await us there. Hermione Granger. My parents stood back in horror as the boy in the monocle waved at me. Hi, Hermione. He ran up to me. I had been warned after the fire what his family was like, what they did during the war. It was hard to compare the nice boy who had bought me a trunk to the Death Eaters. He frowned as he saw my suitcase. A blonde girl with short hair ran up next to him. What happened to the trunk? He sounded worried, concerned. Was that a trick? Or was he really concerned, or? I didn't know. On the one hand he was one of the bad guys, but on the other hand I had met other witches and wizards and he was the one who was nicest to me. I decided to be brave, that's a Gryffindor thing, right? Be brave. It was burned by a teacher. Who had just explained to me that, oops sorry, that expensive trunk was really just a really nice trunk, sorry. Normally when adults tell me someone is bad I believe them, but she was wrong and teachers are never supposed to be wrong. Who? His voice was filled with rage. Professor McGonagall. Okay, I know her. He sighed. Why am I not surprised? He looked angry. We can get you lunch. My dad blurted out the words and I could smell his sweat. The boy looked up. There's a pizza place nearby and... The blonde girl growled. Do you honestly think some food is going to be ... A hand went in front of her and boy looked at my father with a look of utter seriousness. Pizza, real pizza. His face lit up in joy. Yes, it's nearby and... He smiled. All is officially forgiven. To the pizza place. My parents looked at each other with nervous expressions and shrugged. There was still plenty of time, we did come early after all. Yet, let's go get pizza then. My dad smiled as the boy followed us. So Mr. Black. It's Pisces, pie to my friends, or fishy if you're being informal. Pisces, you like pizza? The boy smiled as we walked into the pizza place. Yes. He smiled as we took a seat. The blonde girl looked at me with suspicion and then sat next to Pi, and scooted him all the way over so no one else could sit next to him. I took a seat across from him. So Mr. Black. I'm told you're pure evil. I looked at my father in horror. The blonde girl got up and was forcibly seated. Pisces sighed. Can you please not do that to me? I mean, I'm trying to be perfectly civil here. I have been nothing but polite. All I wanted was to not have everyone crap all over me for something I didn't do for a change. His voice got depressed, and Dad nodded. I'm sorry, I'm just, concerned about the whole blood purity thing. Pisces took in a deep breath. That crap again. You don't believe in it. Pisces looked at my father with the dull eye, the other eye slowly made its way onto his face. I got a front row seat, Mr. Granger, a front row seat about exactly what that nonsense does in the real world. I got to visit the gravestones of all the people who died. I got to meet people who can only stare at walls and scream because of the war. I have an aunt and an uncle who are in jail for the rest of their lives. I get to wake up every morning worrying about whether my brother will go down that same dark path. His voice was haunted. I've had quite enough of that garbage. The blonde girl looked at him in shock. But my lord. Karen, there is a reason why I'm always on your case to stop dropping M-bombs. I am thoroughly sick of all of that crap. She frowned and sighed, and I glared at her. You have a problem with Muggleborns. The girl looked at me. They gang-raped my mother, so yeah, I kind of have a problem with them. I flinched as I took in that information. That had to be a lie. It couldn't be true. Pisces looked away. Pisces? That's a joke, right? He closed his eyes. No one wants to work as a tax collector. You're basically considered scum if you are one. People shun you, so most people don't take that job unless they don't have a choice, so most of them are Muggleborns. Some of them are honest, but others abuse their position, and because it's so hard to find people to work there, the ministry looks the other way. He was silent for a little while. It mostly happens in rural areas, places where there aren't a lot of people. The ministry tries to limit the damage they do, but that has side effects, when the only Muggleborns you meet are the people who steal what little you have, who do bad things. Well, people get angry, eventually someone comes around and starts talking. He sighs. Riling them up, getting them angry. They were already angry, it just takes a little push, it stops mattering that not all Muggleborns are like that most of them are good people, because all they're dealing with is the worst of the worst. The boy looked sad, and the war that seemed so simple, good guys vs bad guys, didn't seem so simple. So you think the Death Eaters were, good guys? He looked at me in surprise. Oh no, they were clearly the bad guys in that particular bit of stupidity. The waitress smiled at us. Pizza. Is pepperoni okay? Pice gave a thumbs up and we waited in awkward silence. When the pizza arrived, Pisces took a bite, and then stopped, tears flowing from his eyes. Pisces. It's so good. He continued to cry as he ate his slice of pizza. Salad also arrived and he took a bite of that too. It's not boiled. Dad looked up. No, why would you boil a salad? Pisces' hands went up. I know. But people actually do it, they boil salad. Dad shook his head. Gross, but this is just normal pizza. Pisces sighed. It's something that doesn't taste like pumpkin, isn't bland or tries all of these fancy ingredients that don't work together well at all. My dad grimaced. I know, the food in the wizarding world, it's bad. Dad. I look at him in horror. I thought all English food was that bad. My dad shook his head. No, dear God, no, that stuff is terrible. I mean, the food in England can be a bit bland at times, but it's not that bad. Preach it, brother. The two of them high-fived and laughed. Eventually though, the meal ended and we went back to the train station. My dad looked at the boy. I'm sorry we burned the trunk. He shrugged. It's okay, this kind of stuff happens to me all the time, and you got me pizza, so as far as I'm concerned we're even. He pulled out another card. Tell you what, go back there sometime and get another one. My dad blinked. Really? Yeah, don't worry about it, just bring the crazy old bat with you so she doesn't freak out this time, okay? Pisces walked away, the blonde girl walked by his side. Well, he seemed surprisingly nice. Karen Star. We took some seats in the back of the train. I took a seat next to Master and leaned against him. So what's the plan? He shrugged. Go to school, get good grades, make friends, and blackmail the Ministry of Magic. I blinked. What? Blackmail them? Look, that stupid tax, none of the major factions actually wanted that. Really? My master nodded. Dumbledore's faction was against it because they don't want their squibs to pay extra. My father's faction was against it because this stuff is a direct insult to me and of course insults his honor. The whole thing happened because a group of non-aligned individuals got greedy and of course you have a few assholes doing it out of spite. He sighed. Which is classic Ministry of Magic, there is a bad result that nobody wants but it's going to happen anyways. The door opened. Snacks, candy. I smiled at my master. Come on. It's a waste of money. Come on, chocolate frogs. You know that enchantment destroys the taste of the chocolate, right? You are literally paying for substandard chocolate that gets itself dirty. The train witch frowned at us. Hot cocoa. The witch nodded. And you? 1 cup of coffee. We don't have coffee, we have cocoa and tea. Of course, green tea. We do not have green tea. Pisces closed his eyes and took a breath. Fine, Earl Grey. We have black tea. Fine. He took some money out of his coat and paid her. You're rich, you know. No, I am not rich, in fact after going over the books with Grandpa, well we are deeply in debt. But the Black family has lots of gold. No, we have lots of property, lots of land, lots of books, capital goods, but we also have a lot of debt, a lot of employees, all the bribes we have to pay to the ministry, taxes, charity, and everything else. He sighed and took a sip of his tea. Is it bad? He swirled it around. Overpriced but surprisingly good. I smiled as I took a sip of hot cocoa and frog. I looked for something. Karen. The thing was ugly and green and horrible and needed to die. I am going to smash it. Pisces got up, his hand on a canteen he had on his belt. No smashing the frog. It's icky and gross and it needs to die. I got up and felt arms grip me. It might be someone's pet Karen. Then they need better taste. Thor, give me strength. Thor, no. Bad Thor, bad. Ugh. I flew up and felt my power cut off. We landed on the ground. With a thump, my master groaned lightly as the door opened. Trevor. I looked up at the two students, Hermione's eyes widened and Pisces sighed. Hello Hermione, as you can see I am a very very sexy man and sometimes women lose control of themselves when I'm around, it's really quite a curse. To be this beautiful. Hermione smiled and started laughing. Okay, what really happened? I got off of him and he winced a little. Karen saw the frog and freaked out. I frowned. I did not. You called for Thor for his strength. I always try to pray to the gods when it is warranted. The boy put the frog into a cage. My name's Neville Longbottom, and you are? Pisces Black. Neville smiled and gave him a hug. You're the guy who cures squibs. Pisces looked around in discomfort as he was hugged. You're not mad about the whole my aunt is a complete monster thing. Neville stopped the hug and took a seat. Hermione sat next to him. Well yeah I am, but it's not like you did anything, you were just a baby after all, and you have helped a lot of people who really needed help. Pisces smiled. Thanks, it's rough sometimes, most of the time no one even thanks me, you know. Neville nodded. Being a squib is pretty rough, my grandparents threw me out of a window once to see if I had any magic, I bounced so I was fine but, if I was a squib that would have ended badly I guess. Sorry about that new tax by the way. My master took a sip of tea as we went back to our seats. Yeah, I found out about it recently when I got my paycheck. If it helps, Grandma and Grandpa were against it. Really? I thought that pretty much everyone hated my guts. Neville waved his hands. Oh no, of course not, a lot of people like you, it's just all a little too political you know. My master leaned back. It seems like everything's political these days, getting real sick of it Neville. The boy nodded in sympathy and they took seats across from us. Hermione spent the time talking about some book about history or something while I looked out the window at the ever-shifting world outside. It was dark when we got to the boats, and because we were in the back there was limited space on the boats. My master saw an open seat. Next to Draco, next to his brother. His eyes narrowed. I'd rather walk. He made a motion and created some ice. We started drifting to shore as the boats zipped past. You know those ships are enchanted to move faster, right? My master watched as they fell into the distance. Yep. Didn't Hermione say something about them being enchanted to keep the squid away? Tentacles rose from the depth and my master sighed. This is going to suck, isn't it? Karen star. Karen, how far can you fly? Holding both of us. Our ice block sped forward as we barely dodged another tentacle, I could see the creature's eyes as it chased us. I can maybe go 5 minutes just by myself and not nearly fast enough to get away from, well that. Another attack. I need ideas Karen, this is kind of pressing issue. He waved his hands and held onto me as our iceberg skipped across the water. Lo there do I see my father, lo there do I see my mother, my sisters, my brothers. Lo, there do I see a line to the beginning. Lo, there do they call for me, they bid me to take my place among them in the halls of Valhalla where the brave may live forever. You're praying to Odin now. We landed in the water and continued to speed forth. What would you have me pray to, the Christian god? This is not the time for a theological debate, Karin. He pressed me into the ice and a tentacle moved over where our heads were just shortly. Master, the Christian god promises the end of all wicked people, Odin promised an end to ice giants, do you see any ice giants around? Not helping Karin because right now I just see a giant fucking squid. The water continued to splash around us as the kraken continued to get ever closer. Well, if you have a better idea, master. My master grit his teeth as we hugged our little iceberg. God. I know I'm not a pious man or a good man, but I kind of need help right now, so if you could, make the giant squid go away, that would be great. The tentacle hit the very edge of our iceberg. We barely escaped as another tentacle almost killed us. It isn't working. What would your god bargain for? Think of it, master. He grimaced as we sped forward. I don't know. Maybe this is a message that you should reconcile with your brother. The panic vanished from my master's eyes, replaced by loathing. No. He got up, his hands flexing. No, I will not make up with that asshole. Renegade for life, motherfucker. My master looked at me, his monocle glowing in the moonlight. Okay, Karin, new plan today, the squid dies. His might grew with his rage, and I smiled as the god's might moved through their champion as he prepared for battle. Yes, master. I got up. Okay, your eyes are better than mine. What is the moon like? Because there are a fuckload of shadows. I looked at the sky. The moon is full, my master. Good, I can work with that. I know you have chewing gum on you, chew it now. Master, I was saving that for. Chew it now, Karin. He moved his hands as we sped forward. I pulled out some gum and started chewing it. Our iceberg continued to hurtle forward. Is it wet? Yes. Okay, do you have the sword Grandpa got you, the one he got special from Sweden? Of course I do, I am your shield maiden. He smiled. Okay, I have a pendant on my neck, it contains copies of all the music that Uncle Sirius hid away in his room before he left. Take the pendant off my neck. I got up and grabbed the pendant and pulled it off his neck. Take the gum out of your mouth. But it hasn't lost its flavor yet. Priorities, Karin, we have much bigger problems. I did so. Put the gum onto the very tip of the blade. I pull the sword out and did so. Put the pendant on the part of the blade where you have the gum. Master, what are you thinking? We barely dodged another tentacle strike. Look, blood is mostly water, right, and that giant squid has a whole lot of blood, but he's got a whole lot of flesh in the way, it's difficult for me to sense it. But sound is more powerful in water, it will destroy the pendant, but if we could get it into the fucking squid, you could kill it. Precisely, now pick a song, okay, because it might be the last one we listen to. I looked at the blade. Pendant, I Karin Dame of Star demand you play a song about the glories of Valhalla. A song started playing. Spoiler, the song. Of course it's Zeb. I smiled as the music blared. It's going to play on loop, you got enough energy to fly. Some, my lord. Drag this iceberg, I'm going to make that fucker bleed. A wall formed and I pressed against it, my power flowed and my master turned around. Ice blades rose from the water and attacked the beast as it chased us. I pressed forward with all my might, praying to Odin for his favor. I heard a rumbling screeching sound. Karin now. He grabbed me and the iceberg exploded as we jumped towards the beast. I screamed as we both gripped my sword. We landed on top of it and pressed the blade into the beast's hide, then the song played again, this time even louder. Too loud, I couldn't hear anything and we rose into the air. I saw the creature's blood spray out under us like a fountain, and then I noticed a castle in the distance. The blood continued to spray out as the castle got closer and closer. Our flight on the giant squid ended and we started falling. We were going to land on the castle, my lord hugged me as we braced for our landing, we smashed through the roof and rolled with the impact. I heard screaming as we got up inside the great hall. We breathed heavily, glad to be alive as we saw the creature squirm, still playing that song. Fuck, it's not dead yet. To Valhalla. We charged forward, ignoring the screaming children as the creature's tentacles thrashed in its death throes. I sense its heart. He grabbed water and used it to form shields for me, blocking tentacle strikes as we got closer. I felt the power of my blade sing and screamed. Valhalla awaits. Blades of ice cut into the beast, slicing it open. My sword was covered in lighting, its enchantments finally activated. I looked at the creature's pumping heart, and I screamed in joy and pressed my sword into it. The creature screamed as I electrocuted it and my master cut into it with his ice, and then it stopped moving. The music finally ended and I noticed that we were in the great hall. The room was utterly silent as we noticed people staring at us. I saw a multitude of children, teenagers, and adults in robes. They stared at us. I held up my still crackling blade in defiance. I, Dame Karen of the House of Star, enter this school by right of conquest, as does my master Pisces Black. We have slain the Kraken. The gods see our deeds, witness me. The room was still silent and 4 ghosts stepped forward. The first one nodded. As per the ancient rites, I, the Bloody Baron, witness you and accept you into Hogwarts. The next one stepped forward. As per the ancient rites, I, the Fat Friar, witness you and accept you into Hogwarts. The third one stepped forward. As per the ancient rites, I, Sir Nick, witness you and accept you into Hogwarts. The fourth and final one stepped forward. As per the ancient rites, I, Helena Ravenclaw, witness you and accept you into Hogwarts. They talked as one. All fees are waived, all dues removed, the mighty are welcome and may live in the Hall of Conquest. Hogwarts welcomes the conquering heroes. They bowed and we saw the magic hat. It shivered as we walked forward towards it. My lord noticed his brother in green as he stared at us, his jaw dropped, then he looked at the hat again. Sorting Hat. My lord bellowed. I am Lord Pisces Black. Through sweat and blood I have brought magics lost back to the right, too, by right of sacrifice I claim House Hufflepuff. He grabbed the hat and it cried out. Hufflepuff, Hufflepuff, please just don't hurt me. He tossed the hat to me. Where my lord goes, so do I. Sure, Hufflepuff for everyone. We nodded and looked at the damaged tables and scattered children. We took 2 empty seats, everyone else scattered, getting as far away from us as possible. I noticed an older lady in yellow. She dropped to her knees and started crying. Oh bloody hell. I grabbed a turkey leg and started eating. As first days went, I considered this a pretty good one. Professor Pomona Sprout. We stood in Dumbledore's office, the 4 heads of houses. It took time and effort to repair the damage those 2 ruffians did, the memory of the recent horror still fresh in my mind. The sorting was over, we had given up on finding the 2 rogue children, that could wait for morning. That had happened before. Then I heard the horrid screeching of some man in pain. The sound of pagan drums, of dark magic, and it was getting closer. Then I remembered the poor squid smashing through our roof. 2 wet and blood-soaked barbarians attacked it and slew it. Then they demanded a position in House Hufflepuff. In my house. This wasn't supposed to happen. My house had the good kids. Sure, we had the occasional high spirits, the Tonks girl being a good example, but we were a civilized house. This wasn't supposed to happen. I demand that those 2 creatures be resorted into another house. The other house heads were smirking. Now Pomona the Sorting Hat has spoken, and I looked at the thing sitting on the shelf. Its empty eyes met mine and it jumped off its perch and scurried away like a frightened crab. Hufflepuffs don't act like that. They don't destroy the dining hall. They don't fight giant squids in battles to the death. They don't act like barbarians. Minerva, stop grinning now. That woman had the nerve, the absolute nerve, to grin at my misfortune. She was laughing. Minerva, that horrid display was all Gryffindor. They should be your responsibility. She put out her hands. Sorry, Pomona, but this time it's your turn. I turned to Professor Snape, who had been in charge of the cleaning. For some reason he was smiling. That man had never smiled the entire time I knew him. He's your godson. No. I blinked at his statement. He hates his brother Draco, and I'm pretty sure the feeling is mutual. If I put them in the same house there would be a dead snake by morning, most likely Mr. Malfoy. For the sake of my house I must say no. I looked at Flitwick, who was laughing. It's your turn. After all the maniacs we have had, after all the troublemakers we have had, it is your turn. He continued laughing. After all the comments about your perfect little puffs, you finally get to feel our pain. Albus sighed. Phileas, you are not helping the poor woman. He continued laughing as the other heads smirked at me. They claimed entrance by right of conquest. That can't be legitimate. That's surely grounds to remove them, right? Albus shook his head and pulled out a book. It's rarely enforced, but it's a rule that was installed by the founders back when it was more difficult to find the ingredients to make the core of a wand. A student who brought enough material to make 40 wands or more was granted permission to attend Hogwarts and permission to live in their house's Hall of Conquest. And it's still on the books? How long has it been since it's been used? Dumbledore looked through the notes. 1738 is the last time that happened. That's about when the ministry started funding tuition costs. If you're interested, the student was a Gryffindor. I snorted. Of course it was a bloody Gryffindor. Which founder was daft enough to create such a bloody stupid rule? Dumbledore turned the page. Helga Hufflepuff. I froze, my eyes widened in horror. It can't be true. Albus handed me the book and I cringed. No. The founders, my founder betrayed me, there was no way for me to fight this except. Snape, they didn't have enough, surely they didn't have enough. Snape smirked. The Kraken has 3 body parts that make for good wand cores, its mind, its heart and its nervous system. Normally it takes a team of 30 men 6 months to find one, and even then most of the material is lost during the hunt. The Kraken that Mr. Black and Miss Star killed was almost entirely intact. He leaned back and put his hands into his pockets. I have already contacted wand makers throughout Europe and made the necessary sales, and I made 10,000 gallons from the core ingredients alone, rounding down. That's enough to make roughly 14,000 wands, also rounding down. His smirk grew into a smile. Now the sale of the meat, leather, ice, and other regions pretty much add another 5,000 gallons. As the harvester and middleman I am owed 10% of that. Granted. Albus waved and Snape bowed slightly at the headmaster's words. Albus looked up. That leaves about 13,500 gallons to be distributed as we see fit. Pomona, as the current champion's head of house, I give you the right to spend it as you please. I thought about it. The school had a tiered system, where students got better housing, based on how much they paid in tuition, or donations, or deeds. The vast majority of my students were poor or working class, most of them couldn't afford their own school supplies and shared hand-me-downs, and lived in the section of Hufflepuff Tower designated for students who needed ministry assistance. I closed my eyes. Most of them had wands that were handed down for generations that didn't suit them at all. For my students I would do this, for Hufflepuff. I grimaced as the horror of the event burned itself into my mind. This is going to be bloody terrible, but I do this for Hufflepuff. I withdraw my complaints. This was going to be bloody horrible, but for the sake of Hufflepuff I would endure. Karen Starr. Ugh. My lord sighed as we got our trunk into our new rooms. He looked around. Well, this is the Hall of Conquest. We looked around at the dust-covered apartment. Thank bloody hell, a bathtub. We blinked as we stared at the room. Roman baths. He frowned. And the water is of course filthy. He groaned. My lord. Go into a trunk, there's a potion marked Miracle Clean. I ran off and grabbed a glowing purple potion and tossed it into the gunk and watched as the water became crystal clear. He stared at the water and the soap. Okay, do you want to go first or have me go first? I smiled. The bath is big enough for two, my lord. He sighed. Normally I would say no, but I am cold, wet, and covered in squid blood and I am too goddamn tired to fight this. You take the left side, I will take the right side and we keep our backs turned. He took off his clothing and sighed as he took off his white gloves. I smiled as I watched him get into the water. I likewise went into the water. He started scrubbing himself as some elves came in. Hey! They took our robes and scurried away, then one looked at him. Male. He nodded and left. Don't think they like you, my lord. They can get in line, Karen. I washed myself. So what's the plan? This year is an important one. I have to figure out how to get my house's finances in order, figure out how to make just enough friends to not be fucked with and get something to trade to Dumbledore to get my hands back. Until then, my lord, my hands will always be there to help you. He sighed. There are certain things I need those hands for, Karen, private things. I smirked. Then my offer for that will have to wait until I come of age, my lord. I felt the water. My lord, the water is ice cold. On it. His hand rose and I smiled as the water got hotter and hotter. I relaxed as the warm water got rid of my small aches and pains. Good. I saw the water pick up soap and scrub his body. I smiled as it happened. My master was always very clever with his power. Right, so, yeah, I'm clean now, so I'm going to get out and get dressed, then I will bring back a towel and some clothing for you out of the trunk. I did so and continued scrubbing. Some clothing plopped down with arm's reach and my master vanished. I shrugged, cleaned myself off and got dressed. I found him sprawled on a couch next to a bed. I did see a bed in the apartment, but it was old and about to fall apart. I smiled and got on the couch with him and snuggled into his arms. Thank you, Freya. Karen Starr. I looked at the clock. It was hour 2 and Hagrid was still yelling at us. I felt bored. That squid has been protecting this school since 1970. I think that's a fair translation. Apparently some group called the Moritors summoned this Kraken as a prank, using some of the school's magic, but there were other Krakens before and there will be more in the future. My lord looked at the clock. And as for you, Mr. Black, you have not shown up once for my class. It's been a week. My lord looked up with a bored expression on his face. Permission to speak freely, Professor Hagrid. The half-Gaian's eyes narrowed at him. Speak. My lord cracked his knuckles. People say I'm a genius, you know. Personally I think it's a load of garbage. Hagrid blinked in surprise. I'm just a person who had a lot of time, a lot of resources and something truly terrifying to motivate him. Now you. Hagrid stood firm as if readying himself for an insult, ready to reprimand him. Our genius. Hagrid coughed. If you're trying to butter me up, Mr. Black, it won't work. I'm actually not trying to butter you up. Maybe it's because we got off on the wrong foot, or maybe you just rubbed me the wrong way, but I don't particularly care for you, but I also value giving credit where credit is due, and you, Hagrid, are this generation's Newt Scamander. The comment seemed to surprise Hagrid. And I say this as someone who bought your book and read it, and your second book. When that third book finishes I will no doubt buy that one as well. You're lying, only 300 copies of Mare first OK sold. My lord opened his backpack and pulled out a book. Hagrid stared at it. Like I said, I read your book and I bought your second one too. You see, my father said a lot of horrible things about you. Hagrid flexed his hands. I however am more cynical than my father. I doubted that Dumbledore would give you something as important as position of professor out of charity. The headmaster has been nothing but kind to me. He also has an eye for talent. You see, I wasn't allowed to learn any wand magic until my 11th birthday, but all the other subjects were fair game. My master smiled. I heard about how you got your owls, and newts, by Proctor. You got your mastery that way too, so I decided to cram. I studied night and day, I chugged tea, coffee, and memory potions, and when that test came I passed my owl in care of magical creatures. My lord leaned back in his chair. Now the newt, that one was a special kind of suffering professor. Even with every dirty trick, even with all of my hard work, I only managed to get an exceeds expectations. In fact, I was only just 3 questions away from just getting an acceptable. He took in a breath. If I didn't read your books, professor, I wouldn't have gotten those 3 extra points, but I did. Hagrid looked confused. Really? It's all public record, Hagrid. Go look in my file. I already have my newts in care of magical creatures, herbology, history of magic, potions and ancient runes, which by the way proved to be the single greatest disappointment in my entire life. Hagrid leaned in. Really? Yes, I thought I could use the power of runes to get into space. I had plans of creating my own moon base and attacking my enemies with house elf space marines. Hagrid laughed. You know it's UST a language class, right? I didn't know that back then, but the point is, I'm not going to take your class, professor. Hagrid frowned. Really? I already have my 4 exceeds expectations and 1 outstanding. He paused. Which was in potions. My master shuddered. There was no way Uncle Snape was going to let his godson get anything less than an O. He stared Hagrid in the eye. I bet you had plans about punishing me for killing that squid. I get it, he was one of your friends. He protected the school, ya barbarian. Yet I get it, you're eccentric, many men of genius are, believe me I get it, but know this, I'm not going to spend 1 moment in your classroom. Don't take it personally, I'm doing the same thing to Snape and I actually like him. My master got up. It's been nice, but I'm going. We left his office. That was great, he bought it and I was telling the truth. I blinked and I saw the tired look on his face. Do you remember me ever going to a potions class with the other puffs? I shook my head. I assumed my master was just being lazy. You wanted to sleep in. Okay, that is true, but it's because I used to have a whole lot of free time. Now my brother spent that free time playing with friends or sleeping or going out with mom or dad or socializing. I spent it studying. In my own way I was just as spoiled as Draco was Karen. I just asked for different things. Different things. Yes, access to certain books, more time with my tutor, help in certain subjects, training, and of course ministry proctored tests. Which even with memory potions are a special kind of hell. Newts earned their reputation for being nasty. So what have you been doing? He smiled. The library, Karen. I have been hitting the library. Did you know Hogwarts has an entire section dedicated to legal stuff? Really? Yep, old laws, old legal frameworks, rights, a whole bunch of stuff. And things are bad, real bad, Karen. Once Grandpa dies the wolves and the vultures will come out in force. I'm going to have to step on a whole lot of toes and do a lot of very crazy and at times mean things, but I finally have a plan. And he grimaced. This is going to suck. Karen Starr. You are not allowed to die, old man, not yet. Cygnus' breathing was heavy and labored. I'm afraid I don't quite have a choice in that, my grandson, my heir. He coughed up more blood as my lord tried to use water to heal him. Yes, your choice in this little matter is clearly to live, because the moment you die we both know all of the wolves and vultures and all the assholes will come out of the woodwork to fuck with us. The old man laughed. It is good to have an heir who is smart enough to understand our position. My children just saw the wealth, the land, the power, they never saw the responsibilities. Our enemies, these are dark times for us, for our lands. You know what the ministry will do, child, if they take hold of our lands, to its people. You must be clever, vicious, and most of all you must endure. He coughed up more blood. The water feels good, but all you're doing is making the end less painful, less horrible. I thank you for that, my little fish. My lord was crying. You can't die yet. I have potions, I have. He put his old withered hand on my lord's face. For so long I thought I would die alone, unloved, unmourned. Many will celebrate my death, my end. Boy, all of my enemies will come for you, and we have so few in the way of friends. I am sorry, I am so sorry, child. I was an indolent fool in my youth, playing games in London when I should have been here, with our people. He coughed. I will leave your mother quite a bit, your brother a bit, Your father, ugh, something to get him on side. Another cough. Heard you killed the giant squid. Yet. He nodded and smiled. Entered in by right of conquest. Good, wish I could have been there. He coughed. To see their faces, thank God you're not a Gryffindor, wish you had been a snake but maybe what the Black family needs is a badger. Be a fierce one my little fish. My lord smiled. The honey badger does not give a fuck sir. The old man laughed. Damn right little fish. I have regrets so many regrets, I wasn't a wise youth, or a wise adult, I was a bad, indolent lord, and that damned war. There were tears in his eyes. Never should have trusted that slimly little shit, lost so many people, brothers, cousins, all the cadet lines, all dead. It's just you and a couple people rotting in Azkaban now. His breathing was labored. I want to speak to Karen alone for a while. My master left the room. My mother put a hand on my shoulder. Talk to your mother about this, got her okay? My mother nodded. I will be gone soon, a young unattached lord, that is something that will bring in all the vultures. Young men have urges, and normally I would call for self-control but, these are dark times Karen. I nodded. I understand. I smiled and bowed. Attempts might happen, and the school likes to separate boys and girls, officially, legally speaking you would be an official mistress. I smiled, my heart beating fast in my chest. I humbly accept this honor. My mother brought out a slip of paper, I cut my finger and signed it, the old man stared at me. We have pens you know. I looked at my still bleeding finger. Oh, I assumed that this needed blood. He shook his head. No, it's a contract, you don't sign all of your contracts in blood, you would end up getting an infection. The man laughed. Oh you're perfect, if things were different I would push to have you as his official wife, the two of you have so bloody much in common, both of you are so serious. He continued to laugh. These are dark times Dame Karen Star, please bring a little light into my boy's life. I will my lord. My mother left and my lord came in. The young lord and the old one, I rushed outside and found a suit of armor propped up. I grabbed the sword from it. And it came crashing down, I went into the room. The old man looked at me. What? They say if you die with a sword in your hand you will go to Valhalla. The old man smiled, pain clear on his face. Well there's no way I'm going to some fluffy cloud heaven, come on little star. I put the sword into his hands, and the four of us remained in the room. Lord Cygnus Black died that night, with his grandson at his side. He did not die alone. When morning came my master, my little fish started crying, snot ran down his nose as he sat in his chair. Master. I have to be strong Karen, we can't afford to show any weakness, the wolves are here and I must be strong. I nodded and went away, letting my master mourn. Even though it was morning, it was still dim and wet as fog covered the island. I looked at the prepared signal fire and grabbed a torch. With it I lit the fire, then I grabbed a horn and blew it. The old Lord Black was dead, the new lord would take his place. From all over the island our people would come to pay respects and swear fealty, together we would be strong. Karen Star. My lord wiped the tears from his eyes and blew his nose. He struggled to form his face into a mask, of calm mysticism. It's okay for you to mourn sir, this is your grandfather's funeral. He got up, taking deep calming breaths. Muggles are allowed to mourn, squibs are allowed to mourn Karen, and in better times nobles are allowed to mourn but not me. I can't afford to show an ounce of weakness, not today, not with the ministry sending their vultures to prey upon us. Fuck, his corpse isn't even cold yet. And those fuckers already have demands. He took another calming breath, the mask was ready. I let my tears be shed freely, if my lord could not cry then I would cry for both of us. We walked down, my master calmly greeted the few people who came to the funeral, a few friends, a few family members, but the people who were most numerous were the lawyers, the bureaucrats and the filthy mudblood tax collectors. I clenched my hands as one walked forward. I was alone, but my hands held my sword tightly as the rapist walked forward leisurely, a smug grin on his face, the ringleader of the band that preyed on my village. Karen Star, my you have moved up in the world haven't you? I struggled to control my rage, control my hate. Hello sir. My blood sung for his death, but I couldn't do anything to him, the principle of guest right was if anything more important. I used to know your mother, but I never had a chance to meet you. The memories came back. Scream whore, scream like the fucking whore you are. You think you're so much better than me don't you? I grit my teeth, I remembered that visit, he yawned. I lost a few friends in the war, they were murdered by Death Eaters you know. I made sure to enjoy your land's hospitality as much as possible, it helped soothe my pain. He yawned. Your lord's in debt, lots of debt, but this island of his is worth a whole lot, the ministry is willing to forgive those debts, even give him a little something extra for it. He smiled. He would still be rich, but the land wouldn't belong to him anymore, the people wouldn't either. His smile turned predatory and evil and he loomed over me. I never knew about you, your mom denied me a chance to visit you. When the land changes hands, hopefully I will be able to fix that little problem. My lord stands by his people. My urge to cut off his cock grew. Your lord won't have a choice, we won't let him have a choice, and when we get this land, well, decisions will have to be made about what to do with the squib infestation. A few of them will be allowed to stay as long as they work and provide entertainment. But the vast majority will have their minds wiped and cleaned and sent to live amongst the muggles they think they're so much better than. He leaned forward. Homeless, penniless, and considered mad by all those around them. He licked his lips. Next time you see me, I won't be visiting little girl, I'll be staying, and the fact that I'm a mudblood won't stop that little fact at all. I think I'm going to enjoy my stay here. He patted my head and walked away. The first funeral was held and we all cried, but not my lord, not my master. He held firm throughout the service. Then we went to the casket. He frowned as Draco took the other side but said nothing as the family carried his casket in silence to the water below. A ship waited there and we placed the casket on top of it. It was filled with hay and kindling. We, the people of the Black Estate of the Isle of Man, stood outside as the sun set. We grabbed out bows and lit them in the fire as the ship was kicked out into the water. To Valhalla. We shot flaming arrows at the boat and watched it catch fire. My lord was given a bow, and I grimaced. He was a terrible shot. Then I noticed a ring of ice around the arrow. To Valhalla, old man, Lord knows they wouldn't take you in heaven, so show 'em what for, old man. His voice was strained as his arrow was let loose. It hit the boat and the casket burst into flames. The sun vanished as we watched the ship burn into nothing and vanish beneath the waves. Cornelius Fudge. Every day I wake up and look myself in the mirror and feel a sense of disgust. I hate that man, that bloated fat fuck of a man I became. I suppose it would surprise people, but I hate the Ministry of Magic too. Everyone hates the Ministry, even me, and I'm in charge of this bloody mess. I swear this mess, this horrid little thing we call a government, runs on 3 things: corruption, spite, and tea, in that order. I never wanted to grow up to be the horrid bastard who take bribes. I wanted to clean things out, to reform this institution and make things right. It never happened. People here don't do their fucking jobs unless they get their taste, and they call it that too, to my face, and everyone covers everyone's ass, and I'm chasing my fucking tail trying to clean this mess up, and it all costs money. Worst of all, the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters want to go out for round 2 and burn everything to the ground. The very last thing we need is another fucking war, so all I can do is play the bloody fool and look like a corrupt, easily controlled shit. When Dumbledore's faction's in the right, I take bribes from them. When Lucius' faction is in the right, I take bribes from them, and then I try to channel those bribes into fixing this glorious mess. I spend each day acting like an idiot and each evening trying to find out exactly just how rotten this whole structure is. Each day I dig up some new horror, some new atrocity. Name something bad and I guarantee the Ministry is involved in it. I look at the man in the mirror, this man that I hate so much, and I get dressed. I kiss my wife and tell her I love her. And I do love her. I tell the hussies, the whores that try to steal my affections from that woman, that sadly I cannot get it up. I ignore the impotence jokes, the little comments just out of earshot. I'd rather be loyal than respected, and if they kept throwing themselves at me, well, I don't know how much temptation I could take. So I make myself a little bit more into a joke, into a punchline. Why? To find some way, some grand gesture that can redeem me, to let me look at myself in the mirror again and not feel that all-encompassing loathing. I smile and walk into the Ministry building, smile at the woman in pink. This is Dolores Umbridge, and in my searching, I have found the spider who sits upon the web of all of this corruption, and ironically she doesn't look like a spider. I find that she looks more like a toad really, but if even half the stuff I have uncovered is true, then she's the most dangerous woman in the Ministry. It seems like everything always comes to her, to my undersecretary who I can't get rid of for political reasons officially, and because my body will end up in the river the next day for unofficial reasons. I have her tied to corruption in the tax service, I have her tied to corruption in, well, in every department in the Ministry. There is very little that this toad doesn't have her fingers in, and every day I find out just a little bit more. Every day I'm just a little more horrified, and every day I'm confronted with the sword of Damocles that hangs over my head. Because there is no way to remove her without going down myself, no way to stem the tide of corruption without getting rid of her, and if I'm gone the next person will not continue my work, my investigation. How are you today, Minister Fudge? 3 werewolves were ritually murdered yesterday. My people found some of their fur on your property. Oh, I just had a big meal and I'm thinking about the next one. She laughed. They were a family, the youngest one was 6 years old. I hid my hate, hid my loathing. As much as I hate myself, as I loathe myself, I hate her so much more. But I don't have the power, the ability to do anything to rid the world of her presence. She has too many eyes, too many ears, and too much influence. I smile at the first name that will come to visit, a hope and a prayer of victory. Welcome to my office, Albus, Lemon Drop. There is a position that is cursed, it's been cursed for years. Everyone who has held that post has been destroyed after a year. It's good to see you, Cornelius. I look him in the eye and lean forward. We are being watched. I hold my eyes open and blink slowly, hoping and praying that he's not being polite and is reading my damned mind. Something in your eye. Oh, just a little food, I'm a terrible glutton. I'm a stress eater, it's a flaw, and there is nothing more stressful than having to work with a total monster. I went to his school, he knows I'm a stress eater. Please, don't do the noble thing, Albus, read my fucking mind. Anything you want to talk about. The new land acquisition that's being voted on, it seems mighty unfair, doesn't it? It's their mainland holdings, it is something the Black family has died for, sacrificed for. It has been in their family for over 1,000 years now. The island is 221 square miles in size, 572 square kilometers, sandwiched between Ireland and England. Before it vanished it was called the Island of Man. When Norway decided to stop its ownership of the land, to convert to Christianity, the Viking and pagan worshippers fled there. The wizards king of the island went into the Muggle side and with their help made it unplottable. In 979, according to the Muggles, the island vanished forever. Now they think it's just a myth, but it's not a myth, this is an island with more than 60,000 people in it, one of the most choice bits of real estate in the magical world. But the vast majority of those people are squibs. Dolores wants that island, wants to give it to her supporters, her backers. This would lead to the single biggest act of mass murder in recent history. Please Dumbledore, she's evil, please help me stop this. Young Lord Black is in quite a pickle. 60,000 people dead, Albus, I can't stop this alone, I need you to put aside your problems with the boy's father and work together, or a lot of innocent people will die. That is so, but if he had some help during this time of crisis, surely he would remember who helped him. Albus shrugged. That would require a lot of political capital, wouldn't it? I have been told that a lot of very powerful people are in favor of this distasteful new event. Even with some unlikely help I wouldn't be able to stop it, just delay it. I felt my heart sink. I have been promised that the people on the island will be treated well. They lied to you, they're lying to you. Please, Merlin, please read my mind, you old man, that we're going to wipe their minds and leave them on the streets at best, and the worst. Oh Merlin, the worst is horrible beyond belief. I then remember something, a long shot. My undersecretary knows a lot about defense, she would make a good instructor, fantastic even. I already have a defense professor, Minister Fudge. I smiled awkwardly, praying that my mind was being read. I know, but things happen, it would be to everyone's benefit if she had some relative vacation time at your school, and I know the students would learn so much from her. If that happened I would go talk to Mr. Lockhart, he's quite famous, you know. I would consider this a personal favor, sir. My former teacher got up. I will keep that in mind. With that he left and I was alone in my office. I felt a deep sickness and disgust as I saw myself in the mirror. All I could do now is pray for a miracle. Officially I was in charge, officially I had all the power, but at that moment I have never felt weaker. Susan Bones. He's a monster. Pisces Black, the Blackfish, he is a monster, he is a monster from a family of monsters. The Black family has always been evil, crazy, and depraved, there are no exceptions to this rule. I know this because my family got fooled. My aunt got fooled, she doesn't like to talk about him, but I saw the love letters, I saw the pictures she keeps locked away in her basement so that no one will ever see them. Once upon a time, Aunt Amelia had been in love, once upon a time she had allowed a man, a horrid monster called Sirius Black, into her heart and, according to some of the letters I had read, into her bed. They had been partners, they had worked together, she thought she knew him. And he had been a traitor the entire time, he sold his friends off to the Dark Lord, he murdered his best friend for the man, and he broke my aunt's heart. She never loved again, and sometimes, when she thinks I'm not looking, she looks at a photo with an expression of supreme sadness. Sometimes when she's asleep, she whispers his name. She doesn't know it, but I found the ring. My aunt was naive, she thought that he would be different, he was a Gryffindor after all, they're the good guys. He was in the Order of the Phoenix, they're the good guys, he was an Auror, they're the good guys, he's her lover. But he wasn't a good guy after all, he was just like all the others. A murderer, a monster, just like the monster that murdered my parents, that murdered my grandparents, that murdered everyone else in our family. When that monster smashed through the ceiling, it was like a nightmare come to life. When he went into my school it got worse, when he went into my house it was a special kind of hell. To be so close to evil but not be able to do anything to stop it. At first I was able to rally the other Hufflepuffs to my side, and it was easy to do so. There was good and there was evil, and the Blackfish was born to be evil, born to be bad, born to be a monster. We shunned him, we did not talk to him, we did not socialize with him, and people knew that that creature was not one of us. That's the way it should have been, the way it should have stayed, but then bullies started having accidents. They fell downstairs, they got hurt and couldn't quite tell you how it happened. They didn't have much in common, these bullies. They were from Gryffindor, from Ravenclaw, from Slytherin. They ranged from first year and even to 7th year in some cases, male and female. The only thing they had in common was that they targeted a Hufflepuff, which didn't say much because Hufflepuff was the joke of the school and everyone bullied us. Then stuff started returning, stolen things that we were convinced would never come back. This continued all throughout September, and then in early October we entered the Great Hall for breakfast and stared in shock and horror. The Weasley twins were tied to a post, they were completely nude, their willies exposed for the world to see. They were battered, bruised and crying. On their chests, in yellow and black, was written a message. "Don't fuck with Hufflepuff." It was a message scrawled all over their nude, bruised bodies. The entire school stared at this sight in utter horror. It was true that they had recently pulled off a prank that caused an explosion of red and gold paint in our homeroom. It was true that that paint couldn't be removed magically, smelled awful, and it took over a day of hard scrubbing to get rid of it. Our eyes turned to the Blackfish. He tilted his head and nodded, and then it turned back to the still gagged, blindfolded and bound Weasley twins. Who did this? We all knew who did it. Everyone in Hufflepuff knew who did this, just like we knew who was really behind all those accidents, and that was the terrible, horrible thing about it. With each accident people started changing their tune. "I know he's a bad guy, Susan, but he really deserved it. I know he's a bad guy, Susan, but that necklace has been in my family for 100 years. And finally the most common one. I know he's monster, Susan, but by Merlin he's our monster." The head of Gryffindor stormed forward, rage on her face as she got close to the ever-impassive Blackfish. "I know you did this. I know you're behind this." The Blackfish tilted his head. "I was in Hufflepuff Tower last night, I have witnesses." He looked at us and I smiled. They would stand by my side, my fellow Puffs. Today was the day we would finally kick the Blackfish out of Hogwarts. Today our house would be cleansed of his evil, of his filth. I smiled as Justin Finch-Fletchley walked forward. He was a Muggleborn. He knew exactly what the Blacks did to people like him during the war. Pisces never left the tower last night, he was with me. I forgot that he was the one who opened the explosive present, that had his name on it. Justin looked at the twins with loathing. "I saw him in the tower, Pisces is innocent." "Cedric, why did it have to be Cedric of all people?" One by one Hufflepuffs all proclaimed the Blackfish's innocence, until I was the only one left. They all looked at me, their eyes staring at me, accusing me. My mouth was dry. He's innocent, and this looks like more of a Slytherin thing, right? They're clever enough to frame us, no Hufflepuff would be able to do this kind of thing. To my disgust the Slytherin table smiled and looked honored at my statement. A few started chuckling and I swear I saw a few take photos. "My boy is innocent, Minerva, his entire house says that he was in the tower." The professor scowled. "Well, who do you think did this, Pomona?" "I very much doubt the boys tied themselves up." My professor shrugged. "I wouldn't count on that, by all accounts the twins are very bright little deviants." To my horror the twins nodded, taking the insult as some kind of compliment. "Come children, breakfast is the most important meal of the day." Pisces sat down at the table. Normally he sat alone, his only company being the twisted barbarian witch that was always by his side. This time Hufflepuffs vied to sit closer to him. This time they hung on his every word. That day I learned a hard and difficult lesson. Hufflepuff does not fall in love, it falls in line. Karen Starr. I remembered helping my lord write on the Weasley twins' nude bodies. They were not unattractive, being of slim frame and hidden muscle and sinew. I understood in the back of my mind why some of the lesser Hufflepuff girls swooned at them. I understood them, but I also understood this: whatever else my lord said, that this attack, one which came at the end of a string of missions, was critical. I was told that the lives of more than 60,000 people were at stake, not just my small village but every village on the island. We needed something from them, something important. My master told me that if they had been reasonable men he would have paid them off, bribed them, made a deal. But from my short time at Hogwarts I knew this: the Weasley twins may be smart, they may be brave, and they may be handsome, but they were not reasonable men. My lord opened the door. He had with him a metallic box. "What is this place?" He closed the door as we walked around an empty room. "A place of power, a place of might, a place of secrets and things lost, the room of requirement, Karen." I looked around. "It doesn't seem that impressive to me." He looked up and smiled, his map held out. "It doesn't have to be, Karen, this place holds the key to our people's survival." I looked at it. "How so?" "Right now the decision to take our land is being held up by my father. We don't have the votes to save the island, so he's using every procedural method possible to hold it off." I nodded. And he has a lot of votes, but not nearly enough to save our people. But if Albus Dumbledore took his faction and added their votes together." I smiled. "We could save it." "I know, and I plan on getting other things too, other concessions, but in order to make that happen I need something big. I need something to negotiate with. He paused. Ravenclaw's diadem please. I blinked as a tiny crown fell to the ground, it looked pretty. I reached for it and my hand was slapped away. No. I looked at it more closely, this time sensing the evil magic that seemed to emanate from the crown. What is that? He picked it up with some tongs and placed it inside the metallic box. Something very evil, something very powerful and our single best hope for survival. He locked the box and put the map back in his coat pocket. We then marched to the headmaster's office, there my lord stopped in front of his door. Lemon drop. The door opened and I stared as we walked closer to one of the most powerful and dangerous men on the planet. Lord Black, I am sorry for your loss, but I am also surprised to see you, Lemon drop. My lord tilted his head. I'm here to make a bargain with you. He shut the door and locked it behind him. Dumbledore lifted an eyebrow. Really? My master sat down. Yes, there is going to be a vote soon about the Black lands, my people. Dumbledore nodded. Yes, I heard. I also know that you have the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore frowned. That's a bold claim. My master pulled off one of his white gloves. I don't want to keep it, I don't even want the gold. The hand was pockmarked with what looked to be electrical burns. What I want, Dumbledore, is a cure. Dumbledore looked at my master's hands with concern. A cure. My lord nodded. After I found the cure for squibs, my brother grew jealous. He paused, his eyes wincing in pain. You see, before the incident, well, I thought he was a pain in my ass. Language. My master rolled his eyes. I thought he was a pain, but he was my pain and I loved him, and I thought he felt the same way, but I was wrong. My master tried to close his hands and failed, he pressed his hands against the table to close them and then he struggled to get them open. Oh dear. The Cruciatus curse, if you are unlucky, causes permanent nerve damage. One of my eyes, my left, melted, it was destroyed. My master stared at the table. I lost the ability to see color that day. That moment was the last time I saw the color red, the color blue, the color yellow. From that day forward I saw the world only in black and white and shades of grey. Professor. He looked up at Dumbledore. I want my hands back, Dumbledore, I want the ability to see color back, and when that vote is held I want you and your supporters to vote to save my Isle of Man and every squib on that island. The headmaster looked at him with sympathy. The Philosopher's Stone is not mine to give, and all I could do is give you and your island a reprieve. I could maybe stop the ministry for a year, but it would just likely be 6 months at most. The professor gave my lord a look of sympathy. And that is a lot to ask of me, Mr. Black. Your family is not liked and there are many people who want and need that land. You ask a lot of me. My lord opened the box and pulled the diadem out. Dumbledore stared at it. Is that the diadem of Ravenclaw? I don't suggest wearing it. A mutual enemy of ours named Tom used evil magics to put a tiny sliver of his soul into it, a way for him to become immortal. A Horcrux, that even he would stoop so low. Where did you find it? My master leaned back. At school, the room of requirement. Once you figure out his true identity you're able to find out more about the man, and once you know that you make educated guesses. Dumbledore nodded. I did some research and they can only be destroyed with fiend fire. Well, that's the only way the book knew. You probably know more methods. Dumbledore sighed as he touched the diadem and then flinched. It's a shame that such a wonder will have to be destroyed. Dumbledore looked up. Voting with your father will have consequences, political ones that will take a long time to mend. Abusing Flamel's trust is something even I hesitate to do. My lord nodded at the statement, his eyes closed. I can provide you political cover, excuses. I'm very good at playing the bad guy. Dumbledore nodded. I thank you for being reasonable, Mr. Black, but I can only give you one option, either heal your body or get your votes. Doing both would be disastrous. For me. My master sighed. I did the right thing, sir. And the world owes you a debt it cannot repay. My master sighed. You and I both know you can't give me house points for this, you and I both know this has to remain a secret. Dumbledore smiled sadly. I am sorry for that. My lord got up. Before you leave Pisces, a question. My master froze. Tom, our mutual enemy. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. He's a very convincing person, I know he made you an offer, how did you gather up the will to say no? My master turned around. Once there was a little girl named Lily Evans, a little boy named Severus Snape loved her, he loved her with all of his heart and all of his soul, and a very dangerous man told him, I will spare this girl, your girl, if you serve me. My master paused, Dumbledore leaning in. He killed her, of course, and that day, that moment ruined that man's life. If he can't keep his word about a small thing like one woman, then his word is useless. But there is more to that. Yes. Snape is family, Dumbledore, and no one fucks with my family and gets away with it. Dumbledore smiled, a twinkle in his eye. Language Mr. Black, but considering the circumstances I will forgive it. My master looked at me. Karen, please put the glove back on. I took the glove off of the desk and took his hand. He winced a little as I opened it and then I put the glove on. He flexed his hands. A curious device, is it enchanted? My master shook his head. No, small canals filled with water, I control the water with my mind and use it to move my fingers. Dumbledore nodded. Clever. You don't need to decide now, Mr. Black, take your time. He looked at Dumbledore. I will have my choice made before the sunset. With that done we started our classes. My lord vanished during some of them, potions, herbology, and care of magical creatures. I grew to hate that class with a special hate. Hagrid made sure that I helped with cleaning some of the bigger messes. Eventually the sun started setting. I found my lord looking at the setting sun, his gloves were on a nearby table. I winced and stood by him, feeling sick. I understand, my lord. He continued to stare at the setting sun. He lifted one of his hands and lifted it to the sun, studying it carefully. I'm going to need help putting the damned gloves back on, Karen. I blinked. But my lord, the cure. He looked at me, his monocle reflecting the setting sun. A lord puts his people's welfare above his own, Karen, and color is overrated, don't you think? I hugged him, taking in his scent. So we are saved. No, we have a reprieve of execution, we have a fighting chance. We must live boldly a little bit longer, Karen. I understand. The gloves, Karen, I have a meeting today and I need the bloody gloves. Yes. I opened his hands and put the gloves back on, then I saw the Muggleborn. She walked in with a huge brown stack of notes. She looked tired. I'm finished, are you? As promised, half now, half later. Later just arrived, yes. He pulled out a small bag. 120 galleons as promised, Hermione. You don't have to do this. My master smiled. If a thing is valuable, Miss Granger, then it is worth paying for, and your mind is the single greatest treasure Gryffindor possesses. I would not cheat your house by not paying you. Hermione smiled. Thanks, Pisces, you're nice. I wish more people thought that way. She left and I stared at the massive amount of paper in the brown envelope. What is that? The next stage of the plan, Karen. On the brown envelope was one word. Peeves. Karen Star. Is it possible for you to get in any more solar energy? I struggled as I tried to take more in. I can't. I'm trying but I can't. He nodded. It will have to be enough. It was Friday, mid-October. The vote that would decide our island's future was to be held right after Halloween. Do you think Dumbledore will keep his word? My lord nodded. He doesn't have a choice, Karen. He knows that if he doesn't help me now after what I did for him, that I will not help him in the future. Really, and that is enough for you to trust him. He shrugged. There's also the small matter of the over 60,000 squibs who will be rendered homeless if that vote goes through. If I was doing this just for myself, it would be a coin toss, and my father loves me more than he hates Dumbledore. Really? And I wrote him a letter saying that I'm literally blackmailing him into voting my way. I also told him it was time sensitive and that I would only be able to pull it off once. And he bought that. He sent me some ground coffee as a present. I trust you know how to brew it, Karen. I smiled. Of course, my lord. We left the roof of the tower and walked to the Fat Friar. My lord nodded at him. A word, sir. The smiling friar looked at us. Of course, I always have time for my dear Hufflepuffs, my child. My lord nodded. I invoke Headmistress Eupraxia Mole's final request, I invoke her last commandment, I follow her last request, her dying wish, I seek victory in battle and declare war in her name. The Fat Friar stared at my lord, at my master. He blinked and tilted his head. You know, just once can you please act like a normal Hufflepuff? He shook his head. Most puffs don't do battle with giant squids, most of my puffs don't plot, they don't have wild adventures, they don't do the insane things you do, can't you please just, relax? Or have a vacation? How about sneaking into the kitchens to grab a midnight snack? Doesn't that sound so much better? My master narrowed his eyes. I invoke Headmistress Eupraxia Mole's final request, I invoke her last commandment, I follow her last request, her dying wish, I seek victory in battle and declare war in her name. The Fat Friar looked at my master with panic. Look, please do not do this, I know he looks harmless, but he isn't. Peeves. Peeves is crazy, Pisces. He's a perfect storm of ill humor and malice, and when he is motivated he is absolutely lethal. People have died, child, people far older and far more skilled. I invoke Headmistress Eupraxia Mole's final request, I invoke her last commandment, I follow her last request, her dying wish, I seek victory in battle and declare war in her name. The Fat Friar sighed. Thrice requested, very well, you foolish child, you have run of the castle. I wish you survival. Not victory. The fat friar sighed. A Hufflepuff does not wish for impossible things. It was dark, my sword carved groves into the room at my master's command. Did you get that thing from Justin, Karen? I nodded. He kept his end of the bargain in exchange for handling the twins, one Muggle boombox with one CD. My master looked at me. Is it Zeb? I looked away. I may have put in a request. Is it Zeb? I stood taller. Led Zeppelin is the single greatest collection of bardic might of their generation. I stand by my decision as your knight, as your shield maiden, your sword and sheath. He looked me in the eye. No stairway to heaven. But my lord. No stairway to heaven, you played that song non-stop for 3 weeks straight, Karen. Because it rocks out loud, my lord. No, Karen, not after 3 weeks. We had an agreement, Karen. I make your mother into a full-blooded witch and in return you never play that song in my presence again. I kept my end of the bargain, Karen, for the love of God, no stairway to heaven. I sighed. Achilles' last stand. He nodded, checking his new bracelets. He smiled as they met his approval. Acceptable. I frowned and let my next words fill themselves with sarcasm. My lord's compassion knows no bound. Then I heard a howling sound. Karen. Yes, my lord. Get your shield ready now. I got my shield and put my helmet on correctly. The armor had arrived recently and I stood in front of my master. I'm here. The room exploded, as the music crashed out, tile, brick, everything that could be used here and under Peeves' direct control. We had issued a challenge and he had arrived. Really, Hufflepuffs? He laughed as he launched a literal kitchen sink at my master. I blocked it with my shield. Children, kids, whatever, I have been around for over 1,000 years. I blocked the knives as water flowed. I have defeated every single person who ever challenged me. I'm not going to lose to some Hufflepuff losers. He grabbed a barrel and smashed it. I blocked it with my shield. And I don't sense any magic. What are you little puffs going to do, sneeze on me? More barrels, more water. I noticed that there seemed to be a glow to them. The glowing water flowed into the grooves I had cut. More objects smashed into us. I didn't understand why he asked for 7 barrels of water from the estate. I didn't know why it took so long, but in the end they did nothing, and all I could do was focus my aura, my power as I tried to hold back the hurricane of might that attacked us from all sides. I used my energy trying to be faster, trying to be stronger, trying to be tougher, but I was bleeding energy and power and my master just stood there, his eyes closed. I just destroyed all your little water barrels, were they expensive? I was wheezing now, the song was over and my master sighed. Fuck. Ooh, my whittle puffies has a dirty little mouth. My master looked up. It had to be Stairway to Heaven, of all the songs that could have played it had to be that stupid song. He stamped his foot and the entire room glowed, the swirling cloud of debris fell to the ground. What's going on? Peeves motioned with his hands and found that nothing moved, he grimaced. Puffs, what's going on? Water, glowing, yellow water flowed out of my master's wrists. You're going to die, Peeves. Peeves' mouth opened and he screamed as he ran for the door and stopped as if he smashed into a wall. If it helps, I knew I couldn't defeat you with normal methods, Peeve, you're just too smart for that. Come on, kid, I was just kidding. I'm a real kidder, right? My master stepped forward. It had to be a complete outside context solution, something you have never seen before, and this Peeves, is spirit magic, augmented by the song of my soul. Kid. It takes a month to charge each barrel, a month, Peeves. I prepared those years ago for this moment. Just in case I needed to kill you. The water flowing from his wrists surrounded Peeves. He screamed in agony as the glowing water surrounded him and my master kept it up, kept bringing in more water and Peeves' screaming continued. I don't know how long it lasted, how long it took, but my master looked exhausted. I felt exhausted as well. We looked up and saw ghosts staring at us in horror. A man stood there too, his hands on a broom, a smile on his face. As Peeves' seams for mercy got softer and softer until he vanished. Flitch, you have been as good as your word. The man nodded. I always hated him, you know, good to see him gone. Are we even? My master nodded. Yes, your favor is repaid in full, from this day forward you owe me nothing. The man nodded. Breakfast will be served soon, but you deserve a day off, boy. My lord nodded and sighed at the now broken boombox. Thank you for your aid, House Black will remember its friends when better days comes. The older man waved him off. No, after what you did. It's not needed, but if I could talk to the young miss alone. He looked at me. I can handle it. He nodded and walked off. I stood alone with the groundskeeper, he looked nervous. Know your mum. I nodded. Yes. There's well, the Muggles call it a support group, for former squibs, people like me. We talk about our issues, feelings, things like that. He took a deep breath and looked even more nervous. Your mother and I met there, and she's a special person to me. My mother was always gone on Fridays. And for whatever reason she thinks I'm special too. I haven't had a lot of happiness in my life, Miss Star. Odin, no, do not do this to me. And I asked her a very important question and she said yes. Odin, I have been a very devout believer in you, I do not deserve to do this. I know she has issues, problems, but I'm not okay either, but sometimes two very broken people help well make each other feel okay again. He smiled. I love her, Karen, and I promise I will do everything I can to make her happy. The wedding is this summer. This is what I get for never offering any prayers to Loki. I wish you the best, sir. The man smiled. Oh good, I can't tell you how happy I am. He left the room and I had the sneaking suspicion that the god of mischief was being an utter dick to me. It was what he did after all. Karen Star. Mr. Griphook, it is lovely to see you. The creature eyed my master with suspicion. I was told that Peeves was dead. He nodded. Well, deader, and that means the bounty on his head is mine. My lord brought out the brown envelope. I have a list of everything that is now rightfully mine, it's a very long list. Griphook nodded. I also know that the biggest portion of my family's debt, the largest portion is owed to the goblin people. His grin grew and I saw his razor-sharp teeth. You owe us quite a bit of money, and I don't think you could possibly pay us back, wizard. My lord nodded. You're right, normally this would be the work of generations. I mean, the black debt is pretty much the debt of a small country. The horrid little creature smiled. And even with all the gold and prize money I won, close to 1,000 years of it, it's only enough to cover maybe half of my debt to you. Easy come, easy go, Mr. Black. I'm sure someday you will come up with the remainder, we do appreciate the act of good faith though. My lord smiled. Thankfully it's not just gold, it's also land, Mr. Griphook, your land. The creature hissed. We won that land by right of conquest. And we wizards won that land by the same right, and unlike you we didn't kill every last man, woman, and child. The dwarven people are still angry about that, by the way, they still want revenge. Snape lifted an eyebrow as my master leaned back and continued. You also lost the right to own land in the rebellion's Griphook, any land. The most you can get is a 99-year lease, and any wizard who does that loses said land, and upon expiration of that lease it goes back to the ministry. He pulled out a map. Several ministers of magic went to Hogwarts and oh man, they hated Peeves, just despised him, and they owed you money. In exchange for handling this issue you were allowed to minister the challenge lands, and taxes upon those lands would be deferred and paid when a rightful lord gained control of said lands. He pointed at dots. That right got diminished in further rebellions, now you're just allowed to administer a mere tenth of the challenge lands, so you put your villages, your cities, everything you own in the most secure part of it. Peeves was invincible after all, and you lived tax-free. Griphook started sweating. Please, our people, our children live there. I know, but I'm not an unreasonable, I'm willing to forgive over 500 years of back taxes, Griphook, I'm willing to give you a 99-year-long lease on all of your lands. The ministry will pull something. We both know that in 99 years you will have figured out some way to trick the ministry, Griphook. They're not that smart. The goblin nodded. This is true. And in exchange for all this, the Black family debt to the goblin people is completely forgiven. That is a lot of money, Lord Black. I could just demand it all as back taxes and kick you all off your land. It would go to court, of course, but we all know how that would end. Griphook scowled. They will have my head for this. Then my master placed a crown on the table. Griphook stared at it. The mole family was the one that killed the last goblin king. They took his crown in their victory, their heir had that crown held at Hogwarts to be given to whoever killed Peeves. Whoever wears this crown is the king of all the goblins in the United Kingdom. My master paused. There are two outcomes, Griphook. In one you are the glorious hero who saved the goblins' lands, saved your villages, your cities, and everything you loved and tricked a wicked wizard into giving you back the lost crown of your kings. In that outcome you are a hero, in the second outcome I take your land, this goes to court and you lose everything. He looked at the crown, the room silent. King Griphook has a nice sound to it. He smiled. All debts are forgiven as an act of friendship, of course. It is good to have friends, Griphook. The two of them shook hands and letters were signed. We walked out of the meeting smiling. So that's good. That, Karen, was a start. The plan continues on. Karen Star. We returned from the bank in triumph. Well, not official triumph, but I felt good, and as we went to our seats in the Great Hall I thought about what I read in the mud, Muggleborn's notes. 993 AD to 1991 AD, yet Peeves said he was over 1,000 years old. Officially the school opened on 993 AD, but that's not when the school was built. It takes time to build a school this size. Did he predate the school itself or were the dates wrong? I heard that record keeping back then was rather shoddy. Maybe it doesn't matter, what does matter was that everyone who met Peeves hated him. There was no child who went through this school who was not pranked by him at least once, no professor who did not suffer his antics. Even the other ghosts all loathed him, and they hovered close to us during breakfast offering their thanks, offers of future support and promises. Then as we were eating, Professor Binns walked up to our table. He was glowing now and not a ghostly glow. He looked at my lord. I'm told Peeves is gone. I saw it happen, but I just want to confirm it. My lord nodded, and Binns clasped his hands behind his back. Then it appears my unfinished business is done. You will find 1/10 of my wages during my life, and with the rest of the prize money, you will find the money I made after life, and with the prize money, everything I owned in life is now yours. Binns nodded, his glow getting brighter and brighter as he rose into the sky. To Valhalla with you, old Skald, to Valhalla. I sensed a presence behind us as Dumbledore placed his hand on my lord's shoulder. I will have to get a new history professor. He looked at my lord. Any suggestions? Thaddeus Venture, my tutor. Dumbledore nodded. Peeves made a mistake, I think. He had too many enemies and too few friends. There is a lesson in that, young Pisces. My master nodded. It is always good to have friends. Dumbledore smiled just a little. Excuses for a great many things could be provided by such an action, and though I tried to reason with the poor creature, I do find that it is easier to get around without his presence, speaking of which, a list. My master looked at the parchment. It looks like we have permission to go to Hogsmeade. Dumbledore shook his head. Among other things, it is sad, but the wizarding world is a spiteful one, and many privileges were given as last requests to any who slew a Peeves. I hope you two do not abuse your new powers. He put his hands into his pockets and pulled out 2 scrolls. I have the pleasure of handing out 2 outstanding owls in defense for the practical application of magic, 2 outstanding newts for the defeat of a major spirit, and 2 signed certificates of mastery that has the names of several former leaders of magical England in the field of defense. My lord nodded. I have just finished some banking, and I think certain issues can be hammered out. He smiled and took a small bite of breakfast, and I frowned as an older puff got up, his nerves steeled, desperation in his eyes. I need your help. My lord looked up. Explain what you want. My sister's a squib, fix her. My master took a sip of water, his back turned. And what will I get in exchange? It's the right thing to do. My master swirled his cup. So you're offering me nothing then? Yet. Then you get nothing, leave. The puff blinked, and pulled out his wand. I pulled out my sword and got ready, the point aimed at his back. Karen, stop. The room was dead silent. The other Hufflepuffs looked at us with horror. Your name? Simon. Ah. I'm crazy, I'm willing to do anything. You're trying to threaten me into helping your sister, but you don't have any leverage, Simon. You see, in the time it takes you to cast a curse, Karen here will have stabbed you with that sword at least 3 times. My master took another sip of water calmly. That sword is enchanted to put enough electricity to kill a dragon. You can imagine what it does to a human being, Simon. And Karen here has a ministry-approved edict to kill anyone who threatens me. Is your sister going to be helped in any way if you become a corpse? You won't get away with it. We will, because I'm the only no cure for squibs, but we're both Hufflepuffs, Simon, so I'm not going to kill you for doing something very, very stupid when you're desperate. My sister. Have we established that threats are not going to work, or are things going to get messy, Simon? He put his wand on the table. Please. We are going to talk price. What are you offering me in exchange for your sister's magic, Simon? I don't have any money. My master smiled. You think money's the only way to pay me? Books, property, services, land, barter. I'm not an unreasonable man, Simon. I'm willing to work with my fellow puffs, house loyalty and all that. He nodded and started sweating. Ah, we're dirt poor, we have nothin'. My master smiled. You have votes, Simon, both of your parents are wizards? Witches. He nodded. Every wizard and witch gets votes, Simon, and this Sunday, tomorrow, there is going to be a very important meeting, concerning my lands. Every family in Hufflepuff that votes my way will get 1 squib cured by me. This is a one-time only offer, Simon. But all owl communications concerning this vote have been mysteriously paid for, and will be free for the next 48 hours. Can they write, Simon? He nodded. Then they can send in their votes, and I will have quite a bit of free time. Don't you want to see her wave a wand around? Simon nodded, and my lord got up and yawned. That offer is extended to everyone here in Hogwarts. Owl your parents, and stand by me in my time of need, and I will reward you. And then he smiled. But if you stand against me, if you screw with me, I will remember it, and I will get my revenge. Hogwarts family's only people, it's a limited time offer. He waved his hands and people rushed like mad to Tuolari, Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Simon ran the fastest though. Was that wise? No, this summer is going to suck balls, Karen, but if the plan works then it will be worth it. Karen Star. I like to tell people that I came to serve my lord because I was brave and wanted to be his knight. It's a lie, but I like to tell people that. The problem with getting the cure is that people know you, and I was forced to run, forced to flee into the woods, as the mudbloods chased me. I had magic but I didn't know any spells, I didn't have a wand, and I knew their members were hard and they didn't care about niceties like age of consent or even consent period. It was snowing and I tried to hide as best I could, tried to run. It was me and a knife and I was running to the only place I knew that was safe, my only hope, Castle Black. I was cold, freezing, and I was about to die when that little boy found me. Shit. He got the others, he used potions, tried water, tried to warm me up, but nothing helped. I was too cold, too hungry, too weak, too sick, and too much damage had been done. Fucking hell, look, I'm sorry, I am really sorry, but what are you willing to do to live? I felt weak. I was scared of death, of the darkness. Everyone else was gone, it was just me and the boy. Anything? He grimaced. Do you have a name? I couldn't remember it, I felt so weak. Just got these 2 points, fucking hell. He placed his hand on my chest, and I drank in his power and I felt amazing. I felt alive, and I saw glowing orbs of power and I let them flow into me. I felt my magic somehow get more stable, then I felt another magic come, I felt every blemish and sign of disease vanish. Then I saw something else. I had gone from one kind of magic to 2 and I felt my damaged body heal, and then I saw an image, a dying world with a red sun. I saw power, I saw might, I could be strong. I wanted that power more than anything, but this power was not freely given. I wanted to be that strong beautiful woman. Please. I wanted that power so much. Ack. The boy was screaming in pain, but that power beckoned. I decided I would do anything for that, to be strong to protect my mother. Please, all I have left to give is my loyalty and my love, please. I opened my eyes. My master slept on the couch, while I slept on the bed. Was solar power really the key to that third power? That power that I stole? Master, it's morning, you have a meeting soon. Ugh. I hate mornings so much, Karen. He got up and scratched himself. He staggered and went to the coffee machine. Whoever made this magical coffee machine, they are awesome, Karen. I nodded, studying my lord. Sometimes I wondered if my feelings were my own, or if they were the price of the power I sought. I know. He sighed and smiled. Got another one. I lifted an eyebrow, and then sensed that warmth, that power. When I killed Peeves I took his power. It's half of what you grabbed, but you could bind another to you. I blinked. Or increase my power a little, or create an object of power. It's not much, but I can do so much. Your main options, my lord? Increase the power of my aura, increase my magic, or bind someone into my service. And realistically, it's aura or the binding. He sighs deep in thought. But I would only do the latter with their permission, something like this is. I nodded. It's a serious commitment. The sun shined through the window and I took in the light. My power, that third one, it's not what it could be. Give it time. I was doing something wrong, I could still only fly a few minutes at most. I'm doing something wrong, I know it. We got dressed and I thought about it, I knew that power, that third power was far more than what I had. Where's my rat fishy? My master raised an eyebrow. Why is it that everyone always blames me for everything? The redhead was familiar, he reminded me of the twins. Where's Scabbers fish? Why do you think I have anything to do with that, Mr. Weasley? He snarled. Because you're always behind everything bad that happens, Black. My master shrugged. I promise upon my honor that I did not steal a non-magical rat from you. Ron gave him a face. Mr. Weasley, have I ever once insulted you, ever once attacked you or caused you problems? Your brother's an obnoxious twit. The room was silent. Well, yeah, that's what Princess does, you think you have it bad? I had to actually live with the asshole. Ron blinked. But he's your brother. Yes, and as bad as you think he is, I guarantee that once you actually get to know him, he's actually even worse. The Potter boy started laughing and Ron looked upset. This isn't over, fishy. Harry Potter shrugged. I'm sorry, it's just we spent the last couple months dealing with Draco and Ugg, you know. I'm sorry about that. Harry nodded and followed his best friend. My master stood amongst the summoned crowd of the Wizengamot and nodded. Well, it looks like everyone's here to discuss how they're going to divvy up my property, my people, and tell me how to live my life. A few smiles were in the crowd. Your family can't get away with it this time, we have the votes. Dumbledore grimaced at Arthur Weasley's comments. Despite being a minor official, Arthur Weasley had charisma to burn, and had managed to get a coalition of people who had been wronged by Death Eaters together for the vote. Thing was, there wasn't nearly enough of them to even think about pulling this off, and my master had brought up the fact that it was unlike the great houses to turn against another great house and lay them low. Such things could easily be done against them one day and nobody wanted to set that precedent. This didn't make sense, someone was puppeteering this little event. Really? He brought out a box with a rat on this. Scab bears. Ron's father scowled at his son as he spoke up. He sat down again. You stole my son's rat, do you honestly think you can blackmail me into? My master slammed the cage on the ground, his wand out and cast a spell. The rat grew and turned into a panicked human being. Sanam. The man fell asleep. Rats have a lifespan of 2 years, 3 at most. This rat has been in your family for over 5 years now. He walked over toward the naked man. His real name by the way isn't Scabbers. The crowd was silent. His real name is Peter Pettigrew and supposedly he died years ago, murdered by my uncle who betrayed the Potters to the Dark Lord. He lifted his arm, revealing a dark mark. It's amazing, punch someone enough and they tell you the truth. There were gasps. My uncle was innocent, I believe I have just caught the true culprit, the man who actually betrayed the Potters. Orders rushed down and my lord smiled. Dumbledore, do me a favor and remove the imperious curse from the Weasley family now, they have been compromised. Dumbledore moved instantly, rushing forward his wand flashing, whispering into Arthur's ear as he had him on the ground. My master looked around. I'm afraid quite a few of you have been duped by a Death Eater plot, one that this animal. My master pointed at Pettigrew. Pulled off. He sighed. But we're not here to talk about just that, we're here to talk about my lands. He smiled viciously. When I killed Peeves I got quite a few favors, let me read it. He pulled out a piece of paper. All debts, war guild, punishments, installments on land, and legal statements are hereby revoked, all rights and privileges and rank lost by the champion are hereby restored, including all old ranks and statuses lost by bygone generations. He paused. Let me translate, any money I owe you, the ministry or anyone else is gone, if you lost a relative because of my family. You are no longer entitled to any damages period, also funny story, the blacks used to be the kings of the Isle of Man. He smiled. We lost the privilege a while ago but all lost status is of course restored, including my kingship. He smiled. That means I don't owe the ministry any taxes earned on the Isle, that means your tax collectors are no longer welcome on my lands, you have no claim whatsoever to my property and those of you who wish to side with the Dark Lord. A few people whimpered. Can kindly go fuck yourself. He walked around pacing. But perhaps you feel like trying to challenge an ever-growing living document that is over 500 years old, maybe you want a piece of me, to that I say this. He stopped. Every great name, every wizard family in Ireland, in Wales, in England, in Scotland, and the United Kingdom as a whole, has a small plot of land set aside for the champion who freed this world of Peeves. Some of this land is currently owned by the ministry. People looked around nervously. If you cross me, well I might decide that someone else should live on that land, werewolves, vampires, there's a whole kaleidoscope of strange and interesting creatures who would just love a place to settle down. He walked by a desk and let his finger go across it. He inspected the dust. People, let's get down to brass tacks, I have you by the balls, and right now I'm going to take them, squeeze and twist. He cracked his neck. Accept this change and I will be merciful. I will give back those small little plots of land and we can all forget this ever happened. How much land did you get? My master smiled at the panicked Minister of Magic. Enough that the small plots of land currently in use are a trifle to me, a mere tenth of my holdings, well before I made a deal with the goblins. King Griphook wishes you all well and reminds you that the Goblin King enjoys complete diplomatic immunity and has the right to kill those who commit offenses against his person. People stared at each other. If you're wondering, the Goblin Crown was also a part of the prize, but I still see the occasional look of defiance, so let's solve that. My master looked at his watch, let out 3 fingers and then the room went completely dark. What is happening, Lord Black? It's King Black now, Minister Fudge, and what is happening is that the Flow network just shut down. The room was silent. You see, the Flow network isn't controlled by one country for obvious reasons, it's controlled by the Supreme Confederacy of Magic, a global operation, and one of their long-standing rules is a long-standing rule about what would happen if a cure for squibs was found. A small yellow ball glowed in my lord's hands, his face looked menacing and terrifying in that light. A maximum of 3 months of testing, and then every country would have a reasonable access to the cure. I do believe our testing period is well over a year, which is quite too long. I wrote letters to a bunch of diplomats about this, China, Japan, America, India. They're not very happy with you lot. He smiled heavily. And since you admitted that the cure had a high enough success rate to warrant a 10% tax increase, they have you dead to rights. The light went out again. So ladies and gentlemen, that esteemed international organization has told me that they are willing to listen to my pleas of mercy, but, if you become a problem, this is what is going to happen. The light returned. No Flow network, no trade, no banking, no nothing. Now some of you might say I'm traveling in dangerous waters, but I assure you, I can swim. My lord slapped his hands together and the light returned. I believe a vote is about to be held. He stood impassively and smiled at the terrified faces that surrounded him. There were no dissenting votes. The Blackfish had spoken. Dolores Umbridge. I smiled at the dark robes, the silver masks. The Dark Lord himself looked upon my face and I felt satisfied. I had found a cause worth fighting for. Finally this land would be made clean, it would be cleansed. The Dark Lord rubbed his neck and looked at me awkwardly. Well, your 2-week trial period is over. I have done well. He looked at the other Death Eaters. They nodded and he sighed. Well, there is such a thing as being too fervent. I blinked. What? Too zealous? And wow, I never thought I would be on this side of the conversation. He gave me a look of sympathy. Honestly, Dolores, I can call you that, right? I nodded. Me and the other Death Eaters talked and I'm sorry, but you're just a tad too extreme for us. A Death Eater walked forward. Bitch is crazy. The Dark Lord waved his hand. Bella, my pet, please do not make this process more difficult than it needs to be, okay? The Death Eater took a step back. Look, Dolores, we are completely with you on the blood purity thing, I mean mudbloods? Screw those blokes, but your proposals about half-bloods, and werewolves and those abominations deserve to die. The Dark Lord sighed at my comment. We are not actually pro-killing werewolves, the goal is really just give them back their own traditional kingdom in Scotland and leave each other alone. It's segregation, not annihilation. I mean, some of my best friends are werewolves. A Death Eater turned his head to look at me. He had removed the sleeves from his robes and scowled. And your anti-squib plan is, look, Dolores, we're all about killing squibs who don't know their place and act all uppity, but if they're not causing problems, then we are not going to go after them. They're a disease on the healthy flesh of the wizarding world, sir. He sighed. And another thing, our organization does allow for certain quirks, but we do all need to work together. I mean, the mudbloods are not going to kill themselves, right? I noticed some laughter and high fives. But, your personality, well, it can be a little grating, and your actions this week, well, it's just been a little bit too much. I frowned. We still consider you a valued friend of the Death Eaters and we still like you, but you're just a little too extreme for us. My lord, I can. He stepped back. Please change your mind. He smiled weakly. I'm sorry, well, it is you, but we feel really bad about this. I'm sorry, don't owl us, we will owl you. He then operated away, the others followed him, and I was left alone in the cemetery. I woke up. The old dreams, the old memories forcibly vanished from my mind. I couldn't effect the needed changes outside of the system. People just didn't get my vision, but I worked hard and slowly but surely I was changing things to be more palatable to my views. Which is why this cure nonsense caught me off guard. Letting squibs, letting those horrible dirty people join polite society, well, that was just unacceptable. I had to put forward a lot of effort, but today that horrid little boy would lose his island and then I would work on his other properties, and when he had nothing left a suitable crime would be pinned to his name. I still didn't understand why they just didn't throw him in jail for the crime, the audacity to give magic to the unworthy, but one must work within one's limits. I smiled at the warm tea in its white and pink cup. The heat was perfect, everything was in order, as it should be. I smiled and looked at my meal. Good, the eggs were the exact right side as were the beans and toast. It took time to get things in order. I smiled and looked at the newspaper. Blackfish becomes a kingfish. I opened the newspaper and my eyes widened in horror, and then I felt rage. I grabbed my chair and started smashing things in the room. I screamed in anger and then I sighed. Mimsy, there's a mess. Fix it. My house elf cringed as he walked forward, his body covered in scars, in burn marks. I grew tired of his puppy dog eyes, so I removed them. It took him a while to adjust to doing things the right way without them. His empty eye sockets looked up at me. What can I do, glorious lady? There's a mess, Mimsy, clean it. I left the room. There was work to be done. Amelia Bones. His breathing was labored and he had a crazed look in his eyes. Harry. I gave him some more hot cocoa, and put a wet compress on his forehead. Shush, rest, relax. He looked at me. My hair was white now, from the worry, from the stress, from the supreme sadness, but I know I was in shape, I know I worked out. Heaven. He paused. Must be in heaven. I gave him a hug. Why do you say that? Angels, I think I see one. I smiled, pressing my forehead against his. I'm sorry, serious, no angels here, just little old me, Amelia Bones. He coughed, his chest weak. Not, proving me wrong. I didn't do it, please, you have to believe me. We found Peter Pettigrew. Snape brewed some very effective truth serums. It looks like he's going to be taking your old cell after the trial. Of course this time we are actually going to have one. He sighed. You always did do everything by the book, never thought I'd be thankful for it. I leaned in and kissed him. He raised his hand and put his fingers through my hair. I'm sorry, You always did say I'd make your hair turn white. Tears ran down my face. After you left I never got over you, I just couldn't. There. My offer still stands, Amelia. I lost a lot of time, forgot a few things, but I never forgot us, I never forgot you. He smiled at me. So, you were able to free me? I shook my head. No, your nephew found him, exposed him, and got you freed. The ministry is going to give you quite a hefty sum. Are they going to return my badge? I smiled and nuzzled close to him. Of course, but I think you need some rest to recover. He looked up at me. So Tonks had another kid, hey? I looked away. He's Narcissa's boy, she had twins. He blinked. You mean Malfoy's son? I pulled out a newspaper and he grabbed it and started reading. He chuckled a bit. Kid's a Slytherin, right? Hufflepuff actually. Sirius laughed. Well, that explains why I'm free, a snake wouldn't bother. Line adoption, guess I can't be Lord Black after all. I handed over an envelope. He wants to talk to you, Andromeda, and Dora, about things, about changes when you're recovered. He nodded. He got me out of that hole, so I guess I'm willing to hear him out. Never wanted to be a lord anyways, too much work. I'd rather spend my time with you. Flatterer. He shrugged. Guilty as charged, but I'm a semi-honest man. I kissed him. Remember how I said I did everything by the book? He nodded. Well, let's just say there's a book, a young fiancée loses her man, he's falsely accused and sent to prison without a trial. She remains faithful to him, never getting over him, and then one day he is returned to her. He nodded. Yes. I think we both know what happens next. He smirked at me. Sirius Black, you are not leaving this bedroom for quite some time. He leaned back and smiled at me, he still looked tired but he looked happy. Yes, ma'am. Lucius Malfoy. Why are we here? I put my hand on Draco's shoulder. To support your brother in his time of need, son. The entire Weasley family was here, they likewise had brought their entire family to the vote. I know Arthur hated me, the feeling was mutual of course, but his hate for my little fish was especially strong ever since he publicly humiliated his twins. Never mind the fact that his little hellions had been pranking every house in school, never mind that this was in response to humiliating a Hufflepuff firstie on his birthday, a Muggleborn one to boot. Never mind that this little event affected most of my son's house. No, it was personal now, it had to be personal because he had taken his faction and was voting against Dumbledore's other supporters. I don't know what blackmail my little fish used, but I firmly approved. I had been forced to use every delaying method I knew. With Dumbledore's votes I could carry a motion to delay, then I could play hardball, peel votes away. In time I could theoretically get a squeaker of a vote through to save my son's lands. That was unlikely though, and the most we were going to get was an extension, and then he would lose the island, and probably a good chunk of his other holdings. My little fish would survive of course, the ability to cure squibs was a good ace in the hole, but it was also most likely the reason why this happened. The reason why he would lose everything tonight. In the end my little fish had that mixture of weakness, wealth, and the threat of growing into a major power. They feared his growing power, so this unnatural alliance was created, and it was unnatural. Major lords, lighthouses, dark houses, people who despised each other, Muggleborns and blood purists. Whoever crafted this vote is using up a lot of money, a lot of political capital, and the more hopeful part of my mind noted that if for some reason this failed, this would be a major setback. Finally my little fish was given the floor and I gave him a look of sympathy. 5 minutes, in 5 minutes everything turned around, in 5 minutes my son had gone from a debt-ridden lord of a dying house in dire straits into a king. Each victory playing up on the next, Peter Pettigrew being alive? Being a Death Eater, having this as a Death Eater plot? Not enough to stop the vote, but more than enough to split off votes, more than enough to damage the fragile coalition against him, and I smiled. Even if it was a lie to appease Dumbledore, it would strengthen my own faction's claims. I made a note to write Arthur a letter of condolences, rub salt in the wound. Peeves, I wondered what possessed my little fish to go after that monster, but now I knew. Normally the enemy would draw that out in court, but with the Death Eater plot it wasn't enough. Next, a threat to put monsters on the lands of his enemies, something that would get in court, but it was a credible threat that would damage the coalition even more. And then the floor went out and then the lights went out, and I watched my little fish hold the entire country's economy hostage. It was a fait accomplishment. I saw looks of fear on everyone's face, there were no dissenting votes. Lord Pisces Black became King Pisces Black. I watched as the Death Eater was carried away and nodded. What just happened, father? My heir, my eldest son, I smiled. We just witnessed history, Draco. In this moment, no matter what else happens, Pisces has become a legend. They will talk of this day for years, decades, and if all goes well, generations. You just saw an 11-year boy outmaneuver masters of the game. I nodded and he looked at his brother in envy. So it's true, he's a king now. The ministry has just voted to accept that claim, yes, and they can't take it back either. Of course there will be a price he will be expected to hand over those plots of land, and I have no doubts he made promises to some very important people, but I'd say being a king is worth it. How did the blacks lose that? They wanted the position as minister and gave it up to gain the position, they gained more votes in the Wiesengamot in exchange for that. Quite a few of them ended up as ministers, but looking back on it, it was a bad deal. Why? Less authority over your own lands, for a position that can maybe held for a lifetime at most? There is always a price for going for the brass ring. Draco Pisces will never have Fudge's current position, but his power base is also more secure. So what does this mean? I thought about it. It means a lot of things. Now that they can't touch the island, your brother has a strong base of support. The Squibs all know what this vote meant, they all know that they owe their lives, their property, everything to him, and though he can't be minister he will have a large influence over how things go in the ministry. You mean he's not independent? I lifted an eyebrow. That is a possibility, but the United Kingdom ministry has had independent kingdoms in it in the past, in Ireland, in Scotland, other islands. The ministry worked hard to curtail their independence and bring them into the fold, to make them subordinate to the ministry. Draco nodded his eyes on his brother. I found my brother's notes. I can't do it like him, fix squibs, I would need potions, stuff that protects against fire, against heat. I think I can do it, father. I smiled. It was unlikely, but two children who could fix squibs, with one of them as my heir and one of them as a king of his own country? The future looked bright for the Malfoy family. I smiled as Arthur scowled at me. Today was a victory, one for the ages. I have never been prouder, after all blood will tell, doesn't it? Karen Starr. My lord collapsed on the couch and started shaking. Okay, I'm going to freak out now. He rushed to the loo and started vomiting. I patted his back as he let it all out. He was shaking, tears in his eyes as he quaked. My lord. Yeah, I was using occlumency training to suppress my emotions, but you can only do that for so long, right now the last 2 months just. He puked again. So that's why you put off dinner. Karen, oh god. I just held him. Yes, so I had to release those shields and now everything is catching up to me. I heard him brush his teeth as I flushed the toilet, the tears still flowing. But you looked so in control. Karen, I was in control of 2 things during that vote, Jack and shit, and Jack left town. That could have gone so wrong in so many ways, we could have been so fucked at any point of that plan. He sat down in the bathroom still shivering. And we made some deals with some very dangerous people, Karen, and if we don't deliver, bad things will happen. What things? The Americans will use machine guns, the Japanese have actual fucking ninja, and the Ukrainians. He shivered. Don't you mean the Russians? No, worse, the Ukrainians. How are they worse? How do you think a country of literal fucking anarchists managed to hold of the Red Army and create their own country in World War I? How do you think that same country of literal anarchists held off both the Nazis and the Soviets during World War II? How do you think they managed to stay independent of Moscow and join NATO and remain independent to this day? Magic, Karen. He held his knees close to him. I made a deal with Baba Yaga, the literal Baba Yaga. Isn't she Russian? No, a Ukrainian nationalist through and through, and I owe her, Karen. If we don't deliver, if we don't cure those 5,000 squibs, she will fuck us over, and that's just the largest contingent, Karen. We're fucked, we are oh so very fucked. He rocked back and forth. So how bad is it? Karen, I can cure 1 squib every 3 minutes, that's 20 an hour, my max, my absolute max before I pass out is 200 squibs a day. The deal I made for the international community was a lot of squibs. How many? He looked away. Including the deal with Hogwarts and all of that, it's 300,000 people rounding down, that's over 10 years, Karen, and that doesn't include the 60,000 plus people on the island who I have a responsibility to cure. Shit. We are so fucked, Karen. And we get paid for it. The payment was this little stunt, Karen, they're lining up their squibs as we speak. Fuck. He closed his eyes. 1 point, come on, Aura, please, for the love of God. I prayed to Odin as my lord glowed. He blinked. I have been doing everything wrong. Master. So much wasted effort, so much wasted energy. Are we? Okay, Karen, good news and bad news. Good news, I think I can cure 2,000 squibs a day now, which makes things slightly less fucked. If I have help from you, I think I can keep going longer, bring that number up. Bad news. We have a ton of enemies, we owe a lot of very powerful and bad people favors, we still have to go through a mountain of legal paperwork to unfuck the mess we're in and go through, and we have to go through all of the shit we got when we killed Peeves. So things are bad. Oh, we are still oh so very fucked, Karen, but I think I see some hope on the horizon. Draco Malfoy. My brother is a genius. I don't like saying that, don't like thinking it, but it is the truth. He left behind most of his stuff when he went to live with Grandpa, including his notes. It's a mess, it's a disorganized mess of jotted down ideas and notes. I have also read his note about me, and I did not like what I saw. He thought very little of me, felt frustrated that I couldn't keep up with him, felt frustrated that I didn't even try, but weirdly enough he loved me before the incident, loved me before I got drunk off of a fourth of a bottle of wine, before I ruined everything. He thought I could do more than this, be more than this. And then I ruined everything. This would be so much easier if I could talk to him, get his help, get his ideas. He might be a one-trick pony best with the elements, but my brother knows his stuff, and the elements are the keys to the kingdom, the path to the cure. I punch and let the fire come out of my hands. The little booklet marked firebending has been a major help. I used all the books, earth, wind, water, but only this one got results, only this one worked for me. I remembered being younger, feeling the fire, ignoring it, making it twinkle. I won't focus entirely on the fire, only enough to get the cure, to make my own mark. I think I have it, this DNA, thinking of it as two snakes, I would need to find a way to do it with fire. Draco, we're ready. Brother's gone, diplomatic visits, it's just me in Malfoy Manor. Has he taken the potion, the one that protects against fire? My father nods and we walk together to the dungeon. A nude man is strapped to a chair, bonfires all around him. Bite the rubber. He does so and I concentrate, on that feeling, on that power, the twin snakes forming in my mind, and the flame turns a vivid green. I lift my hands and he screams as the fire consumes him. It's over, I sense the change. Give him a wand. They douse him with water and cover his shame, he waves the wand and I see sparks, and then I fall to my knees screaming, I feel my left eye burn out of my skull. I wake up the next day in my bed. We can get a replacement. I sense heat, everywhere, I know how hot and cold things are, I see with my missing eye. Give me an eye patch. I did it, I'm just a little bit closer to you, brother. Harry Potter. Another game of Harry hunting. I feel the rock before it hits me in the back of the head. I dodge and it misses, I see the garbage can ahead, I know I can make this jump. I jump on top of it and then launch myself onto the roof. The rocks miss and I get ready and jump on another rooftop. They can't get me here, up high. High places are safe places, and even when I fall I always land safely, don't know why Dudley can't do it, I don't much care. Maybe I am a freak, I can sense things before they hit me, sense people. I'm the fastest person I know, can jump higher than any other kid, and the air always seems to help me. A stiff breeze slams some leaves in Dudley's eyes, some ash gets blown into a bully's face, even if no one else likes me, even if I don't have any friends I have the air. I pull out my overgrown coat and spread it out, I smile as I glide to the next house. Another game of Harry hunting is over and I win again. Dash. I don't like that boy with the golden hair, don't like the feeling of energy I get when I'm near him. I don't like this Draco Malfoy, but we can't stay away from each other either. I find myself staring at him during meals, our eyes locked upon each other's. There's a connection between us, fire and air. When I fight him I feel like I can do anything, maybe he feels the same way. The meal ends and we get closer, we argue again, like we were born to do it, and then he leaves and I feel empty. A girl grabs Draco's arm. I think I hate Pansy Parkinson just a little more than Draco at that moment. Dash. The troll attacks, and it misses, I'm too fast, much too fast. I blink as an icicle slams into its head, the troll falls dead, and Ron yelps. Hermione looks up with fear in her eyes, a voice comes through. You know Ron, you're wrong, Hermione does have a friend, me. Hermione smiles, I do not know what to feel about the Blackfish. Ron hates him but he never bothered me, and really he's better off without the rat, without Peter, the world's better off without him. The Blackfish, or is it Kingfish, stops. Fucking hell. There are a lot of trolls. Ice flows out of his wrists, his friend, bodyguard, girlfriend, wife nobody knows screams. For Valhalla. Her sword crackles with electricity, Hermione thinks quickly and starts using magic trying to blast them. Ron joins but there are too many. I'm cornered, there is no escape, I'm separate from the others. I hear the scream of fire, and Draco looks at me. He's mine. I summon up my wind and blow a troll out of the window. Draco blinks at me, he's missing an eye, no it's there again almost like a vision of the future. You. It's a question and I nod, we fight back to back, so many trolls. I never thought I'd say this but thank God Draco's here, thank God his minions are here, thank God for Ron, for Hermione, for the bloody pair. A punch gets through and the Blackfish gets hurt. The girl, the Valkyrie, screams and starts ripping up trolls with her bare hands. The Blackfish gets up and kills more trolls. It's chaos in the hall and when it's finished the room stinks of blood, and only we remain, 8 children against a small army of trolls. I feel like we can do anything together, Draco frowns at me. Don't think that this means anything, Potty, it's not like I like you or anything. I don't like you either, Draco. We frown at each other and leave the room, our eyes lock on each other. Grey and green. Luna Lovegood. No one else can see them, the nargles, the pretty glowing things that are everywhere. It's frustrating, but they speak to me, tell me how to do things. Move your hands just a little. The earth moves with me, my father smiles as he watches me, watches the earth move as I create another statue of Mum. I miss her a lot, I make a lot of statues, Mom used to love them. Sometimes I make so many that I have to sell them. Sometimes I make statues for people, it's easy, the stone works with me changing its form, becoming what it was meant to be. I'm sure she will love it. We put the statue on a rug and float it to the hill, on that hill there are dozens of other statues of Mew, I place another one there. I made it for you. The tombstone never talks back, not like the nargles do. I hope you like it, Mum, I miss you. A gentleman wanted another statue, and gave me some rocks, I will make it for him, but before that I will do this, for Mum. Karen Star. Well, that escalated quickly. My lord rubbed his just fixed arm. I smiled at him as I held the bag of troll skulls in the bag. It was a godly battle, the gods will be pleased. My lord sighed at the smelly bag. Okay, and what are you even going to do with that many troll skulls? I smiled at him warmly as he looked me in the eye. Skull throne. My lord sighed. I just spent more than an hour helping you chop off the heads of rotting corpses because you wanted a skull throne. I nodded. Such a thing is necessary after such a great victory, 108 trolls is a good hunt. He put up his hands. Okay, point taken, but still that many trolls never should have gotten through the school's wards, and they were in one large group. That's overkill. Something should have stopped them. Well, there used to be a giant squid between the school and the troll infestation. My lord's eyes closed at that comment. Great, so this is basically my fault. I smiled, humming a tune under my breath about glorious battle and death and the gods. No, my lord, it is our fault. We stopped as a Gryffindor stared at us. Oh crap, it's the bloody pair. He turned around and ran away screaming. We're covered in blood, aren't we, Karen? Yab. Could have sworn I cast a Scourgiffy. He pulled out his wand and cast the spell on himself and then. No. Karen. Being covered with the blood of your defeated enemies is an honor. You just don't like the taste of soap in your mouth. I ran, and my lord yelled. Damn it, Karen, you are going to clean off. We rushed forward as I dodged his cleansing spells. You can't dodge forever, Karen. Valhalla awaits the mighty. We got to our room and I grimaced as a Scourgiffy hit me. I spit as the taste of soap hit my mouth. Okay, Karen, time to go into our room. We opened it. During my lord's recovery it was redecorated, and a floor was put in so we could go visit our island on a more regular basis. I dropped the bag and smiled as the skulls hit the ground. Thanks for helping me get all the flesh off of the skulls. My lord shrugged, and went into the bath. I heard the sound of the newly installed shower. I looked up and saw a pile of mail. Master, we have mail. The shower stopped. Wave the scanning crystal over it to find out which ones are cursed. I shrugged and walked away from my beautiful pile of skulls. I picked up the crystal and waved it over each letter. If it glowed red I put it in a pile for destruction. When I was finished my lord walked out in his pajamas. I smiled as he sat down at the desk. Time for mail. His voice was filled with resignation. Hate mail, hate mail. A head came out and started screaming. My master shrugged and closed the letter. Hate mail. More letters. Hate mail, hate mail, hate mail, and hey. He stared at the letter. What's that? It's not hate mail. He looked at the letter in confusion. Really? I know, this letter wishes me well and congratulates me on my win. He looked at the letter. Is it from your family? No, it's from New York. He stared at the letter. This feels weird, Karen. Well, my lord, you did have a great victory and... He lifted the letter to the light. No, Karen, this doesn't happen. It's a rule in my life that everyone except you will shit all over me. This has to be a trick. I picked up a couple newspapers. He sighed. Okay, Daily Quibbler is normal. They still think I'm the Antichrist. The Daily Prophet thinks I'm pure evil and the New York Wand. He opened it and blinked. They're on my side. He looked through a pile of newspapers sent. My monocle has a translation feature. Okay, someone sent me a Japanese newspaper. His monocle poked out. Master. He looked at me with confusion. They're also on my side, Karen. He picked up other newspapers and put them in a pile and then sat there silently. Master, what's going on? Not everyone hates me. It's a lot to take in, Karen. I shook my head. Want to help me with my skull throne? He sighed. Sure, let's do that. Karen Star. My lord looked over the maps and notes. My lord. The challenge lands, once you remove the goblin lands, and the bits and pieces of what everyone else gets, you have the biggest chunk here. I blinked. Nothing's there. My lord smiled, and waved his hands over the map. 1345, the plague went through the Shetlands. They actually developed the magic to make things unplottable on the Muggle side of things, but they couldn't take on the plague. The independent kings of the area watched their people flee, and since a few of them were Hogwarts graduates, they added their land to the challenge lands. The very biggest chunk. By then Peeves had this reputation for being invincible. The idea was that anyone who could defeat Peeves could restore the land and its people. And my master slumped. The area's completely defunct, everyone died or left a long time ago, even the wizarding world forgot about them, but it's a collection of around 300 islands. It has around 1,466 square kilometers and 566 square miles, adding the islands up together. This forms around 75% of the land holdings we got from killing Peeves. The rest is basically scattered estates, houses, other things. So the rest of the land. The goblin lands have been handed over, and the lawyers were paid a very good price to settle all the land claims I got on other lords' lands and property. I frowned. I can't believe you were so lenient. I gave my word, Karen, they voted the right way so they get their land back, and not all of them were against me. It would be a supreme act of bad faith to not give them back their land. And that's a problem. Wizards can forgive losing a vote and not getting something extra that they never had in the first place, but actually losing land? That causes blood feuds. This way they go home keeping what they had, they keep their pride and can just blame it all on Peter. I looked at the paper, picture the terrified man on the page. He looks scared. My master nodded. That is the look of a man who is totally and completely fucked. I needed a scapegoat that everyone could blame for losing the vote. The man who faked his own death after betraying his best friend to the Dark Lord is a fitting scapegoat. I mean, it would be nice if people gave me some credit for catching him, but it's Wizarding England. He shrugged. Hermione Granger entered our study room in the library, flanked by two boys. My master smiled. Miss Granger, it's lovely to meet you. Are you okay? She nodded. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks for saving me. Ron scowled at us. If you try anything fishy. My master looked him in the eye. You're welcome. Ron grimaced. You lied, everyone thinks that we were mind-controlled and everyone has so much pity, and... My master slammed his hand on the table. The small study room was silent. There are exactly 3 possibilities, Ronald Weasley, and 3 outcomes. In the first one, you and your family suffered from the Imperious Curse. This is a tragic event, and as someone whose family also suffered from that bit of black magic, you have my sympathies. Ron clenched his hands. In that scenario, people give their sympathies and your father and your family are untouched. In the second one, you were all fooled. You ignored a Death Eater in your midst and ignored the fact that rats just do not live that long. In that situation, your father is an incompetent. He pressed his hands together. The ministry fires incompetents, especially ones that are obviously negligent in their duties. Without his job at the ministry, your father would not be able to support his family. You think you're poor right now, and my brother agrees, but I assure you my brother is an idiot. My master leaned back. I have seen real and obvious poverty, Ron, on my lands. Your clothing might be second-hand, but you are clothed. Your meals might be simple, but you eat. Your wand might be second-hand, but at least you have one. Without that job, your family would experience real poverty. Your mother might be forced to sell her body, your sister might be forced to join her in time, and you might be forced to quit school and work what jobs you can find. He put out his hand. The last option is that he was in league with Peter. In that scenario, your father goes to Azkaban. Your mother would likely join him there, and you would have no financial support at all. My master leaned forward. So Ron, you're welcome. You may thank me for saving your family now. Ron's face was now white. Harry stood by him. And you 3 can thank me for saving your lives, or do you honestly think you could have fought all those trolls alone? Harry nodded. Thank you. Good, Harry, you don't owe me a life debt. Instead, my family's life debt to you for freeing us from the Dark Lord is removed. He nodded. Ron, Hermione, both of you owe me and Karen a life debt. I will probably no doubt call it in to bail my dumbass brother out of trouble. Ron crossed his arms. Like what? My lord got up. There's always a group of blood purists, idiots. If it looks like Draco even thinks about doing something that's stupid, I will break his legs, and then I will need some place to put him until that issue is dealt with. Ron's frown lessened as Harry motioned for him to stay silent. Anyway, I'm not here to speak to you, I'm here to speak to Miss Granger. My lord brought out a map, writing and other materials. Miss Granger, for your aid with the whole Peeves thing, I give you the island of Fulla, 1,265 hectares, or 3.5 miles of land. It has a castle on it, Castle Fulla, that was in the hands of the Fulla lords. I will have people repair it in time. I also, as per my right as Slayer of Peeves, and King of the Isle of Man, grant you the title of Baroness, and 50 votes in the British Isles Wisengamot. He nodded. I welcome Baroness Hermione Granger, first of her name, to the magical world's nobility. Hermione stared at the paperwork. It's too much, Pisces. You were a friend to House Black in its time of need. I remember my friends, Miss Granger. She hugged my master, and I felt a sense of anger and jealousy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Eventually the display of affection ended and she walked away. We were alone in the room again. And why did you do that for a mud? Language Karen. For a muggleborn. He turned his head. That paperwork she gave us was the key to our victory. I had a limited amount of time and her very long report was crucial to our success. Second, it is very useful to have a muggleborn that will speak up for us, and third, I want her mind Karen, I want that mind working for us in the future. You think she's worth that much effort? She has the same potential as a young Severus Snape. I blinked at the statement. I want her as an ally Karen, not an enemy. Karen Star. November is quiet, we study, we prepare for our tests and we take a small moment out of each day to talk to the Muggleborn. They're staring at each other again. I watched as my lord's brother and Harry Potter stared at each other, he shrugged. Complementing elements plus magic, I'm not surprised. I stretched out as he fed me another grape. Explain. Complementing elements are drawn to each other, earth and water, fire and air. Opposing elements want to get away from each other, fire and water. Earth and air. Oh, so they were meant to be together, wonder which one will be the seaman. My lord blinked. What? The receiving partner. It is said that such a position can make a man much more potent in certain magical arts. Karen, please don't, I do not want to think about my brother being with anyone, much less Harry Potter. I nodded. I know, Harry would clearly be the Saiyaman, he is a child of destiny and your brother lacks control over his base impulses. Such magic would also explain why he could kill the Dark Lord as an infant. I looked around. The other Hufflepuffs are avoiding us again. I ate another offered grape. It's probably because we're sitting in a throne made out of actual skulls, that tends to scare people off, Karen. I shrugged. Why? We fought the trolls in Mortal Kombat and won, and I made sure to ask everyone else for permission to get all of the skulls. One of the younger puffs stared at me nervously. I calmly ate another offered grape from my master's hand. I made sure to savor the treat. Karen, my legs are falling asleep. I ate another grape. My master, it is November 7th and thus my birthday, this is what I asked from you, a skull throne, and to sit in your lap and be fed by you. I smiled as he grabbed a spoon and I ate some eggs. I spoil you. I nodded and ate some more eggs. So your brother and Harry are destined for each other. My master shook his head and offered me some sausage. A Hufflepuff girl, the redhead was staring at me. I bobbed my head back and forth for a bit and only then did I eat the sausage. She blushed and looked away. No, they're just young and don't have the emotional context for what they're feeling. Once they get older they will gain enough magical resistance to ignore it. It's not a strong compulsion and it only provokes a sense of connection, not anything further than that. He stopped as I bobbed my head around another sausage. Karen, do not play with your food, that's disgusting. Birthday? What happened to the days when my little star was sweet and innocent? I blinked at him. I don't think those days ever happened, my lord. They did, Karen, or if they didn't I prefer to imagine they did. I shrugged and took another bite of eggs. You cannot live in denial, master, it isn't healthy. Yes, I can. Far as I'm concerned, Karen, it's the best damned river in the world right now. More sausage. No doing that thing with your head this time. I make no promises, my lord. Hermione Granger. I want to learn how to defend myself. The bloody pair, considered to be the two most dangerous people in Hufflepuff, and the closest thing I had to friends. That was over 2 weeks ago. Protego. I struggled as I tried to form the shield charm. Again. Protego. We kept going over the same bloody spell over and over again. I felt the shield twinkle out. Again. Pisces' face was impassive. I've already cast it a bunch of times, how many times do I need to cast it, and why can't we go over other magic? He pulled up his arm, and I blinked as a shield charm formed around him. The shield charm, when mastered, protects against curses, jinxes, fire, electricity, and even bullets. The only thing it doesn't protect against when mastered is the killing curse. But it's just one spell. Do not fear the witch who has cast 10,000 spells once, fear the one who cast one spell 10,000 times. In other words, I'm not teaching you a bloody thing until I am sure that you can cast the shield charm without a wand, without using words, with just your will alone. Then and only then will I teach you other spells. I frowned. But it's just one spell, Pisces. I need more than that. The boy in the monocle sighed. Okay, you're smart. When the trolls attacked, how many spells did you remember? I looked away. Everyone, I swear everyone in Hogwarts thinks that it's the number of curses, jinxes and other assorted tricks that makes a dangerous duelist. They're wrong. Fights are won with a few signature spells that have been mastered, not a collection of barely remembered options. He put up his hands. And everyone is overly reliant on those damned wands. I blinked at his statement. But wands can be broken, wands can be stolen, there are disarming spells and suddenly you can't use your little wand and you're helpless. Don't get me wrong, they're fantastic tools, Hermione, capable of doing amazing things, but I'm not about to stake my life on a piece of wood. I put my hands on my hips. But wands are how you use magic. He put out his hand, the shield changing shapes, reflecting the light in different ways. Who got the most kills during the troll attack, Hermione? I frowned. You and Karen. Karen poked her head up, and then scowled as Ron beat her in another game of wizard chess. Did we use wands, Hermione? I bit my lip. No. Prodigo. I blinked as Harry called out the spell. What? It sounds like bloody good advice. I turned to him. I thought you hated Pisces. Look, Ron's the one with the problem, and if I'm going to be stuck here watching you because he's paranoid. Ron frowned. Then I might at least learn something. Pisces nodded. Good, now bring your wand out and think of your shield charm as an actual shield. I cast the spell, and blinked as water hit me. What? If your shield charm can't block water, it's not stopping the more dangerous curses, it's not going to stop projectiles. It won't stop one of my icicles from going into your brain, or summon fire from burning you alive. Now, again. I sighed, and cast the spell again. I really wished I could just learn this from a book, but apparently that wasn't enough. Damn it. Karen must have lost another round. Hermione Granger. Karen danced as the horrid noise played. I was trying to concentrate on holding my shield as Pisces threw snowballs at it. We were near the lake and I was trying to maintain my shield. A snowball went through my shield. Concentrate, Hermione. But that's distracting. She moved her arms to the music and I frowned. Not only was the music bad, her dancing was just bad. Another snowball to the head. You don't think there will be distractions during a real fight? Concentrate. He threw a snowball at Harry and I frowned as he easily blocked the snowball. Can we please change the music to a good band? Karen stopped and glared at me. You don't like Zep? I glared at her as another snowball hit me. No, what even is this noise? This is Kashmir, this is one of their best songs ever. Another snowball to the head. Stop paying attention to Karen and start thinking about your defense. I glared at Karen as the song ended. Another. A snowball hit me. Band, anything else? Karen sighed and hit the boombox. How did she even get a boombox? I frowned as something even worse played. What is this noise? Spoiler, the noise. Karen strummed an imaginary guitar and danced. Harry laughed as he blocked another snowball. Iron Maiden, not as good as the glorious Led Zeppelin but still an excellent band. This song is called Aces High. She started her bad dancing again. I tried to concentrate on blocking the incoming snowballs. Damn it, Karen, I thought you hated muggles. She stopped the music and stared at me. No, I do not have a problem with muggles, they're perfectly fine. I have a problem with muggleborns. She caught herself. They're the same thing. She glared at me. Muggles never bothered me, muggles never broke my windows just because, muggles never attacked my village with roving rape gangs, muggles never burned down a house with children in it because they didn't have any money to pay their taxes. She glared at me with hate. I never had to hide in a closet and try to cover my ears so I wouldn't hear my mother be gang raped, that was all done by muggleborns. I froze. My shield shattered as a snowball hit me. Ron got up. You're lying, you have to be lying. Karen looked at him with empty eyes as if reliving some nightmare. No. Harry looked unnerved. Bloody hell. Don't listen to her, Harry, it's all lies. Karen moved, fast and quick, her fist stopping right under Ron's jaw. Think very very carefully, Ron, think very carefully. The next words out of your mouth better be fucking sorry. Ron looked at her defiantly and then spit in her face. A shield of ice formed instantly in front of Ron and Karen went berserk, moving with incredible speed, anger and rage and hate on her face as she screamed. The ice buckled and strained as it reinforced itself, desperately trying to keep Ron unharmed. I turned around and saw sweat on Pisces' brow as his hands moved, a look of desperation on his face until Karen stopped. She was breathing heavily, still angry. Ronald Weasley, Harry is training, Hermione is training, Karen is being a productive member of this training exercise. You are not training, you are not helping, you are in fact disrupting my lessons. For the sake of everyone else here, either get with the program or leave, but whatever you do, apologize to Karen. He stared at her. It's not true. Pisces' words were slow and methodical. Ever hear of a vicious cycle? The ministry needs people who will do their dirty work, things that will hurt people, things that people don't like. The magical community is tight, Ron, and family-oriented people won't do things to hurt their families. So they turn to muggleborns. He paused. The muggleborns don't have any connection to the magical world, to the community, and it's hard for them to get work, so they do these jobs and people start hating muggleborns, so they treat muggleborns worse and some of them get angry and think, if I'm going to be treated like a monster I might as well be one. Karen stood up. Which makes things worse for all the other Muggleborns, and it doesn't help that no one actually bothers to sit them down and explain our customs to them, our rules of etiquette, our culture. We just act like it's normal, like everyone else should already know it, but things don't work that way, Ronald. It takes time to adjust to a new culture. He stopped. Ron, I know you don't like me, don't like my family, but Dumbledore is working real hard to break that cycle, and so am I, but I can't do it alone. In order to fix this mess we all have to deal with where we went wrong. Ron looked at Karen. Not all Muggleborns are like that. Pisces nodded. I know, the entire tax service isn't like that. I checked, 90% of all the problems are caused by 40 Muggleborns, that's out of a service that has over 1,000 people, but those 40 people are the only Muggleborns that Karen ever dealt with before coming here. I'm trying to work with you guys, but I can't fix this mess alone, Ron. Ron nodded, taking it in. She probably deserved it, working for the Death Eaters like that. Harry's jaw dropped, Pisces blinked and encased Ron in an ice ball, and Karen screamed and kicked him into the water. A tentacle rose from the depths and grabbed the Ron ball and threw it over the castle walls. I watched as he vanished. Pisces stared at Harry. We killed this quid. Harry shrugged. Ron and I helped Hagrid summon a new one. You're not the only one who has adventures, you know. Pisces nodded. You couldn't save Ron from, you know. I can't cure stupid Harry, you angry. Harry sighed. He kind of had it coming. Karen walked over to the boombox. Back to Aces High. Her good mood was seemingly restored by her act of violence. More metal? I asked. She threw up the horns. Always with the metal. Karen Star. It was the first day of the winter vacation. A man with wild brown hair and a mustache sat down. A woman with mostly white hair sat next to him holding his hand. She looked protective. On the other side, a middle-aged woman with black hair sat straight up. A woman with pink hair sat next to her, and a man with glasses stood near the window. The wind blew through the castle and it felt drafty. I, Pisces Black, official head of the Black family, have called a meeting of our surviving family members. There were polite nods. Andromeda Tonks, I think grandfather made an error in judgment. The woman's eyes narrowed. You don't think? He nodded. It was a great injustice, and on his behalf I apologize. Your name will be added back to the tapestry, you and your husband will be given some property, as will your daughter Nymphadora. Dora. My lord shrugged. Dora, all of you will once again receive a subsidy. Andromeda continued to frown. And you think this will make things better, make the past decades just go away? She clenched her hands. And if you think I'm going to end my marriage, you have another thing coming, boy. My lord sighed. First of all, I wouldn't dare ask you to end your marriage, I'm not that stupid. The woman nodded. But I really honestly do want to make things better between us. Grandfather made a lot of mistakes and one of them was turning his back on you. The woman leaned back. What's your game, Blackfish? I gripped my sword tightly. I want to meet my aunt and my cousin. I want the two of you back in my family, that's what I want. The woman leaned forward. My father said his decision was final. Well, with all due respect to the former Lord Black, his decision was a dumbass decision, and as the new Black King I am undoing said dumbass decision. He paused. Unlike Grandpa, I don't give two shits who you married, only that you're family. So are you going to hold a grudge for Grandpa's fuck up, or am I going to get a hug? Sirius smiled and started laughing. The older woman Andromeda smiled and started laughing with him and got up and hugged him. I smiled and the tension within the room dissipated. So what now? My lord sighed. Well, I'm due for an international diplomatic trip which is going to suck balls, so I can't spend more time catching up to you. What I can do is get you and Dora a house. Dora's going to be an Aura, right? She nodded. Well, she needs her own house then. And me? He turned to look at Sirius. I give you 12 Grimmauld Place. Sirius frowned. I never liked that place. It's large enough to hold a large family and has some of the strongest protective magic in the magical world. If you want to take care of Harry well, they're not going to allow it unless the wards are top-notch. Sirius sighed. Damn, you have a good point. His girlfriend placed her hand inside of his and hugged him. He looked up. I'm getting married this Christmas, can your highness spare some time for that? My lord gave him a hug. Of course, uncle, that said, when I come back to school I need you to come with me. Sirius shrugged. Okay. I need you to apologize to Snape, for the werewolf incident, for all of the incidents. Sirius scowled. You have no idea what you're asking for. My lord narrowed his eyes. I got you out of that hellhole, you owe me and you know it. I want you to get on your knees and beg for forgiveness. Sirius leaned back, a scowl on his face. Bloody hell, I hate that greasy twit so much, but you're right, I owe you one. Fine, I'm in. I don't like it, but I'm in. The reunited Blacks hugged each other and then they vanished through the flue. My master looked at his watch. We need to get the dining room prepared now. I nodded and we looked at the dining hall. Servants and elves had been brought in and we waited, men and women in ragged clothing appeared. They looked suspicious but they took their seats in the dining hall. My master walked in amongst them. It is tradition amongst the people of the Black Isles for the highest leader to eat last. I am quite famished, so can you lot get started? The assembled people looked at each other and at the rows upon rows of food and dug in. They looked scrawny and underfed. Their table manners were awful, not as awful as my lord's but still pretty bad. He took a small sandwich and ate it as the assembled horde ate their fill. Some of them cried tears of joy as they ate roasted turkey, boar, and other meat. Only when it was finished did the room go silent. Who is the chosen leader for this meeting of the packs? A red-headed man who looked like a chunk of kisled muscle stood up. He didn't have a shirt on and his bare chest was covered in tattoos. Dear MacTyre, at your service, your highness. My lord nodded. With all due respect, Mac, can we cut through the bullshit? I don't expect a fellow leader of his people to blow sunshine up my ass. The man frowned, and then smiled and then laughed. Oh, I like you, boy. Okay, what do you want? My master grabbed a glass of water. I have come to talk to you because you are a people without a land and I have land without a people. Mac's eyes narrowed. Explain. Nowhere on the planet is there a nation for werewolves by werewolves. You have ranges, places to live but not true independence. This wasn't always true, and I know you all talk longingly of the lands of ULF, but those days are gone. The wolf nodded. I offer you the island of UNST, the northernmost island of the Shetland Island chain. Once upon a time it was a wizarding kingdom, now it lies empty. How much land? 46 square miles Muggleside, or 120 square kilometers, all of it unplottable so Muggles won't know it exists. The much larger Magic Side has 138 square miles of closed space, or 360 square kilometers, altogether that's 184 square miles of land or 480 square kilometers. Out of the islands UNST has the largest amount of closed space, and as we all know Muggles can't disturb closed space. Natural entrances to closed space. 17 all located on the island, which is unplottable. Mac leaned back. What do you want, boy? No one offers this much unless they want something back. My lord shrugged. Trade, an agreement of friendship, and to of course leave my other lands alone. I have plans for them. He nodded. I also think that too many werewolves have died in wizard affairs. Why, it seems like every Dark Lord makes an offer and more wolves die, and well, what did they deliver? Mac looked away. Nothing. My master smiled. Exactly. That said, your group, your organization has a loose cannon, a pack leader that just won't get with the program. The assembled group leaned forward. Fenrir Greyback, I want him officially kicked out of your group of werewolf nationalists. I would preferably like it if he died, but I understand if that's not possible at the moment. Mac looked around and the assembled crowd. They look at the map with a mixture of hunger and hope. He got up and strutted around the tables. Well folks, you heard the boy, our own bloody homeland, something we haven't had in over 500 years, in exchange for telling Fenrir to go fuck himself. What's the decision, people? A woman with disheveled brown hair got up. Fuck him, I never liked the prick. One by one the other werewolves got up and voted in unison. My lord smiled. Well then. He clapped and men with paperwork came in. We have some paperwork to sign, and after that will be dessert, and of course an open bar. This occasion calls for a drink. There were wild cheers. Long live King Black, long live the king. My master lifted his glass. To the werewolf country of UNST. To UNST. I didn't know my master's game, but it was always good to have more friends. Hermione Granger. The island of Fulla stretched out before me. My parents walked with me, their eyes open in amazement. And this is all yours? I nodded. This is my island, Mom, Dad. They looked around as the ocean crashed into the cliffs. And you own all of it? I smiled. I am the official Baroness of the island of Fulla. And it was official. I had made sure to let Pansy Parkinson know that a Moodblood now officially outranked her. I enjoyed the look on her face as she turned a brilliant shade of red and then a slight purple. I didn't much care for Pansy, was it fair? Maybe not. I gave Karen a bit of a pass. Then again, Karen had reasons for being the way she was. I didn't like that she disliked Muggleborns, but I at least understood why. At least Karen tried to be civil. And it helped that she wasn't a blood purist. She didn't care a bit about half-bloods, purebloods, or squibs. To my surprise, she didn't hate Muggles either. She's been perfectly polite to both my mum and my dad during this entire trip. So she just disliked Muggleborns. I didn't like it, but at the very least she was working on it. At the very least she didn't have nasty little comments about every little thing like Pansy. Pansy though had money. She didn't have Muggleborns go into her village and hurt people like Karen. She seemed to look down on anyone who didn't have 4 wizard and witch grandparents, but I was officially better than her. Baroness Granger, I see you brought your parents. Pisces smiled and gave them both a hug. It was strange, Pisces dressed like an arrogant rich type. Monocle, fancy clothing, and those white gloves, but he was one of the most down-to-earth and helpful people I met here. These two were the bloody pair, the scariest Hufflepuffs in the school, and after spending a month training with them I considered them my friends. Karen, Pisces. I hugged Pisces and Karen frowned, then I hugged her, she resisted at first and then hugged me back. It's good to see you, Granger. It was the first time she hugged me back, always baby steps with her. She stopped. Well, come on, Hermione, it's time to see your castle. I smiled and followed him. Karen had a hand on her sword. So did Pisces give you anything? I am the Baroness of Bressy, it's a little bigger than your island, has more of the hidden world. I blinked as we walked through a cliff and saw a castle. Wow! Like it? It was built by the witch Queen Bridget, the first queen of Phila. My parents followed me as we walked inside. I saw wizards and witches working together to fix things. Wicked. I frowned at my dad's use of slang. So this is... Did your father bring the thing you asked for? I sighed as Dad brought out the bubble wrap. Excellent. We sat down at an old wooden table. The world, this universe is not as it appears. Now Hermione, think about things realistically. You have seen magical plants and animals, right? I nodded. Now realistically, knowing nature, do you honestly think that these magical beasts wouldn't be dominate in our world? We're talking about super predators with supernatural abilities after all. I thought about it. Probably not. That's because these creatures don't live in the Muggle world, your world. They live in the hidden world, the magical world, or as I like to call it, closed space. He grabbed the bubble wrap. The universe we live in isn't as it appears, it's not one small consistent piece of plastic, it's a lot like this bubble wrap, with smaller and larger bubbles of space-time. But it's also a part of this universe, connected to it. These bubbles contain higher amounts of magical energy, and magical beasts need this energy to live. They can live in the Muggle world for a time, but they would in time die like a sailor without vitamin C. My father nodded. So we're in a pocket dimension. He nodded. Yes, but one that is connected to other pocket dimensions. I'm sorry if I can't explain it very well, my knowledge of Muggle science is sadly limited and this subject involves math that makes my eyes bleed. My father laughed and smiled. So you made my daughter a baroness and gave her an island. My friend nodded. Your daughter was of great help to House Black during its time of need, her research was crucial in my defeat of Peeves. The ghost. Pisces shrugged. More like an evil spirit of pure malice and mischief. When I destroyed him I gained land, it was only right that your daughter got to enjoy the fruits of victory. I smiled and my dad chuckled. I always knew you would do great things, Hermione, and now a baroness and you have the ear of a king. My friend smiled. It's a small kingdom, with little more than 60,000 people. Still, I have never met a king before. Pisces shrugged. You gave me pizza and I only became a king recently, I'd rather not let the experience go to my head. My father looked around. So can we explore? Ask your daughter, it's her castle, not mine. I smiled and grabbed my parents' hands and showed them around. As the sun got low, Pisces and Karen came close to me. I'm sorry, Miss Granger, but the world calls. You can't stay. He sighed sadly. I owe a lot of people a lot of favors, I'm sorry. I gave him a hug and then Karen looked at me and gave me an awkward hug. I guess you're one of the good ones. The whole moment seemed tense and uncomfortable for both of us, but it was progress, I guess. Come on, Mom and Dad, let's go check everything out. I now had my own island, friends, and was a member of nobility, not bad for 3 months. Albus Dumbledore. With the winter break came an opportunity to have a talk, an important one. Pisces Black. Severus, Minerva, and Arthur were in the same room. I don't like the kid. I looked up. He helped save your son's life. He ruined my reputation. I waved him off. I personally warned you about going into that vote, Arthur, that said your family is better off without Peter. The man shuddered. I still can't believe that creature was really a Death Eater. I nodded in sympathy. Peter's betrayal took us all by surprise. Personally, if I had been informed about the plan, then maybe I could have done something to prevent serious years of suffering. I felt bad about that. He had been a good and loyal friend during the war. The news that he had gone dark had hit me hard. I was pleased that the reports were wrong. Pleased to have him back, though the news hurt Arthur's popularity a bit. It was worth it to free an innocent man. Still, it's going to be that much harder to get approval for raids now. My influence took a serious hit during the votes. You and I both know that incident could have gone a lot worse for both you and your family. Our little fish was very merciful to you. Arthur scowled. He's on our side now? Please explain how. He saved Miss Granger's life, he saved Mr. Potter's life, and he saved your son's life, and we also cannot prove that he tied up and beat up your sons. You have to remember, Arthur, that the boys had a lot of enemies. It might be the case that the Hufflepuffs simply had enough of their nonsense and took matters into their own hands. He nodded. That still doesn't mean he's on our side. I pulled out the ruin of the diadem. It turns out that Voldemort is not completely dead. The three of them stared at the crown. Minerva stared at it. What was that? The former vessel for a chunk of Voldemort's soul, a method to return from the world of the dead, apparently hidden in our school. Pisces handed it over to me for destruction. Arthur sat back. Well, I take back everything bad I said about the boy. Did he tell you why he handed it over? I took a lemon drop. Multiple reasons. He wanted a cure for his crippled hands. Minerva frowned. He does just fine. Those gloves have water-filled wires, he uses them to move his hands. Without those gloves he can't use his hands at all. I had the school nurse confirm it when he got injured saving Mr. Potter and his friends. Minerva looked away, Arthur sighed. I got my teeth kicked in by a crippled 11-year-old, great right in the ego albus. Second. Ah good, the sweet part of the lemon drop kicked in. He wanted to save his people and his land, I decided to test his character. And? Arthur leaned in. He chose to protect an island of squibs over saving his hands. I asked Flamel to borrow his stone to fix his hands after the vote but he said no. I've been trying to talk Fox into helping me instead, it should work. So he saved his people, so anything else? Snape leaned against a wall looking bored. Yes, young Pisces took a special offense to how the Dark Lord treated his godfather, apparently his decision to not spare Lily came back to haunt him. Snape blinked. His words were no one fucks with family and Snape's family. The young man hid a smile. I do not know why the boy would think such a thing. It is okay to be loved Severus, though young Pisces has a rather dirty mouth. He does care for you, as far as he's concerned Voldemort hurt you, and now. It's personal, he's also far more reasonable than his father and grandfather are. I pulled out a newspaper. It appears that the werewolves have a new homeland, it also appears that the packs have officially kicked a certain werewolf out of the pack council, it will be much easier to catch Mr. Greyback now. They nodded. I would like to note that their current homeland is located in lands Mr. Black won in combat. I know that he is at times coarse and short-tempered but we should consider the young king an ally in our war against the darkness. There were nods and smiles, progress while slow was being made bit by bit, and I had faith that the youth of the wizarding world bring a brighter day than we ever could. Karen Star. Row upon row of houses, all of them standing upon chicken legs. My lord looked around nervously. Karen, your best behavior. I rolled my eyes. My lord, we're guests. He looked around nervously and I saw some weird tubes on some of the houses. What are those? Missile launchers, cannons, in a few cases actual nuclear weapons. Look Karen, I know sometimes you get well angry at stuff, but this time both of us have to be polite. Baba Yaga isn't a joke, all those stories about how strong she is, how powerful they're true Karen. He paused, his legs shaking. This is a woman who has obliterated armies, she is stronger than me, than you, than everyone in Wizarding England. She is a one-woman army, not only is the hype real, she is the hype. We jumped as we heard a cane slam against the ground. Oh, please go on, I do enjoy it when people talk about me. My lord cringed, his body becoming smaller, his face contorted in a mask of calm. Hello, it's good to see you, miss. She looked like a little old lady in old-fashioned clothing, she seemed to be warm, friendly and had a bit of a nose. Now, be honest boy, what are you feeling? My lord frowned. Terror and fear, with a side of awe but mostly the fear. The woman leaned on her cane. Good, good, that means you're not stupid, now explain why you're here boy. He stood tall. I owe you a cure for 5,000 squibs. The woman nodded. Good, good, now what do you need? A large swimming pool full of water, squibs wearing bathing suits at most. I believe I can have this taken care of in 3 days, then I need to go elsewhere. I have other diplomatic trips, ma'am. She looked at him. We will get that all set up for you, but first we go into my house, yes. The largest house walked up to us, it lowered itself and we walked inside of it. I smiled. A skull throne. Baba Yaga blinked. You're not frightened? I smiled. I have one back home made out of troll skulls. I mean I had help but I killed a lot of them by myself. The woman nodded. It is good to have your own throne, but in the future it should be made out of your own kills. Now this throne. She jumped onto the throne and then lounged. Is made out of a mixture of wood and Russian skulls. That is so metal. The woman smiled and then frowned. You boy, step up. She looked him in the eye. An outsider, hey, haven't had one of those since Nick. You think you were robbed out of a lot of your potential power, you were, but that was the price of entry boy, so were the other elements. You think you're above this world, above its rules, but you're not. Her eyes were unfocused. The world is unbalanced, the mundane is too powerful, magic too rare. The spirits of this world saw a chance, a cure for the squibs would restore the balance, but they won't put all their eggs in one basket. They stole your elements, scattered them. In time all will make the choice you did, and the spirits will take an eye from each of them just like they took yours. My lord frowned. I see, you choose a companion, good, this is good, outsiders do not do well when they are alone, and Flamel's wife keeps him in check. You are not outside our context, but you have a purpose outsider, an important one, Wizard King. Do not think that you asked for this world, it demanded your presence. She turned to me. And make sure he doesn't go crazy, would you, girl? I nodded. I will do my best. The woman blinked as a skull glowed. Ah, the pool is ready. My master went to the pool and I watched squibs get in, the water glowed and then the next batch came in. The cryptic conversation bothered me, but as day turned to night my master collapsed on the ground. I carried him to a room, and let him recover. When he woke up he looked at me. So, outsider. He looked away. What does that mean, master? I made a deal, a painful one, to become more powerful. I shrugged. That was good enough for me. Karen Star. Your debt is repaid. I put my fingers through my lord's hair as Baba Yaga spoke to us. He's out of it. She nodded. Walk with me. I nodded, and got up. 3 days had been pretty brutal for my lord, more lay ahead though. The elderly lady nodded respectfully, and I walked next to her between the rows of chicken leg houses. We were silent, it was night time. You're not using your full potential, young one. I stopped. I probably need to study more. She smiled knowingly. I wasn't talking about that. In some ways, you have the potential to outmatch even me, little Valkyrie, but you don't realize it. I saw fires in the distance. You made a deal for power. I frowned. What did you give up, girl? I felt a compulsion to talk as we grew closer to the fire. Love, and loyalty. She stopped and frowned. A fool, you gave up the 2 most precious things. That is the key to your power, loyalty to your lord and to love him, your strength is your chains. Her voice was sad. You have a dim view of love. I have lived a long time, never put too much stock in it. You can be more though, more than what you are. The fires glowed and I saw power, just power. You could be stronger, but it would require binding yourself closer to him. The fire stopped and she gave me a small envelope. What's this? If you ever decide to go further, to become what you were meant to be, this is a key to do so. I stared at the paper, at the ritual. Why give this to me? The old woman shrugged. The boy did me a great service, and I'm bored and this will amuse me. I shrugged at the comment and watched my lord sleep. When he woke up we got up, a coin was presented and we vanished. I smelled cherries and watched as pink flowers flowed around us. Okay, Japan's here, we just owe them a 1,000 squibs. I can nail that in half a day and then we can run away before we get murdered by an angry mob. He grimaced as a crowd with signs got closer to us. Karen, we might have to run. My lord. Those signs, they have my name on them. He looked at me in terror. We can't afford an international incident, Karen, we need to run, now. We turned around just as an older girl pointed at us. We started running, they were yelling as they chased us. You know what they're saying, my lord? Not a clue, Karen, but they're yelling it so you know it can't be good. I blinked. I think I hear giggling, my lord. Karen, with my luck that's a Japanese war cry, we just. He smiled and grabbed me, water flowed out of his wrist and we flowed up to the roof, he frowned. Shit. What is it? He pointed and I saw a billboard that had my lord's image. What's it say? Not a goddamned clue, the translation function ran out of juice. That happens. Do you have any idea how much monocles cost? Especially ones with a translation function. Can't you recharge it? I have no idea how to do that, Karen. But you know a lot about magic. About potions, yes, some stuff about monsters and plants, and I know a bunch of languages, none of that told me how to recharge a monocle. We went down lower and I frowned as we saw poster after poster with my lord's face on it. Okay, we might be fucked, Karen. How fucked? Well, we were chased by an angry mob, there are wanted posters everywhere, we don't speak the language and apparently I have done something to truly enrage the entire goddamned island. Like what? He shrugged. Fuck if I know. People just tend to dislike me from some reason. I thought about it. Maybe it's because of your bad table manners. Hey, my manners are just as good as Ron and no one gives him any shit. You curse a lot, you're kind of rude, and you push through everything like a bull in a china shop, you don't consider the feelings of others, you keep doing crazy things like fighting monsters and you don't respect your elders. You shove your food into your mouth and eat too quickly, when you smile it's obviously forced and it's kind of scary. My smile is absolutely brilliant. No master, it's this horrible, it's like this weird grimace thing, you also hold grudges like no tomorrow, you don't care about rank, privilege or blood, and you're generally thoughtless, negative, paranoid wet blanket and you kind of whine too much too. Seriously, you're rich, have your own kingdom and have me, what are you bitching about? My master put his hands on his waist. If I'm so horrible, why are you with me, Karen? Your ass, sir, your glorious ass, and you also have nice legs that you hide under your robes, which isn't fair at all. I have sworn that one day I will touch that glorious ass and glide my tongue all over those legs. His jaw dropped. And why are you telling me this? I pointed at the growing crowd that surrounded our building. Fuck, we are screwed, really screwed. He paced back and forth. And you also pace back and forth all the time, you're going to burn a hole in a rug someday. This is not the time, Karen. Okay, we're going to have to make a break for the Muggle side of, well, wherever the fuck we are. He stopped. How far can you fly? 6 minutes now. Shit, that might not be enough. I stopped, the ritual still hidden in my pocket. Baba Yaga said my power wasn't from the sun, she said I was powered by love. He looked down. They have little photos of me and pens, no doubt for some very nasty ritual, God, well, no choice. He gave me a hug. I'm sorry. He pressed his lips against mine and I felt raw power flow through my entire body. Okay, I think the exit point is that way. I grabbed him and rocketed forward. I never flew this hard, this fast before. The idyllic Japanese setting vanished and we were in some Muggle city. I froze. Music store. Karen, we need to keep a low. I went in. Profile. I looked at the tapes. Metal. The store owner, a young man with wild hair, looked up. Metal. I threw up the horns and banged my head. The man nodded and took me to a section. Karen. I don't have any money. My master sighed and pulled out some cash. He bought me a tape and a cassette and the batteries to go along with it. Loudness is very good band. The man threw up the horns. I joined him and we both banged our heads. Great, we have to go now. I'm sorry for him, he doesn't understand the bond between metal heads. The man shrugged and I smiled. Lonely Heart, pretty good song. I frowned as 3 men with wands confronted us. Toshi Yamada, Tokyo Warriors, we are here to get you to the embassy. My lord nodded, he took out his monocle and cleaned it, his hands shaking. Good, we just got chased by an angry mob. The Auror looked at him with confusion. Angry mob? My master nodded and put his monocle back in place. Yes, they had photos of me and... The officer held up his hands and spoke to the others and then they started laughing. That wasn't an angry mob, that was your fan club. I shrugged and threw up the horns, it was a surprisingly good song after all. Percy Weasley. Law and order is the foundation of any good society. A prefect is not a bully, a prefect does not give someone favor just because they're from the same house, a prefect defiantly doesn't give his twin brothers a pass for pranking people just because they're family. But they're Slytherins, they had it coming. A prefect doesn't give someone a pass so they can throw an exploding paint bomb onto the Slytherin table. I was barely able to cover the bomb with my body before it went off, my front was covered with red paint, and my ribs still hurt. If I had been a little slower, that paint could have gone into people's eyes. But I had them by the ears, I twisted and they groaned. I feel something hot inside, was it blood? It smelled like blood. What kind of casing did you use? Iron. I frowned, great, my chest had shrapnel in it. And what would have happened if that had gone into people's eyes? George. He looked away. Pomfrey would have dealt with it. I twisted harder. Oh. You're going to the headmaster right now. House loyalty comes second to the law, no one is above the law, that comes from Bartimus Crouch Sr., the man who successfully ended the war. So serious was his dedication to the law that he put his own Death Eater son in prison. You never think, the two of you never think, you don't think about the consequences, what happens to people after the prank, how long it takes to clean up your messes. I'm getting woozy, no, a prefect does not show weakness, usually to Fred and George. Fudge. I toss them into the room, it's getting hard to breathe, is that in my head? A young Percy. These two tossed a pain bomb onto the Slytherin table. Oh well, I will have a long talk to these two about high spirits. I closed the door and went CE in pain. I walked forward and saw my friend on the force, Penelope Clearwater, Ravenclaw, Muggleborn with long golden hair and deep sea blue eyes. Those were eyes a man could drown in, and maybe I was guilty of that. She cast a scour jiffy and then gave me a hug. I winced. We can't, not in public, people would go after you. She gently caressed the side of my face. Maybe I think you're worth it. Her touch seemed to soothe my soul as we stood in that hallway. You're hurt. It's nothing. She smiled, her hand on my face. When the man I love gets hurt, it's never nothing, Percy. My partner, she walks a beat with me, keeps these hallways safe. It was supposed to be a cold relationship, a professional one. I'm not supposed to be this weak. I put my hands around her waist and hold her closer, our lips meet. She smells like a mixture of berries, in spring. We're in public. Then they can watch. Penelope Clearwater, my golden penny. Sometimes, I feel like she's the one good thing I have in this horrible world. The kiss ends too soon, it always does. Come, follow me, I know a place, I will take care of you. I always felt dirty, before the trial, before they caught Peter, I always felt like there was something wrong with me. I didn't like the whole trial, I understood why, 60,000 potential Death Eaters? Yet I understood why Dad was terrified, why everyone was scared. But I also had to comfort the Granger girl who told me in a small voice what happened to her last trunk. I didn't feel comfortable prejudging people. You had to follow the rules, you had to follow procedure, that's what Crouch's book said, and he caught more Death Eaters than anyone else. Shame about his kid, but even the greatest men are not immune from disaster. Penny opened a door and I saw a washroom and a bed, there were roses on it. I sat on the bed. Someone have plans? I might have had something planned before, well, that happened. Penny bit her lip a little, her face was flushed and her body moved with a nervous energy. Take off your shirt, Percy. I took off my robe slowly, her eyes were glued to me as I removed my shirt. Oh bloody hell. It's nothing. It's not nothing, Percy. Lay down. Penny wanted to be a medical witch and heal people. I wanted to go into the ministry and work with my hero, work with Crouch. You're a mess. Iron casing round the paint bomb. Her fists clenched as she opened her kit. Idiots, idiots. Yeah, but better me than someone else. The room was silent, tears ran down Penny's face. Don't ever say that. She pulled out some tweezers and carefully plucked out the shards of iron. She dabbed my wounds with some kind of potion, my skin hissed as the wound sealed. I thanked him. Penny looked up. What? No one else was there. I caught him alone and my dad was talking to Dumbledore and I thanked him, the Blackfish. Percy. I sighed, the feelings of being dirty returning. I remembered that odd feeling of terror when someone said the word fun. I had holes in my memory, sometimes time would pass and I didn't know what happened, sometimes. I paused, the pain forcing me to stop. Sometimes, my mouth would hurt, sometimes my bum, and no matter how much I cleaned myself I always felt dirty. I looked away. Percy. Things made sense after the trial, and I really don't want those memories back, Penny, because I'm afraid of what I would find out. The room was silent. That isn't your fault, Percy. She caressed my cheek again. Some lion, hey? Thought we were supposed to be brave. She crept up close to me. You're brave enough to jump on a bomb, brave enough to take your brothers to the headmaster when they mess up, you're brave enough for me. I look away. Why? Why would you want me? She kissed me again, getting closer. Maybe red hair gets me all hot and bothered. People make fun of my hair. She shrugged. They're missing out, redheads are sexy as hell. I blushed and then looked up, her robe fell to the ground. Penny. If I can't be your first, then I want to be your best. She took off her shirt and crept up closer to me. I thought about the past, about the trial. I met Crouch, after the trial, I ran off. I needed to think, needed to deal with my world falling apart. It's okay, boy. Barty Crouch Sr., my personal hero, he looked tired, beaten. Sir. Somehow he manages to do it, even after he's gone he manages to ruin things. We had Muggleborns in Slytherin in my day, before he came around. Back then my house meant something, it was about ambition, it was about results, what you brought into the world, what you created with your own two hands, that's what mattered, before he came round. He tossed a small bit of bread into a pond, a duck grabbed it and ate it. What happened was horrible, but never forget that you have a right to be happy, boy. Penny struggled to take her skirt off. I can help. I felt so awkward and useless, like a lummox. Penny was so small and delicate and beautiful and I was worried about hurting her. My hands went around her waist and slid the dress down. She was in her knickers now and I just had my pants on. I want you to help me with the other stuff. She turned around, her breathing heavy and I clumsily unclasped her bra, then I pulled down her knickers and she was nude. Her butt was small, pert, and beautiful. She turned around, and started fumbling with my belt. Penny. I want to do this, Percy, please. She took off my pants and knelt before me, her breasts were small and perky and her mouth wrapped around my willy. Penny. She stopped. I heard that during your first time guys go off, when we're doing it, I want it to last. I nodded, her mouth wrapped around my willy again and I felt her lick and suck, her head bobbing back and forth. My willy got hard and I felt it release. I felt a little tired. Things felt awkward, weird. You can spit it out in the sink. She smiled, and swallowed. I want you inside me, but first mind if I brush my teeth? I sat on the bed as she brushed her teeth. So this room. Storage closet, I managed to find some lost keys first year. I met you, just outside this room, this is where we first met. She spit out the toothpaste, still nude, her golden hair covering one of her eyes. You're a dangerous dame. Well, it's only fair, you stole my heart. She got on top of me and hissed in pain. Penny. Keep going, please keep going Percy, it's not going to feel good unless you keep going. We kissed each other as we made love, she moaned. Penny. So this is a bloody orgasm. Penny. Worth it, when you're ready Percy come inside me. But you. I took a potion, I don't want you to worry about anything. I came inside her and we collapsed. I twirled her golden hair in between my fingers, I felt guilty. I don't deserve to be this happy. Penny pressed her lips against mine. Stop insulting the man I love. We laid there for a while and then got dressed. We sat there on that bed, saying nothing. Penny. Percy, if you think that's the last time you're crazy. We both laughed and we held each other. Maybe I don't deserve it, maybe I never will, but I have Penny and as long as I have her, I'm happy. Harry Potter. I didn't want to go back to the Dursleys so I decided to stay here, at school. I still can't believe she didn't get in trouble. I sighed. You had that one coming. I winced as I said that. Ron was my first friend ever, I was afraid of losing him, of not having him around, but at the same time I was getting tired. She tried to punch my block off. After you spit in her face, by the way Ron, that was disgusting. He smiled. Yep, got her right in the eyes too. I felt my sense of frustration grow. You spit in her face right after you called her a liar, you know she helped save our lives, right? She probably helped the Blackfish sneak the trolls into the castle in the first place. I frowned. He's Malfoy's boy, so he has to have some sneaky plan, something evil planned. I felt a headache grow. I don't think you know what you're talking about, Ron. He turned and looked at me, his face angry. Those animals killed my uncles, those animals killed, murdered, and raped and are evil. I took in a breath. You weren't complaining when they were saving our butts. Ron got up. There is no proof that they brought any trolls to the castle. I talked to the Hufflepuffs when Fishy heard about the trolls, his words were fucking hell, and then he ran to save Hermione. Yes, so, it's probably some plan to screw her over too. Shut up. I got up. Why do you have to be so difficult? If Fishy wanted to hurt you, all he had to do was just let Karen destroy you after you picked a fight with her. I didn't start a fight. I started pacing back and forth. Really? Maybe I don't know anything about the magical world, but back home in the muggle world, when someone spits in your face, that starts a fight. She gave you a chance to apologize, to say you're sorry, but you just doubled down and said that her mother deserved to be raped. I put my hands up in the air. That's messed up, Ron, that is really messed up. I mean, her mother was a squib. By all accounts Voldemort didn't use squibs in his army. Harry, she's lying. I turned towards him. You know what, a couple months ago I would have believed you, because I believed everything you said. It's nice and it's comforting to think those are the good guys and these are the bad guys and have everything be so simple, but what if it's not simple, Ron? Harry, it is. What if it isn't? What if Fishy's right and we're all stuck in a vicious cycle where we're just people being mean and cruel to each other? What if it's just revenge for revenge with no way out? I don't want to be this old man fighting people forever, Ron. That's just kind of sad. Ron frowned. He's just messing with your head, Harry, you shouldn't listen to him. I pointed at Ron's chest. The only reason I was there was because you were paranoid that he was going to hurt Hermione. You know what I saw last month, him trying to teach her the shield charm. Big deal, one spell, ooh. I pulled out my wand and watched the shield form. I didn't use the words, I didn't need it. Hermione doesn't need the words either, by the end of the year we might not even need wands to do it. I checked, they don't teach first eyes this spell, Ron, you don't learn it until 4th year. He beat up my brothers. After they pranked Hufflepuff, even the twins admitted they had that coming, they even bowed and said good show after they got dressed, and he got the guy who betrayed my parents behind bars. And now everyone just feels sorry for us. That could have gone a lot worse, Ron, he could have destroyed your family. I think Fishy's being honest with us. He's smart, really smart, and I think he knows that the world is really messed up. His brothers and ours. And Fred and George aren't. Ron froze and shrugged. Point taken. I talked to Hermione about him, and he's not a blood purist, Ron. He told her he saw exactly where that leads, and you know what, I think I believe him. I walked over to a chair and slumped. I'm not apologizing to him, you remember what his uncle did, right? I took in a breath. Ron flinched and looked away. Ye got framed for murder by his best friend, there was a trial and everything, and now I have a godfather. Now I don't have to go back to the Dursleys and I owe it to Fishy. I looked up at the wall. Harry, I'm sorry. I got up and put on my robes. Harry, where are you going? I sighed. I don't know what's going on, Ron, and I don't think I can trust you to tell me the truth anymore. Harry, stop being like that. I put on my shoes. Maybe you're right and Fishy's a bad guy, maybe you're wrong and he isn't, maybe Karen is lying and that would be horrible, or maybe you're kind of a jerk. Ron looked at me with anger. Excuse me. Either way, I'm going to talk to Dumbledore and find out what's really going on. I left the bedroom and slammed the door. I heard something hit the door. Fine, Harry, be that way. I left. There was no point arguing with Ron until I got some answers. Draco Malfoy. Second week of winter break, my father shook hands with the commissioner. He was dressed in a pressed blue suit, spoke with a slight accent and his features were Asian in origin. His pin had a red and blue yin-yang symbol on it and his name tag said Mr. Park. Though aging, he moved around with a kind of energy that reminded me of a large cat or tiger. Mr. Malfoy, I know the entire wizarding world thanks you for bringing another miracle into the world. My father smiled. My boys are special, sir. He offered us some seats and we sat down. More so than you think. My father frowned a little. Can you please explain? The commissioner brought out some paperwork and read through it. As far as we can tell, the ability to cure squibs, it's a bloodline trait associated with one's lineage, like the ability to change shape, or naturally read minds. It is very likely that only your sons and their children will have this capability. I frowned. I worked hard, I trained hard to make it happen. The commissioner smiled. No one's saying you didn't, Draco. Other wizards born with traits like yours also have to train their skills. You're a very special young man. He turned to my father. It does appear that 3 a day is your son's maximum. My father nodded. Draco, you are trying your best, right? I felt a sense of frustration. Pisces could fix thousands of people now and I could only fix a mere 3, I was still so far behind. Yes, it just doesn't work after the third one. He nodded politely. I wonder why you went to the International Commission instead of the Ministry. My father's frown grew more pronounced. My family has been rather shabbily treated by the Ministry as of late, and we all know how long their testing phase lasted. It was a rather unseemly amount, was it not? The commissioner had a pencil in his hands and I heard a snapping sound during that comment. The commissioner put his hand into a box and brought out a new pencil. The old broken one was placed into the trash. Your point is made. I read about what happened to poor Pisces, and quite frankly, Mr. Malfoy, I was disgusted. To treat someone who attained what was thought to be impossible so badly. He sighed, and my father shrugged. People in the United Kingdom hold grudges. Unfortunately, I suffered greatly under the Imperious curse as did many others. Park rolled his eyes. That Dark Lord business, we don't care about that. That was a domestic matter, Mr. Malfoy, and despite the United Kingdom's delusions of grandeur, no offense. None taken. It was not a matter of international concern. The cure for squibs is however a matter of international concern, which is why the commission exists. My father nodded. That is quite reasonable. What is the current deal with my other son? 1/3 of cures would be under his personal discretion, 1/3 international, and 1/3 to the Ministry of the United Kingdom. My father smiled. Since there is now 2 people that will have to change, yes. The commissioner smiled. Explain. The international need is much greater than our domestic needs. My son Draco is capable of picking up the slack at that point. That would of course free up another 1/3 for you, and the needs of the international community. The commissioner smiled. That sounds like a worthy idea, but that is a sacrifice. The Malfoys are dedicated to the well-being of the international community, and I firmly consider myself to a citizen of the world. Mr. Park nodded, smiling. It is good to see that you care so much for global affairs, but it's a much more limited process, with more requirements. My father smiled. Which means we're going to need more discretion over who we pick than Pisces. I love both of my children, but fire is a more dangerous element. So we're going to have to carefully pick and choose which squibs we cure. I hope you don't mind if we get that in writing. Mr. Park's smile was predatory. We will prepare it in triplicate. My father sighed. But, well, like I said, though I love my country, I am a citizen of the world, and occasionally the Malfoy family would like to help the poor squibs of other lands. After all, the commission process is a lottery and doesn't account for rather immediate needs. The commissioner nodded. I completely understand, consider it done. It was an absolute pleasure to talk to you. Hands shook, paperwork was signed and we walked out of the building. My father smiled. So what happened? Do you know how your brother's cure is administered? I shook my head. The International Confederation of Wizards, the big leagues as it were, have agreed to handle the cure through a lottery system. Squibs and their relatives buy lottery tickets and the winners get cured. The money is split between Pisces and the new commission for administrative, building and other costs, with a portion going to our ministry as tax. I nodded. The deal was 1/3 of the cure would be under your brother's personal discretion, 1/3 would go to the United Kingdom and 1/3 to the world. The United Kingdom's share is now gone, taken over by you, and since we were granted official discretion by the international community that gives us power to pick and choose. I smiled. We help out our allies and supporters first and build up our power. My dad hugged me. Correct, now there will be people we help for the extra money, those that don't want to deal with the vagrancies of chance. This will help us fill our coffers and make our service more exclusive, and since we now know that this is a bloodline magic, you will have the best options when it comes time for you to get married. I thought about my house, about Pansy, she seemed to really like me. What if I decide I want someone, else? My dad got on one knee. Draco, I honestly want the best for you. I know there are a lot of cute girls at Hogwarts and I encourage you to have fun, but there are plenty of fish in the sea and I want you to have the very best. So have girlfriends, get some practice, but remember that they're just practice, okay, unless they're very special, of course. I nodded. So Pisces already has quite a few offers, but both of you are much too young to think about getting married. I nodded. He likes Karen. My father frowned. She is a good and loyal girl, but she doesn't have what it takes to be a queen. I would sooner choose that Granger girl over her. I frowned. The mood blood. Ugh. Draco, I really hope you are not using that kind of language at school, it's beneath us. But she's a... My father tilted his head. Do you know why we support blood purity? To protect our magic. He nodded. It's not something we do to be cruel, Draco, or mean. It's to preserve our magic, to preserve our livelihoods and our way of life. To make sure that magic exists for future generations. Letting muggles infect your blood leads to squibs, but now we have a cure. Blood purity matters. He smiled. I know, and it always will, but we have the ability to chart a more moderate course now, and we may not have a choice, Draco. The Weasleys want to invade our homes, our businesses, and destroy us. Having a Muggleborn around to speak on our behalf would be useful. I nodded. Which is why you are prohibited from antagonizing the girl. But Dad. No, Draco, she is your brother's supporter and is thus our supporter. We do not attack our allies. I felt a sense of disgust. But she's a... I know, but she's also a baroness and helped your brother get his crown. Blood is important, Draco, but ability and merit matter too. He tousled my hair. Now let's go get some lunch. I don't know about you, but I'm famished. Ronald Weasley. The world is simple, black and white, good and evil. It is up to good people to go out and defeat the bad people, and once there are no bad people left, when the darkness is gone, then things will be perfect. Dad used to tell me that you can't make sweet fruit from a lemon tree. It didn't make sense then, but I think I get it now. You can't make good fruit. The Malfoys were evil. Some people would pity them for that. They were born evil, they couldn't help it. Weakness that got people killed, got people hurt. You see a mad dog, even if it's the cutest dog in the world, you put it down for everyone's sake. Why can't people see that? Why can't Hermione see that? Why can't Harry see that? And being polite to them? Being nice to them is a waste of time. You're not nice to monsters, you don't go have bloody tea with them, you certainly don't take bloody defense lessons from them. I ignored it, blotted it out. Better to keep my mind clear and ready to fight him. Fighting the Blackfish. I hate to admit it, but I can't do it alone. Maybe if I got all my brothers together, I think we could do it. Stop him before he corrupted Harry. It might be too late for Granger, maybe she's already dark. Sometimes that happened, Muggleborns would be led astray by Dark Lords. Dark Lords like the Blackfish. I looked in the mirror, alone in the room I shared with Harry. He was getting stronger, the Blackfish. His darkness spreading, corrupting everything it touched. I imagined that island and an entire army of dark wizards and witches ready to attack us, ready to kill and murder, and... Harry wanted to have a chat with Dumbledore rather than preparing for it, for the war. My mouth went dry, he was getting stronger and stronger and I was just here, watching the ceiling. I got up and looked at the mirror, I got mad, real mad, and I punched the mirror. I flinched and held my hand. Polished metal, should have known, they got things that were built to last here. I put on my robes and headed outside. I stormed around looking at the snow-covered walkways of the castle, and then I froze. Malfoy. I felt the anger, the hate, the rage. He looked up and I noticed the eye patch. Going for the pirate look, Malfoy? Did you poke your eye out? He leaned against the wall, grinning. You know what, Weasel? I'm going to let that go, walk away. My hand went for my wand as he leaned back. You cheated, during the duel, like a snake. He chuckled. Okay, Weasel, explain how. I let you have 3 spells, 3 free hits, not my fault you suck, not my fault that you couldn't take what you dished out. He yawned. Thought about skipping that whole mess, sleep in, but Pi gave me a damned earful right in front of my table. I was facing the side of him with the eye patch. I could end him, save all the people he was destined to hurt, just like his father, just like his mother, just like his brother. The Jellylegs Jinx, then a push, no one needed to know. I pulled my wand out, the temptation was so strong. It won't work, Weasel. The words came out with a lazy certainty. What won't work? He turned toward me. Maybe you could have gotten me by surprise, last month before I lost, no before I sacrificed this eye. I'm a little closer to him now. You are not making sense, Malfoy, you lose your brains when you lost your eye. He got up. Everyone's changing, Weasel, everyone's trying to step up their game, everyone's trying to get better, but you're still the same, you're still the same. Even Granger's stepping up her game, getting on the right side of things. You mean Mudblood? He smirked. Had a talk with Dad about that, and you know what, she's ours now, not yours. How does that feel, Weasel? How does it feel knowing that a Muggleborn would rather stand by us than you? Then again, maybe it was inevitable that one would finally get some taste. I frowned, that feeling of rage coming over me. Sorry that Granger doesn't want to play in the dirt with you, Weasel. Shut up. You're nothing, Weasel, and you know it, but I'm in a charitable mood. I know you're looking for a fight, itching for it, but I will destroy you just like last time, so just walk away. Your brother's been training Granger, training Harry. Draco's working eye lifted. And you were there. I glared at him. Just stay on his blind side, attack from there. I can win this, last time was a fluke. Yet. He stepped away from the wall. Well then, this might just be worth my time then. He yawned. Come on inside, I don't want you dying because you have 2 left feet and the sense of a wild pig. I felt hate, pure honest hate. I followed him into a hall. He turned around. Okay, Weasel, what did my brother teach you? I frowned. The shield charm, just the shield charm. Draco sighed, smiled as if remembering something pleasant. Yeah, he would do that. Pi was all about the basics. Okay, Weasel, I'm going to be generous and I'm just going to fight you using one spell, the shield charm. Easy. I ran over to his blind side and cast the jelly legs jinx. The energy came out of my wand and hit the shield. Come on, Weasel, I'm getting bored here. Knockback jinx, tickling hex, bat bogey hex. You know that last one? Hardly ever works in a fight, it's really only useful as an opener, cause you need to hit the target right in the nose. If your parents could afford books, maybe you would know that. He yawned. I'm not even using a wand here, Weasel. I was breathing heavily, trying to think of more spells, more options. That's how people fought in the books. Dad used to talk about all the spells he saw used during the war. You finished. His shield shrunk and he rushed forward. I cast the jelly legs jinx and growled as it hit another shield. Funny thing about the shield spell? Once you master it well, you're not limited to one shield. Bet you didn't know that. He threw his glowing shield and I winced in pain as it hit me in the knee. You can also throw M2. He's closer now. I run forward and jump. He can't see me, not with his eye patch. He pushes a hand and I feel like I've hit a brick wall. I'm pushed forward into another wall. I can't move. Draco forms a shield in each hand and then tilts his head. This is going to hurt. The shield holding me against the wall shattered, and then he started hitting me with the shields in his hands. I felt pain, I felt my face swell up and I fell down. I couldn't move, and then he stepped on my neck. One spell. He leaned back and took his foot off my neck, and then he lifted it and stomped hard on my wand hand. Let go of the wand, Weasel, duel's over. Up yours. Draco sighed. Everyone's has to be so stupid these days. His feet glowed and he kicked me over and over again. I felt sick, as the pain got worse and worse. Everyone's stepping up their game, Weasel, everyone's trying to get better and you're still the same. He kicked me in the willy. I don't think you trained, Weasel. I know my brother and he's a hard case, you see he obsesses over things and when he teaches someone he drills it into your very soul. Another kick to my stomach, I throw up. Draco looks at me with disgust and continues kicking. Funny thing is, he really is a genius, used to have the same attitude you had about it, thinking I never needed to get better, that I was perfect just the way I was. Another kick. I was so stupid back then. Still are Malfoy. Another kick. He made it into a game, you know, when it snowed, he forced me to make the shield charm. We didn't have any wands so we used sticks, normal sticks, didn't ever work until one day it did, and then we didn't need the words and then we didn't need the sticks, and once you don't need the sticks, well, you can do so much more, Weasel. Another kick. I felt the metallic taste of blood in my mouth, and I cried as I let go of the wand. The kicking stopped, and Draco looked at me with envy. My brother gave you a gift, Weasel, his time, and you wasted it, idiot. With those words Draco turned away. He's going to give you another chance, my advice, Weasel? Take it, because this bored me. Draco walked away, I coughed up more blood and winced as I crawled away. Karen Starr. You were being paranoid. My lord raised his hands as the pool glowed. Color. Blue. His hands fell and he collapsed as the water vanished. God, that uses so much juice. He fell to his knees. Okay, note to self, next time, expect people to bring in debts from other countries. He panted and fell over. Are you okay? Not hurt, but everything's getting dark. How many left? I grimaced. A lot. I'm at my limit, Karan. I'm going to need to borrow some energy from you. I knelt close to him and kissed him. He squiggled on the ground as I felt power, strength flow through my body. I felt invincible like. What are you doing? Trying to lend you my power. I can do that by holding your hand, Karan, we have talked about this before. I froze. Oh. Kissing is officially a last resort thing, only in dire emergencies. I frowned. Really? I rolled my eyes, and made a quick prayer to Freya, to help me with my charms or better yet bigger boobs. I put out my hand and gasped as I felt the energy drain. Concentrate on taking in the sunlight, Karan. My lord. I felt weak. My reserves are larger than yours, you need to take in the Sunday. I tried to concentrate on that and I was able to keep up with some of the strain. I felt weak as my lord got up. Bloody hell, pool's full again. Japanese, Korean, Chinese, Indonesian, Vietnamese, name an Asian country that we owed and they made their way to Japan. We were losing time, a week had already passed and my lord woke up, ate, fixed squibs, passed out, woke up and did it all again. I sat down and mediated on the sun. Blue. The water flashed and the squibs left, the water refilled and more squibs came, my lord collapsed again. Karan. I held out my hand and felt the drain, then everything went dark. I woke up next to him, his body heat keeping me warm. Are you up? My lord groaned. How many? 6,000. He sighed. New personal record, I feel like crap. The Japanese woman bowed. The eastern branch of the Confederacy thanks you for your service. My lord helped me to my feet, my legs felt like jelly. How many squibs did I do for you guys? 42,000. My lord collapsed on the ground. Great, that's just great, I still owe you guys 68,000, don't I? The woman shrugged. You are handling your debt with a great deal of grace. He sighed. I'm going to get something to eat, shower, and get back to it. But sir, you guys own a third of my debt, and once I get back to school I can only handle things on the weekends, and I only control a third of the people I fix. December 10th, if we kept things up we would have our debt with the eastern nations cleared by the what, 20th? We walked over to a small kitchen. I leaned against my lord. We can't keep this pace up, my lord. Karan, we have debts, major debts, I want as much of them paid as soon as possible, okay? After this we have to go to serious wedding. How much do we owe? He closed his eyes. After this trip, if we keep up the pace? 116,675 squibs, we keep our current pace every weekend? By the end of the year it will be 50,000. Summer will suck and then we will officially be debt-free. We struggled and got a table. Gyoza and teriyaki beef. I frowned as I was given some chopsticks, my lord ate with them effortlessly while I tried in vain to spear things. Feed me. He sighed. Karan. If you don't feed me I will have to use my hands. My lord glared at me. Fine. He picked food off of my plate and carefully put it into my waiting mouth and fed me. The food was good if limited. I walked over to our room while my lord went back to the pool. I waited for a bit and then picked him up and dragged him to our room. We woke up and did the same thing. I noticed though that as we continued on the drain seemed to affect us less and we were able to keep going longer. By the 20th our debt to the eastern branch of the Confederacy was complete and we left the building we had been sequestered in. Feeling good. He shrugged. My debt with the Far East is cleared, and autograph. He blinked and sighed. Yet. Never going to get used to that. He signed autographs and waited for the commission to get the porte-carte, then we vanished and we saw high towers. Chicago. We saw men pull out wands. Pisces black. He nodded and they brought out their badges. Confederacy, Far Western Branch, we're with the commission. I have a wedding this 25th that I have to go to. They nodded. And we're going to have to work out a deal of some kind, get this all taken care of, maybe handle my debt on the weekdays. We were led into a building and saw wizards look up. All right. Get me a pool, some squibs, and I want some deep dish Chicago style, time to get to work people. There was a small cheer as my lord cracked his knuckles. This is going to suck. Karan star. I felt my lord's forehead as he shivered. It's just a cold. You have been getting worse, my lord. He got up and coughed. I grimaced as his blood landed on the floor. It's nothing. You just coughed up blood, I would hardly call that nothing. He shrugged and got up. Karan, gloves. I opened the box and he winced as he put them on, then he flexed his hands. Okay, let's get dressed. He frowned and looked away as I got dressed. Karen. Well, you said to get dressed. Not in front of me. He left the room and I shrugged. We got dressed and went to the wedding. I'd like to say it was huge, that everyone was there for Sirius and whoever, but it was less than 20 people. It was me, Pisces, the woman we met earlier, Dumbledore, a red-headed girl from Hufflepuff. What is her name? She has to have a name, right? Susan. She looked up at me. It's about to start. Okay, I think that was her name. That's probably important. I mean, her aunt is marrying my lord's uncle, so I probably should know her name, right? The two of them stepped out. Sirius had a mustache that reminded me of some of the rockers I saw, and overall managed to look shaggy and wild. His fiancée, or is it wife? Amelia, I think that's her name, looked prim and proper, her white hair in a tight bun. She smiled and leaned against him as the two of them walked in. Some music played and I wondered why they were doing it all wrong. Seriously, why wasn't she wearing a bridal crown? They're not that hard to make, and Sirius, where was his ancestral sword? It wasn't a matter of money, you were allowed to use an axe if you couldn't afford a sword, or a knife. Something. It wasn't on a Friday, which was a bad omen, because you wanted Frigg to look after your marriage, that's it. I got up and cursed these riding heels I was expected to wear, which was totally impractical because a horse was nowhere in sight, and pulled off a knife I kept strapped to my leg. The two of them looked at me in horror as I rushed up to them with a knife. I grabbed Sirius's hand and put the knife inside of it. Don't forget to give that to her during the ceremony. He blinked at me as I went back to my seat, giving him a thumbs up. My master slinked down into his chair as I sat down next to him. I smiled and then felt boredom as this ceremony continued. Eventually I got tired and closed my eyes. I woke up to a slight elbow to my side. The wedding's over. I frowned. You let me sleep through it. My lord sighed. It seemed like the better of two options. Point is, we're going to the feast afterwards, so please be on your best behavior, Karen. I grabbed his arm and we walked into the dining hall. Sirius smiled at us and I nodded as I saw my knife on Amelia's belt. Good, good, all was going well. People talked and gave speeches and I turned to my lord. So when is he going to throw a sword into the ceiling? My master turned his head. He's not going to do that. Right, he just got out of prison, it takes time to forge a good blade, a knife will do. My master grabbed the bridge of his nose. Karen, just let it go. You mean he's not going to do it, dot. I looked up at Sirius. Hey. When are you going to throw a knife into the ceiling? Sirius blinked. What? Well, you can't have a wedding feast unless the groom throws a blade into the ceiling. The more the knife or sword sticks, the longer the marriage will last. Seriously, this is basic stuff. Sirius nodded in understanding. That sounds really cool, but I don't have a sharp knife on hand. He smiled warmly at me. I do. I took a knife off of my other leg and my lord stared at me. How many knives do you keep on you? At least 3 at all times. He lifted a finger and sighed. Of course. I gave the knife to Sirius and he threw it into the ceiling. The blade stuck all the way to the hilt, a good omen that promised a good marriage. For some reason Amelia was laughing. I don't know why, this was of course serious business. The sun set and I smiled. Now we get to watch. My master turned his head. Watch what? Their wedding night. Your uncle needs at least 3 witnesses. My lord winced. No, Karen, just no, we are not going to watch my uncle get laid. Why not? Because we're 11. I sighed. They already have 3 witnesses, don't they? He tilted his head, his eyes closed as he took deep breaths. Sure, Karen, let's go with that. Anything that keeps me from having to watch my uncle's naked butt is a good thing. I sighed. It's a shame. My master grabbed some water and took a sip. Okay, if you got married, would you want people watching you? Do it. I smiled. I don't know if I can, but if, that was an option, I'd at least want my mother there. He stared at me in horror. Giving pointers and making sure I don't mess the whole thing up. He turned away. What? It's not like I know what I'm doing. The wedding night is very important and you can't just, fumble around. Karen, please stop, we're going back to Hogwarts now. Why? Because I clearly need some rest, Karen. I gave him a hug, and we walked to the bus stop outside the tavern. It's been quite a vacation, my lord. He looked forward in the distance at nothing in particular. It's okay to use my name, Karen. I leaned against him. Maybe I prefer calling you master. He put an arm around me. Bus is taking too damned long. We waited in the cold. I took in my lord's warmth as I cuddled closer. It was snowing, then I saw something sticking out of the snow near my feet. I picked it up and saw a newspaper. I frowned as I read it. Master, what are the chances of Draco figuring out the cure? My lord snorted. That idiot. It's not going to happen, Karen. I grimaced as I continued reading. But what if you left your notes behind or something? My master leaned back. That would require Draco to get a work ethic, getting him to do anything was like pulling teeth. I mean sure I left all my stuff behind but there is no way that idiot would figure it out, and even if he did he's too fucking lazy to make it work. I grimaced and handed him the newspaper. My lord looked at it calmly, read it and put it down. He took a breath in and screamed. Fuck. Karen Star. So. We waited in one of the school's many courtyards. I think this is a handball court, or at least it's been described as that, or is it tennis? I've never really played sports, muggle or magical, so I don't really know. Yes, Karen. My master was sitting at a chair looking over paperwork. What are you doing? Going over the stuff we got for killing Peeves, most of which is junk by now. I tilted my head. What do you mean by that? Time, Karen, just the wear and tear of time. That's the problem with nearly 1,000-year-old expandable trusts, they accumulate a whole lot of useless crap, which ages and just leaves raw materials. I shrugged. That's useful, right? Some of it is. The goblins have found rusted iron, bronze, mirrors, combs, lots of stuff really. The things that are mundane and are in good condition are being sold in Muggle antique stores by my father. I blinked. Really? Yeah, the Malfoy family, most dark families have connections to the Muggle world, because it's a much larger market. There is of course a whole bunch of regulations about it, but we're going to sell the antiques, use the Muggle money to buy gold and silver, have the goblins coin said gold and silver into currency, and of course along each step of the way you're losing money. Then why do it? Because otherwise we're just standing on a bunch of useless crap, and our people's standard of living is absolute shit. It's been over 200 years since we did anything about the roads, and the housing and pretty much all of the infrastructure is absolute shit. He leaned back. And I mean that literally. None of the towns have a sewage system, and of course I need to hire more personnel, get an actual educational system going, a school of magic for everyone on the island, actual hospitals. There is just so much to be done. Well, at least you're rich, right? He sighed. The money, the resources, the stuff? That's not our stuff, Karen, that stuff is to be used to benefit our people. Sure, most of it's crap, but, oh good, a finder's fee. I blinked. What? Yeah, I have a deal with the goblins. Every time they find one of their artifacts we get a finder's fee. We have a magically enforced contract, so I'm pretty sure Griphook isn't screwing me. You're pretty sure? He shrugged. Lots of goblin swords, armor, stuff won in the last rebellion. I nodded. And what do you think? Smart money? Griphook is probably planning another rebellion, but you know that's the Ministry's problem, not ours, and I don't see Griphook winning that fight. Why not? Numbers, power, lack of training, lack of organization, and the fact that the Ministry, worst comes to worst, bring in some Muggle machine guns and end the fight in a hard afternoon, but it's still going to leave the Ministry relatively weak, which means we can pump them for concessions. He smiled. Harry, Hermione, what the fuck happened to you, Ron? Ron had bruises over his face and body, his eyes looked at my lord with anger. I'm ready to learn. My master raised his eyebrow. Learn what? The bloody shield charm. My master got up and stretched. Karen, train the other two. Punch Harry and Hermione's shields. I will train Ron separately. I can do it. You're at least a month behind both of them. Both Hermione and Harry can cast the spell without an incantation now. He glared. Teach me how to fight. The shield spell first. Once you have a defense, once you can cast the shield spell without words, without a wand, and can cast another spell at the same time, then and only then will we work on offense. Ron frowned. I absent-mindedly punched Harry's shield. It shattered. Lots of people didn't even use the shield spell once during the war. My master's eyes narrowed, his voice deadly serious. How many of them are alive? Ron winced a little at that comment. No offense, without defense, if I was teaching you how to fight hand to hand I would teach you how to fall, how to block, and how to redirect an attack. After that I would teach you how to punch, how to kick. You want to learn from me? You learn the basics first. Ron took in a breath as I shattered Hermione's shield. You know lots of dark magic, you're a black after all. You could spare a spell or two. My master lifted his hands up and looked at them. Karen, pause the lesson, I clearly need to have a conversation with Ron, and I don't want to repeat it for Harry and Hermione. I shrugged and the three formed a neat line. Harry was flanked with Hermione and Ron. Karen, take off my gloves. My lord. Take them off. He lifted his hands and the three watched as his damaged hands were revealed. The three forbidden spells, the Imperius, the Cruciatus, the Killing Curse, want to know a secret about them. He winced as he tried and failed to make his hands into a fist. They're easy, they don't take any skill, not really. All you need is intent, enough anger, enough hate, and the words. All you need to do is mean it. He moved his crippled hands around. Most of the spoken dark magic is like that, all you need is to mean it, thing is. He winced with pain as he tried once again to close his hands. He struggled and failed to close them. You can't undo dark magic, not easily at least, it's not like a jinx, it's not like a normal curse. It lingers, it lasts, and it's a constant reminder of what happened, both to you and your victim. He looked Ron in the eye. And another thing they don't tell you, every time you use it gets easier and easier, because those feelings of hate, of malice, of anger get easier, and it feels so good every time you use it, because for just a moment that constant haze of hate and anger lifts. He leans back. And then one day you wake up and you're a mad dog, there are no more limits, not moral ones at least. You're not a person anymore, you're a monster. Once you're there it is hard, oh so very hard to come back from that dark pit. My godfather Severus Snape was in that pit and he crawled out of it with his fingertips, he worked hard to regain his humanity. My master loomed over Ron. Look at him and tell me he's happy about going down that path, Ron. He stepped back. Karen, gloves. I put the gloves back on him and he sighed as he moved his hands. If any of you think I'm going to teach you dark magic, you can go get fucked because it's not happening. Hermione looked at my lord's hands and winced. Now, we're going to work on the basics again. Karen Star. I held my sword out and plunged forward. Sloppy. My trainer stepped aside and slammed the pommel of his training blade on my back. I went down. I heard a giggle and frowned. It is good to be eager for battle, but you are a shield maiden, the defender of our king. In battle his safety is more important than your glory, never forget this. I stood up straighter, I felt thirsty. Squire, water. A little blonde girl nodded and fetched me water. She was my official squire and unofficially my half-sister, by rape. She had been given over to the Thanes to be checked for magic, if she had the gift she would be raised as a child of vengeance, and upon her age of majority handed over to our liege lord to be trained to defend our people. Hopefully one day killing the vile Muggleborn who had spawned her, as many children of vengeance had in the past. The gods are however cruel sometimes and she was born without magic. It is cruel to force a woman to raise a rape child and she was sent off into the interior of the island to live amongst other kin. Mother never tried to bear another vengeance child. She had a wise woman deal with future issues as did many other women in the village. My teacher shook his head. Today's lesson is over, your school starts soon and your master is not a fan of mornings. I sighed. I know. I paused. Did you, fight in the war? My sword master frowned, and waved my half-sister out of the room. She bowed and presented me with a towel and then left. I wiped the sweat off my brow as we walked towards the flue. Yes. He frowned. Was it? My master frowned. Never give your allegiance to a lord who is unworthy of it, it was, a bad war. I blinked. Everyone says that. He shrugged. Everyone is right, it all started when that, Mudblood got the position. The man didn't have any clue about nuance, and was blinded by so-called light side propaganda. He started outlawing religious rites, outlawing magic that wasn't dark. It kept getting worse and worse. And what caused it? When Samhain got banned, that was the last straw. He looked sad and thoughtful. And that's what caused the war. He shook his head. That's what got people scared and desperate enough to listen to someone who wasn't worthy of the title of leader. Are you a wizard? His hand transformed, claws popping out of it and then became normal. Wolf-blooded, werewolf to be exact. My pack has served the blacks loyally for centuries. Going back to the subject, it was a low war, a war without honor, without morals, and without restraint. I grew disgusted with it all and left. My sword deserved a worthier fight, I came back when the war was over. And Lord Black was okay with it. My teacher smiled. The old Lord Black gave us all permission when it became clear that this was a low war, when the mask fell and we knew the Dark Lord for the madman he was. The former Lord was a good man who always seemed to learn things too late. I have much respect for my fallen master, but he made many errors in judgment. Only late in life, after the war, did he become the Lord he should have been all along. I stopped. And your new Lord? The werewolf smiled. For hundreds of years, we have been promised a land of our own, a country of our own, by various dark lords, by wizards, by the ministry. Some tried to keep their word to us but died, the Scalds of the Wolf-blooded remember them with honor, their names written on stones of honor alongside Wolf-blooded who died in combat. They were friends and we remember our friends young Valkyrie. I nodded. Others were victorious and broke their word to us. He spit on the ground, and then smiled. But our Lord, he owed us nothing, he had made no oaths, had made no promises. He did not ask us to die in battle. His eyes were misty. Instead he willingly gave us a land of our own, land that he had won in honest combat, and instead of asking for war he told us that too many wolf-blooded had died in wizard affairs. I could see the room with the flu. He asked you to kill Greyback. My teacher frowned. Greyback has not gone through any of the rites of the moon, he does not honor the tenets of the moon, he doesn't give proper guidance or training to any his whelps. He is not worthy of the title of pack leader and is only tolerated because his pack was large and our people desperate. Fenrir Greyback is shit young Valkyrie, a shit and a mad dog who was tolerated because he was a disposable weapon. You don't like him. Scum like that does not deserve to be wolf-blooded. To be wolf-blooded is a privilege, an honor, not a disease. I blinked. At Hogwarts. I read their books, young one, ministry-approved light-side propaganda that leaves out all the nuance, leaves out our history and erases our culture and our traditions, and it's just painfully wrong at times. How so? Werewolves cannot control when and where they transform, cannot retain their mind during the transformation, that we're completely infertile. My parents got a good laugh out of that one, by the way. Some of this has a point though. Without training, without the rights, you are a destructive beast, and it takes a good 9 months to learn how to control the beast, and 3 years to master transforming. Is that why you hate Greyback? A pack leader is supposed to have completed the rites, it is in our community considered the bare minimum to be a pack leader. How are you supposed to train a whelp if you haven't even bothered to take the needed training yourself? I looked away. I didn't know you hated him so much. Little Valkyrie, when your training is complete I will hunt him down myself, for my lord, for my people, and because I personally do not like the prick. I chuckled and he sighed. I talk too much of such things, sorry, wolf blood runs hot, little Valkyrie. To answer your question, our skalds will sing of our king, the saga of our king for years to come. I do not know how his saga will end, but I have finally found a lord worthy of my blade. He smiled. And with all respect to the former lord, many feel the same. The mood blood tax collectors have not raided us this year, old roads are being repaired, new ones being built, our homes are secure. You know about the vote. Child, my child was conceived after that vote, you should meet Maha sometime, she is a good skald and can teach you some of our sagas. He gave me a hug. The floor was there. Go forth, little Valkyrie, we will have another lesson tomorrow. I bowed to him. May your enemies' blades shatter. He bowed back. May the rivers run red with their blood. I walked through the floor and sighed as my master snored. He was on his couch and I shook my head. The bed was much more comfortable and I would keep him much warmer than any blanket could. Such a stubborn man. Wake up, my lord. He groaned. Hate mornings, so much. Gloves, Karen. I brought out a clean pair as he staggered out of his bed. I helped put his gloves on. You need the bath. It would be nice, my lord. I went into the bath and scrubbed myself clean. I also took a small bottle of beer out of my pocket and gave a prayer to Odin after I had cleansed myself properly. I will never know why you are always so sweaty in the morning, Karen. My lord was dressed and he presented a box to me. My lord. He stood up straight, his position awkward. He held a box in the shape of a heart and gave it to me. It is Valentine's Day and I got you some chocolate. I hugged him. Thank you, my lord. Well, yet, I better go to breakfast. I have to put this away. See you there. He nodded and walked out. I put the candy away and saw his nightclothes. I looked around the room and once I was certain no one was around I took his shirt and took in his smell. I shuddered in joy. We kind of need to clean that. I grimaced as I saw the house elf. The house elf sighed. Lady. I don't care and I do not want to know. He put the clothing into a basket and I reluctantly offered him my lord's shirt. I then followed my lord to the dining hall and he sighed as Draco opened Valentine's. Not a single bloody one. He leaned back in his chair. Why does Draco have so many and I have none? I mean, sure, I'm much too busy for romance, but it's the principle of the thing, you know. I smiled evilly and glared at the other women in Hufflepuff. It's because they know better, sir. One of the girls cringed as I stared at her. I smelled a faint amount of urine. Don't they? The girl continued to quake in her seat, and the other Hufflepuffs looked away. If you say so, Karen. Dominance asserted. I took another bite of delicious meat. Karen star. We stood in a hallway. Draco was flanked by his 2 bodyguards, I stood by my lord. It's that time again, isn't it? My lord's voice echoed in the hallway. This is a little excessive, pie. 2 wheeled trays, one on Draco's end, one on mine. I'm only doing this because mother asked me to, Draco. If I'm going to be forced to deal with you, I'm taking every precaution. Draco shook his head. My lord placed a small box on our wheeled tray and Draco placed a small box on his. My lord formed a shield and I grabbed the wheeled tray. Across from me Vince did the same thing, his expression like mine was bored. We wheeled our trays closer to each other and stopped in the middle. I took my box and placed it on Vince's cart and he did the same for me. We moved backward. Karen, check the box for curses. I sighed and waved a green crystal over the box, it didn't glow. It's good. Draco frowned. Check it for poison. I grabbed the purple crystal and waved it over the box. Check it for explosives. Draco tilted his head, his face turning red. I grabbed the orange crystal and waved it over the box, no glow. It's good. My lord nodded. Form a shield and open the box, check it for spring-loaded traps. Draco's jaw dropped. Oh come on. I opened the box and Draco shook his head. Really Pi, spring-loaded traps? My lord narrowed his eyes. I take no chances, do you need to borrow my testing crystals or do your men have their own? Draco shook his head. I'm fine, whatever. I brought the box back to my lord as Vince brought his box back to his master. Draco opened the box. A book on ethics. He frowned at the present. Thanks Pi, you couldn't get candy or shoes or anything else. I try to get people what they need brother, not what they want. Draco rolled his eyes. My master brought out tongs and prodded the inside of the box. This is getting really insulting Pi. He brought out a tiny figurine. And what is this? Draco smiled. Something someone found in an expedition to Atlantis, it wasn't easy to get but you like history stuff. My master looked at it. How much did it cost? Because there was an previously agreed on price limit of 3 galleons. 1 galleon. My master nodded. Good, it's a fake. I'd feel guilty about destroying an actual historical relic. Draco put his hands on his waist. That isn't a fake I paid good money to. Hecko in Mexico. Draco blinked. What are you talking about? My master tilted his head. What's written on the bottom, Hecko in Mexico? Draco frowned. Damn it. My lord leaned against the wall. Can I go or are you going to continue wasting our time brother? Draco rolled his eyes. Mom says we need to talk at least 5 minutes today. My master brought out a timer and twisted. The clock is running. Draco stood up. I assume you know. About the cure, yeah I know. I assume you stole my notes. Draco frowned. Borrowed. And shouldn't you congratulate me, be proud of me? My lord clapped his hands. Yes, yes, congratulations on violating my privacy, congratulations on trespassing into my room, congratulations on stealing my property, and congratulations on following my directions. Draco took in a deep breath. If I had asked for permission, would you have given it Pi? Did you even bother trying? Draco looked away. And I would have said no because you are not responsible enough to have that kind of power. Personal or political? Draco lifted a hand. Can't you at least be a little proud of me? Pi tilted his head. What part of, you're dead to me did you not understand? I'm only here because mother insisted on it Draco. No more, no less. The bell rang. Well it seems like our time has come to an end, happy birthday brother. Draco slumped. Happy birthday Pi. My lord walked away into a nearby field where a fire pit with logs stood ready. Hey Pisces, ready to train. Hermione smiled as the two boys trailed behind her. Have to take care of something first. He went to the fire pit and lit it, and then grabbed the tongs. What are you doing? It's my birthday. He grabbed the figurine with the tongs, Hermione blinked. That's great, why didn't you tell us? He shrugged. It's not worth celebrating. He nodded at the figurine. What's that? He carefully gripped the figurine. Draco's present, he says it's from Atlantis. Hermione frowned. Really? It's fake of course. Hermione nodded. Well of course Atlantis isn't real and what are you doing? He dropped the figurine into the fire. Dealing with it, with fire. Her eyes were open in shock. You can't just burn your brother's birthday present. My lord nodded. Yeah it's made out of stone so I'm going need to use magic to really destroy it, got the potion Karen. I pulled it out of my pocket. Want to do the honors Ron? Ron grabbed the bottle out my hands and smiled as he threw it onto the fire. Also Atlantis is real. Hermione frowned. No it's just a myth and why are you giving me that look? Harry looked at my lord. So Atlantis is real. Yes, though the muggles call it Antarctica these days. The fire turned green and rose into the air, Harry's face was thoughtful and Hermione blinked. Antarctica is really Atlantis. My master nodded. Well yes, did you really think you can lose a continent? Hermione blinked. The mundane side of Atlantis is a frozen wasteland, the magical side is completely different, rich volcanic soil, rainforest, temperate forest, grasslands, and the scattered ruins of Atlantean civilization. Hermione leaned in. Really, so? As far as we can tell around 100,000 BC, after the evolution of Homo sapiens a group of early magi from Africa traveled by boat to Antarctica, they went over into the magical side and settled Atlantis. They were the first recorded civilization in human history. Around 50,000 BC this civilization ended in a cataclysm. The Atlanteans who didn't die fled all over the world in their boats. Atlantean successor states were set up from 50,000 BC to 40,000 BC, something called the Hyborian Age. He paused. These outposts of civilization failed and died, and it took humanity to around 5000 BC before we rediscovered how to do things like read and write. We know this because wizard archaeologists have been to Atlantis and they discovered what ended them. Hermione leaned in. What was it? They summoned a creature from another plane, a creature that could not be killed, a creature that devoured emotions and left people empty husks, and she had children who were also immortal and unkillable, and eventually they spread and wiped out Atlantis. Hermione blinked. That's horrible, but at least those creatures are gone. My master cringed. Right. He sighed. You know those Dementor things we have in Azkaban, guess where they came from? Hermione grimaced. We have no idea how to kill them, all we can do at most is drive them back, or bribe them with our prisoners, and their population is growing. He turned to the fire. I feel really sorry for the poor idiot who figures out how to kill those things, Hermione. That idiot will end up being drafted into going into Lost Atlantis and killing the Queen of the Dementors. He smiled. But since it's not going to happen, it's not our problem. But, will that happen to us? My lord shrugged and the figurine continued to burn. Karen Starr. Breath in, breath out. Meditation, sitting down and clearing your mind, an attempt to concentrate on nothing. Focus on the concept of shield, the concept of protection. Hold out the flat of your hand and create the feeling of force. The school year was coming to a close and the amount of time we had left to teach mastery of the shield charm was coming to an end. I opened my eyes and smiled. Harry had his palm out and in the dying light of the day I saw the shimming after effect of a shield. For whatever reason Harry was ahead of the other two in this subject, honestly he was ahead of me in the subject. Sure, I could cast the shield charm without a wand, but it never seemed to last long. As for meditation, I liked to move, I didn't like the stillness, the boredom, and honestly, I often fell asleep when I meditated. Ron, wake up, you fell asleep again. My master sighed at Hermione's flickering shield. Doing better, but you're distracted again. Harry, good job. He shook his head. Well, it's time for dinner and bed. Ron, a word. The other two left and Ron looked my lord in the eye, a frown on his face. You have potential. I will never work for you. The words were serious, his tone even. Not asking you to, but we're not enemies. Ron scowled. Is this the part where you say we have a lot in common? My lord chuckled. No, oh hell no, you have more of a tactical mind than I do. I tend to go for concentrated acts of brute force. Karen punches things, Hermione actually has the kind of mind necessary to pull off what I consider to be a suicidal Swiss Army style of combat, and Harry is a skilled counter-fighter, agile and fast. You're different. You look at the environment, you take in the paces, if you could control your temper you would be just as dangerous as your father was. My lord sighed. A second crimson lion, got to say I'm lucky to say that, so a word of advice? No one's good at everything, not even Hermione, and she's brilliant. Learn the other stuff but focus on a subject. Specialize. And what do you think I should specialize in? If you're going into combat, with your kind of mind, transfiguration is probably your best bet. I'd love to teach you about the subject, help you get better, but honestly I'm shit at it. Heard you got the best grade in Hufflepuff in the subject. I have a head start, years of meditation, and I use a potion regiment and memory charms. Despite all that I'm just on the upper end of first year. You want to get good, talk to your head of house. She's one of the few people out there that I'm confident would hand me my ass in a fight. Ron looked at him with suspicion. Why are you helping me? My lord shrugged. My brother's an arrogant asshole, and you butt heads with him. An ass-kicking would tone a lot of that down a notch. Ron nodded. And you can't fight him. Not without a howler from my parents, but if he starts shit with you, and we all know he will because he's an ass, well that isn't my fault, is it? Thought Hufflepuffs were loyal. Better he get his ass kicked now when it's low stakes than let him go out with a big head and get killed in the major leagues. Ron folded his arms. So you're using me. And you're not? This is an exchange of goods and services, Ron. That said, here's the price, you can't kill him, whatever fight you have. You keep it non-lethal, an ass-kicking is fine, cheating is fine, using superior numbers is fine, and if things get serious you can send him to St. Mungo's, but you keep it non-lethal. Thought you hated him. People can learn from an ass-kicking, become better people from it, you don't grow from death, and if you kill my brother I'm obligated to go after you, and blood feuds aren't my thing, I got better shit to do. He held out his hand. Wish you the best of luck, Ron. Ron looked at his hand and then walked away. My lord shrugged and we walked back to Hufflepuff Tower. I leaned against him, it was getting cold. So it looks like Slytherin is going to win this year. My lord smirked. I wouldn't bet on that. They're far ahead, Hufflepuff can't beat them, especially since our Quidditch team is, well, not good. He put his arm around me. House points, house cup, none of that matters, Karen, what does matter is that we're finally debt-free. I blinked. Really? Yeah, the commission let me chip away at my debt on the weekdays after school. I had to owl a bunch of people, but we are cool now. He smiled warmly. So what does that mean? He yawned. It means we can focus on making our island a less shit place to live. Personally, I'm planning on making damned sure that every one of our people gets their magic back. Really? Yeah, and I gotta count on the wands we got from the Peeves thing, and once we get the broken wands fixed we will have around 10,000. I'm rounding down, but that's roughly 1 in 6. Of course we're going to have to synchronize them with their new owners, and it's not going to be as good as Ollivander's process, but it beats not having a wand at all. I shrugged. Speaking of which, I'm still trying to get a wand maker to move to the island. Really? Yeah, I old Ollivander to see if he has any kids or apprentices, but they're already working in other places. I'm sure we will get someone sooner or later, but it's going to be an issue. We got into our room and my lord took a bath. When my turn came, I cleaned and found him staring at the ceiling. Do I dare disturb the universe? I blinked at his statement. My lord. It's a simple question, Karen. Do I dare disturb the universe? I wouldn't know, sir. He leaned back. I've changed things, big things, major things, things that were better left undisturbed, and I don't know if it's for the best or not. I frowned and sat next to him. 60,000 people have their memories, their property, their lives, and soon their magic. I think that is worth it. He looked at the ceiling listlessly. And by doing so the political scene of Wizarding England was fundamentally changed. They came after me because they were afraid, Karen. When the ministry controlled who I fixed instead of the commission, they used their control to keep things balanced, mostly. Dumbledore used his influence to give his supporters a slight edge. He paused. That's gone now. After the summer there will be over 60,000 new wizards. By some calculations that will be around a fifth of the voting population once they're all registered as magic users. How do you think they will vote, Karen? I tried to think about it. They will vote with the people who stood by us, my lord. He sighed. With my father, the Wisengamot is composed of multiple coalitions, patronage networks, some of them large, some of them small. My father controls 10% of the votes right now. When I'm finished this summer, if my island votes with him, he will control 30% of the votes. So we are powerless then, even with the island. Dumbledore's patronage network controls 20% of the votes, that's current. My father now has direct control over how many people get cured in the UK, the ruling coalition, the one that put Fudge in control, has 30% of the votes. I blinked. Oh, so how is he even in charge? Fudge and his coalition of patronage networks walk a tightrope trying to keep everyone happy, or at the very least prevent everyone from ganging up on them. Now they could kick our island out of the UK, but if they do that they won't get any taxes from us. I blinked. We kicked out their tax collectors. And reinstated the policy of the village thanes being in charge of the taxes that get sent to the ministry. It's a small amount, but the lottery, now that brings in a lot of money from all over the world. They kick us out, they lose that money. I think part of the reason they moved against us was because that is a game changer. But they failed. And now everything is different. Dumbledore is doing a full court press, he's trying to get as many raids through as possible. He's burning political capital like crazy, and the person at the forefront is Arthur Weasley. So they're our enemy then? I nodded. Killing Ron would be a sad say. It's more complicated than that. We all want Voldemort gone, and I do support some of their efforts, but I need Father's votes, I need his support. Our island is desperately poor, our people are suffering, and I can't solve it with just money. He closed his eyes. We need teachers, we need trade schools, we need roads, we don't even have a hospital. I simply do not have the political connections, the time, or the skill to fix all that. Dumbledore isn't going to help because he already has too much on his plate. So I need my parents. I snuggled into him and hugged him. He's family. I know, and I'm doing what I can to moderate his views. Right now we only have one Muggleborn as a part of our combined patronage network. If he gains enough of them, then he would be required. I frowned. And we want Muggleborns. Why? To get those 40 tax collectors for one. I blinked. What? Right now if we went after them, other Muggleborns would close ranks, as would the tax service, but if we have Muggleborns in our coalition and make it clear that we are just going after the worst of the worst. I hugged him. I had given up hope. He patted my head. I'm still investigating them. We have a meeting with Fudge a week after school ends, and we also have other business to deal with, like getting into the damned Lestrange vault. Other things. He sighed. Okay, go to your bed now. What if I want to stay here? He leaned back. To bed, Karen. I got off of the couch, and tilted my head, and smirked. One night you're not going to say no. He waved his hand. But it's not tonight. For the sake of my sanity, please try to stay young and innocent a little longer. I got in my bed and went to sleep. The next day we watched Gryffindor win the House Cup. we said our goodbyes and went through the floor back home to our island. Arthur Weasley. The room was dark, the shades pulled and little lines of light fell upon the man's face. Moody. He nodded. Step into the circle. I nodded and stepped into the circle. You're clear, take a seat. I did so and then frowned at him. I know you're not here. Nonsense. I poked the person in the chair and shook my head as a mannequin fell down. It doesn't even look like you. The voice on the other end was steady. I don't take risks, Arthur, especially with people who have been compromised by Death Eaters. Figures, I wasn't going to live down the rat incident anytime soon. Dumbledore cleared me. I know, we wouldn't be having this conversation if he didn't. Still mobilizing votes. I nodded, leaning back in the chair. Yeah, it isn't easy, Malfoy slowing everything down and he's been getting more votes and with the island situation. I lightly tapped the mannequin as Moody talked. It gets worse, he's been blowing money, on charity, on bribes. I smiled. He can't keep that up forever. There was silence. Normally I would agree, Malfoy's rich but he's not rich enough to keep this going long term, even with all of the drug money, but this isn't a normal time, he's got his hands on over 900 years worth of antiques. Muggle-grade stuff that he is selling like crazy. Even with this spending spree he's going to come out of this richer not poorer. I got up and stretched. Any more bad news? His boy, his son has figured out a way to up his rate tenfold, his other one also cracked the secret, the whole thing is a bloodline issue which means we can't just steal it. The only lead we have on a possible candidate to balance that out is Loony Lovegood's kid. I cringed. Ouch. Gets worse, she's just as crazy as her old man. You want to make the owner of the Quibbler into a major political force. I looked out the window, it was too damned hot, heat wave was moving through the country. Not really, but we might not have a choice, the Malfoys have a monopoly, that's dangerous. Moody hummed. Gets even worse, his kids curing every squib on that island, once they're all registered getting any raids will be almost impossible and I still think it's a mistake for you to lead that effort, Arthur. I walked away from the window. I've been an active leader of those votes for years, my problems with Malfoy go back years. And that's why you're a bad choice. I know this is personal for you, Merlin knows I'm frustrated at how many times that snake managed to slip through things, but his kid officially rescued you from a Death Eater operative. I should have known rats didn't live that long, should have questioned it. Should have, could have, would have, it's immaterial boy, the Blackfish could have destroyed you that day, he gave you an out and everyone knows it. Then he saved your boy from the trolls. It's more complicated than that. You know that, Arthur, I know that, but the public doesn't. In any normal situation after that happens, whatever feud you had with the man, you drop it. People are watching and a lot of them think you are in the wrong. We're burning political capital like crazy. I closed my eyes, a feeling of guilt deep in my bones. Maybe we should eliminate the Blackfish, while we still have time. The room was silent. No. This is serious, right, and it's the fate of the entire world. No, Arthur, and I'm going to go over all the reasons why that was a stupid idea. One is this, the international community will go 5 kinds of apeshit if we kill him and that isn't a fight we can win. 2. He's already cured a number of the squibs on that island, they love him and they will look for revenge. 3. The wolves owe him for the island. We can beat them. The ones in the UK? Maybe, but that island has been drawing wolves from all over the world, and the wolves take their blood debts seriously. 4. Right now the kid's politically isolated, we kill him he becomes a martyr. 5. He's a kid, a weird kid, a spooky kid, but he's still a bloody kid. I don't kill kids, Arthur, and finally he's on our side. We know that for sure. There's a box in the desk, look for it. I pushed the dummy out of the way and opened the desk. I saw a box. Open it. I did and saw a mangled locket. So. Confirmed former Horcrux, right now the Blackfish has found 2 of them for us, and he's trying to get access to the Lestrange vaults. If he finds a 3rd one then he will have beaten us to them 3 times. Do you believe in the Blackfish? No, I do not. I don't believe that he's some good kid, or a hero, or that he's helping us out of the kindness of his heart. So why trust him? Because I do believe in spite, Arthur, kids attached to Snape, and it's only poetic justice that the whole Lily incident would blow up in his face. I nodded. That, and he's in too deep with us, there's no turning back after handing over 2 Horcruxes to us and the kid's smart enough to know it. I nodded. I'm going to continue working to get the votes for the raids, you. Going to figure out how to do things on the sly if you fail, which knowing our luck will probably happen. Good luck, Arthur. Good luck, Moody. Karen Starr. My lord put a simple metallic band on his head. Gold would work better. He shook his head. I'm not wasting gold on a purely decorative hat, and anyway stainless steel sends a better message. I shook my head, the crown was in my opinion too simple, it was a band of metal that fit over my lord's head. He put it on, his outfit too was too simple. Black slacks, a white overshirt, a black tie, and a black coat, with white gloves and a monocle. You need to get dressed in armor, we're making a point, Karen. I nodded. So squire. My lord frowned, his head tilted. For a moment I felt a flutter in my chest. Your sister, we did blood tests. It took time to find her again. I closed my eyes. I'm not allowed to by custom, that is forbidden until she is cleansed. My lord shook his head. Really getting sick of all the cultural bullshit, Karen, do you hate her or something? I shook my head. No, now that I have gotten to know her, I care for my squire quite a bit. It's just these things are not done, my lord. He sighed. Well, go put on your armor then. I left and went into my room. A little blonde girl with long hair looked up at me. Lady Star. She got up and bowed. I polished your armor, my lady. I patted her on the head. You have done well, my squire, now help me put on my armor. I wore a black undersuit. My sister, no, my squire helped me put on my armor, helping with the straps. I was locked into my armor. I gave her another pat on the head, she smiled and beamed and made a small trilling sound. You did well. I stopped. When you have been cleansed upon my honor, you will be reintroduced to your family and made one of the people. She courtesied. Thank you, sis, my lady. Some things were not said and I was glad she caught herself even in private. I walked to the throne room. My lord sat on his throne and I stood next to him, my hand on my sword. A fat sweating man walked up to us, he had a long mustache and somehow reminded me of a walrus. Minister Fudge, how good to see you. The man bowed slightly. I thank you for your time, your highness. The silence was awkward. Let's cut through the bullshit, Fudge, you asked for an audience, that means you want something. I want something too, tell me what you want and we can make a trade. Fudge frowned and then plastered on a fake smile. But I have just gotten here and I'm hungry and... Fools don't get to your position, Fudge. Drop the act, now. Fudge's fake smile went away. Very well, there is something I want. Currently, Dumbledore wants Gilderoy Lockhart to replace the fallen defense professor, I want Undersecretary Umbridge to take that position. My lord's eyes narrowed. Can I be blunt, Minister Fudge? Fudge smiled. Is there a time when you're not? My lord put up a finger and shrugged. Okay, you got me there, but I'm going to be even more honest with you. Quite frankly, Dolores Umbridge is a complete and utter bitch, she's quite possibly the biggest cunt I have ever met. Fudge smiled. And that's why I want her gone, your father's on the board of directors, if there was a majority vote Dumbledore would be outvoted. My lord brought out a manila envelope. I could do that for you, but this is what I want in exchange, there have been outrages on my lands, bad ones performed by the tax service, I want those outrages punished. Fudge frowned. I can't purge the entire tax service for you, your majesty. Then it's a good thing that I don't want to do that. Karen, give him the manila envelope. I grabbed it and took it to Fudge. 40 people, 95% of all the crimes and atrocities committed by the tax service was committed by 40 people. The other 5% were minor issues and crimes, nothing serious. My investigation even cleared quite a few of their field officers of wrongdoing. What you have in your hands is over a year's worth of investigation. Fudge looked through it, reading it silently, a look of disgust on his face. 40. I can work with that, your highness, call it a bunch of bad apples. I'm surprised you didn't go to the media first. I wanted to give you a chance to handle this, but that is still an option. Fudge placed the folder on a table. You want them? The idea is this, give them a standard trial. Their crimes are obvious and damning, it's enough for Azkaban. When they get convicted, offer them a change of venue. And you would handle the rest, my hands would be clean. I could even give them a warning, If I work this just right, it would help my poll numbers. My king smiled. Everyone wins, except those assholes, they're fucked. Fudge nodded. It's a deal, get Umbridge a position as defense teacher and I will deal with these unpleasant people. The two nodded. Well, I suppose now that business is out of the way we can have dinner. Tell me, Mr. Fudge, have you ever had Chicago-style pizza? Karen Starr. Prime Minister Fudge sighed as finished another slice. That was good. My lord shrugged. I'm willing to give you the recipe if you want. Fudge smiled. Please do, that said, what do you want? What's your goal, Pisces? My master stopped. I have everything I want. I am content, I have people I trust, a nice home, food, on a personal level I'm content. If you're worried about me going after your job, don't be. As a king I'm disqualified to ever have your position. Fudge nodded. A wise decision, you do not want my job. So you don't have any goals. My master leaned back. I'm a king, my long-term plans all revolve around making my island a better place to live, which will probably take, oh, my entire life, the entire life of my heir and his heir in turn. Fudge nodded. Well, I thank you for your time, your majesty, but duty calls. My lord nodded. I wish you the best of luck, Minister Fudge. The man walked away and was led to the flue. Karen, I have a sealed letter, black, near the OLI with red letters, send it now. I rushed away to nearby location, grabbed a black letter and gave it to our fastest owl, then I went back to my lord. He waited patiently and then nodded as the headmaster walked in. Dumbledore, good to see you. He nodded. You discovered another one. My lord nodded and brought out a metal box. This isn't free. Dumbledore closed his eyes and thought. What's the price? My lord leaned back in his chair. Minister Fudge wants Dolores Umbridge to teach defense, she's a pain but I need Fudge's help with a few issues that concern my people. You need this Horcrux, it will be a painful year but it's a fair trade. Dumbledore sighed. I had my heart set on Mr. Lockhart. There is always next year, headmaster. Dumbledore took the box and frowned. I can sense the evil, sense him. Very well, Miss Umbridge will get a chance to be a professor, though with all due respect I don't think she has what it takes to be a good defense teacher. My lord shrugged. I'm pretty sure Fudge just doesn't want to deal with her for a year. Personally I see her crashing and burning horribly and I'm just going to apologize ahead of time for the drama she's going to cause. Dumbledore sighed. That bad? Worse, but you know I have debts to pay so. Dumbledore winced in sympathy. Well, we will both have to bear our burdens as best we can, anything else? My lord got off his throne. Going to abuse my position as Lord Black to search all the vaults just in case, because I don't trust my aunt at all. I wish you luck with your venture. The two shook hands and Dumbledore walked away. Was that a good idea? My lord turned to me, his face wincing. Oh no, absolutely not, next year is going to be an absolute dumpster fire, Karen. I'm going to be directly responsible for bringing in quite possibly the worst professor to ever go to Hogwarts. It's going to suck balls, Karen, absolute balls. I gulped. But surely you have a plan. He shrugged. I have a bunch of plans, it doesn't mean that any of them will work out, from here on forward I have zero clue about what's going to happen next and that scares me shitless, but I also need to get those murdering rapists because right now they're a damned liability. I frowned. And they deserve it. That too, point is they're fucking it up for all the Muggleborns and that is a bad thing for everyone. So we're going to do this and get things done and hunt down fragments of the Dark Lord's soul, so we can destroy them one by one so he doesn't start another war. I put my hand on his shoulder. Well, at least I'm never bored while I'm with you. My lord nodded. So, my lord, do we have anything that can translate Ukrainian into English? He looked up at me. I have another translation monocle in the library, why do you ask? Oh, nothing in particular. Karen Star. The ritual that Baba Yaga gave me was simple, well, it would be more correct to say that the series of rituals were simple. It just required specially made candles. I closed my eyes and concentrated, 1 point of light. I had options, I could strengthen a power I already had, I could roll the dice and gain a new ability or I could share my power with my little sister, my squire. I'm attached to her, this little girl I never knew, she's nice, she's adorable. I polished your armor, sis. My lady. She knew, I knew, but we couldn't talk about it, couldn't say it. The laws and customs of our people demanded our silence. Thank you. I got up, my armor shining. My lady, when will I get my magic? I patted her on the head and she made a delightful squeaking sound. After the trial, we cannot prevent justice from being done, I'm sorry but your blood is the key to bringing justice to your hidden mother. And then I can be of the people. I gave her a hug. Yes, but if you cannot commit to the cleansing I understand. She looked at me with a look of utter seriousness. I won't fail you, I want my family back, my lady. I smiled at her. I have to go train my squire, make sure my blade is sharp. She gave me a salute and I walked to the training yard thinking. I could give her a weakened version of my power, bind her to me, to my lord, it would make her strong, protect her from the circumstances of her birth. There were a few who were not understanding, who would hurt her. That desire to see her safe and powerful, that wasn't corruption. Sure, she would be bound to my lord much like myself, but she would have power. I decided to put that thought aside, and looked up at my teacher. Are you ready? I charged forward. Think. I blocked his blade. Better, but still, always survey the land first before charging in, take it in. That said, you wear your armor well, good speed. I struck again, a flurry of blows as I continued to try to push him back, my teacher easily blocked my attacks despite my increasing speed. Speed and strength are nothing without skill, take in your opponent, take in the land, probe defenses. I lunged forward and he stepped aside, his pommel hit me on the back. Stop overextending yourself, think. I stopped myself, I moved slower. Good, good. For a moment I saw something. I carefully stabbed forward and tapped my teacher in the belly with my wooden practice sword. My master smiled. Good, you finally looked for an opening. You're too eager for the fight, Karen. You need to look for openings and then take advantage of it. Stop hacking around at random. I nodded and he smiled. Now again. The choice weighed down on my mind, what to surrender, what to gain, what to do, and I would do it, bind myself more closely to him, whether it was today, tomorrow, or years from now, it would happen in time. Concentrate. No need to distract myself from my current purpose. I had a fight to win. Minister Fudge. I walked up to the roof of my house. It was dark and I took a seat. My hands felt jittery, my heart raced. This was risky, very risky. Dolores was vulnerable. For a short tiny window of time she was vulnerable. I don't know why she went after Black, but the fact of the matter is this. She lost big and her entire network is eating itself alive. It's a moment of weakness and as I look at the letter I smile. Works fast. I smile as a man lands on the roof. He wore a dark cloak, his face was hidden. Algae Longbottom. The old man stank of alcohol and managed to look shabby and uncouth. Every time I saw him I thanked Merlin he was on my side. So, the report. The old man put the manila envelope on my table, and then put another one on top of it. It doesn't make sense. The words were slightly slurred and I smiled as one of the most dangerous men I knew teetered on his feet. It was an act of course, but it put people at ease, got them to say things they really shouldn't. Can you please explain? He sat down and grabbed my brandy glass. I don't know what the fish's game is. The report, it clears way too many people of wrongdoing, people who are his outspoken political enemies, people who were a part of the vote against him. It mentions other crimes but says they're minor ones and are only worth a talk and some docked pay. The 40. Guilty as sin, and so convinced of their own invisibility that they're sloppy. A few of them kept souvenirs, others kept diaries. The times all match up, the witnesses all match up. I nodded. We're going through with the trial then. Algie took a swig of his drink. You're placing a lot of hope in that curse, Fudge. I closed my eyes and gripped my chair. It gets her away from her network, makes her more vulnerable. She's weaker now, weaker than she's been in years if we're right. Another swig and Algie looked at the bottle and thought. 40 muggleborns in exchange for a year to truly investigate bitch? Normally I'd say you got suckered, but you know, rapists, murders, and vile filth. Got any ideas on how to keep this from spilling over? I smiled. We cleared a lot of muggleborns and have proof about which allegations were false. We can say with all honesty that we're getting rid of the most corrupt members of the tax service and institute some reforms, a salary perhaps instead of this tax farming nonsense. Algie nodded. It won't work, every time we've tried to change to a salary system it fails, people prefer being able to legally skim off the top than work for their bread. I recommend reforming it a bit, auditing the process. It's easier to pass that than to get a salary. I frowned at the comment. Why is it that I can't seem to get anything done? Another swig of brandy was my reply. Nature of the beast, Muggle governments have the same issue. Somehow that doesn't make me feel better. So the Blackfish, your opinions, Algie? He swirled the bottle. Don't know what game he's playing, what game the Malfoys are playing. They're ditching a lot of the worst parts of the blood purist message, talking about offering classes and making it easier to assimilate. I smiled. Never thought I'd see the day. He's using the cure as an excuse. Blood purism was a sad medical necessity in a world without a cure for the squibs. But after centuries of work, House Malfoy have finally found a cure, and we can now leave that era behind. Do you buy it? Man shrugged. Hell if I know, but these actions show a man trying to tread a fine line. That file? It clearly shows that the vast majority of tax collectors are innocent, but it's targeted to get the worst of the lot. Raising up the Granger girl to nobility. He closed his eyes. The raids have him scared, terrified. He's willing to cut a deal with the Muggleborns, and the Muggleborns are watching. Sooner or later he's going to be tested. And then he downed the rest of the brandy. If he stops the raids, and doesn't mess up, that changes the political scene forever. If Malfoy has Muggleborn supporters, even if the number is small, he's going to have to look after their interests. He's got the cures, so that brings in the squibs, and if the raids are stopped his base will owe him. Killing the Dirty 40 secures the island. He puts the empty glass on the table. I think he's going for the brass ring. I think he's going for your position. He doesn't have the votes. The old man shrugged. Not right now, not during your entire term, but your term limit's going to be hit in 6 years, after that you're out of time and there's a new election. If he's cleaned up his reputation enough by then he could become the Minister of Magic. I frowned. Dumbledore would block it. Dumbledore isn't immortal, and once he's gone his block dies with him. It's not your problem, it's your successor's problem. Let's focus on cleaning up this mess first, okay? I nodded and brought out more ledgers as we continued to follow the money. Karen Star. They were smirking, the 40 of them as they walked through the flue. 30 men, 10 women, 40 guilty verdicts for crimes as separate as murder, rape, vandalism, theft, arson, pedophilia, and the list just went on from there. We had been following the trial, everyone on the island had been following the trial. They claimed that the trial was unfair and were offered a change of venue. The Minister of Magic warned them, told them that it would be a bad idea. The smirks vanish. My lord glares at the chained wizards. Welcome to the Island of Man, the witnesses have been gathered, our judge is ready, your lawyer. A small goblin waved. Has been informed about your case and has already been paid. The goblin jingled a bag of gold, my lord placed a hand under his chin. The Thanes, the leaders of the villages of our island smiled. Let's be absolutely clear, you have been accused of capital offences and we do have the death penalty in place for those kinds of offences. Your trial starts tomorrow, and will last 7 days, then a jury of your peers will decide if you are guilty or not. My lord leaned back. If you're worried about an unfair trial, do not worry, each and every single member of the jury is a fellow Muggleborn, who has been compensated quite a bit for their time and have signed magical contracts to judge fairly and impartially. Please enjoy your week on the Island of Man, it might be your last. Pretty much all of the Thanes frowned when he mentioned the Muggleborn jury, but my lord looked at them and nodded. Deep breaths were taken in, my lord was their king and he had proven himself quite a bit, they would give him a chance, give the Muggleborns a chance to judge their own. To police their own, to prove their honor. My sleep was restless, and every waking moment I had was spent at the trial. I was there when my mother gave her testimony under truth serum. I was there as men, women, children, and others gave their testimony, as evidence was produced. When Sunday came, the Muggleborn jury looked at us. Their clothing was different than ours, their customs were different, we all watched them carefully. We judge all 40 defendants guilty of all crimes. The criminals stared at their fellow Muggleborns in shock, the other Muggleborns looked back at them with disgust. I could see the Thanes nodding. It is a good judgment. I looked to my side, the Thane of Laxey. He was a giant of a man with a thick brown beard that was carefully braided. Truly. He nodded. Truly, the Muggleborns were just, we all had our worries, our suspicions, but our lord told us that it would be best to give the Muggleborns a chance to be just. They have passed our test. I smiled. Execution. The man nodded. I have brought mead, I somehow doubt it will be enough. It was decided that there would an executioner for each Mudblood, and those assholes earned that title. I watched as an executioner came out, watched as the Mudbloods begged for mercy that they did not receive. They seemed so scary, so terrifying in our memories. That was then, this was now, my village Kyan Drogad was last, my squire stepped forward. I am Kara Kent. My lord sighed. Why am I not surprised? I frowned. My lord, do not take this away from me. I was talking about her name, but she's fucking 9 years old Karen. I placed a hand on his shoulder. Please, my lord. I stopped. Please Pisces, for me. My lord took in a breath. I'm going to regret this. He got off of his throne. Kara Kent of Kyan Drogad, step forward and plead your case. My little sister looked scared, but she clenched her hands. I am a vengeance child, born to avenge my defiled mother. She knelt on one knee, the man who raped my mother's eyes widened in horror. He was the last and he squirmed in his stocks. I wish to cleanse my sire's sins away from me with blood, this is my birthright, please let me have this. My lord grimaced. Fine. The crowd cheered and my cute little sister brought out a knife. Hello sire. The man tried to move. I'm your dad, you can't do this. He pleaded for mercy, but my squire moved slowly and firmly. She placed her knife under his neck and carefully cut it as the rapist screamed and begged. It was not a clean death. She was too young to do it cleanly, too inexperienced. His death was slow, but finally at last he breathed his last. She nodded and put the knife back onto her belt. She placed her hands in the bloody stump and carefully covered her face in the man's blood. I stepped forward. The blood debt is paid, Kara Kent is dead, Kara Star is born, I call her sister. My mother stepped forward. The blood debt is paid, Kara Kent is dead, Kara Star is born, I call her daughter. My squire, no, my sister cried, she ran forward and gave us a hug. We were a family once again, and the crowd chanted. She is of the people, she is of the people, she is of the people. For some reason my lord looked a little disturbed by our moment of joy, well he was never one for parties so it made sense. Karen Star. I pour a cup of mead in front of the shrine. Tyr, whose honor has always been bright, you gave yourself that the wolf might be bound. I kneel before the shrine. Tyr, mighty one, one-handed who did not laugh, hear my voice as I call to you. I hold the empty cup in the air, my squire, my sister pours a cup of mead in front of the shrine giving her offering to the gods. Let me speak with honesty today and all days, let lies be discovered when set before me, give me the strength to persevere in the face of fear and give me the will to hold onto my truth. She kneels and lifts her empty cup to the air, the wise woman who raised her did well. May those who speak ill of good folk find themselves at mercy at the wolf, may those who speak with truth never know his gnawing hunger. Hail Tyr! We lowered our cups and got up. I saw my sword teacher, his brow was lifted. Fenrir the wolf trusted Tyr, he called him friend, and he betrayed his trust and chained him to the world tree, why is he the god of justice? My sister had a panicked look on her face but I stepped closer to him and he changed into his wolf form, he was big and scary and terrifying to those who did not know better. Because he accepted the consequences of his actions. He betrayed his friend's trust and lost his hand, he accepted this loss and spends the rest of time without it. Every time he reaches for a cup he is reminded once again of his moral failures, every time he picks a smaller sword he is punished anew for his transgressions. Tyr was made a god of justice because he accepted his rightful punishment. My teacher transformed back into a human, my little sister continued to hide behind me. Well spoken. He smirked. The name of the little girl who hides behind you, my student? She shivered in fear as she stepped forward. Kara. Star, sir. My teacher nodded. Sven Susi, your sister's teacher. She has a brave soul but has much to learn, maybe one day I will teach you in turn. She nodded and he patted her head. Grow strong little Valkyrie and keep your faith. He walked away and my sister held my arm. He's scary. I shrugged. My teacher is a good man. My sister nodded. Before I became your squire I thought about becoming wolf-blooded. I nodded my head. My teacher is a happily married man, Kara. She turned beet red. No, it's honorable to be wolf-blooded and even if the training is hard it is better to be wolf-blooded than to be powerless, to be a squib. I nodded and walked with her to the courtroom. Have you been blessed by our king yet? My sister looked away. There is a long waiting list, sister, and it would be rude for me to go ahead of others. I opened the door and then looked around. Good, we were alone, my master was taking a nap on his throne. I was the first to be blessed by our Lord, to have my impure blood cleansed by him. My sister nodded. I kissed him lightly on the cheek, I felt the rush of power run through my veins. Come with me. She nodded. We moved silently as to not disturb his rest. I opened the door and smiled at the sun. Have you ever flown? She shook her head and I grabbed her. She made a squeeing noise as I held her in my arms as we flew. Eventually the squeeing stopped and she looked at the world below us with wonder. My Lord gave me a great gift, a great power. I can share that power with you but like me you will be bound to him. My sister looked around. And I could fly. I smiled. Yes, and you would join me as one of our Lord's Valkyries. I landed near my room, my sister's face was lit in excitement. But there is a price, you must give of yourself. She nodded, her face serious. Good, follow me. We went into my room and I locked the door, the symbols were ready and I lit each candle carefully. Sit. My sister sat down. The magic is free. She smiled. What is freely given has no price but to get more you must give more. My sister nodded. Hold my hand. We held hands. Close your eyes. I saw that glimmer, that star, that point of power, rule of 3. I had to give something, had to give of myself. I submit. I felt chains around my heart, around my soul, it felt so good. I moaned with pleasure. Karen. It felt so good. Get ready, sister. I gave her the power and she gasped. It feels so good. I smiled. Like a warm light. My sister shook. Concentrate on my power, Kara. I see a world, a star. I see power, What are you willing to give? She grimaced. I can be pretty, beautiful. What do you give, Kara? My loyalty to our Lord. She gasped. Oh. I smiled. You see that power push, give more of your loyalty. I could hear her crying. I can't give any more. Then give your Lord your love. I opened my eyes, she was frowning, her face panicked. It's not working. Give more. I gave everything I had. Push, give something else. She was crying. It's dirty and filthy and. Give it. She collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. Kara. How could something so dirty feel so good? I shrugged. I do not know. She got up and concentrated and smiled. I can float. She floated above the ground smiling, and then she crashed. We both laughed. Give it time, sister. I gave her a hug, everything was finally well. Kara Kent/Kara Star. I stand by my dame, my sister. My Lord raises his hands and a pool filled with water glows. Blue. His hands fall, the pool is empty and they walk up the ramp. It is in the morning and my lord sits down. Karen. My sister rushes to hold his hands. There is a purpose, a rhythm to this process. Normally the limit is 200 squibs, with my sister's help our lord cures 1,800 a day, in 3 shifts, in the morning, at noon, and at night. The pool refills, this is the noon cure, this time belongs to us, to his people. I am told there is a process for this, young couples about to get married or thinking about having children are first as are other adults. Then youths, then children like me, then the elders. Babies have to wait, they have time and others need their magic more. My lord looks at the Thane. We have a limited number of wands, has your village chosen who is the most worthy to wield them? The Thane was an old man with a scraggly beard. Yet, good men of honor, 'tis a shame we have so few. My lord sighed. Enough for a sixth of the island. I'm trying to get more, but the price of even used wands has gone up. The old man shrugs. We have our magic now, 'tis better to do things this way, let the honored use their wands. Any word on a wand maker? My lord sat down, I walked slowly with a cup of coffee and poured it into a cup. I kneeled and my lord blinked. Kara, why are you doing that? I continued to kneel. You're my king. My king loomed over me, my heart beat faster, the old man watched. You are of the Isle of Man, we do not kneel, get up. I shook as he took a cup. But you're my king. My lord took a sip out of his cup. We kneel only to the gods, I am not a god Kara, get up. I stood up and he ruffled my head, I kept myself from crying. I didn't mean to do anything bad. He smiled at me and my heart beat even faster, the old man smiled as if our lord had passed some test. It's okay, now go out and play. I left the room and wandered the castle, my sister told me stories of the days when Castle Black was an almost abandoned ruin. Everywhere around me I saw construction, everywhere I saw people and activity. This was the current Castle Black, people said that the king was blessed by the gods. That he was sent by Odin to cleanse our blood of filth, to give us back our birthright. All I knew is that people prayed more often, shrines that had been carefully hidden were on display and places of worship were being built instead of services being held in cellars and caves. Everything was changing, so fast, so quickly. I looked up at the clouds and floated in the air. I couldn't fly as high or as fast as my sister, but I could fly. I thought about things, dirty things about, kissing the king. I wasn't supposed to think this way. I knew my older sister loved him with all her heart. I knew he made her happy but it let me fly and it was getting easier to think those thoughts. I took in a breath. I would support my sister, she was big, strong and had proven herself in glorious battle. I loved her and I would try my best not to hurt her, I would concentrate on getting stronger, on being a proper Valkyrie. That would be enough. For now. Hermione Granger. I looked over the parapets of my castle into the crashing waves in the distance. 40 people. I turned around and looked at my best friend and frowned at him. His clothing was simple but well made, a mixture of black and yellow. You killed them all. He leaned back. They had one trial and then was offered a change of venue after they complained it was unfair after being found guilty. All of them were warned that it might be a bad idea, they decided to do it anyways, and unlike their first trial their second one was entirely composed of Muggleborns. I crossed my arms. But killing them. He took a seat, and motioned for me to sit next to him. I did so. You know what they did? I grimaced at the memory. Yes, but it seems like a bit much. Is having your emotions drained until you're nothing but a lifeless husk any better? This was faster and more merciful. I frowned. They're still dead. He nodded. Yes they are. I made that trial as fair as I could humanly make it. I leaned back. Really? One of the best lawyers the goblin people have, an all-Muggleborn jury? Yet it was in many ways more fair than their first trial, but there was too much evidence, too much proof and too much certainty. They were never going to walk out of that trial alive. Then why even do it? 60,000 votes. His voice was serious. You remember how long it took to get Karen to mellow out? Now imagine an entire island like that, an entire island where people are really angry and hate all Muggleborns. Now all of them just saw a Muggleborn jury give them justice. So now they're not out looking for revenge. Justice was served. I looked away. That's a good point, it just seems rather, well, barbaric. Hermione, I am the king of an island of magical Norse Vikings, that's kind of the nature of the beast. I leaned back staring out into the ocean. So you decided to visit. Officially a diplomatic visit, see how you're doing. Then I have to visit Snape, see how he's handling his barony of Papastour. Where's Karen? He spun his finger around. Bressie, she's got a barony of her own and is helping some homesteaders set up shop. I blinked at the statement. Homesteaders. People looking to lease land from a liege lord, sooner or later people will come to you looking for land to rent from you. I thought about that, Having my own island seemed a lot more fun before I thought about that. Why? There's nothing here. He smiled sadly at me. And that's why they will come, the ability to fly as high as you want without violating the statute of secrecy, the ability to dress how you want without violating the statute of secrecy, the ability to be able to just let your hair down, to be yourself. He paused. Sooner or later there will be disputes, civil disputes, criminal disputes, and you will have to mediate them, talk them through, conduct trials, and hand out punishments. But the ministry. Hermione, the ministry has a giant hammer called Azkaban and a large number of hungry monsters to feed or else. They have exactly 2 punishments, fines and Azkaban. How comfortable do you think people are to actually send people there? I looked away. You're a member of the nobility now, you have rights that other witches do not have, but you also have responsibilities. What does a baroness even mean? Pisces looked up. If you're talking about the hierarchy of titles in the UK, it's roughly king, mark, count, viscount, baron, baronet, knight, with the number of votes you get in the Wisengamot go up with each step. He closed his eyes, as if doing mental math. So for a commoner, a witch, or wizard with magic it's 1 vote, then it doubles, so 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. I blinked. That doesn't sound fair. He shrugged. Life isn't fair, but keep in mind, being a member of nobility means you do have responsibility to go along with it and the number of people in the high nobility is rare. Also you can buy more votes from other nobles, be gifted them, it's kind of a mess. For example as king I theoretically have 128 votes, but because I landed the killing blow on Peeves I get an extra 500 votes, with another 50 votes going to my helpers. Shouldn't I get 58 votes? He shrugged. I may have rounded down, you probably do have 58 votes, it's actually not as bad as you think it is, the nobility makes up maybe 1/10 of the votes at most, and that number is going to go down drastically within the next couple decades. Unless both me and my brother die. He got up and stretched. Why give this to me? He walked over to the parapets and looked over at the ocean. Adversity is a poor way to test a person Hermione, how a person is during a crisis, during a clutch situation isn't necessarily who they are. Some people thrive during the chaos and when once it's over they're lost. They spend the rest of their lives secretly missing that time when things made sense. Some people fall apart during the crisis and then when it's over they are fine and even thrive. He paused and was silent. The best way to find out who someone is, to test their character is to give them power. Consider this. He waved his hand over my empty castle, over the island. A test. I got up. Have I passed? He turned around and eyebrow lifted. It's still going on, so I can't tell you yet. The wind blew through his coat and through his hair. He was calm and I looked into his eyes, they were old and reminded me of a relative who fought in the war. Calm, unfocused as if staring into some vast distance. His eyes met mine and I knew that he wasn't afraid at all. My parents had a piano, they didn't have room for it so it got moved here. Great, just great. Why are my hands so jittery, why is my heart beating faster, why is my mouth dry, why are my palms sweating? I was so clever before that breeze, why can't I say something? I play, a little. I blinked. Really? Parents made us learn an instrument. Draco plays the guitar, I play piano. I know a few songs. I took in a breath. Sure. I followed behind him, behind the Blackfish. Other Gryffindors said he was dangerous. My heart continued to beat just a little faster as I took him to the lone piano, he looked at it and pressed a few keys. Needs a bit of a tuning. I shrugged. I'm sorry. Don't be, Reparo. The energy lingered over the piano and I watched as the small cracks filled themselves, the small stains vanished. It looked as good as new. He sat down, and started to play, his voice had a tired harshness to it, and I watched him play. The music was somehow sad and uplifting and threatening at the same time. My cheeks felt hot and he got up and pulled out a pocket watch. I'm sorry but I have to go. He walked up close to me and I noticed he was taller now. Thank you. He nodded. I'm sorry, I never seem to be able to stay in one place long enough. Word of advice Hermione, this place will never be home without people in it. He put his hands into his pockets and walked away. He threw some dust and vanished in the flue. For just a moment I think I understood Karen, and that scared me just a little. Severus Snape. It was a wasteland of course. 3.2 square miles of wasteland, a place filled with caves, the edges of eroding mountains, large boulders, and grass. I saw primitive broken down houses made out of stone, the last remnants of a people who were wiped out hundreds of years ago. This was Papa's tour. I was no longer Professor Snape, I was Baron Snape, Lord and Master of nothing and no one. It was a fitting gift, and as I walked the lonely nothingness of the island I thought about my regrets and a recent victory. Having serious black kneel before me and apologize, it didn't erase the past but it did feel good, like some small aching wound that refused to heal finally scapping over. It didn't make my life better in a material way, but it was a memory I would treasure. This had been a good year for me in some respects, horrible in others. That man wasn't dead, should have known it wouldn't be that easy, should have known that my mistakes, my errors in judgment, my everything would come back to haunt me. Now the past haunted my days and my nights, Lily's dead eyes looking upon me in judgment, condemning me, and I knew I was guilty. Food tasted like ash, everything seemed so heavy, and my desire to have it all end warred with my quite reasonable fear of the other side. Of the hell I deserved. It was a fitting gift and present. The boy who gave it to me sat on a boulder. Disturbing anything? I shrugged. Just taking an account of my property, it's quite empty. The boy stared out into the distance. I really wish I was here just to talk. I frowned. It's cold here, for July I mean. June seemed to go by just a little too quickly. I sat down next to the boulder. I'm hoping you are slightly less reckless than you were last year. He shrugged. I really wish I could make that promise, but life doesn't seem to want to cooperate with what we want. I felt a sense of anger at his comment. You don't have to do this, you're a child. The Blacks, the Malfoys, both sides of my family helped create this monster, only makes sense that we put him down. I think it's about time that Tom accept that his time is over. Tom. Tom Riddle, obvious anagram is obvious. Seriously, do a check on his name sometime and it's going to slap you in the face. He's dangerous, you shouldn't involve yourself with this nonsense. The boy looked at me as if judging me. Then he should have kept his word. All he had to do was spare one woman, but he couldn't even do that. One woman, that's all he had to do, spare one woman. I remembered Lily's smile and clenched my fists. I restrained myself. That isn't any of your business. It hurt you, and I actually do give two shits about you. Language Pisces, 2 points from Hufflepuff. The boy had the gall to chuckle. It hurt you, therefore it affects me. I'm an incredibly petty person and I keep grudges like they're buried treasures. I can go places you can't go, uncle, search places you can't, and I'm small enough to fit into the right crawl spaces, so you're stuck with me. Dumbledore clapped, smiling. Good speech, though you really should learn how to be a little more forgiving. The boy got off his boulder. Found another one. Searching Bella's vault was a pain. He brought a cup out of a small sack. My eyes widened. Is that? The boy shrugged. That's a part of his plan, put chunks of his soul into things that are valuable, irreplaceable, make people waste time looking for a way to remove his soul without hurting the object. This belonged to Helga Hufflepuff. The boy shrugged. And if she was here she'd say it's just a damned cup, destroy the thing already. Dumbledore nodded sadly. A mature way to look at it. He picked up the cup, and I felt darkness, evil. Yes, that is Tom. Congratulations on cracking the anagram, by the way, Pisces, very clever. If we were in school I'd give quite a few points to Hufflepuff. He dropped the cup and I watched as fire consumed it. I thought I heard a screaming sound as the cup burned. When it was finished only molten slag remained. And it is done. The boy looked at us, and together we made a picture, the child, the adult, the old man. I suppose there was a symbol in that. This wasn't free. Dumbledore nodded and frowned. Hopefully this won't have quite the same price that your last favor cost. Umbridge, I remembered when we kicked her out of the Death Eaters, the Dark Lord decided the moment wasn't worth his time and had Bella's little brother impersonate him for the process. Atrocious acting aside, she bought it and we were free from her unpleasant personality. Wait a minute, Dumbledore looks upset, very upset. There was something more, the tax collectors. The trial was fair, fairer than the one they got from the Ministry. It was an all-Muggleborn jury, their lawyer was top-notch. And then you killed them all. The boy didn't even look remotely guilty. There was a trial and then there were consequences. I cleared far more Muggleborns in my investigation than I condemned, Professor. They're still dead. The boy shrugged. I know, but I have responsibilities to my people. There was silence. I'm calling in my favor now. Dumbledore looked at the boy with a certain wariness. Very well, what is it? The boy looked at me. Professor Severus Snape, I command you to live. I blinked at the comment and Dumbledore looked at him with amusement. Live. The boy nodded. Live. What happened? What you did during the war was bad, but Lily was your friend, and she wouldn't want you to spend the rest of your life wallowing in self-loathing. I love you, uncle, but this is getting old. I command you to live. To spend some portion of your life actually enjoying it. Go to a party, go on a date, find love. I don't care one whit if it's with a girl or a man, but live. I frowned. I'm not like that. The boy shrugged. I wouldn't give two shits. Language. Even if you were uncle, I would still accept you. To be honest, I think people who have a need to tell people who they can and can't love can go fuck themselves. Why is Dumbledore smiling? Another 2 points from Hufflepuff. Albus laughed. Well, you heard the boy, you're commanded to live. We are men of our word, are we not? I glared at the old man and at the boy. I suppose I could go out and socialize a bit. The two of them smiled and I felt my bad mood get just a little worse. I don't know what they were planning, but I didn't like it one bit. Nymphadora Tonks. Dodge. Too slow. I was losing badly. Stop shape-shifting, it throws off your sense of balance. I growled. I'm trying. He sidestepped another curse. Stop trying and start doing. I continued to breath and I screamed. I let the power rush through my body as I called out spell after spell, each one expertly blocked or dodged. For a moment I thought I saw Moody smile and then I felt myself freeze. I fell to the ground. Better, but not good enough. Keep doing that, instead of thinking about moving, actually move. I shrugged and smiled as I took Moody's hand, he then pulled out a cigarette. Those things will kill you. He shrugged. Something else will get me long before these kill me. Men like me don't die peacefully in our beds, Tonks. I struggled to get up. That's the thing, I can become anyone, be any, but it's not under my complete control. I'm always changing, just a little bit, my hair, my eyes, little things. In a fight when I stop thinking I'm a bloody tornado of destruction. My body and will moves together like a dance, but when that ends it's back to it. You'd trip over your own 2 feet if they kept changing size. So where are you going? I took in the air. Going to see my cousin. Moody's eyes narrowed. Which one? I shrugged. The royal. Moody nodded. That's fine. I stopped walking. What? I thought you hated my mother's side of the family. Moody took a deep drag on his cigarette. Kid's smart enough to see through his old man's bullshit, smart enough to see through the Dark Lord's bullshit. I don't necessarily like him, but outside your mother and Sirius he's probably the least screwed up member of your extended family. I lifted an eyebrow. Sirius, I remember you saying. He took a deep drag on his cigarette. Sometimes I'm wrong, there's a lesson in that, in due diligence. Always investigate a case properly, make sure you do your homework. Sirius is what happens when we don't do our damned jobs, Peter getting away like the rat he is what happens when we don't do our jobs. He took a deep drag on his cigarette, his mood getting more toxic with each smoke. Angry. Went to the rat's funeral, so yeah, finding out it's all a lie, it's pretty high up there. He was still frowning. You have a cousin to go see, go get. I walked to the floor and tossed something into the fire and walked into Castle Black. I smiled and sighed at the line. Bloody hell. The problem with being related to a king, the waiting, but I had a secret way to get to the front of line. Karen Starr, I have come to bargain. I waited and smiled as she rushed towards me. She stopped and looked up at me. I, Dame Karen of House Starr, have answered your summons, if your offering is worthy I will hear your request. I smirked. I want to talk to Fishy. She crossed her arms. Many people want to talk to my master, not many are worthy of his time. I smiled as she lingered over the word master as if it was a fine wine. Karen's little crush on Fishy was adorably obvious. I put my hands into my pockets and brought out cassettes. I brought some tunes. She looked at the cassette. See Winger. Her eyes narrowed, her face filled with disgust. Do not turn my home into a house of lies. I frowned. Winger is a metal band, you like metal. She sighed. You do not understand, in order to be a metal band one must rock, Winger does not rock, they have never rocked, please burn that thing and send it back to the dark underworld from which it came. Great. I have some Judas Priest. She smiled. This is acceptable, what album? British Steel. She nodded her head. You have redeemed yourself, but never bring Winger into this place. She grabbed the tape and put on some headphones. She put up the horns and banged her head as she led me to Fishy's office. There I found him looking over paperwork. Karen smiled and ran up to his side like an eager puppy. Master. Fishy turned a little red at her comment. Karen, what have I said about saying that? She smiled impishly. Only in private, my lord, but you get so delightfully flustered when I say it. He pinched his nose. What happened to my innocent little star? She smiled. And I started laughing. Yes, laugh at my pain cause, Lord knows everyone else is. I shook my head. Nah, I'm here to pick up some grub and what's that? Photos, lots of photos. Trying to find a date for Uncle Sev. I smiled. Severus Snape, I had fond memories, a young teacher with a dramatic past as a spy, a stern commanding attitude, and a mastery and passion for potions, and a voice like smooth butter. I smiled, half the reason I caused so much trouble was to get another detention with the man. My very first crush, after school I thought I let it go, but I saw opportunity. So you're trying to find a date for Severus Snape? I purred as I got closer to the table. Yeah, but finding people willing to date the man is harder than it sounds, finding someone who can deal with his personality is hard. Memories came back, fantasies of Snape losing control and disciplining me. Yes, so you haven't found anyone. Fishy sighed. Despite the fact that he's now a baron, the man has a reputation and he keeps saying no. I had to get him to agree to a blind date just to stop the constant rejections. Really? And I know it's not a gender thing because I offered a few blokes too, it's all this Lily thing. I blinked. Lily. My little adorable cousin shrugged. Essentially the dark idiot offered Snape a deal, join us and your little crush gets to live, then he found out that nope, Dark Lords don't keep promises, which started the spying business, and in the end despite all of his efforts she died anyways. Because dark idiots have to be total cunts. I raised my eyebrow. And your parents approve of that kind of language? He looked up at me with a bored expression. Since when have I ever listened to my parents' advice? I smiled and ruffled his hair. I sat down, and thought about it. And he's still not over her either, so good luck on that front. I thought about it, a dark tortured soul, pinning over his lost love, an aristocratic older man wandering a deserted island all alone. Merlin, damn it, even after school he's checking all my boxes, fuck, he's checking even more of them. I was actually getting a little wet at the thought of it. I smiled at Fishy. I think I found Snape's date. I grabbed his hand. Really, Tonks? Who? Me. Fishy rolled his eyes. Nice joke. I squeezed his hand. I'm not joking, Fishy. He frowned. Tonks, you're kind of hurting me. I smiled at him. I'm going on that date, Fishy. Tonks, it's really starting to hurt. Karen's eyes narrowed, her hand was on her sword. That date, Fishy. He sighed. Fine, it's not like it wouldn't be a train wreck anyway. Wish you the best of luck. I let go of Fishy's hand and smiled. Thank you, Fishy, I will make sure your Uncle Snape has a real good time. I gave him a hug and walked away and rubbed my hands together. He would be mine, oh he would be mine. I cackled a little as I left the room. Severus Snape. I sat on a boulder with a picnic basket. Bread, meat, cheese, a bottle of wine from Lucius' personal vineyard which he insisted I take on my date, and 2 wine glasses. I expected some awkward conversations, even more awkward silence, and then an agreement not to do this mess in the future. Then I could go back to my potions and I could hopefully forget my godson's nonsense. I wondered who he picked, probably someone that was painfully shy and demure and from a proper family that had fallen on appropriately hard times. Someone who would try and fail to hold back whatever disgust she felt towards me for the sake of her family. A date that would somehow leave me feeling just a touch more self-loathing. I looked up, it was about time for this horrid farce to begin. Oh no, oh Merlin, no, he wouldn't do this to me. I cringed as I saw a shock of bright pink hair come into view. It was over, it was supposed to be over now. I had earned my peace. Hello, Professor Snape. I'm going to murder that boy. Hello, NYM. Her smile vanished for a bit. It's Tonks now, just Tonks, remember it because you'll be screaming it later. She had piercings now, a small jacket that was too small, a pink undershirt and black pants. Even her lips had that vivid shade of pink, as did her eyes, and as that familiar smirk returned I felt a sense of dread. I'm done with you, you passed your classes, you got an O in potions. She smiled. What can I say, I'm back. The single worst Hufflepuff I ever taught, serving more detentions than anyone I had ever had, even more than the bloody twins. I had sighed a breath of relief when she left. She was gone now, she was supposed to stay gone, for the sake of my bloody sanity if nothing else. And what, pray tell, are you doing with yourself now? She smiled. Newly minted Auror. I winced in pain. Dear God, why did anyone think that was a remotely good idea? Her smirk grew. What can I say? It takes a thief to catch a thief. I took in a breath. That's a bad idea in so many different ways. Her smirk seemed to get just a little more predatory. I'm already planning my next heist, you know. I narrowed my eyes and gave her a look that firmly told her I was not amused. And that would be. She leaned forward. I plan on stealing a professor's heart. I frowned at her. I assure you such things are kept under lock and key. She waggled her eyebrows. Nice, always like a picnic basket. I stared at her as she opened the basket. Let's see, bread, cheese, dried sausage, and is that? I sighed. Wine. No, this isn't normal wine. This is Malfoy family sherry. They literally enchant their wines, the ground the grapes are grown in, and then it is fermented in enchanted barrels in a series of caves enchanted to break through normal barriers. It has an alcohol by volume of 30%, it's less a wine and more a hard whiskey in wine form. She smiled, her body language giddy. This is the good shit, this stuff will knock you on your ass. It takes 5 years to make it, there's an actual goddamned waiting list to get this. She grabbed the bottle by the cork and pulled. What are you doing? She looked up at me. I am about to get absolutely off my trolley. My jaw dropped as she brought the wine bottle to her lips and started chugging. What the hell do you think you're doing? She put down the bottle. Well, I just bloody told you going to get bloody drunk. I pulled out the glasses. There is a way of doing things and... She put the wine bottle in my mouth and I felt like coughing as the sickly sweet wine burned itself down my throat. I coughed as I suffered from the wine's effects. The bloody twit seemed to be unaffected as she took another chug. What made you think that was a remotely good idea? She shrugged. It's a date, and you clearly do not want to give this thing a bloody go, so now I'm establishing some rules. Every time you try to sabotage this thing we have going. We do not have a thing. She forced some more wine down my throat and I coughed. It's a date, so it's a thing. Every time you try to sabotage it, get away from it. Fuck this up, you have to take a bloody drink. She took another chug and started to teeter on her legs. Yush, gots that. She sat down on the rock next to me. You're drunk. She wobbled back and forth. Won't stay that way. I grimaced as she chugged the bottle. Shape, thingy, everything Josh kind of adapts. Yet too fash and there goes meh buzz. She chugged the bottle and smiled at me and put her hand on my shoulder. Merlin, damned Yosh, so hot. Miss Tonks, you're drunk. She smiled and took another drink. Why Yosh, I think I am. She giggled and leaned over me. Had Sasha crush on you, young hot teacher, super spy, and you were Sash cool. I frowned. Miss Tonks, get your hands off. She pressed the bottle to my lips and more of the horrid liquid went down my throat. I coughed as it burned. I felt angry. If you do that again, I will tan your hide in. She jumped on my lap belly first. Ready, when yous are pro, fess or. She then shook her butt to my absolute horror. That wouldn't be professional. I'm your professor and you're a student and. She burped. Not you student, anymore, graduated with, the honors, and or now, show I'm going, to call your bluff. Miss Tonks, there are standard of behavior and put your bloody pants back on. Yush, said you were gonna tan my hide, well get to it. Every prank came back to me then, every little comment, every little incident, and the detentions that never seemed to bloody work. It was a bad horrible idea, but in that moment everything went red. I lifted my hand and spanked her. Harder. I obliged her, and continued to spank her like the disobedient child she was, and then she started to shake, and make odd sounds and she stopped moving. I stopped spanking her and froze. What did I do? Was she okay? Did I screw up? Was I? She smirked at me. God, best orgasm ever. I blinked at her in horror. What? She smiled at me. I can't get drunk, Snape, quirk of my abilities. She got off my lap and fell to the ground, and then she slowly put her pants back on. Well, ready to show me round the island. Severus Snape. My hand felt unclean as that horrid she-devil continued to sip her bottle of wine and hum some inane tune. So what made you agree to do this? I frowned. I made a deal with young Pisces that I really regret, and why are you even bothering to drink that wine if it doesn't even make you drunk? She smiled. Oh, and what were the terms of that deal? I closed my eyes. I have to live. She was smirking. Why was she smirking? Really? Good to know. She started humming again as we walked around the island, and kept humming. It was low and just audible enough to be heard and it simply would not stop. Please stop that. She was smirking again. Stop what? That insistent noise. She leaned back and I heard a popping sound. I'm thinking about it and nope, not going to stop. The bloody humming continued as we continued to walk. It was like an constant low-level irritant that seemed to get worse with time. What will it take to stop the bloody humming? She stopped, took a few steps ahead of me as swirled her wine bottle before taking another sip. Since you're all about making deals. I'm not. She winked. Right, I want to make another one. If I can make you laugh before the sunset, we go to your place and well. She formed a V sign and then licked the air in between her fingers, and then she made a thrusting motion with her hips. I get it, and what do I get if I win? She tilted her head. This date ends and I leave you alone from now on, but let me tell you I'm a very funny girl. I turned away. This would be easy. Fine. Okay, what do you call a man who cries when he masturbates? I sighed. A tearjerker. I stepped forward. What's a 6.9? I sighed. A number. No, a good thing ruined by a period. I closed my eyes. What do you call an Italian whore? A prostitute. That was bad and you should feel bad. She smiled. What's the difference between being horny and being hungry? Where you put the pickle? Why won't this stop? What do you call a Bulgarian girl who can outrun her 6 brothers? I took in a breath. A virgin. Please stop, Miss Tonks. What did Cinderella do when she got to the ball? She gagged. I turned my head and stared at her. What's the great thing about a seer on her period? You get your palm read for free. I grimaced as the joke ended. So a deaf man walks over to a potion shop and waves around his hands, he puts 5 gallons on the table and pulls out his dick and points at it. The potion shop owner pulls out his dick and then takes the money. The deaf man screams and the potion shop owner tells him. If you don't like losing, then don't make the bet. She waggled her eyebrows and I frowned at her. Come on, that one was comedy gold. I sighed. How long until sunset? She smiled at me, 7 more hours. Merlin, help me. She patted me on the back. That's okay, I have a million of them, each more dirty and filthy than the last. To my absolute horror, she was correct. What followed next was a litany of dirty jokes. At one point I looked at my pocket watch. 3 hours. She smiled at my comment and I looked at the girl. You have attempted to make me laugh with your insipid immature jokes for 3 bloody hours and you have not succeeded even once. Do you honestly think this nonsense will work? The woman sighed as if hurt. You have a point, you win, my jokes can't make you laugh, victory drink. I smirked and took the bottle and took a drink. Ha! The laughter fell out of my lips and my eyes widened in horror. Giggle water, imported from New York City. I knew that my jokes wouldn't work, just like I knew that you would look away from me with each dirty joke. Professor Severus Snape would never dignify a dirty joke with a response, and when you did that I had time to mix the giggle water with the wine in a mixture that wouldn't dilute the giggle water but enhance it. Using the principles that you yourself taught me. All according to plan. I stared at the girl. What? She smirked at me. So your place or mine? My jaw dropped. I knew your mother in school. I knew your father, you're nearly half my bloody age. She smirked. I know, it's going to make it so much dirtier, so much better. She licked her lips in anticipation. It's not happening. I turned away and started walking. She skipped next to me as I attempted to storm off. You know. Cyrus says no one wants to live on your island. That man can go bugger off. She smiled. Says all sorts of things about how you're always alone, about the birds, the trees, that no one would ever want to live here. I got madder and madder as she continued to poke and prod about every potential issue with my land. I headed home. Well, the small shack I had constructed to be my home opened the door and slammed it in the woman's face. I locked it and went to my desk. Then I heard some noise and turned my head, my eyes opened in horror. How? I enchanted that to have a perfect defense against magical spells. She shrugged as she put a bobby pin back in her hair. Double-acting lever tumbler lock invented in 1778 by Robert Barron in England, have a noted weakness to certain picks, which is inserted into the keyway of the lock with force applied to the locking ball. The pick is then used to lift each lever inside the lock so that the locking bolt can pass. You used a 3-lever lock. It's practically child's play to pick it even with substandard tools. Next time don't cheap out and use a 5-lever lock. I stared at her. Something you learned as an auror. No Pogwitz, how do you think I kept managing to get into your potion ingredient stash to make stuff for pranks? She walked over to me. Looking at your mail. That is none of your business, Miss Tonks. She shrugged. Oh, so you don't have any mail then? Well, that's to be expected. I mean, Sirius keeps saying that no one would ever want to talk to you and... I pulled out a letter. Sirius can go shove it up his ass. I triumphantly read the letter. This letter is from someone who wants to rent land from me. It even has a letter of credit or adaptments not good for 10 years rent. I smirked at her. Too bad you don't have the guts to agree to it, it would disturb your perfect isolation. She changed and now looked like Sirius. Memories of school returned, memories of the constant mocking. I signed the letter, sealed it and gave it to my own personal owl. There, what do you have to say about that? She shrugged. Cool, so I'm that thing. She smiled. Sure. I formed a V, licked at the air in between it, and then I thrust my hips. There now, begone, woman. She nodded and clapped. Touché, Professor, touché. Well, see you tomorrow then. I frowned. No, I think not, you are not welcome on my land. She started smirking. That tenant you just accepted, what does that spell backwards? No. No, no. You're looking to rent, and the prices are dirt cheap, but even so I had to save for months even with my subsidy from Pisces to afford 10 years, and you just accepted payment. You see, I knew that if you were paying attention you would reject me outright. She smiled. But I've known you for years, Professor, I know all your buttons and I know exactly what to do, and you just accepted my offer. You can't stop it now, not according to the law, you're stuck with me, Professor. I was frozen in horror as she stepped forward, as she grabbed me by my tie and kissed me, her tongue went inside my mouth exploring it and then she stopped. See you again tomorrow, neighbor. She hate her hips as she walked out my door, and I screamed as I realized that I was stuck with my worst student for at least another 10 years. Severus Snape. I hated weddings, but it was Argus Flit's wedding, and I was thus required to go, and I was trapped with a preening +1. If there was a hell, this was it. Lucius shrugged as I managed to finally get away from the Tonks girl. I locked the door and settled in. How is your date going? Bloody girl won't leave me alone, she visits me every day, pestering me. Lucius shrugged. I think you just need to accept this, Sev. I frowned. That bloody woman won't give me any peace. He shrugged. If she's anything like her mother, like her aunts, then once she finds and settles on a man, well, she won't let go until she gets her way. I frowned as Lucius poured a glass of brandy. I expected some help here. He shrugged. Look at her mother, she knew for a fact that she would get kicked out of the family for marrying a muggleborn, did it anyways. Look at Bella, set her sights on the Dark Lord despite being married, ended up being his woman, I think her hubby even watched. You. He shrugged. I know, and my wife, well, before she set her sights on me I thought I was a Casanova, a real ladies' man, and let me tell you something, Severus. There is one woman in my life and it's going to remain that way for the rest of my life, for the sake of my life and sanity. So my advice? Make the best of it. I mean, she's a shape-shifting Auror girl, you could do much worse. I thought you hated Aurors. He shrugged. I hate people who go into other people's business, more precisely my business. I took a cup. Speaking of which, how is that going? He shrugged. Wine sales are okay, we're working on a new kind of brandy, and our marijuana crop was a bumper one, so our sales to the Muggle world will help balance the books, and despite the fact that it's a pain, our sale of antiques is helping fund the effort to keep your girl's friends from provoking yet another war. I took a small sip of brandy. She's not my girl. Lucius patted my shoulder. My poor naive friend, keep telling yourself that. She's just a former student who decided to intrude on my life. Lucius smirked. She's just a girl I went on a date with, I go on hundreds of those. Oh wait a minute, she just got my father to arrange a marriage? What the bloody hell happened? He smiled. Best thing that ever happened to me though, saw what became of the other girls. Mine keeps herself in shape, almost as beautiful as the day I married her. It's the yoga, you should really join in a session sometime. I find it helps keep me in shape. I took a sip of brandy. I'd rather not, so no desire to go out and relive the glory days. Lucius frowned. Hell and no, I got dragged into that nonsense by my father and I'd rather not put my own children through that nightmare. He shuddered. You were the Dark Lord's right hand. He took a sip of brandy. That man went through right hands like tissue paper. My goal during that whole horrible nightmare was to get as many of us out of that mess alive. It was terrifying, horrible, and I'm very much determined to make sure that whole mess stays in the past where it belongs. Which is why you're changing your views on Muggleborns. Lucius pulled out a newspaper. So. Buried in the back pages, the cured squibs? Had a wizard for a kid, that was an old paper, but it's held true in every single case thus far. My family finally discovered a cure, the fate of magic might finally be secured. I took a sip of brandy. It helps to have a monopoly, doesn't it? My friend shrugged. It gives me a lot of wiggle room that I didn't used to have, and that's useful, but it also presents a serious issue. The international community is pushing hard. I lifted an eyebrow. I thought they were allies to you. They are, Sev, but they're pushing me to put my boys out to stud, and the pressure is if anything getting worse as they get older. I nodded. Not happy about it. He shrugged. On the positive side, I will be able to arrange a very good match for Draco, and arrange some good ones for Pisces. Matches plural. Around 1200 AD, in an effort to get some Islamic wizards to help with Peeves, marriage rights were guaranteed, up to 4 wives. Narcissa will pick one for him, I will pick one. We consider the star girl to be the late Lord Black's choice, and of course we will let Pisces choose one woman for himself. I frowned. That's quite a bit to put on his plate. Lucius shrugged. It's a matter of politics. Pisces isn't my heir, so I can afford to make politically necessary choices, and since he's a known eccentric it won't impact my social standing too much. I frowned. Like the Granger girl. Lucius shook his head. Not on the table. It's good to have a Muggleborn ally during these trying times, but she hasn't shown me any signs that she's worthy of being a queen of an entire island. So who would you choose then? Lucius shrugged. I do not know. Draco would require a long discussion with my wife. For Pisces I'd choose a girl from outside the UK with an easy temperament, and a wealthy and powerful family. I don't know Narcissa's leanings on the matter, and have no clue what the boy would choose for himself. Still, it is a moot point. They're too young for that nonsense. Oh, good, it's time. I got up. I hate these savage wedding traditions. Oh, be tolerant, Snape, and I'm sure you would hate the civilized ones just as much. I took my seat on the groom's side of the aisle and watched Argus Filch get married, the pink-haired demon next to me smiled, and to my absolute horror she caught the bouquet. It would take days before the image of that smirk stopped haunting my nightmares. Nymphadora Tonks. First step is get your foot in the door. Annoy, harass, push buttons, but get your foot in the door. Even if the door gets slammed into your face and your foot is hurt, at least the door isn't closed. An open door, even if it's barely opened, is something you can work with. A closed one might mean you don't get a second chance. Hi neighbor. Summer was ending soon, and with that an end to these little conversations. Tonks. He opened up his door and sighed. He looked like he just got up, his hair wasn't greased and actually looked rather pleasant. He wasn't wearing a shirt and my eyes lingered over his toned lithe body. That was the trick, timing these little conversations for when he was still just a little groggy. You're back. I smiled and leered at him. Breakfast time. I held up some muffins that were only slightly burned. He looked at the muffins. Peach muffins. I smiled and raised the muffins. He took one of the muffins out of my basket and held it. The muffin collapsed in his hands, the ash streaming off into the wind. He closed his eyes and sighed. Come in. I smiled. Really? Yes, really, out of a sense of professional pride and nothing else, I will show you how to actually make peach muffins. He looked at my muffins. First step. He grabbed them and put them into the trash. Follow me. I followed him into a small kitchen. Hand-built, everything in his house was hand-built, using transfiguration ritual and construction magic. I had watched him build his home, watched as he got all sweaty from the hard labor and was always there with a nice cool glass of water. He grumbled less and less as time went on. The kitchen. He looked at me and opened his pantry. Ingredients. He paused. 1/2 cups, 195 grams, all-purpose flour. 3/4 cup, 150 grams, sugar, plus 1 tablespoon for muffin tops. 2 teaspoons baking powder. 1 teaspoon ground ginger, plus 1/8 teaspoon for muffin tops. 1 teaspoon ground cinnamon, plus 1/8 teaspoon for muffin tops. 1/2 teaspoon kosher salt. 1/3 cup, 80 ml, vegetable oil. 1 large egg. 1/3 1/2 cup, 80 ml 120 ml, milk, reduced fat, 2%, or whole milk are best. 1½ teaspoons vanilla extract. 1/2 teaspoon almond extract, optional. 1 large ripe peach, pit removed and finely chopped, or about 1 1/4 cups. He gathered the ingredients and then I watched as he did the next part. Heat oven to 400 degrees F. Line 8 standard size muffin cups with paper liners. Add 2 tablespoons of water to the 4 empty muffin cups, this helps to make sure the muffins bake evenly. Lightly spray pan with non-stick cooking spray or lightly oil. Whisk flour, 3/4 cup of the sugar, baking powder, ginger, cinnamon, and the salt until well blended. In a measuring jug that holds at least 1 cup, combine vegetable oil and the egg. Fill the jug to the 1 cup line with milk 1/3 to 1/2 cup of milk. Add vanilla and almond extract. Whisk until blended. Pour into bowl with dry ingredients and stir with a fork until just combined. Do not overmix. Fold in peaches. He then brought out a pan, and turned a knob on a small trinket and put the batter into a pan. Divide batter between 8 muffin cups. The batter will come to the tops of the paper liners. Make sugar topping by combining 1 tablespoon of sugar with 1/8 teaspoon of ginger and 1/8 teaspoon of cinnamon. Lightly sprinkle spiced sugar over muffins. Bake muffins 15 to 20 minutes or until tops are golden brown, no longer wet, and a toothpick inserted into the middle comes out with crumbs, not wet batter. Transfer to a wire rack and cool completely. He sat down on his chair. This is how you make peach muffins. There are many other recipes, but this is the one I use. I nodded. So, how are things going? He sighed. Making more potions for Pomfrey. Every summer I try to anticipate what you little maniacs will do to each other and try to plan accordingly, and every year like clockwork I get surprised. I smiled. What can I say? I do my best. He glared at me. I assume you're still studying under Moody. I smiled. I learn from the best. Severus nodded. He looked depressed. Going to go make some tea. He got up and staggered to the kitchen and sighed. Putting on a shirt. I frowned. I hated that part of our conversations. He got dressed and came out with 2 cups. English breakfast. He shrugged. Irish, too tired for English. He sniffed the tea and sighed as the bell rang. I pulled out a small vial and put a sweetener of a type into both our tea cups. He came out of the kitchen with my basket, which was filled with fresh muffins. Tea. He looked at the offered teacup and frowned. Truth serum flavored to taste like sugar, an obscure blend. If I was grading you, I'd give you an E. I shrugged and took a sip out of my cup. I put it on the table and he grabbed it and smirked. Nice try. He calmly finished my tea. So why did you join the Death Eaters? I don't. His eyes widened, and then he smirked. You bloody bitch, you drugged both cups. I smiled. I wanted to have an honest conversation. His eyes narrowed and I sipped the tainted tea. I got my mastery right after Hogwarts. I was arrogant, cocky, and performed a 3-day-long challenge complete with masterpiece, and it didn't matter one bit. There was a war on, so I made healing potions and I was good at it. I thought about joining the Death Eaters when James and the Mordors joined up with the Order of the Phoenix, but my best friend told me that the Dark Lord was crazy and to stay out of it. He looked guilty. So I listened to him. I figured that James would get his ass killed during the war, and then when he was safely dead I could make things better with Lily, be with her. I loved her and I screwed things up bad, real bad. How bad? Used the M word after a very nasty prank. I apologized, but she never really forgave me for that, and that's when she started dating my worst enemy. Ouch. The war dragged on and the Dark Lord came to my potion shop and gave me an offer I couldn't refuse: join up with him and he would spare Lily Evans. Don't you mean Lily Potter? He glared at me. I wasn't stupid and he was a little on the arrogant side, so I got an unbreakable vow out of him. So I made potions. I figured I'd just do that and stay out of the war. Lots of people did that, other potion makers, wand makers. You kept your head down and he would leave you be. I take it that it didn't work. Lily Evans decided to get involved in the war, and God, she was good at it. She killed so many of us, her wards, her defenses, her skill, and the price for her life got more expensive. I had to do more and more things, worse things to keep her alive. He paused. Eventually I figured out that it just wasn't going to happen and I made a deal with Dumbledore to keep her safe. So now I'm stuck trying to play both sides and keep Lily and myself alive. Didn't work, of course. I failed and she died. He looked at me. It wore off. Traded time for power, didn't you? I shrugged. He ate a muffy. I took a bite out of mine. It was wonderful. I took a drink from my tainted tea. So now that you know the horrible truth, will you go away? After all, I'm not the dashing super spy that you fantasized about. I'm not a hero. I'm a coward and a failure who couldn't even save one person. I lusted after another man's wife, and I'm going to be honest. If things had turned out another way, if Lily had lived, I would have gladly taken her back. He looked at me with his broken eyes. I have no delusions that I'm a good person or a hero or any of that nonsense, Tonks. I'm an angry, bitter shell of a man waiting for his turn to die. Sounds like you're in pain. He rolled his eyes. I live in a hell of my own making. It is a hell I deserve to live in. I sighed, taking it all in. I know you're not the sexy super spy of my dreams, but you know, maybe I prefer it this way. I'm still attracted to you and I still want you. He looked at me in confusion. Why? Are you mad? I'm angry, vicious, bitter, and mean. I put my hand on his knee. And I still want you. Maybe I just want to make you happy. Snape looked down, his body slumping. I don't deserve to be happy. I gave him a hug. Going to work, the muffins were great. He nodded and continued to sit in the darkness. Karen Star. Hermione smiled as we came into view and ran up closer to us and then gave my lord a hug. Pisces. She sniffed the air. Why do you smell like sulfur and ash? My lord stared at her, deep circles under his eyes. His hair was still singed in places. August sucked. She blinked. Oh, want to talk about it? He shook his head. No, and is my father fighting Ron's father? Hermione grimaced. Yes. He tilted his head. Pizza. Hermione winced in sympathy. Sure, there's enough time, but we would have to get it to go. My lord smiled. Good. We walked away from the fight and ordered a pizza. So how was summer? Hermione smiled. I explored the island with my parents, and Mom and Dad helped me with the whole renter thing. My lord nodded as he leaned against the wall. I knew it would happen sooner or later. A big reason why things are so tense around here is the relative lack of space. Hermione blinked. Oh right, the whole let your hair down thing. So how many renters? 30 for now, but other people are interested, and... I was bored. My eyes started to glaze over as my lord talked to the Granger girl about real estate and real estate law and the rights of tenants and a million other things that nobles did that bored me to tears. I prayed to the gods that the pizza would finish itself soon. I did find out that my lord took time to visit her on the weekends and that they wrote to each other whenever possible during the summer break. I felt myself become a little irritated at that revelation. Was she just a friend? Did she want to take my lord? If she did, would that be a problem? I knew my lord would be forced to marry another woman someday. I at least got along with the Granger girl. If we worked together we could keep interlopers from coming in. I thought about it, about my lord walking down the aisle with Hermione, and it didn't hurt that much. If it had to be someone too, rather it be a friend than some unknown hussy. Hermione started blushing as they talked and I nodded. We would need to talk. The pizza finished and the three of us walked to the train station. Hermione smiled. I talked to your mother. Pisces stopped. Whatever she said, I'm sorry. Hermione laughed. Oh no, she visited the castle and talked about things. I think it's just horrid that the ministry still bans a religious holiday, and tells people what they can and can't worship. He sighed in relief. Really? Yes, she talked about a lot of things and overall she was absolutely lovely and . My lord looked up. Pisces, good to see you bringing lunch. Hermione nodded. Save a seat for my son, I need to talk to him. Hermione grabbed the pizza and smiled at us. My lord's mother looked at him coolly. I apologize. My lord blinked. Mom. She clenched her fists, she shook just a little. I apologize for doubting your judgment. Last time I saw that kind of potential I dismissed it, my blood was older, purer, better, after the war. My lord's mother closed her eyes, and shook a little. You have made a good choice, she is a very capable little girl. She took in a deep breath. My lord nodded in response. She will be a formidable ally. She nodded. You have forced us to change our political positions, Pisces. Now your father and I are good enough to roll with the punches, and we understood that you were going through desperate times which called for desperate measures. She smiled. And when you defeated those horrid people I was never prouder of you, but things have come to a head. The raids. His mother nodded. They're going through, and there is talk of restarting the war. Your father is doing everything he can to cool tempers, but this year is crucial. She put her hand on my lord's shoulder. Your actions have consequences. We love you and we're willing to back you up, but the time is coming where you will be forced to face the consequences of your actions. Mother. She hugged my lord, then she looked at me. Karen, I need to speak to you alone. Pisces? My little fish, go find your friend. I looked up at her. You're a good girl, you're faithful to the gods, you're loyal to my son, and you love him. You would make a good wife, but you do not have what it takes to be a queen. I felt my spirit lower. And the Granger girl does. She looked at me with hesitation. I've seen this kind of potential before, I wasn't afraid then, I am now. She squeezed my shoulder. Honored mother. I used to ask myself what would I do if another Lily Potter appeared? The first time it happened I dismissed her. My blood was older than hers, my blood was purer than hers. She wasn't a threat. I lost so many friends, family members, allies because of my arrogance. She was shaking just a little. Thank the gods, my little fish saw the threat she posed before that horrid McGonagall woman created yet another weapon to murder us. Without the trunk incident, with everyone whispering poison into her ears, we would have had a second Lily Evans. She took deep, cleansing breaths. So you're considering her? She nodded. It's an option amongst many, but yes, you two are friends. I nodded. My husband wishes to marry off our little fish to 4 women. I clenched my hands. Neither of us wants that, but options are limited. Watch the Granger girl carefully, owl me everything you know. I need to know how malleable she is, how much the Weasleys have tainted her. If there is hope she might make a powerful ally. And if she can't be reached. My lord's mother was silent. Then we do whatever we can to make sure that she doesn't become our enemy. Karen Star. We took our seats with Hermione and smiled as Harry walked in. My lord waved. Hey, we brought pizza. Ron frowned. Come on Harry, let's get out of here. Harry turned his head. It's pizza. Ron glared at us. I don't think we can trust the bloody pair right now. Harry sighed. I'm not doing this with you, Ron. If you want to act like that, go sit by yourself. I'm getting some pizza. He sat down and Hermione cast a spell to reheat the pizza. Little paper plates were brought out as Ron continued to glare at us. It's probably poisoned. Ron, when's the last time you ate anything? Ron looked at Harry in confusion. This morning, breakfast. Harry grabbed a slice and smiled as he took a bite. For me it was 2 days ago when Sirius visited. Ron frowned. Harry, what if? 2 days, Ron. My lord grimaced. If you need anything from the cart, I will cover it. Harry smiled, and Ron shot us another glare. He doesn't need your kind of help, Black. My need to punch Ron in the face was growing. Is this about your dad's fight with my dad? Because I had no part in that particular bit of stupidity, Ron. Ron grabbed Harry's coat. Come on, let's get out of here. Harry looked up at his friend. If you want to leave, Ron, then leave. I haven't talked to Fishy, Hermione, or Karen in months. Ron's eyes narrowed. Fine then. He walked out the door and slammed it. Harry took another slice of pizza. Sweet, 2 boxes. We gave him the top box and watched as he devoured the entire pizza by himself. The 3 of us shared the second box. Rough summer. Harry nodded. Sirius is trying to get custody, the Durzellis want to give him custody. I don't want to talk to them ever again, but the ministry is dragging their feet. So my family was extra horrible to me this summer. Around August they decided to stop feeding me, which was just. He burped and looked at the pizza, we all looked at each other and motioned for him to take it. Thanks. Hermione looked shocked as Harry started to eat more pizza. They can't do that, it's illegal. Harry looked up. That's never stopped them from hurting me before. I'm the freak after all, this is good pizza by the way. My lord nodded as Hermione's eyes widened in horror. The trick is to ask for extra sauce, Harry, they never put on enough sauce. Harry nodded at my lord's words. Good to know, you know that there aren't any pizza places in the magical world. My lord put his hands up. I know. You know that there isn't a single culinary school in the wizarding world? Hell, most schools don't even have home economics. This is why I'm going to have my school teach cooking and I'm going to make it bloody mandatory. Harry blinked. You're building your own school. My lord shrugged. I have over 50,000 witches and wizards now and they need an education. I'm working with the Thanes on it, I'm the local government. We finally got all the land stuff squared away so construction started about a week ago. Harry looked confused. I thought you were the king, can't you just do whatever you want? My lord looked at me and I looked at him, we held each other as we laughed. What? Hermione winced with sympathy as we slowly stopped laughing. My lord sighed. Word of advice? No one rules alone, Harry, even dictators, even absolute kings need help to rule. The island of Man is governed by locally elected Thanes who each run a village. Combined they form a ruling council that advises the lord or king of the island. We're trying to create a proper separation of powers, and a defined constitution with a Bill of Rights right now. Hermione leaned in. Really? Why? Both Harry and Hermione leaned in. Because I don't trust future generations to not screw up, there have been some truly god-awful Lord and Lady Blacks in the island's history, and I do not want those past mistakes to be repeated. It's something everyone agrees on. I didn't fight Peeves to protect my people from tyranny just to become a tyrant in turn. Harry nodded and Hermione smiled. Harry's stomach. So that offer, about food. My lord shrugged. Whatever you want, it's covered. He smiled. I will pay you back, Fishy. Don't worry about it, just eat whatever you need, okay? Harry smiled as the cart came and my lord frowned at the offered food, the train which frowned at him. We still don't have coffee. My lord frowned. I made arrangements to have coffee here. I paid ahead of time, I owed the beans. The train which glared at him. We have tea. I brought my own tea. He held up a box. Can I have some hot water instead? She smirked. No, we are out of water. My lord glared back at her. How can you be out of water? We used it to make the tea. Karen Star. First night back at Hogwarts, my lord knocked on the door, the headmaster opened it. Pisces, it's good to see you. He looked up at the old man. This isn't a social call. Dumbledore nodded. Come in. The two of us walked in and he locked the door. I wondered why you smelled like ash and brimstone. My lord shuddered. Traps bloody everywhere, magical and non-magical alike. Do you know he uses landmines? Because Tom used damned landmines. Dumbledore looked at him with sympathy. I'm sorry that this was so difficult. It's lot to ask for someone your age, I understand if you were not able to get another one. My lord slammed a metal box on the table. It took me over a year to find the bloody place, and over 3 months to disable enough traps to get it, but we finally have the damned Horcrux. He leaned back in his chair. And the crowd goes wild. He opened the box exposing a ring. I recognize this. He stared at the ring. Tom used to wear this all the time. My lord shrugged. Not surprised, it explains a lot, damned thing has the resurrection stone built into it. Dumbledore stared at the ring with hunger. You're not kidding, are you? My lord shook his head. I wish, but being able to summon the best of the best to train you, to give you ideas, to teach you, and then putting his soul in here to boot, it explains a lot, doesn't it? Dumbledore reached for the ring, my lord slapped his hand. Do that and you will lose your hand at best or die at worst, things cursed professor. Dumbledore took in a deep breath. Sorry, there. I have regrets, people I want to talk to. You honestly think fiend fire will destroy the stone? Thing's a relic of some forgotten age of magic, whoever you want to talk to, we can do it after you destroy the ring attached to the stone, which you know is pure evil. Dumbledore smiled. Right, priorities. He pulled out an urn and the ring was placed inside. Fire rose from the urn as the ring was destroyed, I sensed darkness and evil fill the room and then felt it vanish. Dumbledore smiled as the fire faded. He pulled out a small stone and looked at my master. Can I? He nodded. Borrow it for the night, but remember this, the stone is a tool that allows people to say their goodbyes, getting overly attached to it, it does bad things to you. Dumbledore nodded. Thank you. My lord got up. There are people in the order who also need to say goodbye, we need to figure out a system to let them do it, without telling them about the stone, maybe an obscure potion or some such. Dumbledore nodded. That's a good idea. My lord yawned. Well, time for bed and... Dumbledore grabbed his hand. We talked, the order. He placed a small metal badge into his hands. Welcome to the Order of the Phoenix Pisces Black. My lord stared at the badge. Thought you guys didn't trust me. Dumbledore smiled. Trust is earned, Lord Black, and you earned our trust. My lord smiled at the badge and placed it in his coat. Well, better not let this go to my head. I hope you don't mind if I keep this under wraps. It would be a lot harder to help you if people knew. Dumbledore nodded. I understand. Happy hunting. My lord smiled. Wish you luck with whoever you want to talk to. Narcissa Malfoy. I smiled at the little mudblood and her muggle parents as I walked into their drab castle. I felt a sense of anger that my son gifted this little creature with an entire island. It should have gone. I took deep cleansing breaths. No, I can't keep thinking that way. That kind of thinking almost got me killed during the war, it got a lot of people killed. I can't afford to underestimate the girl just because of where she comes from. Muggleborn, got to think of this creature as a Muggleborn. Mind if I talk to you? Lucius should be doing this, he's always cared less about blood than me, less about class than me, I mean his best friend is a half-blood that came from nothing. In many ways I felt more comfortable around Draco, he was in some ways my child more than our little fish was. Yes, come right in Mrs. Malfoy, do you want some tea? I smiled as my skin crawled. Sure. I had to be polite. I understood my fish's logic, having a Muggleborn come out and talk for us that was useful and had value. A token was very valuable, especially during these dark times. I hid my sense of disgust as she used low-quality Muggle tea bags. I managed somehow to avoid cringing when she gave me the cup of tea in a mug of all things. I managed to keep myself from gagging as I sipped the tea. So you're my son's friend? She smiled. Yes, he's great, he saved me from the trolls and ... She talks too much, that the first thing I notice, then I notice the slight buck teeth, the frizzy hair, the sheer ungodly nature of the creature ahead of me. She's not pretty, she's not charming, her family isn't particularly wealthy for a Muggle one. That Finch fellow would make a much better token, my little fish wouldn't choose her unless he had a reason. Was it a loyalty issue? She was clearly had a crush on my boy, but no, that didn't make sense, a Muggleborn going to Gryffindor, that was enemy territory. So why was this girl so special, what made him choose her? Why befriend this particular Muggleborn? He clearly did some kind of research before meeting her. She was talking about the bloody trunk incident. So how's school going? Great, and the great thing about this island is that I can practice all I want like. I blinked as she formed a shield without a wand, without an incantation. It takes months of constant effort to do that with a single spell, and they don't teach the shield spell till at least 4th year. Sure, my little fish can do it, but he's special. I know my son Draco can do it, but it took him years of practice. I felt my heart beat a little faster, this felt familiar. Where did you, Elle, learn how to do that? Pisces. He taught me how to do it after the troll incident. I learned so much from him and... She was gushing again, but the sinking feeling in my stomach grew. She showed me around the castle. It didn't take much prodding to get more information out of her. To see her little makeshift potion station, her garden, her plants, the books she was reading. It was all too advanced for a girl her age, and the sinking feeling got worse. I had seen this before, experienced this before. I remembered Lily Evans, how she talked as a little firsty. I didn't join in the teasing, the bullying, I had other things to do, other interests. I remembered their flayed corpses. Evans was always the most vicious member of the Order of the Phoenix. I remembered her traps, her wards, her bombs. Dear God, the bombs, always with the bombs with that woman. I began to sweat. Are you okay, Mrs. Malfoy? I smiled. I'm sorry, Miss Granger, I'm just not feeling well today. It happened, not very often, but it happened, freak occurrences like Lily Evans. Most Dark Lords were not members of the nobility, most of them were like Lily Evans, rising up from ignoble circumstances and causing an orgy of destruction before they were finally put down. After the war I asked myself what I would do if another Lily Evans appeared, and as she showed off, my feelings of concern and worry grew. I hid my growing sense of unease under a mask and considered my options. Murder was out, I was hereby guessed right, such things were simply not done. I took a breath, and I remembered the Turnkey incident. She was young now, naive, maybe I was wrong, so I visited her again and again. Taking time on the weekends to talk to the girl. I was careful to avoid certain subjects, and as I poked and prodded, trying to get more of a handle on her personality. On what her lovers were, on her friends, on Ronald Weasley, on Harry Potter, on my son. She seemed to like the Star Girl, and felt guilty about her growing crush. Her feelings about the Weasleys were refreshingly mixed and she seemed to like Harry Potter just fine. I asked about my other son, about Draco, and her feelings on that front were more negative. Thankfully he apologized to her for his earlier statements, thankfully she saved most of her anger for the Parkinson girl, and there was a lot of anger in her, a lot of rage, a lot of hurt and a lot of loneliness. She was young enough to be molded, she had potential and fire. Sure her children would be half-bloods, but wealth and prestige would bring in pure-bloods who would wash away any issues. Sometimes you need to think in terms of generations. My little fish would need someone smart, someone capable to watch his back, to cover for his weaknesses. I wondered what I would do if I discovered another Evans, and now that I feel a sense of fear, but I also feel a sense of opportunity. I always wanted a daughter after all. Severus Snape. It had been a week since school started. Dumbledore and the boy sat in his office. I assume you found another one. He nodded. Yet and figured out how he was able to make so many. He opened a box revealing a stone. And this is. The boy waved his arm. Behold, the resurrection stone, allows you to bring the dead back to our mortal world for a chat and in Tom's case cheat the system. Tom. The boy frowned. The Dark Lord's real name, I refuse to humor that jerk. I nodded. Please explain. Okay. The boy got up. Horcruxes work like this, you murder someone, split your soul in half, put the other half into something and then you're basically immortal until your soul jar is destroyed, and it always gets destroyed because splitting your soul in half turns you into a crazed maniac, which means people now have a motive to go after you. Albus nodded at the statement. So Tom had multiple Horcruxes, which should not be possible, there shouldn't be enough soul to do more than one. But if you're able to borrow energy from the afterlife, able to repair your soul that way, well then it's possible. I stared at the stone. So, this was the key to the Dark Lord's power. Being able to talk to the dead, learn from the dead, so many spells and entire styles of magic had been lost, a lot of things made sense now. Yes, and now that it's our stone we're going to use it to give the members of the Order a chance to say goodbye, but we can't let them know about the stone. I nodded. Security risk. Albus nodded, he seemed to be in a good mood, at peace with himself. But before that, is there anyone you want to talk to, Uncle Sev? LLLY, always Lily. My eyes started to water as I took the offered stone, my body shaking as I turned it in my hands. Lily Evans. My breath hitched as mist filled the room as a ghostly image formed as. Take that motherfucker. Tears flowed freely down my face as the ghost looked around. Hogwarts. She looked around and then looked at her hands. Hey, looks like I'm a ghost. She looked up at Albus. Oh hi Professor, so quick question, did I take the bastard down with me? Albus nodded. Yes, and your son is going to this school. She turned and looked at me, and at the boy who waved and then at me. Sev. I started crying. Lily. She walked up close to me and then looked at the boy. So who's the kid's mother? Narcissa. She folded her arms. Ugh, well I guess I understand, I mean she's a Death Eater but at least she's polite, and she always did have a nice arse, but make sure to get a blood test, you know, make sure the kid's yours. The boy glared at her. My father's name is Lucius Malfoy, you were summoned using the resurrection stone. I'm sorry but you're only here for a small amount of time. Also I'm on your side. She looked at Dumbledore. Really? He nodded at her and Lily shrugged. Always thought the Hallows were just a myth, so I assume I'm going to get a chance to talk to my son, right? The boy leaned back. It's on the list of things to do, we kind of need Snape to create a potion that allows people to talk to the dead, you know, one with limited ingredients. Lily nodded. Good idea. So I'm here, what do you want to talk about? I looked at her. I want to say I'm sorry, that I'm so sorry for everything, for. I was crying and Lily looked at the boy. Hey you two mind if Sev and I talk separately? Albus and the boy got up and left the room. Lily looked at me with sympathy, when the door shut she slapped me hard. I staggered a bit. What the bloody fuck were you thinking? What made you think any of that was a good fucking idea? I cringed. I was stupid and. Lily paced back and forth. I know exactly why you joined up, Albus told me all about it, do you think for a bloody moment that I would approve of any of that bullshit? I'm sorry. She groaned. Funny thing is, I'm sure a bunch of other girls would think it's oh so bloody romantic, but I'm not like that, you know I'm not like that. She pressed her hand to her forehead. I'm not some helpless maiden who gets the bloody vapors, I am goddamned Lily. I mean fuck, we used to buy Barbies from the thrift store so we could blow them up with M80s. We used to make homemade explosives and set them off. I frowned. I still remember that time you got hurt. She gave me a beaming smile. Times Sev, times you can master bloody explosives without the occasional accident. Point is we made stink bombs, we blew shit up, we raised hell and we had all those sons of bitches thinking we were perfect angels. That girl didn't vanish because I finally grew a set of tits, Sev. She sat down. I'm sorry, about the incident about. Lily leaned back and looked at me with exasperation. I forgave you for the mood blood incident within the week. I didn't stop being friends with you over one fucking incident. I didn't break up with you over one incident. It was just a whole host of things. You were snapping at everyone, you were dabbling in some seriously dark shit, and you were pushing everyone the fuck away from you. She got up and looked me in the eye. I wanted my fucking friend back, Sev, the guy who made biting jokes, the boy who could laugh and have a good time, and he fucking bolted on me. She sighed. And the fact that the whole mood blood thing happened after I gave you my goddamned virginity might have had something to do with it. She looked away. That's why you went for Potter then. She sighed. Not my best fucking moment, Sev, none of us exactly covered ourselves in glory while we were in school, but yes, I dated Potter to get back at you. In the beginning, and then we kind of hit it off. Well, story for you to tell your wife, I guess. I looked away. There is a wife, right? I shook my head. Girlfriend? Please tell me you have a girlfriend. No. She took in a breath. Okay, didn't know you were into blokes. I have to say it's going to take me a while to get used to it, but you know, whatever makes you happy. I'm not gay. I took a breath. I'm not with anyone. I don't deserve to be with anyone, not after the things I did, not after I got you killed. Lil closed her eyes and took a breath, and then slapped me again. Da fuck, Sev. I felt my cheek. You legit fucked up, not telling you didn't. She stopped. Also, the whole catch me on the rebound thing was incredibly fucked up, but I never wanted. She waved in my direction. This for you. I'm happy that you finally got your head out of your ass. I'm happy that I got my friend back. You fucked up. You're making up for your fuck up. Now go out and for the love of God get laid. But Lily. No arguments, Sev. This is my command from beyond the grave. Find a girl and get fucking laid. For the sake of everyone else's sanity, if not for your own. I blinked and started laughing. I missed you. She smiled. I miss you too, so how's my kid doing? I sighed. Not well, he almost got himself killed last year. Lucius boy saved his skin. She nodded. Giving him a hard time. I frowned. I'm hard on all my students, especially the Gryffindors. What do you think would happen to the boy if I was nice to him? Lily lifted a finger. Fuck, yet I see your point. They would bully the fuck out of him. Still do me a favor and keep him safe, okay? I nodded and she gave me a hug. Sorry, Sev, time's up. I just want to say goodbye, okay? Lily, I can't do this without you. She hugged me tighter. I'm sorry. Goodbye. Goodbye, Lily. She vanished in my arms and I was left alone in Albus's office. I put the stone on the desk and walked out. Are you? I shrugged. I'm not okay, but I'm doing better now. And a part of me felt guilty about that. Harry Potter. I thought Snape was the worst teacher at Hogwarts, that he was the meanest teacher in Hogwarts. I hate being proven wrong. I was starting to miss Quirrell. I mean, sure, he secretly worked for Voldemort and tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone and tried to murder me, but other than that he was mostly pleasant. Umbridge, however, reminded me of a toad. I envied Fishy and Karen. They didn't have to take defense. Sure, they almost got killed by Peeves, but it beat dealing with this. Ron was frowning as she continued to shriek at Hermione about cheating. Which was bollocks because Hermione studied all the time. She asked her a question and Hermione answered it. I don't understand why she's so angry about Hermione being right. This is what she does. She knows stuff, that's her thing. I sighed with relief as the class ended. Hermione was near tears as she stormed off. I got ready to run after her, but Ron put his hand on my shoulder. Let her go. Ron, she just ran off crying. Give her some space, if she needs to talk about it. I shrugged. So far this had been a weird year for me. Sure, the Dursleys were if anything even worse, but I got to hang out with Sirius and he was really cool. A little sad and sometimes he just stared off into nothing, but really cool, and I got to go play with Ron and meet his family and it was pretty much the best summer I ever had. We need to talk privately, Headmaster's office. Great, just great, here comes Professor Snape. I didn't even do anything this year. Okay. I sighed. It was probably Draco. It was like him tell some kind of lie to get me in trouble. I had about enough of Fishy's evil twin. I walked into Dumbledore's office and Snape took in a breath. A cauldron stood in the corner. I have managed to get my hands on some very rare potion ingredients and a forgotten recipe. I didn't do it. The twins, it had to be the bloody twins. Great. I'm not accusing you of doing anything, don't be a bloody. He took a deep breath in. I'm sorry, I lost my temper. He put something in. I summoned the shade of James Potter. My eyes widened as I looked at a ghost. Severus. Snape's eyes narrowed, his fists clenched. I could see the rage and hate on his face. James, well, I will let the two of you talk, you and your boy. The ghost. My father put a hand on my teacher's shoulder. I want you here for this. Severus turned around. My father kneeled down. I'm sorry for a lot of things, Harry. I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to be there for you, to see your first steps, to be the dad you deserved to have. I smiled as he hugged me. I wish I had gotten to know you. He smiled. I don't have a lot of time, so I want to say, I love you when you were born. I didn't think I could ever love anything as much as I loved you. I thought to myself that I'm willing to die for you, I love you that much. Didn't think I'd have to live up to it, but it was worth it. I was crying. So tell your old man what you have been up to. I wiped away my tears. I'm in Quidditch like you, I'm a seeker too, and I want to be just like you. Snape flinched, and my father stopped hugging me and shook his head. No. But No, Harry. Well, I wasn't a good kid growing up. To be honest, I was a spoiled brat, and looking back on it, a bully. I hurt people, Harry, because I was arrogant and I thought I was right about everything. He took in a breath. Severus was one of the people I hurt. My teacher flinched and my ghostly father looked at him. I'm sorry. For everything, I always seem to figure things out a bit too late. Snape nodded. You were always a bit dim. I frowned and got ready to yell at him when my father started laughing. Yeah, I kind of am. I'm sorry for a lot of things. My father looked at me. Don't be like me, Harry, be better than me. He gave me another hug. Goodbye, Harry. And then he vanished. Snape closed his eyes and then we looked at each other. Next we will talk to your mother. I wiped away my tears and nodded. Did you hate her too? He froze and for a moment Professor Snape looked human. I loved her more than anything else in the world, I still do. He tossed something in again. I summoned the shade of Lily Evans. I blinked as my mother appeared. Everyone said nice things about her, so I knew she would be the nicest person ever. Hey Sev. Snape smiled warmly. This is your son. My mother nodded and I was crying again. I need to talk to my son privately. Snape left and I hugged her. Harry, I just want to say I'm sorry I didn't get to know you. I cried. Mom, I missed you so much. She was like an angel. I know. Look, do you have a pen, and something to write on? I nodded. Yes. Okay, I need you to write this down now. I blinked. What? Get out your book, this is a lot to go over, I need you to write this down now. I brought out a cheap study guide and my quill. Okay, go to Jingot's, ask for the Valyrian special. They're going to want your blood, so I'm going to need you to be strong and let them prick your finger. Mom, shouldn't we be talking about? Is Voldemort dead? I grimaced. Then this takes precedence, write it down. I wrote down her information. It's going to be a small room, look for a box filled with old Playboys. I grimaced. Mom, why do you have a box of Playboys? She folded her arms. It's a great way to hide stuff, okay. Inside the Playboys there are maps, look for the pages with red-headed centerfolds. Then say the code word punk rock. I wrote it down. You're going to see maps, of cities around the UK, anywhere you see a pound sign is a place with money caches. It's going to have gold, silver, and bronze, pound notes, and other currency. Circles are safe houses, places to hide out. X's are explosives chaches. I looked up. Explosives? Why would you have explosives? She put up her hands. There was a war. I blinked. Where would you even get explosives? She turned her head and hissed a little. I may have had arrangements with the IRA. I kind of sat there, wasn't my mom supposed to be a nice good witch? Why would you talk to the IRA? Well, where else was I supposed to get the Semtex? That stuff doesn't grow on trees, Harry. I wrote down the information. Okay, the circles with crosses inside, that's where I stashed the guns. I looked up at her. Where would you get guns? Same place I got the Semtex. Look, I know the Muggle government is very big on the anti-gun stuff, but it was a bloody war. But guns. Look honey, I worked hard on those guns, on the bullets, I used the very best. We're talking alchemically treated titanium composite hollow point bullets with a C4 kicker. The fastest, most explosive ammo in the world, and as of now that's all yours. I nodded. Okay. Crosses are medical chaches, healing potions, things like that. The squares hold books, magic stuff, rituals, it's all color-coded, from white to black in order of how dangerous it is. Do not use the black books unless everything has gone to hell. Shields hold sensitive information, informants, allies, and valuable information. All of the information is hidden in Playboys. Got it in one, look for Redhead's code word is Gingersnap. I looked up at her. Mom, I'm not sure about this. Look, Mommy just needs you to take her porn stash and use it to keep people safe. That sounded wrong. Are you sure? You're my mother, everyone said you were nice and sweet and She loomed over me. I am nice and sweet, but I also handled the order's logistics. Your father may have been a light the fires kick the tires kind of bloke, but I was the one who got stuck handling all the bloody planning. Speaking of which, what's the situation? I smiled. Ron's dad managed to get permission to raid the Death Eaters. The Malfoys weren't able to stop them at all. My mother's eyes widened. Bloody hell. Yeah, I know, it's great. She slammed her hand. Does that idiot want to start another war? I blinked. What? God damn it, Peter, you slimy little rat, just 3 more damned months. Mom, what are you talking about? She took in a breath. Okay, when Voldemort died, did the war stop? I shrugged. Well, mostly, but a bunch of them got away with it by pleading imperious. At least that part of the damned plan worked. I stared at her. Mom, what are you talking about? She sighed. Look, wars don't normally end cleanly, and at least 1/10 of the wizards and witches worked for Voldemort. In order to stop the war, I needed to find Death Eaters who were sick of the whole thing, and thanks to Snape's help I was able to get in touch with Lucy. She shrugged. I talked to him and we worked out a deal with the Ministry. We were going to set up a trap, trick Voldemort into going into it and kill him, in the worst of the worst. Then Lucy and his boys would plead imperious and the war would end. I grimaced. But they're bad people. Do you want to be right, Harry, or do you want to win? I wanted to end the bloody war so you could grow up in a peaceful world. I nodded. Does Dumbledore know about the plan? I was going to tell him everything once it was all set up. We were so close, and then... She shook her head. Frustrating. I'm just glad we were able to salvage anything out of that mess. She started to vanish. Damn it. Okay, that place I told you about has a book on occlumency. Have Snape train you. You can't let people figure out what you know. She knelt down and hugged me. I love you, more than anything. Brush your teeth, study hard, please don't marry a French bint, and whatever you do, don't follow Leeds United. I blinked. What? They're a trash team with trash fans, and you're better than that. Be a fan of Arsenal, of Chelsea, of Manchester United, even bloodly Millwall, but for the love of God, Harry, not Leeds, anything but Leeds. The hug ended. I love you. With that my mother vanished. Snape walked in. He looked at me awkwardly. It occurs to me that I was a bit harsh on you last year. I'm sorry. He took in a breath. I still demand that you obey the rules of my classroom, and I will punish any lack of discipline. And I hugged the professor. Thank you. Even if it was temporary, even if it was just for a few minutes, for a moment I had a thing called family, and that meant the world to me. Hermione Granger. I stared at my room. I had used the rent money to get my own room in the Gryffindor Tower, and I frowned. My room was completely trashed. My hands quaked with rage. I took a quick breath and looked around. Broken glass had been spread around the room. I smelled something foul and saw the word Mudblood painted in big red letters all over my room. I took another breath and stormed into the common room. My eyes narrowed. Does anyone here have a problem with me? The room was silent, and a girl got up. I knew her. Romilda Vane. Yeah, we do. Everyone here has a problem with you, Granger. A girl turned around and raised her hand. I don't. Romilda turned her head. No one asked you, Belle. The other girl kind of shrunk into herself. Well, Hermione did. Romilda glared at Katie and she cringed. We all do. You're getting awfully chummy with a bunch of Death Eaters. I clenched my hands. Is this about Pisces? The other girl glared right back at me. This is about more than you getting chummy with the bloody pair, Granger. I glared at her. You act like you're better than us. A few of the Otter girls backed away. Is that why you destroyed my room? Her wand was out. I didn't do anything. I was right here, with my friends. You would know about that if you had any. I'm going to talk to the head of our house about this, Romilda. I turned my back and heard her say something. I brought up my shield charm and saw flashes of light as whatever she did splashed off of my shield. It must have been something powerful because I sensed it, felt it. If I didn't have over a year of training, it probably would have shattered my shield like glass. I turned around slowly as Romilda's spells continued to bounce off of my shield. Oh my god, she's not using a wand. That's a 4th year spell. I don't know who said that, but I walked slowly towards Romilda as she continued to use her wand, badly. I raised mine and was calm as I said one word. Sanam. Concentration, intent, words, aim. Most wizards and witches didn't meditate, they didn't focus on their magic, they let their wand do most of the work. Over the summer, Pisces' mother had helped me with my magic, taught me a spell to knock my enemies out. Romilda fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes. The other girls stared at me. Anyone else have a problem? The girls shook their head and I went to Professor McGonagall. My teacher looked at the destroyed room, at the writing, and frowned. Are you sure it was Romilda? I shrugged. I don't know for sure, but she said she doesn't like me. My teacher nodded, and I went to go sleep inside my trunk. The next day I went to potions class and found the wreckage of my chair, it was covered with the word mood blood. I walked up to Draco as his eyes opened in shock. I decided to sit next to him. Granger, I'm sitting here. He frowned. That's not a good idea. Why not? Draco leaned back. Because, I have literally been taught potions since I was 6 years old, and spent my summers training under Uncle Sev. I know what I'm doing. So this will be easier for you then, I know a lot more about potions than Vince does. Draco shook his head. I can trust Vince to follow my lead, to cut ingredients and listen to me. You don't like me, Granger, you won't listen to me, we would get in each other's way and things would go wrong. Don't want to work with a mood blood. Draco frowned. I apologized for that, and I'm right, look at Longbottom and Finnegan, the real reason why Longbottom is a disaster is that he feels a need to do everything himself, and he keeps getting in Finnegan's way. He doesn't communicate with his partner, he doesn't tell him what he does, it's a disaster. If he simply cut up ingredients as needed, and in the right proportions his grades would go up by at least 1 letter grade. I blinked. Are you behind this? I pointed at the chair, Draco shook his head. No, and none of us did it either, we're not that stupid, none of us would do that in this class, never this class. I saw the other Slytherins shudder. Look, I'm willing to stand the entire class. Take my chair and... The door opened. Professor Snape looked at the chair and then looked at us. What happened? Draco looked at him and took a deep breath. Everyone in Slytherin agrees to take Veritaserum. He grimaced and the other snakes nodded. Professor Snape nodded, and then looked at the class, he brought out a small bottle and an eyedropper. Draco, since you volunteered you get to go first. Draco went up. A single question was asked and Draco said no. One by one the snakes were questioned, then he came to me. 3 drops, Miss Granger. I frowned at him. I wouldn't destroy my own chair. He shrugged. This way you know that I'm actually using a truth serum, 3 drops. It tasted horrible, and I took a step backwards. Did you damage your chair? No. Try to lie. I struggled and failed. No. He looked at the other side of the class. Gryffindors, do you have something to hide? If you don't form a line now. His voice was low and brooked no defiance. A line formed instantly and within a short period of time the entire class was cleared. Snape nodded. Chair. Draco pulled out his chair and put it in my old chair's spot. I can stand. Professor Snape nodded. 30 points to Slytherin for self-sacrifice. He looked around the room. This classroom has been cleared of any misdeeds, so I want you to give out a message, tell whoever did this that I will find them, no one pulls nonsense in my classroom and gets away with it. Is that clear? The Gryffindors nodded with boredom, but the snakes looked scared, frightened. Yes, sir. They spoke in unison and I took my seat. Some was messing with me and I needed to figure out who. Hermione Granger. A bunch of chickens died recently, their corpses were found around the school. I know this because when I got back to my room I found that someone had written the words "Mood Blood Go Home" on my door. My head of house frowned at the door, at the decapitated chicken on the ground. You might have to rethink your choice of friends, Miss Granger. I frowned at her. Karen and Pisces have been nothing but pleasant to me. The professor took in a deep breath. This isn't about that, Miss Granger, this is about your dalliances with the Malfoys. I frowned. Is this about Samhain? Narcissa had talked about it and it was wrong to stop people from practicing their holidays. McGonagall frowned. It's about more than Samhain, if you vote to legalize it you will be making a choice, one you can't take back. You will be picking a side. I clenched my hands. It's not right. The professor glared at me and I went back into my room. It was intact. I locked my door now. I looked at the clock. It was getting late, I sighed and went out of the room. Outside I found Pisces and Karen waiting for me. He looked at me. Going to the vote? I nodded. Yeah. He nodded, his monocle glowing in the moonlight. You don't have to do this. I smiled as the wind blew through his hair, my heart beat a little faster, and then Karen held his hand, and I felt bad. I wasn't supposed to feel this way. It wasn't right to feel this way about Pixes, I knew how Karen felt. We looked forward and found a carriage that seemed to move by itself. I heard the sound of horse hooves as it stopped in front of me. Pisces' father looked at me. Miss Granger, I'm surprised you decided to join us. I nodded. Well, it's not right to ban holidays, I mean I wouldn't like it if someone banned First Mays, right? I felt nervous and scared and then he smiled. Understood, too many people do not understand that you have to give tolerance to receive it. I got into the carriage and sat next to Pisces. Karen sat on the other side, my hand brushed against his. Pisces' father frowned, but his mother smiled sweetly at me. I waited in silence, unsure of what to say, scared to say the wrong thing. When we got to the building we moved in silence towards the right side of the building. Meeting of the Wisengamot on the case of legalizing the holiday known as Samhain. Votes will be held and counted. The room was silent, a piece of paper was put in front of me, I put all 58 votes towards the motion to legalize Samhain. I stayed silent. Votes held? Now counting. My heart beat in my chest. The motion to legalize Samhain passes by 8 votes. I heard arguments, anger, rage, and saw looks of relief. Any new motions? I got out of my seat. I have one. The room was silent. The floor recognizes the Barnoness of Phila. What business do you propose? I looked around. A motion to grant the wizards and witches of the United Kingdom complete religious freedom. The room was silent, a man sat up. You overreach yourself, Baroness. I took in a breath. According to line A23 of the Accord of 1638, a newly appointed member of the peerage is allowed to bring up one piece of legislation during their first vote. This is my first vote. Mr. Malfoy's eyes looked at me arousingly. I motion for a compromise, the re-establishment of the right of nobility to determine what religious freedom, if any, lords and ladies have over their property. My motion failed miserably, 58 votes, just my votes. I didn't like it, but I decided to back Pisces' dad motion. I didn't like it, but it seemed like it was better. Then nothing. Lucius Malfoy's motion to re-establish the rights of lords to determine the religious freedoms of their lands passes by 15 votes, the motion carries. Lands held in common and by the ministry will follow the old rules. The room was silent. I saw Ron's father and waved at him, he looked at me with complete and utter disgust and walked away. I went back to school with the Malfoys. His father raised an eyebrow. That was a very brave stance to take, Miss Granger. I blushed. It was just the right thing to do. He nodded. It's a very controversial stance to take. I frowned. I meant what I said, sir. He nodded and we were let out. Hermione, can we talk privately? Pisces' mother smiled at me, her pale blonde hair glowing in the moonlight. Sure. I followed her as she walked along the lake. You're quite taken with my son. I was silent. He's nice and he can't choose who he marries, you know. I frowned at that statement. But he's a king, isn't he? And a member of the nobility, his father has the right to determine who he can and cannot marry, and though I love my husband, he, well, just thinks about the political aspects. A lot of horrid women are after my son and they do not have good intentions. I clenched my fists. Pansy Parkinson is one of them. My blood went cold, my feelings of anger rose. She doesn't even like Pisces, she likes Draco. His mother looked at me sadly. I know, it's a bad potential match, but she wants to be a queen. I imagined Pansy as a queen and I felt angry. She doesn't deserve him. Pix's mother nodded. I know, there are lots of girls who are much more worthy of my son's hand. She gave me a hug and I walked back into Hogwarts. When I woke up and went to breakfast, the Gryffindor table glared at me. I ate in silence as they made an effort to ignore me. When I finished my meal, Pansy and her friends walked over to me. I brought out my wand and she put up her hands. Not here to fight. I narrowed my eyes. What do you want? A truce. The other Slytherin girls nodded. Why? Thought you hated mudbloods. Pansy shrugged while she frowned. Yet I do, and you will always be a mudblood to me, but fact of the matter is that you're our mudblood and as of today none of us are allowed to touch you. Yeah, like I'm going to. She pulled out a letter and I read it. Hey. Pansy nodded. Draco's mom says hands off when it comes to you, and if she says it then it's going to happen. The other girls walked away, the bigger fatter girl remained. I felt a little nervous as she looked at me. Millicent Bulstrode. I nodded. She hung out with Pansy but she never talked to me before. And she pulled out a sealed letter. I'm your bodyguard from now on. I looked at the letter and opened it. Why? Narcissa likes you, and if she gives me an order I follow it. I blinked. Why would you do that? Millicent folded her arms. I thought I was going into Hufflepuff, pretty much my whole family goes into there, instead I got sorted into Slytherin. My mum and dad found out and I was officially disowned. I'm not allowed to talk to them, visit them. Officially I don't have parents now. I frowned. Ouch. I asked for help, the Malfoys answered. I owe them one, so for the rest of the year I'm your official bodyguard, henchwoman, minion, or whatever else you want to call it, boss. The remaining Gryffindors glared at me. I remembered the chicken. Thanks. I walked out of the dining hall with Millicent behind me, and wondered what the hell happened. Karen Starr. Hermione looked at us. Okay, why is everyone in Gryffindor acting so? She pointed at a girl who scowled and walked away. My lord grimaced. It was the religious freedom thing. She frowned. But that's good, right? My lord looked up. And how well do Catholics and Protestants get along in Northern Ireland? She frowned. That's different, there. He lifted an eyebrow. You poked your head into a very long-lasting ethno-religious conflict that has been around for hundreds of years, and did so in a very public way. It's given you some friends and made you some enemies. She sat down. But I just said that people should be allowed to worship in peace. My lord brought out a newspaper. Muggleborn supports satanic cults. She blinked. I didn't say that. My lord nodded. Okay, do you know where the terms light and dark come from? Well, our meaning of it at least. She blinked. The light's the good guys, the dark is the bad guys. My lord looked up at the sky and sighed. It's more complicated than that, isn't it? He nodded. When the United Kingdom was Christianizing, a lot of people didn't want to change religions. In fact, they really didn't want to change religions, so they followed their wizard religious leaders into pockets of closed space. Sometimes they didn't have a choice in the matter because the Catholic Church could and did use violence to force conversions. Hermione nodded. Over the years other groups fled there, heretics, cults, people who couldn't fit into the square peg of Muggle culture. This is the Dark Faction, a coalition of pagans, heretics, cultists, iconoclasts, and isolationists of various sorts. He paused. This split didn't continue. Christianity didn't stay on their side of the mundane magical divide, and they saw that some people just wouldn't get with the program. This group would evolve into the light side as you know it. Doesn't the dark side hate Muggleborns? He nodded. Yes, now guess who the most fervent, obsessive and dangerous lightsiders were? Remember, a massive chunk of the magical world's population moved into places with dangerous super predators to get away from the church, to get away from forced conversions, from inquisitions and witch burnings. She winced. I don't know who the good guys are anymore. My lord threw up his hands. Welcome to my world, Hermione. It would be nice if the world was black and white, but it's never that goddamned simple. She bit her lip. So Voldemort is still a fucking cunt, Hermione. Hermione blinked at my lord's statement. He was a manic who exploited people's fears and the divides of society to cause terror, murder people, and to enrich and empower himself. There wasn't a need for violence. Nonviolent resistance, getting votes, outreach programs, or even just talking to people could have gotten a much better result. He sighed. Sometimes it feels like it's assholes all the way down, Granger. It's just people being dicks to each other for stupid shit all the way down. She sat down. So, I'm now. My lord shrugged. Welcome to the dark side, Hermione. You're now pretty much firmly in that camp. Hell, you're actually on a more extreme end of it than me. Really? Yet I just take the position that I don't care and that it's none of my business. That's a pretty moderate view in our world. You just took a very radical position in a very public manner. So what do I do, Pisces? He shrugged. You have two choices: publicly recant your position, or stick to your guns. If you do the first, you're going to piss off a lot of people and lose any chance of ever affecting change. Why? Because people won't be able to trust you. You will have power by virtue of your votes, but you won't have enough people to form a coalition, or get your legislation through. If you stick by your guns, well, it will be awkward to have a Muggleborn ally, but if you prove that you are willing to fight for their interests, they will be more willing to fight for yours. He got up and stretched. Let's go to the Olary and check out your mail. I got up with him and we went to the post office. The section marked for Hermione was stuffed. My lord looked at it. Take this, Hermione. She blinked. It's a scanning crystal, glows bright purple if it's cursed. Hermione blinked. Cursed? You're being. He waved a crystal over a large box and it glowed purple. He places it on the ground. Karen, form a shield. I did so and Hermione sighed. Pisces, you are being. Apparatus. The box opened and my lord cast a shield charm around it. The explosion filled the shield bubble and we were almost blinded by the light. When our vision came back, my lord looked at the black spot where the box once stood. That one was for you, Hermione. She stared at the spot, her breath getting quicker. I gave her a hug as she got her senses back. What was that? Timed explosion spell equal to a couple sticks of dynamite. They're pretty easy to catch if you know what you're looking for. Hermione stared at my lord and then at me. How can you two be so bloody calm about this? My lord shrugged. We've been dealing with this stuff for years, Hermione. He waved the wand over some mail. Read this. I saw little symbols in black. What is this? That symbol on the letter in black, that's a triskele, a Celtic symbol. Give it a read. She opened the letter. He wants to move onto my land and open a temple. He gave her more letters with the same symbol. She read through it. It's up to you, Hermione, it's your land, but it looks like people are willing to give you a chance. She looked at the letter. If you recant, Gryffindor will forgive you, the school will forgive you, in a couple months everyone will consider it a giant lark. Hell, just blame me. I'm willing to take it, and everyone will love you for it. Or you can stick by your guns, and let these people have their temple. He leaned against a wall. What's more important, being liked or standing by your beliefs? Hermione looked at her stacks of letters and the scorch mark on the floor. The room was completely silent. Karen Star. My lord looked up at the sky as he leaned back. Relaxing. The island is officially cleared, all it took was months of work. He kicked up his feet and relaxed near the fire. So current plans? My lord shrugged. For now? Relax, then deal with more tax stuff, try to deal with the fallout from the vote. I grimaced. Is Granger going to be fine? He shrugged. Probably. The vast majority of people in the magical world don't care what you do in your own home. The light side's mellowed out considerably since the 1920s. Really, she's dealing with older, crazier wizards, people who are still mad about the war, and people who pressure her as a traitor to her house. My lord sipped his coffee. Really, if she was in Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff or Slytherin, people would probably give her a pass, and if she just holds down on the religious freedom angle and holds to her guns, then it will all blow over in a year maximum. I frowned. So why give her that speech? Because I want that mind by my side, Karen. Hermione needs to have a cause to fight for, to sacrifice for. She needs to fight for something bigger than herself and feel like she's in the right. I want my father to mellow out on the whole blood purity thing, but if he's able to make the switch from blood to culture, we will have successfully eliminated one of the biggest tripwires in the country. So the goal? A conservative party without the racism. I thought about my lord's goals. I thought you wanted more. He nodded. I do. I'm tired of everyone being total dicks to each other, but politics is the art of the possible, and Hermione is a very important part of my plans to stop the vicious cycle we're all caught in. He sipped his coffee. Hermione has a bodyguard now. My lord nodded. Malilcient, bad business that. I shrugged. Is it true that her parents disowned her because of her house? My lord wiggled his hands and I blinked. It isn't true. The Bulstrodes are poor, very poor. They basically blew all their money on bribes to get their kid into Hogwarts. They don't have enough money to get her books, supplies, or other things. Essentially, she had 1 year to get a patron so she could continue going to Hogwarts. I grimaced. Ouch. Best way to do that? Officially and publicly disown your own child because of their house. It's a public insult that has to be responded to. Which warrant as a patron? Sure, it means that Millicent will hate her parents, but for some people they would rather their kids have a future and hate them than live in poverty. Really? Anyone who survives Snape's potions hell march is pretty much guaranteed a decent job, and though Millicent doesn't look bright, she actually has pretty good grades. I blinked at him. Are you spying on her, my lord? My lord sighed. That's deeply insulting, Karen. I spy on everyone. He looked up. Oh, hi, Professor McGonagall. Coffee? Tea? She clenched her hands. Professor Dumbledore wants to talk to you. My lord got out of his chair. Great, haven't talked to him in a while. Going to join us for the Samhain party? I'm not big on the whole thing, but there will be a bonfire and I want to show off a s'mores recipe. As a professor, I prefer not to associated with dark rituals, Pisces. He shrugged. Really? Okay, then I better get you the recipe. First you get 2 graham crackers, then you get some marshmallows, and here's the important part, you get some white chocolate and dark chocolate. You put the chocolate on the graham cracker and the marshmallow in the center and cook properly, and that's my recipe for zebra s'mores. She sighed. I know it's a simple recipe, but sometimes the simple stuff is really good. Too many times people have to put magic in literally everything. The professor nodded. I will keep that in mind. The door opened and my lord smiled. So what can I do for you, Professor? Dumbledore smiled warmly. Oh, just informing you that your Uncle Sef's new potion is a massive hit with the order. My lord nodded. Great, anything else? Dumbledore brought out a small vial of water. We were finally able to gather enough phoenix tears to cure your condition. My lord's hands shook. It isn't enough to cure you on its own, but with a ritual. My lord smiled. I could finally use my hands again. Among other things. My lord hugged Dumbledore and smiled. Thanks, Professor, this is going to be just great. We left the office smiling and then frowned. A crowd was gathered. We went to the center and saw a pile of dead roosters. Above the pile, written in blood, were words. Enemies of the air beware. Percy Weasley. That was risky. Penny smiled as she hugged me. Worth it though. The school was filled with little abandoned places, little rooms like this. I think it used to be a hospital room of some sort. I enjoyed Penny's warmth, the faint smell of berries as I nuzzled the top of her blonde hair. I felt guilty. I can't afford a ring. She looked up at me and smiled. So? I can't even afford a ring, and she kissed me hard. We can just make some. I mean, how hard can it be? I sighed. It's illegal to melt down galleons for gold. Penny nuzzled me. My school cauldron's made out of brass, we could grind the edges. There's more than enough there for 2 rings. I frowned. But don't you want, you know better, Penny. She kissed me again and then smiled at me. I want you, Percy. I know it's going to be hard, but if I have you then we can make it, together. I hugged her tight. But all of these things, the money, the resources, they... She put her fingers through my hair. I'm going for the brass ring, Percy, so that fits, and anyway everything is planned. I talked to the minister, we have a date, and when winter break comes we will go to Hogsmeade and make things official. I sighed. Mom's going to be pissed. We can't afford a wedding and eloping is more romantic. I kissed her again, my golden penny. I wasn't okay, I still had issues, still had worries, but I was getting better. I was happier now. She smiled at me. You're going to have to get dressed soon. I know. I got out of bed. Not joining me. She smirked. I want to see you get dressed, it arouses me. We both giggled a bit. But seriously, Percy, get out of bed, I want to see that arse. I got out of bed and got slowly dressed. She leaned back and watched. I love you, Percy. I nodded as she got dressed. We sat on the bed. Going on patrol soon. Penny sighed. Yeah, the new defense teacher is a bitch. Penny lifted her eyebrow. The great and noble Preki can curse. I hugged her. Only when it affects you. She kissed my forehead. You have a way of making a girl feel special, so the plan. Holiday break. Be careful, Penny, that air nonsense, it has me worried. She grabbed me and kissed me hard. Stop worrying about me, Percy, I can take care of myself. We stood there in the room feeling the afterglow. The elves will need to clean the sheets. Penny smirked. Please, that's the best use those sheets have ever bloody had. She hugged me. I love you. I hugged her back. I love you too, Penny. Karen Starr. Penelope Clearwater, I didn't know her, but she was the first person to fall victim to the air. Her stone body grimacing in pain, her eyes opened wide in horror. I couldn't help but stare at the statue that used to be a human being in shock and horror. A boy was on his knees, tears running down his face, crying hysterically. I tried to think of what his name was, he reminded me a little of Ron. We walked away from the scene, my lord grimaced. You think that's the heir? He nodded. Yeah, which means we're probably going to have to go on a monster hunt, after going to the library of course. I smiled, the idea of battle, bringing the fire of Odin in my veins. Good, it's been a dull year, I needed a good fight. My lord shook his head. Let's worry about stuff as it happens. Think Madame Pomfrey can handle this? My lord smiled. Of course she can, this is her thing, and I always keep some potions around to deal with petrification. I blinked. Why? Paranoia, mostly, I have potions for everything. I will make sure to share them with Pomfrey, noblesse oblige after all. I stared at him. Noble obligation. I nodded. Good good. We went to history class and my master waved to me. Well, got to go back to the island, want anything while I'm there? I shook my head and we split off. I took my seat and looked up. Professor Lupin had that look of constant shabbiness. If he somehow put on a pressed suit, I'm convinced he would instantly look disheveled in moments, but for all of his faults he was a good history professor and actually managed to make things come alive. Or maybe I was just comparing him to Binns. Hannah sighed, a smile on her face as Professor Lupin continued to talk. I didn't understand her crush, but I decided to be supportive. She was a fellow puff after all, and even if a relationship was unlikely in the extreme, I still wished the best for her. He's so cute. I was very thankful we were in the very back. Please Hannah, not in class. Hannah sighed dramatically. He looks like he needs a good meal, someone to take care of him. I hissed at her. Not in class. There was a time and place to talk about romance, and the classroom was neither. I looked at the clock. I think I can pull it off, I mean I heard Snape's carrying on with a former student, so anything's possible. My stomach dropped, I really did not want that image in my head. Really? She sighed. I know, it's so romantic, and she's a Hufflepuff too from the rumors. I grimaced, the clock was clicking down. Why would Snape date a Hufflepuff? Hannah smirked. Because we loyally work hard to keep our men hard. I hid my sense of disgust. Hannah was my source for trashy romance novels that I kept hidden under my bed. It would not do to alienate her. Yes, that's exactly it. The bell rang and I escaped into the next class, which was potions class. I shared my seat with Hannah as I prepared potions. We had a system where she would cut up ingredients while I made the potion itself. Thanks to my lord's tutoring, I was one of the better students. You think he's dating anyone? I frowned. Not in potions, Hannah. But... I looked at her, my eyes open. Never in potions. Hannah looked away and we continued the rest of the day in peace. With the school day over, I met my lord at dinner. Long day. He looked like hell warmed over. Yeah, you do okay in class, Karen? I nodded. It's a shame they didn't let me keep the skull throne at Hogwarts. My lord shook his head. I'm surprised they let us keep that thing here as long as they did. I noticed a tuft of red hair rise from the Gryffindor table. I frowned as he got closer to Hufflepuff. I got out of my chair and put my hand on my sword. They. Gryffindor was the one from Ealier, his eyes were red and puffy and he had a lot of manic desperation on his face. Please. Percy. The man got on his knees. Please save her, save my penny. I don't have money, but I can work for you, I can pay it off just please. Please give her back to me. My lord sighed. Madame Pomfrey can handle this. He was crying. She can't, it's bad. Please, I know you don't like my family, don't like me but Penny hasn't done anything wrong. My lord sighed. Karen, go into my trunk, pull out a black suitcase with a white fish on it. I'm going to Pomfrey's with Percy, okay? I got up and rushed to our room, I got the suitcase and returned to the hospital room, where the stone girl waited. My lord frowned. Shit. Can you save her? My lord grimaced and looked at his hands, he crouched lower and pointed at a puncture mark in the statue's leg. Basilisk attack, I have potions to deal with petrification, but if I used it the poison would kill her. Percy grimaced. There has to be something you can do. You're the Blackfish, people say you can do anything, please save my penny. My lord brought out a glass vial. I have something that would work. He sat down on a chair, his hands trembling. You do. My lord took off a glove exposing his injured hand. You have no idea what it would cost me, Percy. Madame Pomfrey walked in, and Percy looked around. You're rich, please just. Pomfrey, tell him. The nurse sighed. Incurable nerve damage, some brain damage, the ability to perceive color, 80% of his sense of touch, and complete and total loss of motor function in his hands. My lord nodded. It took years but I finally found a cure. I want to see red again, Percy, see yellow, feel the breeze of a summer's day, to be able to use my own hands again. Do you have any idea what you're asking me to give up? Percy got on his knees, tears in his eyes. I know I'm asking a lot but please, Penny's everything to me. My lord looked at his hands, at the vial and at the girl. The room was silent as we all waited for him to make his decision. Severus Snape. It had been a bad day. Dolores was trying to create a special inquisition to deal with the heir. Which she didn't have the authority to do at all, but she insisted she did as undersecretary, which was also untrue. She was on an official sabbatical and for the rest of the year was not undersecretary. You look like hell. Tonks gave me a look of sympathy. 1 date a week, the deal was I had to live and the order had a discussion about what that meant. My fellow colleges decided that I had to leave the school and socialize or go on a date once a week. Maybe because I feel like hell. I sat down at the table and got ready to find something that was semi-edible to eat. Is it the toad? I sighed. Of course it's the toad, it's always the bloody toad. I looked at the menu. So you want to talk about it? I shrugged. Not really, I always wondered what it would be like to not be the most loathed teacher in Hogwarts. For some reason I find that I do not enjoy the experience. She smiled. No matter how hard you are there is always someone harder than you. I put down the menu. Was that another bit of innuendo, Miss Tonks? She waggled her eyebrows. Do you want it to be? I felt a migraine coming. I don't even know anymore. Tonks smiled. You didn't say no. She put her hand on mine. I didn't say yes either. She tilted her head, her eyebrow piercing catching the light. Sometimes all we can do is live in a world of maybe, Sev. It's sir, you're being awfully familiar, Miss Tonks. Keep this up and I will have you over my knee. Promises, Sev. She squeezed my hand, and I felt that sense of guilt return. I heard about the potion. I can't confirm or deny anything. She nodded. Did you talk to your friend? I remembered seeing Lily again, talking to her again, having my friend back. My heart was filled with an agonizing pain. Yet, I had a chance to say goodbye. Tonks looked at me with sympathy. Most people don't even get that, a chance to say goodbye. I looked up at the waiter. Tea. Beer. I sighed at the menu. A salad for me and you. Tonks looked up. Sandwich. The waiter left and I sighed. The food here is terrible. Tonks shrugged. Yes, but the company is excellent. I smirked. I give it 6 out of 10. She laughed, and her fingers intertwined with mine. That feeling of guilt returned and got worse. Feeling saucy today. I nodded and looked away. So did she say anything? I sighed as our drinks and food arrived. I felt the heat rise in my cheeks. I looked away. She said a lot of things. Tonks sipped her beer and I took a sip of tea. Bet she told you to get laid. I caught the tea coming out of my mouth, the liquid went down the wrong pipe and Tonks had a smug smile on her face. She did. I looked away, I could feel the smugness radiating out of that woman. Your place or mine? I frowned. It is against Hogwarts regulations to bring outside individuals to school for a call of booty. Booty call, it's been that long, hey? So what was the last time? She bit into her sandwich and I sighed. I don't want to talk about it. Come on, dish. I sighed as I took a sip. Since I was a student in Hogwarts. It says something about my life that the fumbling attempts I had with Lily in a closet was the single best day of my life. I ruined it, of course. I ruin everything, apparently it's what I do. Tonks grimaced and shook her head. Okay, we need to fix that. I have some flow powder and I got my place in stone hooked up. You live in a shack inside of a cave. She smiled. So your place then? Maybe it was the frustration, maybe I was lonely, or maybe Lily had a point. Papa Stone it is. I paid for the meal and we went into the flue. I sighed at the primitive conditions of Tonks' home. We walked into the moonlight towards my house. That feeling of guilt got worse as I opened the door. I walked through and sighed. It's okay to change your mind. I turned around and saw Tonks on the ground trying to kick off her pants. A little help here. I blinked at the girl and sighed. Fine. I helped remove her pants, revealing black and pink panties. Tonks got up and took off her shirt and she was left in my room in just her underwear. Look. She kissed me and pushed me to my bedroom, ripping off my robe and taking off my shirt. I fell on my bed and she straddled me. Okay, how do I get this belt off? I frowned. By misbehaving. Tonks blinked and then laughed. I smiled slight as she loomed over me. But seriously, the pants have to go. I took off my pants and Tonks removed the last of her clothing. She got on top of me and hissed as I entered. Look, if you're just getting started. She panted. Merlin, damn it, how did you get so big there? I looked away. Potions. In my defense, pretty much every male potion master thinks about it sooner or later. Not, oh god. She blinked and her face went blank. Didn't know I could. Potions. I sighed as she bounced. There were a lot of enhancements, during school. Oh. Her eyes were crossed. Potions is officially the best class ever. I was hard, and I grabbed her, pinning her to the bed, thrusting as Tonks moaned under me. She bit my neck as we made love. Eventually I felt myself twitching. Inside. I kissed her hard as I came, her eyes rolled back as she lolled her head. I'm not finished. Tonks smiled weakly. Good. We spent the night making love, eventually we passed out from exhaustion. As the light filtered through the window I felt different, more at peace than I had felt in a long time. The familiar edge of rage I normally lived with was gone. I felt okay. Tonks smiled at me. I have contraceptive potions. She nodded. Figured as much. She leaned against me. Merlin, that was amazing. I shrugged. 3-year-long potion regiment at minimum. She smiled and hugged me. I felt content. The guilt returned as she held me. I didn't deserve to be this happy. Percy Weasley. He didn't have to do it. Help me, help us. Our families were enemies even before the war. If the Blackfish just laughed in my face, well, I wouldn't like it, but it wouldn't be out of character. His family was one of the strongest blood purist factions around. Well fuck, let's get down to it. Pomfrey, tell me what to do and when to do it. In many ways the Blackfish shouldn't do this, shouldn't help me. Penny was a Muggleborn and he knew it. After he saved Ron's life from the trolls, we responded to it by trying to take his lands, by trying to raid his family's lands and put them and their supporters in prison. He owed me nothing. I remembered those damaged white hands, the weird scarring. I clenched my fists as he followed Pomfrey's direction as they worked together to save my family. I tried imagining not being able to use my hands, to not feel a breeze again, to not be able to see color again. He was giving all of that up to save my Penny. To help his enemy. I grew up with stories about how bad and evil the Blacks were. The Malfoys were. They were the boogeymen who haunted my childhood nightmares. We would play Weasley vs Malfoy during our childhood games. I always got picked to be Malfoy. I tried to compare how my family treated me with the Blackfish's actions. It was telling that my enemies were more polite to me than my own family was. Penny's body started to return to normal, her blonde hair returning. Now. The phoenix tears went into the infected wound on her leg. It sizzled as I watched black veins cover Penny's body and watched it be burned away. She was crying from the pain. I ran to her and hugged her. We embraced in that room as I held on to my golden penny. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The Blackfish shrugged. There are other places to get phoenix tears. Magical China has an immortal emperor with a whole flock of them. I'm pretty sure I can cut a deal with them, figure things out. His face was depressed. I can figure things out eventually, this is just a setback. He wasn't talking to me, just thinking out loud, his eyes blank. I will be fine, there will be a next time. He slumped on the chair. Thank you. He looked up at me and blinked, he looked tired. What can I say, I try to do at least one impossible thing a week, keeps people on their toes. I blinked. Okay, not my best material, I get it. I hugged him. Thank you, thank you. I was crying in relief and joy. I can't possibly repay you, thank you. I had Penny back, that was all that mattered to me, he shrugged as I stopped my hug. It's all right. He got out of his chair. Karen, it's late, we're going back to bed. He took in a breath. I looked at him. Why? Why give up so much? He looked at his hands and sighed. How long have we been feuding? Your family and mine. I shrugged. Don't know, seems like well. Forever. It's just an endless cycle, isn't it? We're right assholes to you, you're right assholes to us, and it just keeps going on forever. An endless cycle of revenge. He looked up at me. So that's the price, Percy, for helping you. Your hate, you're not allowed to pass down this grudge down to your children and their children. This heirloom of hate ends with us, that's the price. I gave him another hug. Consider it done. He walked away and Penny stared. How bad was it? Pomfrey sighed. Petrication was just slowing it down, even if we removed the leg you still would have died, it was terminal. Penny nodded and looked up at me. Come on, Percy. I helped her to her feet and walked with her to the Ravenclaw dorms. Winter break. Penny blinked. My cauldron's made out of brass too, we should scrape off the edges, make our own rings. She looked at me. Thought you wanted to put it off until after graduation. I hugged her. No, after this I know that we don't have forever, we need to make the most of what time we have. Your mom will be incredibly angry, your family might not approve. Penny bit her lip. Fuck em, we will make our own family. I spent my whole life hesitating, I was through with that, whatever the future held we would face it together. Millicent Bulstrode. I shuffled the deck as the other player walked in. Karen Starr, Gregory Goyle, Vincent Crabbe, and myself, a meeting of the school's bodyguards and minions. I looked at the one empty seat and sighed. Vince, did you invite Ronald Weasley? He sighed. Yeah, he got really offended, turns out he's Harry's legit best friend. I shrugged. Innocent mistake, Vince. Starr sat down and I passed out the cards, the door opened and a thin boy huffed. Did I make it in time? I smiled. We just started, Marcus. Marcus Belby, his uncle invented the Wolfsbane potion, you think that would get you more than enough money to do whatever, unfortunately said uncle was also a notorious skinflint and didn't help him one bit. Poor guy worked for Roger Davies. The Ravenclaw grabbed a seat. Is Ron going to join us? We shook our heads at Marcus's comment, I looked at Vince. Turns out you were wrong, he's not one of us. Marcus sighed with visible disappointment. Damn, thought he was one of us. I patted him on the arm and dealt him his cards, I decided to comfort him. It's okay, happens to the best of us. Marcus sighed. It's a damned shame, I bet he would have played a wicked hand. He picked up his cards. Sorry I'm late guys, I got roped into another one of Roger's plots. We winced with sympathy and let him continue. So he arranged a date with Padma, but he also arranged a date with her sister Parvati. We all nodded. So naturally the Pons arranges the date during the exact same day, and I got stuck trying to set everything up, and trying to prevent it from being a disaster. I looked at him. And? He looked up at the ceiling. It was a freaking disaster, so of course it's all my fault. It's not his fault, no, it's never Roger's fault. His brilliant plan of dating twin sisters on the same day, at the same time separate by 2 rooms right next to each other, that's an act of fucking brilliance. He sighed. I'm out, I have a shit hand. He put his cards on the table, and Vince looked up. Draco picked a fight with a third-year student. We shook our heads, Marcus gave a look of sympathy and spoke up. How bad did it go? Vince looked at his cards and placed some tokens in the center. He did pretty well, Draco's an annoying ass, but he just won't stay down, it's the damned shield training. I looked up. Shield training. Vince, Greg, and Karen all shared knowing glances. Greg tossed some chips into the pot, and Vince decided to answer the question. Okay, before Hogwarts Draco and Fishy had a tutor, and he pit them against each other. If Draco did better in a subject, then at the end of the day we had to do something Draco wanted for an hour, if Pisces won we had to do something he wanted to do for an hour. He leaned back. Draco never won, so every day we got stuck doing stuff Fishy wanted to do, and he wanted us to meditate, wanted us to learn how to learn, and to practice that damned shield charm over and over again until we didn't need wands, till we didn't need words, until it was just something we did. I blinked. Damn, how long did that take? Vince tossed in some more chips. Years, it seemed like pointless crap back then, we just wanted to play games and have a good time and all Fishy wanted to do was practice. I complained to my pa about it once. and Pa told me that Fishy was doing my ass a favor and to suck it up. I tossed in a few chips. I call. Vince sighed. Got nothing. We laid down our cards and I drew some chips to me. So that shield training. Vince nodded. Tedious, boring, dull. I hated every minute of it, but now that I'm in Hogwarts, I thank God I went through it, because Draco likes to run his damned mouth. I winced in sympathy. Pansy was the same way. Just this week we got ambushed, older students, narrow hallway Gryffindors, 5-3 odds should have been screwed. I shuffled the cards and gave them out. And Vince? He sighed. We pulled off a win, they were good but we could defend and attack at the same time, they had to pick one or the other. Draco is an ass but the three of us know how to work as a team. Didn't matter that they were older, that they outnumbered us, and that narrow hallway worked for us. We laid them out and walked out that ambush with more rep. He tossed in some chips. Marcus looked confused. You don't sound happy about that, Vince. Vince shrugged. Rep works like this, if you have a small amount of it you're not worth fighting, you get enough rep and you get more fights. See, there are a bunch of other wizards who all want to prove they have the biggest willy. That continues until you get into Karen's position. She waved. Where you get to the point where you're too dangerous to fuck with. Karen nodded. Of course, if you push it too far and you cross the line from too dangerous to fuck with into too dangerous to let live, and suddenly everyone's after you. Well, anyway, we crossed that line from not worth the bother into a worthy fight and now everyone with a grudge is out for fucking blood. Marcus tossed in more chips as Vince talked. And Draco is still running his fucking mouth getting us into more fights. Call. Marcus smiled and put down his cards. We groaned and let him take the pot. Marcus sighed. Well, at least you guys get a decent wage, 30 gallons a month, I only make 5. We sighed at the old argument. This was one of the reasons why I jumped ship from Pansy, who just assured room and board, with me getting an extra 10 a month to fill in Narcissa on everything that happened in school, to working for Granger for 15 a month plus 10 to continue spying for her, which was about the average wage in the real world. If I saved up, got decent grades, and didn't die, I could make a living making potions. It was decent work if dull. So how's the Granger job going? Vince looked up at me. Better than Pansy in some ways. She doesn't insult me, but she also runs her mouth and doesn't know anything. I'm just glad it's mostly girl stuff, but I think I really should get in on that shield training you guys talked about. Karen and the boys showed a knowing glance and Marcus shrugged. I should probably get in on it too. Speaking of which, if you guys saw a floating cake, would you eat it? I shook my head. Hell no, obvious trap. Vince leaned back. I would eat it. I blinked. It would obviously be drugged. He waved his finger. Yeah, obviously, but any wizard with the oomph to float a cake and prepare the ingredients is probably trying to knock you out. Not kill you, and they want whatever they want bad enough to go for that ploy, so if you eat the cake they win and they're not going to escalate. You take your nap, your boss is mad but you're stupid so he overlooks it. He tossed in more chips. But if you don't eat it, then whoever's doing it is going to go big or go home, and on top of that when things get serious they're not going to underestimate you. So eat the cake, deal with a prank or risk actually getting hurt. Hell no, I'm eating the floating cake. I frowned. I'm out. Vince smiled and took the pot. Luna Lovegood. I stared at the boy. The nargles circled him and I felt, refreshed, like there had been some kind of thirst that I never knew I had that had just been quenched. You see them too. The words came out unbidden. The boy looked at me, monocle gleaming in the moonlight. Didn't know anyone else was up this late. I shrugged at his comment. Why are you out here? The boy shrugged. Hunting a monster, it's not easy. Did you know that this bloody school has over 1,000 girls' bathrooms? Really? And Moaning Myrtle hangs out in all of them, troublesome. So why are you up? Couldn't sleep. He stared at me. You're not wearing any shoes. I shrugged. The other girls stole them again, Cho will get them back to me when she finds out it happened again. He nodded. Really? I smiled. Yes, she's really nice, and says I need to be more careful. I tilted my head as the glowing nargles whispered into my ear. You don't belong here. The boy frowned. I have permission to walk around at night, do you? The moonlight poured over us. No, but that's not what I meant, the nargles say that you do not belong here. Things were altered, rules were broken and it caused a crack that let outside things in. Let you in. Water flowed from his fingertips, knives made out of ice were in between his fingers. You're not what I expected, Miss Lovegood. I walked closer to him. That's strange, the nargles said they were expecting you, they waited a long time for you to come. It's quite rude to keep people waiting, Mr. Black. We stood in the moonlight. Spirits? I blinked. I call them spirits, not nargles, and I can only see them, talk to them with great effort, should have figured that you would be that much better at the spiritual side of things. The ice knives turned back into water and flowed back into his wrists. The two of us stood alone in the moonlight. It was silent. Can I dance with you? He blinked. What? I shrugged. Can I dance with you? He looked at me with confusion. Why? I shrugged. I just feel like dancing. He shrugged. I suppose that's as good a reason as any, but I'm kind of busy right now. I nodded. Okay, oh, and the Nargles have a message. He narrowed his eyes. Yes. It always costs an eye, but it doesn't have to be your eye. He was silent as he took that in. Really wish I had known that earlier. He walked up to me and patted me on the head. I heard you were adorable, didn't know you were this adorable. I smiled as his fingers moved through my hair. I felt relaxed, like I was around an old friend. He smiled. So we're cool. I nodded. Wish you luck, love, good. Same to you, Mr. Black. We walked away from each other into the night. Hermione Granger. Expecto Patronum. Pisces nodded as a glowing blue fish formed. I looked at the floating fish. So that's your patroness, a fish. The tiny fish waved its tail at me. Is that salmon? He sighed. Yes. I stared at the fish as it flew around him. I expected a fish, but I didn't expect a salmon. Pisces shook his head. What were you expecting? The fish blew little bubbles that glowed and popped. A shark, a whale, dolphin, but not a salmon. I looked at Karen. So what's your patroness? She looked away. I do not want to talk about it. I smiled in sympathy. Can't cast a patroness. Karen frowned. I do not want to talk about it. Fishy shook his head. She's not going to stop until she sees it. Karen sighed and put out her wand. Expecto Patronum. I smiled, it was so cute and adorable. A corgi. It's so cute. The glowing dog winked at me as it floated in the air. Karen frowned. I wanted something scary, something that expressed my love of battle, like a bear, a wolf, a bird of prey, a lion, something to strike fear into the heart of my enemies. The glowing corgi licked my face. I giggled. Stop doing that. You are my warrior spirit, my totem, you do not lick people. I giggled, it tickled a little. So this is what the two of you worked on over the summer. Fishy shook his head. I've been working on the patroness for a while. I finally pulled it off last year, and after 3 months of practice Karen pulled hers off. Karen frowned and shook her wand. The glowing corgi winked at me as it vanished. Isn't a patroness really advanced magic? Fishy sighed. Yes, and no, it's rare because it's difficult to use, is really only useful for defense against dementors, limited communication, and light. And because if you use too much dark magic, maggots will come out of your wand and try to eat you. I blinked at the statement. Wow, so I'm really surprised you can use that, you know, considering what happened to your I pointed at his gloved hands. Hands. He stared at me. Why would that have anything to do with casting a patroness? I grimaced. Well, that happened because you used dark magic, right? He frowned. No, it happened because Draco used dark magic, that's why I sent his dumb ass to St. Mungo's. I winced. You guys didn't just assume that I used dark magic. I leaned back. Ron kind of sort of told everyone that's, what happened. Fishy took the monocle out of his eye and cleaned it carefully. Right, so our lesson is over for now. I'm going to go do some breathing exercises until my urge to put my hands around Ron's neck and choke him goes away. I hope you understand. I nodded. Miss Granger. I looked up and sighed. I really hated Umbridge a lot. I thought Professor Snape was a dreadful teacher, and the worst teacher possible. I was sadly proven wrong. Professor Umbridge, what can I do for you? She smiled sweetly. We just need to talk in my office for a bit. I followed her and wondered what she would say to me next, these little sessions where she would go over everything she despised about me in that fake cutesy tone of voice. She opened the door and my eyes watered at the bright pink, the little figurines, and overall it just looked dreadful. Sit down. I did so, and she sighed. Ronald Weasley has brought it to my attention that your cat, Crookshanks, yes, has been escaping your room because of your negligence. She brought out a box and opened it. My eyes widened in horror as I looked at Crookshanks. He wasn't moving. If you had been a more responsible pet owner, I wouldn't have been forced to do this, Miss Granger. Maybe next time you should be more careful. She grinned sweetly at me. Don't worry though, I will send Crookshanks home to be buried. Why, I already got the address and everything. Just take this as a lesson in being careful in the future. Tears ran down my face as she pushed me out of her office. It wasn't fair. Crookshanks didn't need to die. He was a good cat, and I remembered her words. Umbridge knew where I lived. A part of me wanted to ignore that feeling of dread, but I decided to go to Fishy and Karen and talk about it. I cried as the two of them got madder and madder. She knows where I live. I mean she's a teacher but a part of me is, worried. Pisces sighed. We could ask Dumbledore to look after your parents. His resources are stretched thin but he could do something, or we could go to my mother. I frowned as he closed his eyes. You don't think she would help? I know Mom would help, I'm just wondering what she would want in return, or we can do nothing but that just feels like a bad idea. He looked at me. It's up to you Hermione. Narcissa Malfoy. I remember being on the other side of this, and I have to say I'm not impressed. Mrs. Malfoy, it's good to see you again. I smiled and sighed. It's good to see you again Monica. I could literally feel my skin crawl as I entered the house. So what can I do for you? There was no way to make this sound good. Someone cut the brake line on your car. The Granger girl's mother blinked. What? I grimaced. I think you're in danger, did someone come in? Just a man looking to deal with the gas. Damn it. Show me where the gas main is now. She smiled weakly. Oh come on. I pulled out my wand. Do you want to live or not? The woman shook her head and let me in. It's in the basement. Look I know Hermione's scared but you shouldn't overreact and the car's a bit of a clunker. I frowned. Then it won't hurt to let me check. Monica sighed and let me in. I sighed at the smell. Why does it smell like gas? I cast a spell to purify the air and turned on the lights. I looked for the main gas pipe and felt around. Monica now looked concerned. Good, that would make things easier. I let the muggle blather as my hands felt a small box, except there shouldn't be a box. I cast a spell to lift the invisibility, and Monica's eyes opened. Let's pray this isn't what I think it is. She was shaking as I opened the box, revealing a bomb. I felt a sense that was close to boredom. This was nothing compared to what Evans would make. This was amateur hour. Damn. Monica screamed and I brought out some tools. Oh God, oh God. Please be quiet. She was crying. I need you to be strong right now, it's a lot harder to disarm a bomb if someone's distracting me. That was true, but this was amateur hour level crap, and I had 3 hours until it went off, more than enough time. But it would be helpful to let the muggle get scared, get worried. I have a very limited amount of time, if you panic, well neither of us will get out of this. I carefully opened it, making a scene of the disarming, as the muggle panicked. I then clipped the correct wire and disarmed the bomb completely. I double-checked my work. Evans would sometimes put in a secondary bomb inside the bomb. She was vindictive like that. Oh my God, oh my God. Out of all the Death Eaters I successfully removed more Mudbloods than anyone else, and I didn't do that by waving my wand around. It's okay. I did it by warning them that their families were in danger and I could use my resources to help them escape England. A couple port keys later and the Mudbloods were gone without anyone getting hurt. Hell, I even had them thanking me for the privilege of kicking them out. I talked softly and slowly to the muggle, trying to find the levers of her personality, trying to find her weak points. I can help, protect you, keep you safe. Really? Yes, but I'm going to need permission. Having wizards and witches look after someone in the muggle world can be a bit legally risky, and it's dreadfully expensive, but your daughter and my son are friends and I would gladly do it for you. I called up a lawyer with a prepared document and an order. It helped that I really didn't have anything to do with this attempt, but I was never one to let an opportunity slip by. I sat the muggle down and we drew up a contract, magically enforced, nothing too overt, just exchanging my services and protecting them to make her a little more agreeable to other plans. By itself not enough to get her to do anything major, but if there were more incidents I could get her to agree to bigger things, nothing illegal, nothing against her morals, but a carefully worded argument would work a little better. Thank you so much. I smiled. It's perfectly all right, you're a friend of the family. I didn't know who was after the Granger girl, it wasn't our people, maybe some light side fanatics or someone with a grudge, but I could use this to bring Granger closer to us. It's just so scary. Ugh, her runny nose was on my shoulder, I was going to have to scour Jiffy my entire outfit. It's okay. The things I do to get some grandchildren. Professor McGonagall. On a scale of 1 to 10 for how absolutely positively angry I was? Today was a 10, definitely a 10. I slammed my hands on that horrid woman's desk. What made you think it was remotely appropriate to kill a student's pet? She smiled warmly at me. I was simply enforcing the rules. My urge to strangle her was growing. You do not have the authority to hand out punishments for incidents that happen in Gryffindor Tower. She smiled. I am the Undersecretary of the Minister and... I loomed over her. You are officially on a 1-year sabbatical, as of now you are the Undersecretary of nothing. You went behind my back and usurped my authority and killed one of my students' pets. Does that strike you as being remotely acceptable behavior? She smiled. I had to think about the pets of the other students, Minerva. If you had simply done your due diligence I wouldn't have been forced to do that. She took a small cup of tea and took a sip. How did you even find out about that? Oh, I read through your files and found out that you mentioned one of Mr. Weasley's complaints, really no disciplinary action at all, you really should have done better. I took in a breath. That happened last year. She took another sip and shrugged. Really? The notes were such a mess that I couldn't tell. Oh well, these things happen. I wanted to punch her. You can't go around killing students' pets. She looked up. As the defense professor, I have full discretion to handle potential threats to the school. It was a cat. The twit continued to smile. And it was a clear threat to the other students' pets. I love cats too, but they do eat birds, mice, frogs, and other small creatures. I have to think about the needs of other students. Really, Minerva, if you were a bit more thoughtful about the needs of your students who were not your favorites, you might be headmistress instead of just a head of house. I gritted my teeth. Really? She nodded. I care deeply about the health and welfare of all the students here, which is why I handled things. That said, while I can be harsh, I am fair. I noticed a newspaper in the trash as she sipped her tea as if in thought. Muggleborn's mother saved by Death Eater. For example, I found out that the Malfoy's house elf went crazy. The poor thing was delusional and was responsible for that little bludger incident. My blood went cold. In my rage, I didn't notice the little box, didn't notice the smell. What did you do? Dolores smiled. I did what I had to do to protect our students. I looked at the box, it was about the right size. You didn't. Can you be a dear Minerva and call Draco Malfoy in? I need to speak with him. What did you do? She smiled. What was necessary? She opened a box exposing a dead house elf. I stared at the woman. If you could get Draco here sooner than later, that would be great. I have to have another discussion about responsible pet ownership. Luna Lovegood. Nice to see you again, Mr. Black. He nodded at me. He had some kind of board and a pen. Hey Luna. A glowing fish lit the way and I tilted my head. What's that? He smiled. A patroness. It took so much effort, but I finally managed to make one. I blinked. Really? How do you make one? He smiled. Well, you think of a happy memory, and say expecto patronum, but it's a lot harder than that. It took me. I thought about my mother hugging me. Expecto patronum. I smiled at the cute glowing bunny. Mr. Black's left eye twitched in the moonlight. Oh right, you must have been doing this for months, years, right? I mean, your dad probably taught you the spell. I felt a sense of confusion. Not really, that was the first time I ever tried that spell. He grimaced. Sorry. He walked into a closet and closed the door. Fuck. 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 I had the sound of kicking. This continued for a bit until he left the room. Sorry about that, you're kidding, right? He was laughing weirdly, as he looked at me. No, was that supposed to be hard? He grimaced and nodded. It took me years of failure to figure out how to do that, and I only figured out how to finally pull one off last year, early in the summer. It's not possible to pull it off with just one try. Why not? It's one of the most difficult spells out there. I shrugged. Maybe it's only difficult because people are told that it's difficult. He took a breath, paused and released it and took another breath. Sometimes adults did that around me, I don't know why. It doesn't work like that. Why not? He paused, his monocle glowing in the moonlight. You're not a very happy person, are you? He paused. That's beside the point, it doesn't matter, so why are you walking around? I sighed. They're too loud, the nargles, I mean, they're always too loud this time of month. He looked out the window. Full moon. He paused and looked back at me. Makes sense, I guess. I looked at him. You can't sleep either. He shrugged. I have work to do. Do you know that this school has 1,248 girls' bathrooms? Because I didn't. Did you ask Myrtle for help? He sighed. She runs away whenever I get close to her. A lot of the ghosts here do that ever since I killed Peeves. I looked at the fish. The nargles were talking. That means something. He stopped and looked at me. What? I tried to slow down, say words that made sense. They call it a totem, the nargles. Yours is a symbol of rebirth, adaptation, change. I stopped and blushed. And? Adult stuff. He lifted an eyebrow. Okay, and what do they say about your totem? I smiled. Shyness, abundance, wealth, cleverness, and... I felt the heat rise in my cheeks and I looked away. Adult stuff. The hallway was silent. Well, I have more bathrooms to check. I followed him as he walked into the girls' bathroom. He looked under the sinks. Mind if I go? Not going to stop you. I entered the loo as he continued to look at the sinks. What does a corgi mean? I looked at the glowing nargles. Loyalty, helpfulness, protection. He sighed. Interesting. Hey, I tried talking to the spirits. The nargles turned and looked at me. It didn't turn out well, they just kind of screamed at me. I nodded. They do that. I flushed the loo and washed my hands. He scratched out a name. So do you know why they won't talk to me? I grimaced. The Nargles had some very definite opinions. You don't want to know. He looked at me. Come on, be brutal. I sighed. They say that you see everything as a plan, that you don't see people as people, but pieces on a board game. They say that the only person you consider to be a human being is Karen, everyone else is a pawn in your game, even your own parents. You put your plan to help people above the actual people. They say that they're not going to talk to you until you stop doing that. I paused, I expect him to be angry. They say you're not worthy of their help. He shrugged. Okay, I need help finding this monster. I'm willing to cut a deal. What do they want in exchange for information? I looked at them. They spoke to me in their beeps, flashes of color and emotion. They want the eyes of the beast, one for me, one for Harry Potter. Magic is dying and they want us to restore the balance. He shrugged. Fair enough, tell them it's a deal. The Nargles nodded. You will have a choice of 3 queens, the crone, the mother, and the maiden. He stared at me. This doesn't help me find the monster, Luna. I grimaced. They tell you what you need, not what you want. We left the bathroom as he slumped. Great, well, I know enough stories to know that I'm still on the hook for the damned eyes. I gave him a quick hug. That soothing feeling of comfort returned. The Nargles smiled at me. So the queen thing. The crone is the wisest. If you choose her she will make you a wise king. The maiden is a woman of action. If you choose her she will make you a strong warrior king. And the mother. The Nargles were giggling, annoying. They say that she will make you human. He sighed. And none of this helps me find the killer monster that's trying to eat people. I hugged him again. The Nargles flew around us in the moonlight as my bunny patroness nuzzled his glowing fish. Karen Star. 3 people from each year, from each house, all of us had been sworn to secrecy, as we headed towards the abandoned theater. The Weasley twins looked at us and nodded. My lord was flanked by myself and Susan Bones. The pack on my back was bulky but I didn't feel the weight. We stared at the Weasley twins. Official truce, even we're not bloody stupid to mess with that. Out of the darkness 3 more people appeared. Draco was flanked by his 2 bodyguards. My lord frowned. Surprised you came. Draco lifted his head, his eyes were puffy and red, his voice was scratchy and ragged. I'm here for Dobby. Draco clenched his fists, a snarl on his face. My lord nodded. I miss him too. Little sparks flew out of Draco's hands. There will be vengeance, brother, whatever issues you and I have this is more than that and you know it. My lord nodded. No drama, Draco, no insults, your best behavior. Draco nodded. If it means taking that bitch down, I will do anything. The twins nodded. Welcome in. We walked in and Ron glared at us. He got out of his seat and walked up to Draco. What made anyone think it was a good idea to bring you into this end? Draco crossed his arms. Official truce. Harry puffed as he got to us. Ron looked at us. Why should we trust you? Draco narrowed his eyes. The bitch killed my house elf. Bitch killed Dobby. He might have been an annoying git, but he was our annoying git. Ron blinked. Sorry, I didn't know. Draco took in a breath. I know you don't like this, I don't like it either, but this is like the troll incident, Ron. We put aside our issues until this is dealt with. Ron nodded. When this is over we're enemies again, Draco. Draco nodded. Same to you, Weasley. We all took our seats as Cedric Diggory took to the stage. Why is he in charge? My lord smiled. Because he sparkles in the Sunday. For some reason my lord found this comment funny. That happens sometimes. Something would amuse him and not make sense to anyone else. Cedric looked up. I think we all know why we're here. There were nods. The new defense teacher has become a problem for all of us. Every house has had incidents. Everyone is tired of her, and as much as we want to follow the rules, well, sometimes you have to break them. I noticed a few prefects in the room. They nodded in approval. This was serious then. To that end I propose an official school-wide truce until Professor Umbridge has been shown the door. There were claps and nods. So ideas. My lord got up. I can't join you in this effort. Everyone turned and scowled at him. Please let me explain. As you know, my father is on the board of directors, and we have had attacks where people have been petrified. Now I have happily shared all of my anti-petrification potions with the school. Some of you even benefited from them. One person gave a thumbs up. But after the incident where Penelope Clearwater was attacked, my father sent me a letter. It had 2 words: handle it. A few people looked at him with sympathy. I'm sorry, but I have to handle the whole heir of Slytherin issue. I don't have the time to do that and deal with Professor Umbridge. I'm sorry. Cedric nodded. Is there anything you can do for us? My lord nodded. Karen, take off the pack. I took it off and put it on the ground. It jingled. He opened it. There is exactly 5,000 gallons here. A few people raised their eyebrows. Fred and George Weasley, can you come here? The two of them came closer and he pulled out 2 bags. 1,000 gallons each, for both of you. He pulled out some paperwork. Deeds to a piece of land on Diagon Alley, in the business district. It's a 3-story building, with the floor level being zoned for business. The second level has housing 3 small apartments, and 1 bathroom fully furnished. It also has an attic and a large basement for storage. He paused. The basement is zoned for potion making, so it's built to handle any finicky tricks of the trade. I also have deeds for 2 houses in the residential area near Diagon Alley. The money is your budget, the property is yours after the job is finished. The twins nodded. Our mom doesn't want us to get in trouble. My lord looked at his brother. Did you're right, Dad? Draco got up and brought out a letter. He says you have 1 year, 1 target. Officially we know nothing, unofficially any effort to have you 2 expelled will be overridden, and he's leaning on Uncle Snape to look the other way. They looked at the prefects, one of them stepped forward. For the rest of the year we see nothing. Fred and George took the gold and smiled. Hell, we would do it for free. There were smiles all around and my boss raised his hand. The rest of the gold will be used by the Alliance at their discretion. Also, Harry Potter, please come here. Potter walked up to him. Yes. My lord brought out a map. This map was made by your father and my uncle. It's called the Morator's map, shows you the entire school. I'm handing it to you. Harry looked at the map, the twins frowned and then shrugged. Thanks. My lord nodded. I hate to admit it, but you're much better at stealth and social stuff than me. Umbridge is dirty, everyone knows it. If you could find something incriminating and get it to the media, you can really hurt her where it counts. He looked at the assembled crowd. I'm sorry, but that's all I can do for you guys. Cedric nodded. It's more than enough, Fishy. Happy hunting. Also, we need to know if anyone here is compromised. If you are, we will have someone wipe your memory and no one will judge you. Ron raised his hand. She offered me a position in her Inquisition squad. Harry blinked. You can't be serious. Ron frowned. Well, I'm obviously going to say no. My lord Froend. That would be a bad idea, Ron. Are you threatening me, Fishy? He put up his hands. No, what I'm saying is that you would make the perfect spy. If we had someone on the inside, it would help a lot. The other students nodded, the Slytherins aproved, and Ron closed his eyes. Think about it. Cedric nodded. So are we all in agreement? An official school-wide truce and alliance to get rid of Umbridge. There were no dissent, the Anti-Umbridge Alliance, or AUA, was born. Cornelius Fudge. There was a Muggle book that a Slytherin gave me when I was in Hogwarts. It was by some Italian fellow, I can't remember his name, but one of the things he said stuck with me: you have to be present. As my investigation continued, that one little bit of advice came back to me. Dolores wasn't here, Dolores was on a tiny island near Scotland. She wasn't anywhere close to the action, as it were. And that made all the difference. With the worst offenders in the tax service now dead, the others, the ones with more marginal offences, were more willing to talk, to give names. Dolores had enemies, lots of them, and she was hard at work making more, but you didn't fall in the ministry because you had too many enemies, you fell because you didn't have enough friends. And what do you know, I found one. I didn't do anything. This wasn't true. Thing about the magical world and the Muggle one is that you had a certain level of crossover. For example, the car mechanic who fixed things quickly and without any problems? Probably one of ours. The ministry allowed a small grey market, as it allowed us to keep tabs on the Muggle world and allowed us to step in before things became a problem. You don't have to lie, you're among friends. That was a lie, he wasn't. This was Anton Fisher, he was a cleaner. He thought that because he didn't actually hurt anyone that his actions were innocent ones. He worked for Muggles, cleaning up crime scenes, then one day he got caught and now he works for Dolores. We just need to know a few things, Anton, we don't want you, we just need to know about your friends. The hit wizards, the very unregistered ones. Gringotts was allowed to have a few on payroll, every noble family had retainers, but Dolores wasn't noble, her father was a janitor, and my very long conversation with her squib brother netted me some very useful information. I had to call in a favor from the Blackfish to give him his magic and a ticket out of the country, but it was worth it. I knew about her favorite haunts, her favorite foods, places she considered to be safe. That's how I found Anton. I don't know nothin'. I sighed. A friend forced Anton some truth serum, and then the questioning continued. Anton knew where the bodies were buried, but that wasn't what I needed. What I needed was to find out who Dolores' forces were. Once you eliminate someone's ability to fight back, then and only then can you really tackle the problem. Fudge, let me handle this. As much as I hated to admit it, I was bad at this. Anton simply refused to talk. Okay, Algie. Leave the room for about 5 minutes. No cruciatus. Oh please. The old man smiled. That stuff's for a mat yours. I left the room and waited and waited. Algie opened the door, cleaning his hands. Anton looked at me with fear. So. I have a complete list of names, please just make him stop. Algie smiled. Didn't even use a single spell. I didn't ask questions, he didn't have too many names but we got a rough estimate. 50 wizards on her payroll, looks like 10 of them were already dead, members of the tax service that just got executed. For some reason I felt cheated when I found out about that. Ronald Weasley. I'm not exactly popular right now, that's the problem with being a spy. Sure, a few people know and like me, but the vast majority of the school hates my guts. How could you? Ginny is crying, and I feel well bad. I'm an inquisitor, I get to wear a little armband and everything, speaking of which it's a pretty good sign that I've signed up with the bad guys. I mean, any uninformed that has a skull on it should be telling you that you're with the baddies. I'm doing the right thing. She ran away, I can't tell her the truth, not without blowing my cover. I see a prefect and she looks at me with disgust. Blaise Zabinai smiles at me. Hey partner, good news, new hats. He smiles as he puts a hat on my head, it's black and also has a skull on it, I think I've seen this before from somewhere. Yeah, great. He smiles. I know, Umbridge says it's an officer's cap from a Muggle country, it's called something. Germany. Yeah. He smiles. Yep, that's it, sure it's cheap Muggle crap but it's the little touches that shows that Umbridge cares, and let me tell you Ron, this is just the start of it. Really? Yep, it's taking a while but she's having the full uniform made for us, and it is wicked, as soon as her connections get through man we are going to look ace. I nodded. Sounds nice. Nice, okay, I want you to know something. Blaise took me aside. Dolores really worked hard on this, okay? I mean, I told her that your family loved Muggle stuff and went out and found the snazziest Muggle uniform she could find, and she improved it. Really? Yes, it used to have this weird messed up cross, you know what's replacing it? I took a breath. A skull. Blaise smiled and did a little dance. I know, it's so cool, I used that saying right? I mean, you're the Muggle expert, so. You're right. He wiped the sweat off of his brow. Good, good, look, I know that you're not a fan of my house but we're partners and we should be friends. I nodded. So how's your stepfather doing? Blaise's joy vanished. He's not doing very well, Mom says he's sick, I'm really worried, you know, I really liked this guy, he was really nice to me, and treated Mom well and I really want him to pull through this, I don't know if I could take another one dying on me. Blaise was an expert on living in denial. Sometimes I feel like you joined for the uniforms. He smiled. Got it in one, my mother taught me all about fashion, and looking good in these school robes. He grimaced. They're so not ace at all, I mean look at them, single stitch crap that's just built to fall apart. I sighed as more people gave me dirty looks, thing was I remembered when I was giving them, was this what it was like to be fishy? To be a Malfoy? To have everyone hate you? I tapped the special watch that AUA had given me, our patrol was trying to root out undisciplined students. My job as spy was to give people enough time to get out while they could. I walked with Blaise as he talked about fashion. It's a shame you aren't a Slytherin. I clenched my fists. Green works really well with red hair. Really? Look, I get it, family thing, but you have to make sure your outfits complement your skin tone and hair. Now purple would work great for you too, blue is a bit more limited but cobalt, navy and of course light blue would look great on you. I nodded. White's also a great choice, and with your skin tone I recommend a pure white suite, I'm sure you would look absolutely ace in it. Thanks. Now red, look, you're a Gryffindor and red's your thing but you need to be careful what kind of shade of red you wear, you're more of a warm tone so if you must wear red go for bird red or a burgundy. I'm sorry man but you just can't pull off the bright red they make you wear. I must find some way to live with the disappointment. Blaise nodded. Don't worry, soon we will have absolutely ace outfits to wear and everyone looks good in black. Really? Yes, my mother said that to my third stepfather and he married her within a week, so it has to be true. More people glared at us. I saw a wall. When Crookshanks died, Hermione used a sticking charm, and then she got physical. Didn't know she had a right hook like that. A small messed up part of me fancied her a little after that, I don't know why. No one helped me get off that wall, not until Professor McGonagall set the record straight. Normally children, I would tell you to trust your teachers, but Miss Umbridge isn't to be trusted. If you have a problem, go to me or anyone else but not her. Didn't think I'd ever see the day I'd hear that from a teacher. Too hurt that no one believed me, everyone just assumed that I killed Crookshanks. That I would do that just to hurt Hermione. Did people think I was that bad of a person? Blaise smiled as he saw a note. Sweet, they're here. He grabbed my hand and dragged me to Umbridge's office. She smiled sweetly at us as we gave our reports and then we were given our outfits. Blaise smiled. So ace. I looked at myself in the mirror, at the little skulls. Yep, I have definitely joined the baddies. Let's take a photo. We gathered and took a photo, the machine spit it out and Blaze taped it to the wall. He smiled at the other inquisitors and wrote the word friends on it. He smiled at me. Remember this day, Ron, no one's ever going to forget that we were in the Inquisition. Yeah, sounds great. Luna Lovegood. Give them back. Cho had her arms crossed and loomed over the girls. We don't have her shoes. I really needed those shoes tonight. It was the first night of the winter break, the moon was out and I had a very important meeting to go to. Cho frowned and glared at the girls, her wand came out and the two girls' faces looked like someone who was eating a rather sour lemon. Fine, it was just a joke. Cho glared at them. It wasn't funny the first time, it wasn't funny the second time and it's not funny now. One of the girls got my shoes and they left. Cho gave me a hug. If there's ever a problem, come to me again, okay? I nodded. Cho was nice, she didn't have enough time to really spend with me, but it was always nice to talk to her. Most people didn't want to talk to me, it was just Ginny, Fishy, and Cho and I didn't get enough time with any of them. I put on my shoes and waited, and then I left the common room. People said it was harder to sneak around at night now, with everyone worried about the air, with the Inquisition looking for people, with everything but the Nargles didn't want me to be caught. Sometimes they lied, sometimes they were scary and sometimes they were mean, but they didn't want me to ever get caught. I walked down to the bridge between us and the mainland. Fishy was waiting for me, tapping his finger against his arm. He leaned against a lamp post. You're late. I nodded. I'm sorry, I had to get dressed. The breath of my mouth came out in the cold air on the snow-covered the bridge. I felt cold, the Nargles whispered ideas. Are you cold? He shrugged and smirked. The cold never bothered me anyways. The bridge was silent. Your father's late too. I nodded. Maybe we should sing something, to pass the time. I really rather not. I frowned. Please. He lifted an eyebrow. Tell you what, if you can sing the song I'm thinking of I will sing along with you. The Nargles smirked and I heard music, for a song I had never heard before. Spoiler, duet. The snow glows white on the mountain tonight. Not a footprint to be seen. A kingdom of isolation. And it looks like I'm the queen. Fishy looked at me in shock and then shook his head. He smiled then, he never smiled and he joined in. We sung together in perfect harmony as the Nargles played music for us. When the song stopped, Fishy was still smiling. I haven't heard that song in a very long time, surprised anyone knew it. I looked at him. You should smile more. Really? You're much prettier when you smile, when you mean it I mean. He shrugged and I smiled as I saw a figure walk out of the snow. He stopped halfway between us and Hogwarts. I ran through the snow, a smile on my face. My father hugged me. I missed you, my little moon. I giggled as we hugged. Fishy finally caught up to us. We have something to talk about. My father stopped hugging me, he was frowning. Your Highness, what do you want to talk about? The moon was out and Fishy's monocle glowed softly in the moonlight. The Order has had a chance to say goodbye, I'm giving you two a chance now. He placed a bottle on the ground. A chance for you to say goodbye to your wife, for Luna to say goodbye to her mother. Smoke rose from the potion and he stepped back and my mother appeared. Hello my little moonbeam. I started crying, we both ran up to her and hugged her, there was too much give and she was cold but my mother was back. You both have a limited amount of time, this is a chance to say goodbye. I will leave now, I will not intrude on your private time. He left. We talked to each other, talked about how much we missed her, how she missed us. For a short while Mom was back, then she started fading and it was over. For the first time in a long time Father looked happy, a sense of calm on his face. I missed her so much. He looked at the boy under the lamp, his face hungry. We walked up closer to him. I'm sorry but the potion's ingredients are limited and you have the stone. My father's words cut through the night like a knife. You figured it out. My father shivered. I want it, I need it I need to talk to her again. Fishy looked up. It's a tool to say goodbye with, using it for more than that, it isn't good for you. Please. You don't have anything to bargain with Mr. Lovegood, please don't make this difficult for both of us. I looked at the Nargles. He has me. Fishy blinked. I'm pretty valuable, as a bride price that would work wouldn't it? My father looked at me. Luna no. I hugged him. I want Mom back too, and the Nargles say, that there's a way this way. Fishy shook his head. First of all you're too young Luna, second I do not get to determine that, who I marry is up to my parents and my parents alone. He turned around. Please just take this moment as what it is, a chance to say goodbye, anything more than that and the price is too high for both of you. He left us and we stood there in the winter cold alone in our thoughts. I looked up at my dad. Whatever it takes. He squeezed my hand after I said that, his face deep in thought. Blaze Zabanai. I tell people I joined for the uniform, it gets a chuckle out of people, they understand that. It's not true though, and though I will never admit it, I really joined to have some friends. It's lonely being me, Mom has the worst luck in men, they're all older and sickly and I understand why she's like that. She wants to nurture and care for people, but they keep dying, and it looks really bad, everyone keeps saying that Mom killed them but there isn't any proof of that nonsense and it isn't true. My mother is not a murderer. I smiled as Ron played another move, he had potential. My mother always told me that the most important thing in life was beauty. That's why my name was Blaze because she wanted my beauty to be like a mighty blaze, just like hers. I have to go. He got up and left, I had lost again. Ron frustrated me, with a little cleaning, the right outfit, the right haircut he could be beautiful too, but he simply did not get how important it was to me, to the world. I sighed and got up. It wasn't safe enough to go alone. Sometimes people pranked us, and the rest of the squad didn't want to be there. I was surprised to find out I was the only volunteer. Everyone else was worried about their parents' jobs in the ministry or were scared of her, which was bollocks. Dolores had been nothing but nice to us, she was a nice person. And I should know, I'm an excellent judge of character. I decided to follow Ron out of curiosity and found him talking to Fishy and Granger. And that's it. Hermione looked worried, she looked at Ron with concern and I felt angry. I don't know why but whenever that horrid woman looked at Ron I felt angry. Whenever any girl looked at Ron I felt angry, he was my partner, I choose him to be my partner, and I did not like sharing at all. The Blackfish nodded. If you need my Mothars help Aegeon, or Dumbledore. Hermione frowned. It could be nothing. The Ron looked at her with concern and my anger grew, he should be saving those looks for me. He should only be looking at me, I was much better looking than she was. Thankfully he stopped talking to that thing and walked away. What were you talking to that girl about? Ron shrugged. Her dad's business is having some issues. I sighed, good it's nothing. I smiled my famous type 32 smile my mom taught me. If she's having problems I have money. I thought you hated Muggleborns. I shrugged. I do and I always will but, if it's for you it's okay. He nodded. Sure. He smiled a little and my heart beat just a little bit faster. Mom said it didn't matter if you liked birds or blokes only that they were beautiful, Mom was. Great like that. Come on, let's go on patrol. Ron put his hands into his coat and I walked next to him. I was sure he was like me, that even if we belonged to different houses that we shared similar interests. I knew it because I was a perfect judge of character. Narcissa Malfoy. Troublesome. 3 vans, 12 men, shaved heads, little Russian flags, a blank stone looked their face, Imperius used badly. I didn't know who was doing this but I was less than impressed. I looked at my watch and sighed as they sprayed ammo into the dentist office. It wouldn't work, the wards I had placed on the Granger's place of work were subtle, it would look to outsiders that the bullets had simply hit the stronger parts of the building. But honestly just on a professional level this insulted me. The problem with the Imperius is that it always forced you to make choices, numbers, control, competence, pick one if you were new to the game, pick 2 if you were good at it. I teleported into Wendell's office and looked at him, he was hiding under a desk, I looked at him with utter seriousness. Come with me if you want to live. The man looked up at me, and nodded. What's happening? Someone has sent assassins to kill you. I brought out my knife and smiled as the Muggle followed me, this was an old favorite of mine during the war, bring out some Death Eaters to scare the more stubborn mudbloods, then heroically help them escape the attack and get them to a nearby boat. Sure they would have to start over somewhere else but at least they were alive, shame I couldn't use that trick on the Grangers. It would be easier to get the girl to be agreeable if they were gone, but that was too risky. I had to do my best to see them live but that didn't mean I couldn't scare them, let them see just how dependent they were on me for their survival. I headed towards the Muggles, there were only 12 men, their movements were jerky, sluggish, really if they had simply paid the Russians Wendell would already be dead. I held out my knife, my reflexes and strength had been amplified with potions and for the next couple hours. It would be enough, they brought out machetes and ran towards us. I held out my knife and waited, for them to come to me, Wendell was scared but I didn't smell urine, good. Ha! Right in the neck, I was in a hallway where their numbers would be of limited effect, and as I heard that familiar death curdle I smiled. I didn't like the war but I did miss parts of it, the excitement, the thrill of the fight, really if it hadn't been so dreadfully and pointlessly violent I would have had a grand time. This reminded me a little of my fights with Lily during the war, she had been sniping us with that Muggle wand and I found her hiding spot, we brought out our knives and started fighting, just the 2 of us on that rooftop steel against steel. She decided to run when reinforcements came, that was one of the frustrating things about fighting the bloody Lily. We were never able to really discover who was better, whether it was the ancient magics that I had found in my family library or her Muggle tricks. It's a shame she died, a shame we couldn't spar with each other in less lethal circumstances. I grabbed another man by the wrist, slammed him into the wall and got him in the kidneys. I then used him as a shield as I stabbed another Russian. It ended too soon of course, and with the howling of police sirens coming I looked at Wendell Granger. Don't worry, we will have this fixed up soon. I gave him the knife and vanished. I waited for a while and then snuck into his cell. When he came back, he was scared, frightened. Please, you have to tell them I didn't do it. I smiled. Don't worry, I just need you to sign some permission slips and my people can have you out of here within a couple hours. I smiled as he signed everything. Wendell was the weak link in the chain. With both parents in my grasp, my plans got a little closer to fruition. I kept my word, altered some memories, and Wendell got his name in the papers. The Russian mob wanted bribe money and he refused to pay. One dentist fought off 12 hitmen. It was all so very brave. With this done, only the girl remained and I would have her in my grasp soon. Harry Potter. Valentine's Day. People smiled at me as I walked through the halls. With the creation of AUA, I was for now officially no longer Ron's friend. It's kind of depressing that the moment that I dropped Ron, people from all of the houses lined up to be my friend. Draco walked up to me, we frowned at each other. Spar. I shrugged. There's a truce. He nodded, his body tense. Hate it, this truce. I smiled. I'm not a fan of it either. Draco nodded. We keep things non-lethal, nothing that can break a shield. I shrugged. I took out my map and we found a deserted dealing ground. Draco took off his shirt. There was absolutely no need to do that, he just preferred to duel without it. Heard Pi put you through his shield training. I nodded. Can it take fire? I frowned. Elements and shields. He shrugged. Okay, but I want to try out some new curses. Got one I want to try out on the toad, worked on it during the summer. Fire and wind. Draco attacked my shield with fire and I fought back with wind. This continued on for a couple of moments before we got tired and winded. We stopped fighting and took out some water. Draco looked at me for a bit. I frowned at him. I heard about what you did to him. I expected Draco to get angry, like he normally did, instead he just looked depressed. Figured as much. It was a mistake. I nodded. You really hurt him. He sighed. You don't know what you have until you lose it, Potter. I hated him. He paused and took a drink. He was always better than me, always was further ahead of me. It felt like I was always chasing him and I was never able to keep up. Everyone would say, why can't you be like your brother, why can't you behave like him? And he was always pushing me, making me do stuff I thought was stupid. He smiled sadly. Then I got my wish and he was gone. I was free of him. Everything my father owns will someday be mine. He wasn't there to push me. I frowned at him. And I discovered I'd rather have my brother back. Draco got up. She won't be here forever. Next year we're back to being enemies, Potter, but as temporary allies. Don't make the same mistake I did. We got up and sparred again and Draco smiled. A snake popped out of his wand and traveled towards me. I told it to stop and smirked at him. His eyes were wide and saucer-like. Well, what did you expect? You used a spell anyone could stop. Draco stared at me. Are you the heir? I frowned. A lot of people had been petrified, but Pomfrey could fix it with a potion, so people thought it was more annoying than anything else. No, I kind of thought you were. Draco shook his head. No, oh hell no, if I did that fishy would kill me. I shrugged. Why? It doesn't seem to be a big deal like the twins' pranks. Draco frowned. It's not like that at all. The only reason why it's not a big deal is because my brother's paranoid and stockpiles potions just in case. It can take weeks or months to brew an anti-petrification potion and the ingredients are not cheap. So, they're petrified, they're fine, right? Draco shook his head. No, they aren't. When you're petrified everything slows down, but you still need air, you still need water, you still need food, and you can't eat or drink when you're petrified. When it happens it's always a race against time. If you're not quick enough people will die. He looked at me. My family's blowing real money and resources dealing with this air business. I kind of wish you people would actually take it seriously. He sighed. Also, not everyone can talk to snakes, only people descended from Salazar Slytherin himself, like him. I frowned. Pi says that Muggleborns are probably related to squibs who went into the Muggle world and somehow got their magic back. You probably got it from your mum. He looked me in the eye. You're not the heir, are you? No. He took in a breath. I believe you. We ended the spar and got something to eat. I ate breakfast and went to class. When lunch came I sighed as Zabanai confronted me. You have a problem. He looked at me and frowned. We need to talk, in private. I got up and walked. Zabanai was considered to be the worst member of the Inquisition. He actually wanted to join and seemed to like the toad. Ron. I looked at him. Is he? I'm open-minded. I thought about it. About some things, not so much about other things. Blaze nodded. Okay, would he be against having a special friend? I frowned. I don't think so, but he hates Slytherins, so I'm pretty sure that it's not going to happen. Blaze looked away and lowered his cap. Are you completely sure? I mean, there's no chance at all. Why did he sound so upset? It would have to be a really special Slytherin. Blaze smiled. I can be that special person, Harry. I know things between you ended badly, but I want your blessing. Really? Look, I think a part of you is still Ron's friend, and I just want you to know if we become special friends, I promise that I will do my best to make him happy. I frowned. I don't think that's how friendships work. Don't you have any other friends to ask about this stuff? He looked me in the eye. Dorothy Gale. I shrugged. What was that supposed to mean? Well then, go talk to Dorothy then, she probably has some advice. Blaze nodded. Sure. I guess you have a point, this is something I have to do myself. I walked around closer to the tables when a girl grabbed my arm. Lavender, I'm not interested. The blonde girl frowned. This isn't about you, look, I'm worried about Ron. I frowned. I thought everyone hated him. She looked away. I know I'm supposed to hate him, but I think he just made a mistake. I really want him to come back to us. I nodded. I miss him too. She looked away. What does Ron like? I shrugged. I don't know, chocolate. I think he likes that. Why do you ask? Lavender Brown ran her fingers through her curly blonde hair. She looked nervous. I think Ron needs a friend right now, a special one. I know you two aren't talking, but if you could give your blessing, that would mean a lot to me. I shrugged. I think you should talk to Ron about this. She grimaced. You don't think I've tried? I have, but every time I try, the words don't come out and screw it up, you know. I was hungry and tired. If you want to be his friend, go ahead, I'm not stopping you, but you're never going to get anywhere unless you talk to him. Lavender nodded. That's true. I went and sat on my seat and sighed, so many Valentines. I don't think the girls even liked me, not really. I sighed as Ron's sister walked up to me. Here. She squeaked as she gave me a card and ran away. I opened it and saw tons of crossed out writing, and I sighed, and put in the same pile as the other. I stared at Cho Chang and smiled. I think I liked her. We talked during our AUA meetings and she was always so nice and kind, and I really liked her. I shook myself out of it. It was useless, I didn't have a chance with her at all. Who did this? That would be the Weasleys twins' work, right on schedule. We all smiled and I swear I saw my head of house smirk. She yelled at us covered in pink slime until Dumbledore asked her to leave. The rest of the day passed peacefully and I went to a place on Gryffindor Tower to watch the sunset. Hey. I smiled. Missed you, Ron. He sighed. I missed you too, Harry. I shook my head. Why is it that she has you dressed up like a Nazi? Ron shrugged. The toad's crazy and she's been getting crazier. It's good because you know she's bad people, but I still have to deal with it. He looked at me. Get anything for Valentine's Day? I shrugged. A few things. The professor's looking at it, making sure it's all safe. You. Ron took off his cap and smiled as the wind went through his hair. I'm surprised I got anything, but Blaze got me a coat. I blinked. Is it cursed? No, it's just a really nice blue coat, and Lavender gave me some chocolate and then started babbling and ran away. This job kind of sucks. If people aren't being jerks, then they're terrified of us. Maybe because you're dressed like a Nazi. He sighed. Yet I didn't know that was a thing until Goldstein got to us. Ron grimaced. It took all 5 of us to take him down, and we all went to Pomfrey. Little bastard is tough. I patted him on the back. Hey, at least the black eye is gone. I'm sorry I put you through this. Ron nodded. It's okay, it's for the cause. You know, I found out she has a diary. I blinked. Really? Yet I saw her writing in it when I brought her tea. We have to do that for her. None of the house elves wants to have anything to do with her. I leaned against him. You're still my best friend, Ron. Ron smiled at me. Thanks, Harry, you're my best friend too. Karen Starr. Valentine's Day. I sat in my lord's lap as he frowned. And once again nothing. I glared at the other puffs, they looked away. I then turned my gaze to Slytherin, who made a pointed effort to look far away from me. Hermione looked up and started walking towards us. I was admittedly jealous that my lord's mother considered her a worthy bride. My lord looked up at her and she blushed. Thanks for everything. She was blushing. My lord shrugged. That was mostly Mom, not me. Hermione nodded and I frowned. Maybe we should talk in private, my lord. He nodded. Good point, follow me. I followed him and glared at any girl who looked at my lord with lust in her eyes. The 3 of us walked into a room and my lord brought out a box. Hermione looked at it. That's a ring. Officially it's a Valentine gift. Hermione put it on and stared at it. It looks expensive. It is, it's enchanted to tell me if you ever got in trouble. Hermione looked up. Mom had it commissioned after the bombing attempt. He brought out a box of chocolates. This is from me. Hermione looked at the ring and put it on. Why would your mom give this to me? I closed my eyes, pain in my chest. She considers you a potential marriage candidate. Hermione blinked. But I know your mom's better, but she's had a history of My lord blinked. What, mom's always been bigger on blood purity garbage than dad was. I shrugged. Mrs. Malfoy's views have either evolved or she has found an exception. The pain in my chest grew and Hermione looked away with guilt. But, you love him. My lord leaned back. I don't get to choose who I get to marry, it doesn't work that way. I nodded. I always knew that I would never be my lord's wife, sometimes that hurts but I accept it, my children will be bastards but I will love them all the same. Hermione blinked. So you're saying? She grimaced, and I smiled. I was here first, Granger, and as per the late Lord Blackswell I am my lord's official mistress. This position is for life and I am not giving it up easily. My lord blinked. What the fuck? We both turned to look at him, he stared at me. This is the first time I have heard of this fuckery, Karen. I pulled a slip of paper out of my bra, the one I recently received, and gave it to him. He read it and frowned. You weren't even 12 then. I smiled. I know, I am blessed that the late Lord Black saw my potential. My lord sighed. Every time I think this world can't get more fucked up, somehow it does. I frowned. Karen, if you want to leave, I walked up to him and put my arms around him and kissed him. I don't regret this. Hermione blushed and I stared at her, then she nodded. Fishy, I need to talk to Karen alone. He left and the two of us were left in the room. Hermione sighed. I understand. I blinked. Why, you like him, I mean? I nodded. Look, Fishy's mom is just thinking about stuff and my parents aren't going to approve of me doing anything serious until I graduate school, so friends. I shook her hand and then frowned. I recommend an alliance. Hermione blinked. What? If we work together, if your parents and my lord parents agree, we can keep others away. Hermione blinked and shook her head. That's weird. We're already friends, right? And if you were chosen, that would be okay. I'm okay with sharing, as long as I have him I'm fine. Hermione sighed. You really do love him. With all my heart, but it's not enough to love him, not for his parents. Hermione sighed. Changing the subject, did you find out where Slytherin monster's hiding? I nodded. We have a general idea, but it's going to take time to figure a way to get in. Hermione smiled. Wish you luck. I stopped her. Never take that ring off, your enemies want you dead. Hermione gave me a quick hug. I will do that, just, be okay. We left the room and my lord looked nervous. So what have you two decided? I smiled. We decided that this romance thing can wait. My lord smiled. Good. We each took one of his arms and walked to our next class. Even though it would wait, it would come in time, and I could be very patient when needed. Hermione Granger. I walked next to Millie as she scanned the area with her eyes. You're being paranoid. I'm your bodyguard, it's literally my job. I smiled as Ginny walked up to me. Ron's little sister didn't talk much, but she was adorable. She looked up at me with hate in her eyes. Back off, firstie. Millie had her wand out and I shook my head. Millie, it's just. Millie's shield barely took the blast that came out of Ginny's wand before it collapsed. She breathed heavily. Hermione, run. I brought out my shield. Ginny, stop this nonsense. Ginny smiled, whispering as curse after curse came out of her wand. I was suddenly very thankful for all my training last year. Millie tried to help, but she was still new to it. Someone taught you the basics. I tried to use disarming charms, tried to use knockout charms, but Ginny seemed to dodge them all easily. Eventually, despite my efforts, my shield charm shattered. I was knocked back and Ginny loomed over me. It's time for you to suffer mood blood. Ginny squeaked as Millie jumped on her. She wailed on the little girl and I got up, then I heard an explosion. I screamed. Millie was bleeding, there was a hole in her chest. She slammed against the wall and Ginny smiled at her. Run away, blood traitor, and I might let you live. I used what curses I knew and they fell harmlessly off of Ginny's shield. Millie looked up at Ginny and spit blood into her face. Foolish. I screamed as the sickly green glow of the killing curse hit Millie full on. She slumped to the ground. I used my ring and Ginny used some kind of curse. I fell to the ground. I looked up at Ginny. She lifted me off the ground by my hair. It hurt, but I didn't let myself cry. You are not going to die now. No, I'm going to make this hurt. Then everything went dark. When I woke up, Ginny looked at me with absolute hate. You killed Millie. Ginny laughed. Yeah, I did. if you had known you place Mudblood maybe she would be alive. Ginny walked back and forth, my eyes widened as a giant snake slithered up to her. Like her? She's my pet. Ginny scratched the creature under the chin. I've been using her to hunt Mudbloods like you, but your little friend keeps foiling me. If he had stayed out my way this entire castle would be free of your taint. Why? I was scared but if I stalled for time maybe I would get some help, Ginny growled. Because you don't deserve it, you don't deserve any of it, this land doesn't belong to you filthy Mudbloods, you come here and you don't respect our traditions, our ways. It devolved into a rant. I kept willing my ring for help, I was tied up but I could at least do that. Did you do all of that stuff to my room, to my desk? Ginny laughed. Of course I did, no one expected little Ginny Weasley of doing any of it, but that's besides the point Mudblood. You're going to die, but before that I'm going to make sure you hurt. I grimaced. Crucio. The pain racked my entire body and I screamed. Ginny tortured me, in between gloating about how she was the heir. And no one is going to help you, no one is going to find you and... I heard the sound of an explosion. What? I felt weak and smiled at Pisces and Karen. You're a hard person to find. He cracked his knuckles. Let's skip the please entries, I know who you are, you know who I am, just you and me motherfucker. Ginny looked at him with contempt. Really? Obvious anagram is obvious. I screamed as green light flowed out of Ginny's wand, Pisces frowned as the blast hit an ice wall shattering it. He stepped forward. The killing curse is unblockable. With magic, I'm using ice, you can do the same thing if you're good enough with transfiguration but that's besides the point. The room filled with mist, and I could barely make out anything. This won't work you little fish, this fog blinds. I heard Ginny yelp with pain and I smiled. Me too? Yeah, thing is I don't just control water. I saw flashes of green light. I also sense it, can't quite explain it to you, it's like explaining sight to a blind man, but I sense everything, including the blood running in your veins. More flashes of green light, I felt someone untying me. Karen. Be quiet. She fiddled my ropes and took me off the pole that I had been strapped to. I felt weak and I couldn't move, Karen held me in her arms as she dragged me away from the fight. You can hide from me, but you can't hide from my monster. Help him. Karen frowned. Got orders to save you. But... I am first and foremost his knight. She tossed me over her shoulder and we flew out of the room, out of what I would discover later to be the Chamber of Secrets. I saw a hole in a girl's bathroom. Ice walls cut us off from the room and I frowned. Fishy. Karen looked at me. This is what he wanted. I was crying. But he's not. Karen looked at me. My lord thinks you are worth saving, don't throw that away. Karen picked me up and took me to Pomfrey's, I was given a potion and found Narcissa there. Where is he? Tears ran down my face, he's fighting Ginny, she's the heir. She murdered Millie, she's crazy and... I cried. Aurors came and I talked to them, they got through the ice but I was told that they couldn't find either Ginny or Fishy. I went to sleep and when I woke up Karen was there, she took me to the dining hall. The mood was somber, they had found Millie's body. The mood was sour. I ate some eggs I could barely hold it down, I was worried and in pain and... Was that music? Spoiler, surprise. A giant monster smashed through the wall, Ginny rode on top of the beast as Fishy struggled to stay on top of its head. Why won't you die? She screamed as Pisces smiled, the beast was covered with wounds, it flopped to the ground dead, and Ginny screamed. You killed my monster. People stared in shock, some of them screamed. Pisces had a fang in his hands. Yep, oh and you lost your wand. He rushed forward and punched Ginny hard in the face, she crumpled to the ground, he went through her clothing and brought out a book. He raised the fang and slammed it hard into the book. We all felt pure evil go through the room and vanish. Not going to control a damned thing without that book. He turned around and looked at us, his mother stared at him, we all stared at him. He looked at us and then went to one knee. I have defeated the heir and Slytherin's monster to save the school as ordered, mother. She nodded, controlling her features. Very well, as expected of my son. Arthur Weasley. I felt a shiver go down my spine as Minister Fudge shook with raw rage. So on a scale of 1 to 10 I'm absolutely livid. He got out of his chair, all sense of jolliness gone. So your defense for your daughter's months-long campaign of terror, for several acts of attempted murder, a campaign of bullying, theft, assault, torture, use of the unforgivables and an act of actual murder is that you and your family are a bunch of bloody hypocrites. He took several deep breaths. I could see him seethe with rage. The Malfoys must have snuck it into my daughter's book bag or something. Fudge closed his eyes. Okay. Which of these things are more likely, Arthur? That the Death Eater who lived in your home for close to a decade left something behind, or that Lucius Malfoy planted a dark artifact on your daughter's person? I frowned. They had a bunch of anti-petrification potions, this is just a stunt to make them look good. Fudge slammed his hands against the desk. The only reason why there aren't even more casualties is because Lucius and his son took money and resources to save lives. Muggleborn lives like your daughter-in-law. I blinked. What? Penelope Clearwater, married your son Percy during the winter break. I blinked. I didn't know that. Well, clearly you didn't know a lot of things, maybe if you were a better parent you wouldn't be in this mess. I felt the world go red but I didn't get out of the chair. Fudge sat down. I'm going to put this simply, as far as I'm concerned this. He brought out a newspaper, an image of my daughter being carried off in handcuffs was on it. Is all your fault? I grimaced. The trial is going to go through, the evidence is absolutely damning, we have several witnesses, we scanned your daughter's wand and they proved that she cast the killing curse numerous times, and used the Cruciatus curse. Someone died, your daughter is guilty, the question right now is how bad the punishment is going to be. Fudge got up. You gave your side of the story, let me give you what I think happened, I think your daughter's guilty as sin. I grabbed the chair's armrests. Last year the Malfoys saved your boy's life, you responded by trying to take away their son's property, they responded by liberating you from a Death Eater. Fudge loomed over me. They had you at their mercy, Arthur, they could have destroyed you and your family right then and there, they decided to be merciful. You officially owe them a life debt, in any normal circumstance that would end any blood feud, but you kept going. Fudge glared at me. You raided their lands, you went through their property and you stirred up trouble. The Malfoys have a dark past, this is true. Death Eaters. There was a trial, Arthur, and since then there have been no attacks, the Malfoys have found a cure for squibs, the Malfoys have stepped up repeatedly to save Miss Granger's life, a Muggleborn by the way, and the Malfoys just saved the school from a bloody monster. He collapsed in his chair. I interviewed your children, all of them, and Percy's comment? What the Malfoys demanded in exchange for saving his wife, for turning down the chance not to be crippled anymore. An end to this bloody feud, and you know what, I fucking agree with it. Fudge frowned. This bullshit between you and the Malfoys is over. The raids, they're over. Your little comments in the paper, they're over. You're going to get on your bloody knees and you're going to beg the Malfoys for forgiveness. Fudge frowned. You're going to do whatever they ask, give them whatever they ask. I grimaced. Or what? Fudge frowned. This is the or what, your entire family, you and all of your kids? Banned from working for the Ministry for life, I let the court throw the bloody book at your daughter and I let every bit of the civil damages hit you. And if I do what the Malfoys ask? He sighed. Then we just punish your daughter for holding onto an illegal dark artifact, but either way this feud ends, either you successfully make peace or I crush you like a bug, your choice. He took in a breath. Now get out of my bloody office, I don't want to see your face right now. Karen Starr. We met in the darkness, Harry Potter stood with Ronald Weasley, I stood next to my lord and Cho Chang stood next to Luna Lovegood. He brought out a small silver box, and looked at Luna. You think it will work? Pisces' word echoed. Ron took deep breaths, as Luna nodded. What's this about? Ron's words echoed in the night, my lord nodded. Balance, right now the only people who have the cure for squibs is my family, and as much as I love my father, power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Luna and Harry are the only other people capable of curing squibs. Ron closed his eyes and nodded. You need an element. My lord nodded and opened the box. By right of combat, the basilisk's corpse is mine, the vast majority of it will be converted into wand cores to make wands for my people, the eyes though. He gestured at Luna. The Nargles say that your part of the bargain is complete. My lord nodded. Good. Ron stared at the eyes. These are very expensive, right? My lord nodded. Yes, but this completes the deal and makes Luna and Harry into a living cure. Ron nodded. But... Ron licked his lips. Does it have to be basilisk's eyes? We have the Toad's journal, we could lure her into a trap and... Well, after the stuff she's done she has it coming. My lord frowned. Luna. Luna Lovegood closed her eyes. The Nargles say it will be sufficient. However, they won't offer the kind of power that the basilisk's eyes would give, they are willing to adjust the deal and give you back some of the power they stole from you. My lord nodded. It's something to think about. So you got the journal? Ron nodded. Replaced it with a copy charm, it's... Harry grimaced. Ron and I threw up, she's done a lot of really bad stuff. My lord blinked. Use a copy charm, send the original to the media, you don't want to take chances. Harry sighed. Sounds like good advice, this woman called Rita Skeeter wanted an interview, I could use that. We shook hands and Ron put his hand on my lord's shoulder. We need to talk. My lord turned around, the three of us were alone. My sister. She screwed up and screwed up bad, I know I've been a complete arse, but please, give her another chance. My lord slumped. That isn't up to me, Ron. I don't have that kind of authority, and Hermione would go ballistic if I did that. Ron sighed. Just think about it, okay? The two of us walked back to Hufflepuff Tower. So the beast. My lord smiled. It's huge and saturated with magic due to age and of course living under a magic castle, every part of it is wand core quality, we're talking 10,000 wands minimum. I smiled. Anything else? My lord looked up at the sky. When I killed the basilisk I got some more energy, power. I decided to use half of it on a binding. You know when it becomes necessary. As for the other half, I haven't decided. He shrugged. I could save it for a stronger power, empower my magic, or strengthen whomever I bind as an ally. He smiled. Bunch of things I could do. We unlocked our door and frowned. Both of my lord's parents were there. Lucius smiled and Narcissa frowned. Mother, father, to what do I owe the pleasure? His mother pointed at a chair. My lord sat down. You were reckless, my little fish. My lord frowned. The school was in danger. His mother glared. You have an entire island of people that count on you now, you're not allowed to take those kinds of risks. Not when Sirius is next in the line for the throne. My lord smiled. Uncle Sirius is a good man. And he doesn't have what it takes to rule, and everyone knows it. You put everything you worked on at risk to kill a giant monster, you could have died. Lucius got up. Now dear, be nice, Fishy was just trying to help. His mother frowned. You're getting married end of the year. My lord blinked. I'm 13 years old, Mom. Narcissa frowned. And that would mean a lot more to me as a fact if you were not picking fights with giant monsters. I let what you did last year go because desperate times call for desperate measures, but this year was different. You had no obligation to do something so risky and stupid. She took a breath. At the end of the summer you will get married, you will have a queen, and we expect you to produce heirs with her as is your duty. My lord bowed, his mother nodded. Have you picked anyone? Narcissa nodded. I have a candidate in mind. Your father disagrees and is thinking of other options. If we cannot come to an agreement we will let you choose. She got up. I'm leaving. I am incredibly mad at your recklessness and, I just don't want to talk to you right now. She left through the floor. Lucius remained. He hugged my lord. Good show. My lord nodded. The Weasleys will never recover from this, and our reputation hasn't been this good in decades. The raids are over, son, and it's all thanks to you. He smiled. Your mother worries, but as far as I'm concerned you did good. My lord looked up. Enough to stall the wedding. His father shook his head. Sorry, your mom has a point, we need someone to rein you in a bit, don't worry, we're looking for the best match we can find. Lucius left and we were alone in the room. So now what? My lord flopped on the bed. I don't know, Karen, I don't know. Hermione Granger. It was raining, Millie's casket was draped with a Slytherin flag, the island, my island didn't have a lot of people but everyone who could showed up. Draco was there, as were his bodyguards, Snape was there too, as were Pisces and Karen. Millie wasn't a pretty girl, who men swooned over. She once told me she could always trust her because if she was two-faced, well, why would she wear that face? I was going to miss that sense of humor. Millie didn't take herself seriously, didn't take the world seriously. When she became my bodyguard I didn't take it seriously, it was just Narcissa and Fishy being paranoid. Now Millie is dead, because I didn't take things seriously enough, because I was weak. She gave her life for me, dead because of a selfish little Bessie's jealousy and hate. I clenched my hands as I cried, this whole year had been so horrible. Just one bad thing after another, my parents were almost murdered, a giant monster wandered the halls, and Umbridge was just horrible and nasty to me, and Millie was dead and I couldn't forget the pain, the torture, the feeling of absolute weakness. I felt a hand on my shoulder. It's okay to cry. Narcissa's words cut through the rain. It's my fault, if I had been better, stronger she would still be alive. She hugged me. I know that feeling, little one. We marched into the hastily erected temple, the druid nodded at me, she had a thorn crown on and shook my hands. I am sorry for your loss, Baroness Granger. I nodded. It hurts, miss. She nodded. We will send her to the gods now. I nodded and took my seat and let the druid give her speech. Beer was brought out and my parents looked at me and then nodded. I took my fair share, the drink tasted bitter and horrible but it dulled some of the pain. When the service ended I cried, I held nothing back, my parents held me. My dad hugged me. She was a very brave girl. Narcissa walked up to me, a torch in hand. As her liege lord and Baroness of the island, this is your duty, but if it's too much. I grabbed the torch. No. I can do this, I owe Millie this much. Millie's parents watched as we placed her casket on a funeral pyre. It was a closed casket funeral, it had to be after what that bitch did to Millie. I placed the torch on the casket, with that done others brought out their torches and placed them on the pyre. We watched as the fire consumed Millie's body. Karen hugged me. She's in Valhalla now. I nodded and hugged her back. Pisces hugged me next. I'm sorry this happened. I hugged him back just a little too hard, a little too long. I didn't feel safe anymore, not since the incident, not since Millie died. I was different now, haunted, and a part of me just wanted to feel safe again. I never wanted to be that weak, that helpless ever again. I finally stopped the hug and walked with Narcissa. I can't protect you forever. I blinked. What? Narcissa sighed. Our resources are limited, Hermione. We're happy to help out a new noble house, but at some point you are going to have to stand on your own 2 feet. I felt a sense of blind panic and fear. Without the Malfoys' help my parents would be dead, I would be dead. My heart beat faster. I need your help. She nodded. And I want to help you, but my husband is asking why I'm spending so much money, why I'm going through so much effort. A lot of people need our help. If I had some kind of commitment. Your son, and me. Narcissa smiled. My son is reckless, he needs someone to mellow him out, to be a voice of reason. He needs someone with a good head on her shoulders. But Karen. The blonde woman stopped and stroked my chin softly, it felt comforting. She's a good girl, but would you honestly want her to be the queen of an entire country? I shook my head. No. She nodded. I'm fighting for you really hard, but at some point you are going to have to make a commitment. I looked over at where Millie's parents were, I watched as her mother wailed hysterically, I clenched my hands. They say that she's going to get away with it, with killing her. I remembered Ginny threatening me, I remembered her bragging, I remembered her glee as she tortured me. That was not an Imperious, that was her, and I would be damned if that bitch got away with it. Narcissa nodded at my statement, her face firm. We're trying, but the wheels of justice move slowly, no one wants another Sirius. I yelled. Everyone saw her do it, everyone saw her. I started crying at the unfairness of the world. It's okay, let it out. We walked back into the temple and I frowned. Ron looked guilty. My parents walked in and frowned, they stepped up to each of my sides. Ron's look of guilt got worse. You didn't even have the decency to get to her funeral on time. Ron looked away. I'm sorry. I ceded. Sorry isn't going to bring Millie back. Ron grit his teeth. I'm here on behalf of my family. My dad wants you to drop the charges, against Ginny I mean. She made a mistake, but Dad doesn't think she deserves to go to Azkaban. My world went red. She murdered Millie. Tears were in my eyes. She doesn't get to walk away just because she's bloody sorry. Ron looked away. I'm so sorry. 2 men with wands walked in, light flashed out of their wands and my parents slumped. Ron's dad walked out, his face was filled with guilt. As head of the Office of Misuse of Muggle Artifacts I arrest Wendell and Monica Granger. As Muggles they do not have a right to trial in the Wizengamot court, their memories will be removed and they will be sent to another country. He looked at me and cringed. Narcissa glared at him. You hypocrite. Arthur grit his teeth. If you drop the charges, I'm willing to forget anything happened. I felt anger, I felt hate. Fuck you. He looked away. I'm sorry it came to this, but I have to protect my girl. All you have to do to make things go away is, just give up. The men dragged my parents away from me as Narcissa stepped forward. As a voting member of the Wizengamot I motion that this action is tabled until the trial is over. Ron's father glared at her. You don't have the right. I remembered suddenly that this was Fishy's mother, Draco's mother. Her boys, for all of their faults, had steel in them and I smiled as their mother showed the same steel. Her wand came out. Yes I do, in the event that a minister has a conflict of interest I can freeze an action for 3 working days, if the Wizengamot agrees with my findings, and they will, said action will be frozen until the conflict of interest is settled. Arthur glared at her. Hermione, please don't do this, don't make me do this. I have to protect Ginny, if you just let it go. I glared at him. See you in court. The man walked away, he didn't even look at me. Ron looked at me with defeat in his eyes. You're not the good guy. Ron's head went down. I know. Narcissa Malfoy. I glared at the Weasleys as they walked into our home. My husband studied them with a polite disdain. Welcome to Malfoy Manor. Please remember that you are here by guest right and that right protects you just as much as it protects me. Arthur glared at us defiantly, his wife had a mad panicked look on her face, her hair was frazzled and she shook as they took their seats on the couch across from ours. Our couch was black and raised to be higher than theirs was, their white couch was comfortable but was shorter so they were forced to look up at us. Arthur glared. I'm fine. His wife elbowed him. Be polite, for the love of Merlin be polite. We were silent as the tea came in. They were offered a good cuppa and we said nothing. It was an old trick of ours, say absolutely nothing and let the other person try to fill in the uncomfortable silence. In fact, everything about this meeting was designed to throw the Weasleys off. They looked uncomfortable and Arthur broke the silence. My daughter made a slight error in judgment. My husband took a sip of tea. I take my duties on the school board very seriously, Arthur. When the crisis hit the school, my family did everything possible to help the poor students who were targeted by your daughter's pet. Arthur scowled, his wife held him back. It was an error in judgment. Another sip of tea. I would say, my son was forced to give up some very important medicine to save your daughter-in-law's life. He paused. Congratulations, by the way, Arthur. I wish the newlyweds a lifetime of happiness. Arthur fumed. They married a bit too young. My husband smiled. We were not that much older when we got married. I have to say I have never had a single regret about it. Arthur glared at us. Your son Percy has excellent taste. By all accounts Penny is a lovely girl, looks fade with time but a good heart lasts a lifetime. Yes, that's quite right, and a rotten one lasts just as long. Arthur's wife elbowed him, and he took a deep breath. We're both purebloods, aren't we? My husband raised an eyebrow. Yes, this is true. Arthur's face looked like he swallowed a lemon. What happened was a tragedy, but my daughter doesn't deserve to go to Azkaban for it. My husband sipped his tea, remaining silent as he thought about it. A man once told me, that anyone who used the unforgivables deserved to Azkaban for life, that it didn't matter how rich he was, how connected he was, how pure his blood was, and when the possibility that he was impersed came up he told everyone that the excuse wasn't good enough. Arthur frowned. It would be insulting to dishonor that man's words when he's standing right in front of me. Arthur closed his eyes, I could hear him seethe with anger. You don't even like Muggleborns. My husband blinked. I supported blood purity because it was a medical necessity, Arthur. I did it to save magic, for magical grandparents is the gold standard for ensuring a stable magic lineage. You above all people know how hard a squib's life is. That's why our family has tirelessly worked for a cure for generations. Now that we finally have a cure, we can put those unpleasant practices in the past. The new party line. My husband shrugged. I honestly thought you would approve of it, Arthur. Another sip of tea. What will it take to get your family to agree to a truce with us? My husband smiled. Fudge sent you, you know I heard about that argument, and you know what? We offered you a hand in peace when we saved your son's life. Your response was to try to steal my son's livelihood. We offered you a hand in peace when we rescued you from that Death Eater. Your response was to raid our lands and our allies. My husband grinned. We offered you our hand in peace when we saved your boy's wife from death. You rewarded us by killing one of our retainers and torturing a dear friend of the family. Now that there are consequences for your bad behavior, you come to my house and demand a truce. My husband leaned in. You didn't bother to give us the traditional 3 days grace period before settling a feud, and you were 5 minutes late, and honestly you have been dreadfully rude during this entire process. I'm going to be honest, Arthur, I despise you and you despise me. He took a sip of tea. You ask me what it's going to take to call this off? My reply is this: what do you possibly have that is even worth taking? Arthur rolled up his sleeves, got up, and was then immediately dragged down to the couch by his wife. Shut up. Arthur looked at his wife in confusion, she looked at us in desperation. I had 7 children. We looked at each other and then looked at her. You said it yourself once, we Weasleys just put out babies like crazy. My daughter Ginny, she's just as fertile. Your son Pisces, his power is based on his blood. My daughter could give him sons, lots and lots of sons. Her voice was desperate and I frowned. My husband nodded. I'm sorry, but there is no way we would agree to marry a king to your daughter. She lifted up a finger. Not queen, mistress, she would belong to him, and you're not whoring out our daughter. Molly slapped him. If I have to choose between Ginny being a whore and spending the rest of her life in Azkaban, I'm choosing this. She started crying. We don't have any options, Arthur. If we lose this case, you will lose your job. We won't be able to support ourselves. It will be the end of everything. We don't have a choice. My husband smiled. I also want unbreakable vows that you will no longer harass us. I want your family to kneel, Arthur. I clenched my hands. We agree to anything you want, just please spare Ginny. I got up. No. My husband blinked. What? I am putting my foot down, Lucius. No, I am not going to stab our allies in the back just because you want to twist the knife. Darling. He looked at the Weasleys and looked at me and whispered. This is everything I ever wanted. I have wanted to knock that arrogant blowhard down a notch for years. I frowned. Pisces is the one who has to live with it, Lucius. My husband sighed. Fine, our son will decide your daughter's fate. He shrugged. Since he would have to deal with her upkeep. Molly got on her knees and bowed. Thank you for your time and mercy. The two of them left and my husband grinned. It's not the best day of my life, but it's definitely in the top 10. I nodded, on that much we could agree. Karen Star. The alarm went off and my lord grumbled. I fucking hate mornings. He looked at me. I need help with the gloves, Karen. I sighed. You know the bed is much more comfortable, especially if you have someone to share it with. My lord sighed. One of these days, Karen, I'm probably going to give in. I will feel really guilty about it, but it will probably happen, but this is not that day. I smiled. When that day comes, my lord, I promise to be shameless enough for both of us. I kissed him on the forehead, and despite his effort to look miserable, the corner of his lip rose in a smile. Come on. I put his gloves on and we got dressed. I smiled as I held him close. I would lose this monopoly over him soon and I wanted to enjoy it while I could. We walked to a courtyard, a silver box in hand. Harry and Ron greeted us, as did Luna. My lord brought out the eyes. Luna. She nodded and closed her eyes. She drew a circle with some chalk and moved as if being guided by some unseen spirit. Harry. He got into the circle and Luna grabbed the eye. She placed it in the circle, it glowed and the chalk vanished. Harry squirmed and looked uncomfortable and then he staggered. Wow. He moved back and forth awkwardly. Ron grabbed him. You okay? Yeah, Ron, it's like I've been blind my entire life and now I see. My lord nodded in understanding. Luna grabbed her chalk and started drawing, then she sat down. My lord placed the eye in the circle and it glowed an off green. Luna looked peaceful, she nodded and looked at my lord. Her voice was strange as if it wasn't hers. Her eyes opened, they were pitch black. The compact is complete, you may strengthen a bond, or bind one more ally. My lord frowned. That's bull. We can only strengthen what is already there, outsider. Luna closed her eyes again and staggered. Luna. She smiled. It's okay, the Nargles just wanted to talk. My lord offered her his hand and she grabbed it, she moaned a little and I frowned. Sorry, it's just. Luna shrugged and my lord nodded. So a complete set then, go talk to Dumbledore, he will set you up and hopefully we can have a balanced system. We nodded, Luna got up and my lord sighed. Again. Her feet were bare again. Cho says she's going to get them back soon, they threw them in the moat last night. My lord shook his head. Assholes. We walked towards Dumbledore's office. Professor Umbridge ran past us, her eyes filled with fear, a wand in her hand. Stop in the name of the law. The glass broke as Umbridge jumped out of the window, the two Aurors glared at the window. Crazy bat. Don't worry, we will get her soon, there are anti-apparition wards all over the island. They ran past us and we blinked, Harry smiled. Finally. Hermione walked out of a closet and looked at Harry. Here's your coat back. Harry nodded. She glared at Ron who looked away, Harry broke the silence. Shame she got away. Hermione nodded. Her map shows her where the apparition wards fade, the nearest point where they do that is in the Centaur's Holy Grove. Harry was silent. Okay, so what? Hermione smiled. You know what centaurs do to any witch who invades that place? 7 days of gang rape. Hermione's smile was unsettling. Well, she's got a wand, right? Harry's voice was uncertain. Hermione brought out a wand. She has a stick, I have her wand. She smiled at Ron. That's what happens to people who fuck with my family, Ron, I want you to remember that. Hermione put her hands into her robes. Umbridge is gone, by the way, that means the truce is over. Watch your step, Ron, bad things happen to backstabbers. Hermione walked away and Ron slumped into himself. Yeah, can't say I don't deserve it either. We sat there in silence, unable to think of what to say. Then Cho Chang walked in, Harry smiled as she huffed and puffed, her clothing was completely and utterly drenched, there was some seaweed in her hair. I'm sorry, Luna, but they're really wet. Luna smiled and hugged her, Harry's smile grew a little more lewd as the two girls hugged and then walked away. Harry's eyes were latched onto Cho's butt as she walked away. Best day ever. We shrugged at Harry's words, he brought out a wand. Expecto Patronum. A glowing stag came out and Harry smiled. It finally worked. Karen Star. We were in Castle Black for the weekend, a newspaper was on the desk. Boy Who Lives Cures Squibs. Next to it was a copy of the Quibbler, my lord's parents were sipping tea and put another paper down. The trial will be held soon. My lord nodded, the situation at Hogwarts was tense. I pitied Ron, even when it came out that he was a spy that had stolen Umbridge's diary, it only helped so much. The Ginny situation put a cloud over the school. Yes. My lord frowned, his father spoke. Your mother and I are at an impasse, the Weasleys have offered us their daughter in exchange for clemency. I frowned. This is really important to me, Pisces, if you agree to this I will let you make Karen your queen. I smiled, it was beyond my wildest dreams, my lord's mother frowned and turned to him. Pisces, you have been pushing both of us hard to be more forgiving on the Muggleborn issue. I had deep reservations but it's finally borne fruit. There aren't very many but a few Muggleborns have come to us looking for support, every Muggleborn in the country is going to watch that trial. She paused. Hermione's parents are on the line, if she loses that trial, not only will Ginny literally get away with murder, but her parents' memories will be erased. She will never see them again. If you do this, she will rightfully see it as a knife in her back. She will never forgive us, and the Muggleborns will never trust us again. My lord's father lifted a hand. If you decide to follow your Mothar's advice, all your efforts to reconcile with the Weasleys will be flushed down the loo. You will completely and utterly destroy them, and they will hate you forever, and if we support a Muggleborn over a pureblood, some of our more extreme supporters will leave the fold. They both sighed, and his father smiled. You can't make both sides happy, Pisces. No matter what you choose, there will be a price. My lord nodded. I assume you have marriage offers, mother? His mother nodded. Hermione's parents are currently in holding. In exchange for helping them, they agree to a match between you and their daughter. The two of them looked at the paper, and his mother continued. Hermione is my first choice, Karen is your father's choice, but a compromise choice popped up. The Lovegoods have offered their daughter's hand in marriage. Normally we would say no, but having as much of the cure under our family's control is important. She is our compromise option, but that will be saved until after the trial. My lord looked at the ceiling. This is going to suck. I couldn't agree with him more. Albus Dumbledore. The boy looked at me with depressed eyes. I can't find a third way. I've tried, and maybe I could have done something if Arthur hadn't pulled that stunt. I nodded in sympathy. Desperate people did desperate and very stupid things. I had been less than pleased when I heard what Arthur had done. So Miss Granger won't budge. The boy leaned back and cleaned his monocle. I mentioned the possibility of Horcruxes. She says that it doesn't matter, that she should have gone to you if she found something off, especially after the whole Peter incident. Hermione is completely and utterly enraged, sir. She wanted revenge before Arthur's stunt, now she's on the warpath, and it doesn't help that my mom's egging her on. So you can't come to a compromise. He sighed. If I save Ginny, it won't matter what the truth is. Right now no one is willing to believe it. They will just see it as us trying to help a fellow pureblood get away with murder, and Hermione would never ever forgive me. She would just see it as me selling her down the river to get into Ginny's skirt. I nodded, and he looked at me. We both know she doesn't deserve to go to Azkaban. Is there anything you can do? I sighed. Thanks to Mr. Potter's gift and Mr. Weasley's part in reveling Professor Umbridge's crimes, they're willing to grant leniency, especially since it's a first offense. She won't go to Azkaban, but at the same time someone did die and there will be consequences. I paused. And there are political considerations to think of. Your efforts to reform your father would be dashed. As much as the hunt means to me, the end to the pointless cruelty of our society is a higher priority. The boy slumped. It seems like no matter what I choose, innocent people will be hurt. I gave him a look of sympathy. I know what that's like. I can't tell how many times I have been in your shoes. It's a horrible position to be in, having to sacrifice other people's happiness, their goals, and sometimes even their lives. The boy looked up at me. How did you deal with it? I closed my eyes. Memories of Slughorn's gentle touch as he caressed my face and hand-fed me his homemade chocolates as I talked about my day's pain. I tried to be honest with them about the price. I tried to never spend their lives, their hopes, their dreams easily. I looked after them or their families in the aftermath. Just like I will look after the Weasleys during this storm. I placed a hand on his shoulder. Even as a king, there is only so much a 13-year-old boy can do, and you have already gone above and beyond your duty to us and the Order. The Weasleys. I frowned. Percy has told me that no matter what happens he considers you to be a friend. Ronald is more conflicted, and if you support Hermione I recommend not talking to the others until they have cooled down. He sighed. It's time, I can't take this one back. We got up and went through the flue. The boy's face became a mask, and I pitied him. He was too closed off, too paranoid. He saw potential enemies everywhere and jumped at shadows. The Malfoys frowned as we walked to them. Good day. Lucius nodded. Thank you for bringing my boy back. We nodded and we took our seats. Arthur had been desperate. He called in every favor he had been owed, and I called in mine, but unfortunately too many people had seen the basilisk crash through the wall. Too many people had seen Ginny's rant, and that horrid Skeeter woman took a perverse glee in fanning the flames. The news was big enough that the entire UK Wizengamot was here. Votes were gathered. Hermione glared at the Weasleys as she handed over her vote. Her eyes narrowed at Ginny, who looked terrified. Minister Fudge got up and looked around. The verdict is guilty. Arthur held his wife as she cried. Ginny was crying as Minister Fudge looked at her and at the Weasleys. I want to talk to you all about these tragic events and what caused them to happen. He took a breath. The tragedy of the Weasley family is a tragedy of their own making. Their downfall was caused by their own hate and their inability to forgive. He stood straighter. The Weasleys, like many of us, were unable to let go of their grudges, their vendetta, and their feud with the Malfoys. How many of us suffer that exact same flaw? But as much as we understand why this happened, the fact remains that a little girl died and another one was tortured. The unforgivables were used, and this normally carries a lifetime punishment in Azkaban. He stopped and looked at the panicked Weasley family. But there is also the fact that Ronald Weasley through his efforts as a spy helped uncover one of the worst corruption plots in recent history. There is also the fact that Harry Potter, a friend of the family, has spoken out in Ginny's favor. That he has joined the ranks of Pisces Black, of Draco Malfoy and of Luna Lovegood as living treasures who can cure squibs. Minister Fudge closed his eyes. Ginny Weasley will not go to Azkaban, but she will be punished, her wand will be snapped and she will be forbidden from buying another one or going to any school of magic in the United Kingdom. Harry Potter has agreed to pay the Weirgild to the parents of the deceased and damages to any who were affected by Ginny's reign of terror. He paused. Arthur Weasley, I told you to make peace with the Malfoys, instead you hold a girl's parents hostage. I don't care if it was to save your daughter, that was completely unacceptable. You, your wife, and all of your children deserve a lifetime ban from ever working for the ministry. Minister Fudge adjusted his tie. But like I said, Ronald Weasley proved his honor by taking a great risk to expose the corruption in our midst. Ronald, I grant you the lone exception in this judgment. If you work hard you will be allowed to work for the ministry after your graduation. He stamped his foot on the ground. If you think my punishment of Ginny is too harsh then she is welcome to go into voluntary exile and start anew in another country. If she does so she will not be welcome back into the United Kingdom, this decision is final. The court clapped politely, it was a lenient judgment, less than I hoped, more than I feared. He pointed at the young king. Pisces Black, come down. The boy walked down. I noticed that he had put on a small crown during the speech. The boy stood in a parade rest. Pisces Black, for your efforts to defeat the heir, for your efforts to save those harmed by the heir and for your efforts in destroying Slytherin's monster I give you an Order of Merlin First Class. He nodded. Every student involved with the Anti-Umbridge Alliance will receive an Order of Merlin Third Class. Minister Fudge took a deep breath. I have been shamed by the bravery of these children, I am going to be honest with all of you. I have been weak, I have been cowardly and I have been stupid. Like these children I was also investigating Umbridge and her crimes but I put too many things off and made too many moral compromises. He lowered his head. I took bribes, I gave bribes and I have acted in a manner unbefitting a minister. I have talked to my lawyer and I have made a decision. It is only when we have nothing to lose that we can do anything. I will not seek re-election when my term is over. I will turn myself into the Aurors and I will go to Azkaban for 3 years for my failings. Minister Fudge clenched his hands, fear in his eyes. But I still have a few years in my term. Those of you who abuse your position of trust, those of you who demand bribes, those of you who abuse our people, beware, because I can and will take all of you with me to Azkaban. He nodded. I have a rather unpleasant trip ahead of me, and I'd have a lot to work to do before I take it. I apologize to all of you and swear to be the minister you deserve. The crowd was at first silent and then broke out into applause and I was left wondering when Cornelius Fudge finally became a man. Harry Potter. I sat down next to Pisces and stared out into the sky with him. Sun setting. I nodded at his words. Tomorrow's the last day of school. We stood there watching the sunset. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how mad is Ron? I shrugged. About a 4, he knows just how close Ginny came to being sent to Azkaban. How mad is Hermione? Pisces sighed. 10, definitely 10. She's really mad that Ginny isn't in prison right now, and she's having issues right now from the incident. She could really use your support right now. I tried to smile and failed. I can't do that. After the Inquisition, after Ginny, I'm pretty much the only friend Ron has, and the Weasleys need me. If I stop helping them, well, they're finished. Fishy nodded. I need a best man. I blinked. You're 13. I know, my mom was less than pleased with the whole fighting monster things. She thinks a wife will help settle me down. Oh. I looked away. Lucky girl. Hermione. Thought your parents hated Muggleborns. My friend shrugged. Things have changed. I nodded. Brother. Fishy got up and turned around. Draco stood up. I'm sorry about what I did. I'm sorry for it all. It was all my fault. Fishy frowned and then blinked. You mean it? Draco nodded. Yeah. He pulled out a small vial. I saved up the money I got from fixing squibs, and I talked to Dad. I got this from China. It was expensive but I'm trying to make things right. Fishy looked at it. Phoenix tears. Draco nodded. Look, I know I screwed things up, that I crippled you and I understand why you're mad at me, why you won't talk to me. I deserve that but I want my brother back. Fishy sighed as he stared at the vial. My wife's going to be a Muggleborn. Draco nodded. So I'm going to need you to drop the blood purist bullshit, got it? Draco smiled. Yeah. And I need you to be less of an asshole. Draco cringed and looked away. Fishy sighed. Okay, I guess I will settle for you dropping the blood purist bullshit. It's always baby steps with you. Draco and his brother hugged. I walked away. I found Hermione waiting for me. Supporting the Weasleys. She didn't sound angry, just tired, exasperated. I'm the only friend Ron has right now, he needs me. I'm sorry. Hermione nodded. Ron really doesn't deserve to have a friend like you. There was silence as she looked at me. Why are you being so, well, nice? Hermione leaned against the wall. I'm not angry at you, you didn't do anything wrong. My problem is with Ginny and her father. I looked away. And Ron. I was surprised, but he apologized. She looked out the hallway at Fishy. So you and him, hey? She nodded. It makes sense, this year taught me how weak I am, how vulnerable the people I love are. It's been a really bad year, Harry. I nodded. Ginny wasn't herself. Hermione frowned, I could see the anger in her eyes. You weren't there, Harry, you were not in that horrible cell tied up to a pole being tortured and knowing that you were going to die. She took a breath. Ginny said it was a dark artifact, Peter probably left something behind and well. Then she should have bloody well told someone. I stepped back, as Hermione cried. Do you think that makes it better? Her father was on this massive crusade to capture dark artifacts. He put out little pamphlets so that people would know what a dark artifact was and turn it into the proper authorities. Millie is either dead because she's psycho or because she's dangerously irresponsible. Which is better, Harry? I looked away. Yeah, thought so. I looked at Hermione's eyes, she looked exhausted, her hair even more frazzled than usual. Tired. Hermione nodded. It's hard to sleep, every time I close my eyes I see Ginny and I'm back there. I sighed. I'm sorry. Hermione closed her eyes and she shivered. Not your fault, you going to the wedding. I nodded. Fishy needed a best man. Hermione closed her eyes. Good. Are you sure about this? Hermione's eyes opened, her face was deadly serious. Yes. But both of you are well. Hermione chuckled. Oh, how horrible, I'm going to marry one of the best-looking blokes in school, who is rich, one of the few people in this hellhole who is nice to me, and oh yes, I get to be the queen of my own country. Oh, how will I deal with this horrible curse? She laughed. Look, Fishy had told me that nothing's going to happen until I'm ready. And Karen? Hermione sighed. We both grew up in the Muggle world, our royals screw around on their wives. Karen's my friend, we have an arrangement. It's not ideal, but we have an arrangement. Plus, if I ever want to play tennis I can play doubles with her. Not Fishy. Fishy has piss poor depth perception and is just really bad at tennis. If I'm going to play, I'm going to play to win. We both laughed. Are you going to be okay, Hermione? She took in a breath. I'm not okay right now, I'm angry at everything. I'm scared, I'm sad, and it's just been horrible, but I'm getting better. She smiled at me and walked off into the darkness. I turned around and headed towards the light. Ginny Weasley. I looked down, my broken wand was in a small box. A large woman looked at me with studied indifference, she wore a blue outfit and I noticed she had a locket. Ginny Weasley, yes? I am Olympe Maxime, headmistress. We talk, yes. I nodded. Let us be honest, yes? You killed a girl. I nodded. This is bad, murder that is. Tell me why you did it, be honest with me. I grimaced. I found a book, a journal, I had a crush on a boy and I wrote about it and the journal talked back. The woman frowned. You know this is bad sign, yes? I grimaced. Your father is head of office that works with such things, or was, your brother is curse breaker, why did you not tell them? I slumped. It had told me that it knew magic, that it could make me pretty, there was a boy I wanted to impress. The Potter fellow. I nodded, my eyes on the ground. The woman was silent, she opened up her locket and sighed. Jetma, Monday amour. I blinked. French. I am headmistress of a French school, I was born in France, is it so odd that I speak French? No, I mean. I'm sorry. She nodded. I will not change my school for you, yes? You will learn French, you will adapt if you are exile, yes? Yes, miss, I understand, but why take me in? It is. Her locket opened revealing a photo of Hagrid, she quickly closed it. She smiled sweetly. A thing to keep in mind? In France it is very impolite to gossip about other people's romantic lives, are we clear? I nodded. Because of your presence I will periodically have to visit Hogwarts, sometimes I will have to spend the night, this is to be allowed because it is just business, not pleasure. She smiled. Also this Harry Potter is your patron, right? I nodded. Beauxbatons Academy is not free if you are from another country, if you go here it is because Mr. Potter is paying for it, every meal you eat is because of him, your clothing is because of him, your housing when the school year is over is because of him. I nodded and I felt guilty. Yes. The teacher leaned back. If anyone asks you murdered to remove a romantic rival. My eyes widened. It wasn't like that at all. She waved a finger. In France, if one murders because they were tricked, it is shameful, but to murder a rival to win his love, this is understandable, not a thing of admiration, yes, but understandable. A person who kills because they are foolish is not to be trusted. A person who kills for their heart is trustworthy as long as you stay out of their way, and you are victorious. You are a kept woman. I blushed. I'm not. You are, and when Mr. Potter visits I expect you to chase him, and be his little French flower, yes. I nodded. But what if he has, a girlfriend back home? Professor Maxime rolled her eyes. What happens in England stays in England, yes? Your life is in France now, yes. We love when we can, preferably where your lover's English wife cannot see. She smiled and we chuckled. You made a mistake, your life in England is over, but your life is not over. I nodded. Thank you, I'm sorry for everything. She waved her hand. Don't be, Mr. Hagrid has agreed to work very hard to make this up to me. She licked her lips in anticipation. She leaned back and I could see a leer on her face. Thank you, Miss Maxime. She nodded. Do not make this decision so quickly, take time to think. This is a serious decision, once you are exiled you cannot ever return. I nodded. She brought out an ivory box and opened it, revealing a black choker with a rose on it. It's pretty. If you go to my school it will be yours. It's a nice gift, headmistress. Her face was serious. Not a gift, an order. It's enchanted to never be removed, and if you step on British soil. She motioned with her finger. Choppy choppy with your head, also keeps you from using a flu to go back home. If you choose my school you choose exile, this is for life. And if I choose to remain home? The headmistress sighed. With no education, not allowed to use a wand, no magic unless you find a good man to take care of you, it will be a very hard life, yes? But you will be home amongst family. Think about it, yes? Talk to your family then get back to me. She closed the box and Hagrid walked in. She smiled. Ginny, be a dear for me, yes? Make sure I am not disturbed for at least an hour. Hagrid gulped as I left the room. I heard the door lock and I walked out of Hogwarts and back home. No matter what happened I would never be allowed to return to this school ever again. Percy Clearwater. It was over, everything was over. My father no longer had a job, we owed a lot of people a lot of money because of damages, our reputation was in the shitter and my dreams of working for the ministry were dead in the water. Ginny's wand was broken, overall things were really bad. Dad lost his job, we had no money, and somewhere along the line I stopped caring. My mother stared at me. Why are you here? It was raining. I discovered that it rained a lot on the island. I decided to ask for a job. I mean, there was absolutely no reason for him to say yes. I mean, after all the bullshit we pulled this year, but for some reason the king said yes, and I intend to do the best job I possibly can. She looked around my new home. If your father finds out about this he will go ballistic. You couldn't possibly find a way to hurt him more. I shrugged. I don't care anymore. I'm done with Dad, I'm done with his drama, I'm done with the twins' antics, I'm done with Ginny, and I'm done with you. I'm just done. You lot can do whatever you want, but I just do not care anymore. Mom looked at the name on the door. Clearwater Estate, she didn't even take your name. I frowned. Oh, that, I decided to take Penny's name. Clearwater has a nice ring to it, it's an honest name. Weasley, well, it's so close to Weasel, isn't it? She had some objections, but it's all been cleared with the ministry as of about a week ago. I am Percy Clearwater. She took in a breath. You vanished after school ended, you didn't tell anyone where you went, you just left. I stared at her. There was nothing worth staying for, as far as I'm concerned I'm done, do whatever you want, just continue to wallow in your hate and anger. Hey, Dad might have lost his job, Ginny's life is pretty much over, but at least you still have that bloody feud, right? I leaned against the doorway. You can't talk that way about your family. I shrugged. What family, Mom? My old one. I chuckled. They're dead now. My old family stood for something, they had principles, but apparently hating the Malfoys and the Blacks is more important than those principles. My mother frowned. Those animals tried to put Ginny in Azkaban. My voice was low and filled with loathing. Did you forget the part where Ginny tried to murder the woman I love? Because I haven't, as far as I'm concerned Ginny should be in Azkaban, it's where she belongs. You don't mean that? I grinned. I do, Mom, I very much do. Poor Ginny, how bad it must be for her. I mean, she just terrorized a Muggleborn for an entire year, she just used the unforgivables, she just has a few cases of attempted murder under her belt, she just murdered a girl and betrayed every principle you claim to hold dear. I paused. Ginny, that was the last straw, Mom, there were so many things before that, but the trial, after that I had to leave. I just couldn't take the hypocrisy anymore. Mom closed her eyes. Like what? I always tried to support you. I nodded my head. Well, let's look at facts. The twins have always taken a special shine to making my life hell. Everyone has their little comments about me, makes fun of me, but I dealt with that because it's family, right? Sure, I had holes in my memory, sure I would wake up with a sore bum or a weird taste in my mouth, sure I woke up every morning feeling dirty, but hey, family, right? I clenched my fists. When Peter got exposed, a lot of things made sense, Mom, and I didn't like that. We owed Pisces for that one. He could have destroyed us right then. Mom looked away. He could have destroyed us by doing nothing, you know, like letting Ron die, like letting Penny die, but he kept helping us. It's a trick. Mom was reaching, my sense of disgust grew. I was offered a helping hand when I needed it, and all he asked in return was for peace. Why is that so bloody hard for you to understand? Your father will be furious. My father believed in justice, my father believed in giving Muggleborns a chance, my father supported a bill to protect Muggles from the very same stunt he used on Hermione's parents. I don't know who that man is, but my father is dead to me, you're all dead to me. My mother was silent, the rain continued to fall. You don't mean that, Percy, we're your family. I glared at her. My family is Penny, and our future children. You lot are strangers to me now. Mom looked crushed. Please don't come back here. I closed the door and locked it. I had paperwork to go over. Penny came in wearing a nightie. I smiled as she showed a Muggle device. We're. I got up and hugged her. Really? She nodded and smiled. Don't know if it's a boy or a girl, but yes, I'm pregnant, so names. I leaned back in my chair. Something fish related. Sharky, that's a good name, right? We smiled and Penny looked at the door. What was that noise I heard earlier? I shrugged. Nothing important, what's important is us, we have a new life here to make. She hugged me, I felt happy and content. This is all I needed and all I wanted. Percy Weasley was dead, Percy Clearwater would have a much better life. Hermione Granger. Karen sat me down. Are you sure? I needed more power, I refused to be weak, not like last time, never again. Tell me what it's like. Karen closed her eyes. I don't know, but I became stronger, faster, and I can fly. The price was my love and loyalty. Cheap then, I looked at Fishy. Bind me. He grimaced. I can't undo this ever. Bind me. He held my hand and I felt power rush into my veins. I understood transfiguration, got it, understood it, I felt a warmth cover my body. More. It wasn't enough, I needed more power, more everything. Then the world went dark, and I was prepared to pay any price. Love and loyalty, I gave of myself, smiling in the darkness, and then everything changed. I was now in a house, a simple rustic one. A woman with light purple hair was working with some potions, a sheep snuggled up next to her and she patted on the head. Where am I? She looked at me. The throne of heroes, you came looking for power. She continued to measure potions. My name is Medea, by the way. I blinked. I heard that name. I'm that Medea, I used to be married to a lout named Jason. I saw little tiny dolls with pins in them. So, did you kill my children in a bout of madness, after finding out that the man I loved turned me in for a younger model and disinherited our children after decades of marriage, after I sacrificed everything, even my own brother, to be with him? After slaving away and risking my life to help him succeed, why yes I did. Not my best moment, but at least I killed that fucking cunt he tried to replace me with. She smiled at me. My older son apparently got some girl pregnant before my little rampage. I'm your ancestor on your father's side. Really? She nodded. Your grandmother is Greek, by the way. You may thank me for the magic that runs through your veins now, and your vengeful streak, that too. I took in a breath. I need power. The woman narrowed her eyes. You don't want my power, the price is too high. Love and loyalty is a small price. She got out of her chair. I used to think the same thing, child, it didn't turn out to be the case for me. I looked up. This boy, did he promise to be faithful to you? I looked away. No, he has an official mistress. We're friends. He's been honest about that. He warned me that he was probably a bad match, but I like him and I need his family's help to keep my family safe. Medea sighed. Well, that's far from ideal, but at least he's honest. That puts him one step ahead of my prick of an EX. I looked up. I need your power. She sighed. The foolishness of youth, but since your intentions are not as stupid as mine was, I will grant you my power. I smiled as I felt a rush of power. You will have the chance to bind one handmaiden like your fiancé's mistress has, but that will have a great cost, since you're determined to enjoy foolishness, it will be your jealousy. I felt the rush of power get stronger, it felt good, really good, and then it was over. Magic of the modern age, magic of the ancients, and great beauty, the pact is complete. She hugged me. Be safe little queen and don't take shit from anyone. I opened my eyes and smiled. And my heart pounded as I looked at Fishy. I feel great. I got up and then noticed the paper. I picked it up and my fists clenched. Weasley girl starts new life in France. I felt my anger grow. Fishy, leave. He nodded and left. I incinerated the paper with my new power. Karen looked at me with confusion. Hermione. I looked at her and smiled. I researched Peeves, and Pisces is allowed to have more than one wife, right? Karen blinked. Really? Yes, really. I'm willing to let a friend join me up there on the aisle as long as you remember who the queen is. Karen nodded. Good, now I need the truth. Were there any other candidates, people that my fiancé's parents were interested in? Luna Lovegood. I smiled, her father owned a newspaper. Call her up, I want to cut a deal, and get Fishy too. I need to talk to him about this. If the courts wouldn't give me justice, then I would just have to create my own. Wendell Granger. It's been an absolutely dreadful year for me, for Monica, for Hermione, for everyone. All of us have been scared by the events of the past year, between the bomb, the attack on my office, being bloody kidnapped. All of us have learned one very important lesson: we are not safe. None of us are safe. We spent months in that bloody cell wondering if this was the day we would lose our memories, and be cast out of our country forever. We can rebuild. The thing about spending months in a cell, it's very bloody hard to keep a business going, it's very hard to keep up your bill payments. We lost everything, the creditors took the house, they took my business. We have nothing except my daughter's island, my daughter's property. And we were not safe. I clenched my wife's hand and we watched our daughter walk down the aisle. This wedding was not about love, not really. I hated myself for allowing this, Monica hated herself for allowing this, but we all learned the hard way that Professor McGonagall words to us on that crisp summer day were lies. If anything has been proven to us, it's just how powerless we are and just how close we came to losing everything we loved and cared about. Never again. My daughter's words echoed in my mind, and I took comfort in them as she walked down the aisle. She was way too young, much too young, both of them were, but we needed the Malfoys' support and protection. Hermione held herself with grace, she was beautiful and I couldn't blame the Malfoys for picking her. My daughter was every bit worthy of being a queen. I just wished she had more time to be a kid, to be a child. The world moved too fast, too quickly. Her dress was white and she wore a simple crown made out of steel. I felt that it was fitting, my girl had some steel in her. Her head was held up high, her eyes were defiant. She may have had a rough year, but she did not break, none of us broke. We would come back from this stronger than ever. In the presence of God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, we have come together to witness the marriage of B and G, to pray for God's blessing on them, to share their joy and to celebrate their love. I held Monica's hand tight. Marriage is a gift of God in creation through which husband and wife may know the grace of God. It is given that as man and woman grow together in love and trust, they shall be united with one another in heart, body, and mind, as Christ is united with his bride, the Church. The Malfoys nodded at the words. The gift of marriage brings husband and wife together in the delight and tenderness of sexual union and joyful commitment to the end of their lives. It is given as the foundation of family life in which children are born and nurtured and in which each member of the family in good times and in bad, may find strength, companionship, and comfort, and grow to maturity in love. Narcissus smiled at those words. I took some comfort in that. Marriage is a way of life made holy by God, and blessed by the presence of our Lord Jesus Christ with those celebrating a wedding at Cana in Galilee. Marriage is a sign of unity and loyalty which all should uphold and honor. It enriches society and strengthens community. No one should enter into it lightly or selfishly, but reverently and responsibly in the sight of Almighty God. Pisces Black and Hermione Granger are now to enter this way of life. They will each give their consent to the other and make solemn vows, and in token of this they will each give and receive a ring. We pray with them that the Holy Spirit will guide and strengthen them, that they may fulfill God's purposes for the whole of their earthly life together. My mouth went dry, the minister looked up, a look of desperation in his eyes, his voice cracked. First, I am required to ask anyone present who knows a reason why these persons may not lawfully marry, to declare it now. The room was silent. For a while my nerves got to me. I went to get up and was pulled down. No. Monica hissed in my ear. We are doing this to keep her safe, keep us safe, you will not mess this up. I took a breath and sat down, the minister nodded. The vows you are about to take are to be made in the presence of God, who is judge of all and knows all the secrets of our hearts, therefore if either of you knows a reason why you may not lawfully marry, you must declare it now. His voice was pleading. We all remained silent. Pisces, will you take Hermione to be your wife? Will you love her, comfort her, honor and protect her as long as you both shall live? He nodded. I noticed there was nothing about being faithful. I do. Hermione, will you take Pisces to be your husband? Will you love him, comfort him, honor and protect him, and as you both shall live. My daughter's face was defiant. I do. The pastor slumped, his eyes pleading. Will you, the families and friends of Pieces and Hermione, support and uphold them in their marriage now and in the years to come? We do. The pastor probably thought this was a case of young love, a teenage pregnancy that happened too early with the boy stepping up to the plate. I didn't care about his opinion, maybe this wasn't about love but this was about survival. We filtered out of the church, Mr. Malfoy. Lucius nodded at me. We managed to fix that situation with your house. I nodded. Thank you. And settled all those issues with your practice. I felt a sense of guilt like I had sold my daughter off. I went to Oxford. He looked up. A very important Muggle school. My wife and me, we know people. We have connections, engineers, librarians, scholars, but I also know other people, people who were in the military. My daughter is the Queen of the Isle of Man. Lucius nodded and smiled warmly. Yes. Then I will back her to the hilt. I trust you can handle any legal difficulties. He nodded. Consider it done, though we might have to do a test, see if the cure works on Muggles like yourself. I froze. I remembered that feeling of utter helplessness in that cell, being told that I had no legal rights because I was a Muggle. Never again. I'm willing to give it a go. He held out his hand. I wish you and your wife the best of luck, Wendell. After all, we're all friends now, right? I nodded, and I felt better. We had been through dark times but we had learned our lesson and we would never be that weak ever again. It was time for the wizard world to learn that the Grangers were not to be trifled with. Hermione Granger. Fishy looked at me and sat down next to me. I know it's the wedding night but you're not ready for this and we both know it. I let out a sigh of relief. Thanks. It's just. He nodded his head. I know. I took in a breath. So we need to talk about other women. He leaned back. Karen told me you and her worked out a deal. I nodded. Yeah, so I read up on that contract thing you got with Peeves and you don't have to just have one wife. He cringed and smiled. Okay, if we work together we can talk to my parents and limit it. I'm sure Mom would be on board and with a few words with Dad he would put off the political considerations and we could forget the whole thing. I want Luna Lovegood. Fishy took off his monocle and cleaned it. He was silent and he looked at me. Okay, how did this come up? I took a breath. Karen talked. You had a choice between me and Luna. He sighed. I chose you. I smiled. Why? Fishy paused. Do you want the truth? I nodded. You're smart, you're very, very smart, you have an eye for detail and are a lot more organized than I am. You're also one of the few people I honestly respect and I also get along with you. He sighed. You have everything that a good queen offers, you cover my weak spots, see things I do not see and I can trust you. I nodded. Then you see the advantage of bringing Luna into the fold, right? I mean she can cure squibs, we want her on our side. He frowned. Okay, this is sounding messed up, really messed up. What do you want? I got up. I want to be powerful, I want us to be powerful, I don't ever want to be weak again. He nodded. That's why I agreed to the binding, against my better judgment. I smiled. But it turns out I can do that too, bind people. He blinked. Like Karen did. His mouth opened, he lifted a finger. What? He closed his eyes and took deep breaths. Karen. In here now. He leaned against the wall. Karen came in smiling. I am ready to be your witness. She took a seat. You need at least 2 other people, do you want me to bring in my mother and sister to watch? I blinked and felt my face turn red. What? Fishy sighed. Traditional Manx marriage ritual, a wedding night requires 3 witnesses. I nodded. Well, okay then. He motioned for me to stay silent. Karen, I order you. Karen smiled, her face turning red. Yes, master. To tell me the truth. She blinked. Okay. Did you bind someone? Karen smiled. Yes, my little sister. Fishy closed his eyes and tilted his head. Why? To make her strong and powerful, of course. Fishy took in a deep breath. There is no way your mother is okay with this. Karen smiled. Of course mother is okay with this, we told her all about it, your bloodline is blessed by the gods, we have a duty to make sure it spreads for the sake of all the squibs in the world. Hermione smiled. I want to bring Luna Lovegood into our relationship. Karen nodded. She is also blessed by the gods. I smiled. Yep. Karen gave a thumbs up. Then of course I welcome her in, I am with you my queen. I smirked at Fishy. You're outnumbered. Fishy took in a breath. Is this about Ginny? I frowned. Of course it's about bloody Ginny. Fishy sighed. Look, I'm going to bring in Dumbledore and Arthur tomorrow, we're married so you have a right to know what's going on. If you still want to do this after the talk, then we can go try to seduce Luna to the dark side. It won't work, but hey, it's worth a try. Karen nodded. So are you going to breed her yet, master? Fishy opened the door. Whatever happened to the innocent Karen star that I used to know? I smirked. You corrupted her, just like you corrupted me. His face turned red and he left. I looked at Karen. It really is fun to tease him. She smiled. Why do you think I do it, my queen? She left the room and I went to sleep. When I woke up, I got dressed. Fishy was in a simple outfit. For the first time I saw him use his hands without his gloves. He walked me to a room. I frowned at Arthur Weasley. Dumbledore lifted up his hands. We have come to talk, Queen Hermione. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled and Fishy closed and locked the door. Do you want me to fill her in, or do you want the pleasure, sir? Dumbledore smiled. Go ahead. He sat down at a chair. Hermione, sit down, I have some really bad news. I sat down. So the war, well, there was a whole bunch of nastiness that predated it, but for the purposes of this discussion it all starts with a boy named Tom Riddle. He was a half-blood. His mother used love potions to seduce a nearby rich man, got knocked up and was then kicked to the side when he found out he was essentially magically raped. I nodded. So now homeless, she had her kid, gave him to an orphanage where he got to grow up during the Blitz. So he was smart for his age, magically gifted and could talk to snakes. Dumbledore nodded. But he was constantly afraid of dying, which is probably expected behavior for a child growing up alone during the Blitz. So he got accepted to Hogwarts where he felt safe, and then during the summer back to the bombs. The orphanage, by the way, was right near the splash zone. So he was massively afraid of death and wanted power so he would be safe at any cost. I leaned in. He learned how to make Horcruxes. I blinked. What are those? A bit of dark magic where you murder someone, cut your soul in half and create a soul jar so you can't die. By the way, I don't recommend it, the process involves ritualistic cannibalism. I looked away. Ew. That's just the start of it, Hermione. Bastard got his hands on the resurrection stone, a little device that lets you talk to the dead, learn from the dead, and lets your soul heal from ripping it in half. Okay. The book Ginny had? His very first Horcrux. I frowned. So Ginny was being controlled by Tom Riddle, the Dark Lord, he who shall not be named. Voldemort. Dumbledore's word echoed throughout the room. I refuse to give that edgelord the pleasure, Professor. His name is Tom and I'm not going to dignify the half-assed anagram he uses as his name. Anagram. Volda's name is Tom Riddle. I solved it when I was 6 years old. I was seriously less than impressed when I found out. That's what got me to start digging. Dumbledore smiled. And he did well. Young Pisces here has discovered and helped destroy 5 of Tom's Horcruxes. He nodded. Which, by the way, Hermione, not fun at all. I blinked at the information and smiled. Somehow the information, if anything, made him seem just a little more dashing. So last year, the year before that, I've been hunting them, which is how I found this. He brought out a stone. Harry's mum? I kind of need to talk to you here. My eyes opened as a ghost appeared in the middle of the room. Oh hi Pisces, Harry here. Just informing the wife about the whole "the Dark Lord isn't dead" thing. The ghost sighed and took a seat. So I got her through the Horcruxes, mind filling her in on the rest. The ghost leaned back and put her feet on the table. Name's Lily Potter, and aren't you a little young to be, hitched? I frowned. It was a political thing. Lily sighed. Figures, fellow Muggleborn. I nodded. Welcome to the shit show. Well, anyways, I had a plan to finally end the war. Snape was our spy and managed to find people in the Death Eaters who were just tired of the whole mess. She pointed at Fishy. His father. We talked it over and we cut a deal. Help us set up a trap to take out the Dark Lord and the craziest members of the Death Eaters, and we let him and his followers claim Imperius and lay down their arms. I was going to tell Albus about it, but then I got knifed in the back by Peter. Enough of the plan went through at that point to get the peace deal. Fishy nodded. Unfortunately, Dumbledore didn't know about the deal because I got killed before I could tell him, and Arthur didn't know because no one could tell him, which means that he spent over 10 years shitting over a peace deal that took me months of hard work to craft. Arthur blinked. But you hated the Death Eaters. Lily shrugged at his comment. Only Nixon can go to China, and hey, the plan worked for the most part. We just have to find his final slivers of soul, destroy those and then kill off whatever body he builds. How are we going on that front, by the way? Fishy closed his eyes. We're down to 2 of them. Tom turned his pet snake into a Horcrux and the damned thing moves so I can't find the damned thing. The other one is in your son's scar. The room was quiet. What? Harry Potter is a Horcrux. Apparently breaking an unbreakable oath has consequences. Bloody hell. Arthur Weasley got up. He saved my family, we owe him everything and... Fishy int erupted. And that's why we're going to look for a non-retarded method of getting rid of the Horcrux attached to his body that also don't kill him. Also I'm using his hair to track the other Horcruxes, and if he dies it stops working. So this is true. They all nodded and I looked at Arthur Weasley. You're still a massive ass. His face got red and then he sighed. Yet I deserve that. I wanted to protect the country, protect my children, and I took it too far. I closed my eyes, memories of the torture, of Ginny's sudden skill. And as far as I'm concerned she deserves to be exiled, she should have gone to you, talked to you. He nodded his head. You're still angry? I glared at him, he looked away, and Fishy sighed. Welcome to the inner circle, Hermione. Now all we have to do is catch a giant teleporting snake, kill it, find a way to cure Harry Potter, and finally kill a Dark Lord. He pulled out a cup. Tea. Remus Lupin. Hunger, I remember the hunger. Why are we going over this? I smiled at Harry and tousled his hair. You need to be able to balance a checkbook. I might not be around to do this for you. I should have gotten custody, when his parents died. If I didn't have my condition I would have gotten it, a lot of things would have been better without it, but I wasn't given custody, instead I was told, hey, go handle the financial stuff, we kind of well can't trust anyone else to do it. Peter was a nervous reek, neither Sirius or James respected the value of money at all, and were respectively dead or in prison, so it was left to me to rebuild the Potter family fortune, which by the time I saw it had dwindled quite a bit. Like I said, James didn't respect the value of money, and when the war came he opened the Potter family vaults to pay for all of it. We can live more simply after the war, he said. We will still be comfortable after the war, he said. The Potter family's wealth was built on hair care products, and by the time of the war they were already being outcompeted by smuggled Muggle products. The family business was pretty much dead when I was handed a ledger and told, hey, you might want to try to turn things around. I couldn't. The company went into bankruptcy and they were not about to let a bloody werewolf run things. Then I was left with land sliding into decay, things that had been mortgaged, leased, and an almost total lack of income. I had access to Harry's vaults, which I refused to touch because that was all the money he had left in the world, his name, and the bounty he was rightfully due for killing the Dark Lord. The next 10 years were difficult. I couldn't afford to just stick to wizard investments, I had to smuggle ones as well. It didn't really matter because I couldn't hold down a stable job, so I learned. I took what my parents taught me, some minor skill in divination, a desire to learn, and I hit the books, the stock market, real estate, and other businesses. Even so there were setbacks, and I was forced to license Harry's name and image for a series of ghost-written books, dolls, toys, and other memorabilia. I didn't touch the money, Harry's money, and there were times where I slept in caves, where I had to eat in Muggle soup kitchens, and I worked whatever temporary job I could get to get by. Was it worth it? Doing my duty? I think so. It took 10 years, but the family vaults are finally at the level they were before James took over. There is money coming in, and I'm in the process of slowly negotiating to get back the old Potter lands and property. So the tax system works like this: you have line item deductions here, 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 and here, that gets you a lower tax rate, and you need to include both Muggle and Wizard tax rates. To follow the law, I thought that rich people didn't have to do so much math. I smiled weakly at him. I'm sorry, Harry, but there is no escaping the world of sums and numbers. Harry slumped and I patted him on the back. Things were better now that I had a steady job as a history teacher. I could afford to eat real food. I had a place to chain myself down, to keep other people safe, and access to wolfsbane potions. Speaking of which. Hello, Severus. The man before me shrugged. Severus Snape had initially been hostile to me, but he's mellowed out considerably since then. Potter, I have to steal your tutor away from you for a bit. Harry nodded and we walked together. You really should go to UNST and take the rites, and learn how to control your condition. I frowned at him. I won't do any black magic, my parents taught me better than that. Severus sighed. Can you at least bloody humor me and talk to someone who has gone through them? I mean, for crying out loud, the wolfsbane potion is based on a part of the rites. I folded my arms. No dark magic. At least talk to them, bring Albus with you, but talk to them. Severus seemed to be happier somehow. He scowled less, smiled more, seemed to be better, healthier. You gained weight. Severus sighed. The pink demon insists that I eat at least twice a day. She's good for you. As everyone says, I warn you though, sooner or later one of your more students will try to steal your freedom away from you. I shrugged. I'm a werewolf. Severus shook his head. I thought the same thing, and yet look at me, that creature has invaded my home, crept into my life. Invaded your bed too. Severus straightened up as Tonks hugged him and kissed him on the neck. I love you too, Sev. Did you drop off the potion? Severus smiled a little before forcing his face into a frown. Yes. Tonks smiled and talked. He's right though, sooner or later some NE will try to steal you away. Watch out for those Hufflepuff girls, they just don't give up. She kissed Snape on the neck again and his eyes narrowed. Again? The last one just healed. I have to mark my property, Severus. I am no one's property woman. She smirked. Keep telling yourself that. They walked away and bickered. Harry watched them leave. That's Snape's girlfriend. I nodded. Harry watched them leave by flew. I hope she stays with him, he's much less of an arse when he's with her. I shook my head. Language Harry, even if you are right. Now come on, we need to go over your rental properties in Kenvi. Harry sighed as we left. And we will work on your magic when you're finished. He perked up at that comment. After that we would get serious and let him have fun, but for now there was business to be done. Xenophilius Lovegood. What would you do to get back someone you loved? Life since Pandora died has been dreary, dark, lonely, and soul-crushing. I'm ready to go, father. The house was a mess, the only thing I had left to live for was my daughter and my newspaper. Life was cruel and ironic at times. Pandora was a Muggleborn, I was a pure-blood, we married during the darkest days of the war. We survived the war despite article after article denouncing them. We survived all that and I ended up losing her to some foolish accident. Some people say I went crazy after Pandora died, maybe I did, maybe I was crazy before and she just papered over the cracks. All I know is this, it's like the sky went grey since she died. It's harder for me to concentrate, harder for me to make decisions, harder to remember things. Things I used to take pleasure in mean nothing to me now. I don't eat as much, I can't sleep but I'm always tired. And each night those feelings of worthlessness, of guilt that I wasn't able to save her return. That's when the thoughts come, the unbidden thoughts of ending it all, of being with my Pandora again. It gets harder and harder to struggle against that drive, that wish just to see it all end. But I can't leave Luna alone and I keep having these thoughts, this wish for a miracle. My wish for the stone, everyone thought it was just a legend, a story, but I knew that the stories were true, that somewhere out there the lost artifacts of the brothers three were hidden away. My daughter was touched by magic, a deeper, stronger magic than what I had, she was special and these Nargles said there was a way, we just had to be willing to pay the price. I thought that we would pay any price, but the Malfoys, the Blacks, selling my Luna off to them. It was an act of weakness, of desperation, and I was in the end particularly happy to say no. I didn't know that the temptation would return. Luna sat with me, as Narcissa sat next to her Muggleborn protégé. Are you sure about this? The girl Hermione nodded. I have talked to the International Confederation of Wizards and they agree that my husband's bloodline needs to be spread. I would like Luna to join me as a sister wife. I glared at both of them. I don't think that's legal. Narcissa sighed. Exceptions have been made. I got up to leave, Luna grabbed my arm. Let them talk, Dad, please. The offer was simple, marry off my daughter, let the Blackfish have his way with her and produce heirs. It was a political alliance. I wanted to leave, I did leave. I stood in the library angry and depressed and... You want to talk to her again? I nodded at my daughter. The Nargles, they say there's a way to get her back, but we need the stone, I need to give something up. Luna. She looked at me. It's okay. I held her tight. I think I like him, the Blackfish, when I'm around him I feel good, peaceful, and when I touch him it's... She blushed. It's good. I got down on my knees. Luna, you don't have to do anything. Luna smiled at me. I like Hermione too, she's nice but she tends to take things too far, Fishy's the same way. Someone has to be there to remind them that it's okay to be happy, that it's okay to be human, you know. I took a deep breath. Luna. She smiled. It's okay, I like both of them. They're really lonely people and I think they need a friend. I nodded. If we're going to do this, then I'm going to make sure you're taken care of. She hugged me and we set up further negotiations. The boy looked at me. I assume you still want the stone as her bride price. I nodded. That's non-negotiable. The boy wrote something down on the contract. That's acceptable. I took in a breath. I want Luna to be raised to the nobility, Baroness at minimum. The boy sighed. I don't have any free baron titles to give, but I can give her a baronet and then we can negotiate to buy her an upgrade from the ministry. They're pretty short on funds so I think we can get a deal. My mouth was dry. An island of the Shetlands to belong to the Lovegoods in perpetuity. He nodded. How about the island of Walsey? I frowned. Too small, she deserves the mainland. I have plans on granting that land to my children. I smirked. Keeping it for yourself. He shook his head. No, the Shetlands are too far for me to project power into long term, so I'm going to give the individual islands to my children. The mainland is something that require me to negotiate with Hermione and I know she would say no. I frowned. The boy brought out a map. A compromise, Luna Lovegood will become the Baroness of the island of Fetla. It's 15 square miles or 4,000 hectares on the Muggle side rounding down and an equal amount of closed space. It's one of the larger islands, her heir will inherit the island upon her death. I frowned. Our second child together will receive the island of Hey Sose right here, it's roughly 1 square mile in size. The other islands around Fetla, Braga, Calf of Daddy, Outer Broth, Ruerholm, Scarf Scary, Stacks of Scambro, Stany Holm, the Flaishens, the Fluder, Yuri Lingy will be gifted as children are born. I blinked. Planning a large family. That would be up to Luna more than me, but your grandchildren would be taken care of and have their own lands. I also have an unlimited power to grant baronets so they would be made into cadet branches of the Lovegood family. I sighed. Please take care of my girl, she's everything to me. With that done, Luna was brought in and looked over everything, we cut our hands and we signed in blood, he brought out a box. That's it, isn't it? He nodded. Everyone in the order who needed to say goodbye has said goodbye, it now belongs to you, and when you pass to Luna, and then her children and so on. My mouth felt dry and Hermione walked in. Luna, the binding. My girl got up and we headed to a room, Hermione looked at Luna. Everything signed. Luna nodded. I can't take this back, Luna. She took off her shirt and Hermione blushed. It doesn't require you to be bloody nude. Luna blinked. Oh, so. Hermione looked at the Blackfish. Does he have the stone? The boy nodded. Luna looked at me. Put it in the circle. I did so, and Luna sat in the circle. Mom. Hermione held out her hand to Luna as my wife's ghostly form came back. The darkness went away as she smiled at me. I felt power wash through the room as the two girls chanted. Luna's eyes became jet black and we were all knocked to our feet. I got up and smiled. Pandora. She was back and whole and the boy sighed. I will go grab some clothing. Luna hugged her mother, we all hugged her and Hermione smiled, at us. For a moment I swear she leered at my wife, but I let it go, our family was whole once more, whatever the price we had that. Karen Star. The snake sunned itself on a castle as we crept up closer to it, it eyed us with a small amount of amusement. Arthur Weasley, now unemployed, looked at it. It's big. He was a master of understatement. That's Nagini Voldemort's pet snake, and Horcrux. The snake yawned at us. You're going to really learn to hate that bloody thing. We were in Scotland this time, about once a week we would get a map out, try to find out where the damned thing was hiding this time and fail to catch it. I don't get why you think this thing is so bloody hard to find. My lord's eyes narrowed, he grit his teeth, he looked at me. Let him do it solo. I nodded, and Arthur shook his head and rolled his eyes. It's just a bloody snake. Nagini had the nerve to wink at us and smile. I held up a fist and shook it, the snake winked again. So this thing. Only two things I know can kill the bloody thing, fiend fire and a basilisk fang, and you're not wearing armor so I really recommend using the fire. Arthur shook his head. Boy, I have fought battles while you were in diapers. How many Horcruxes have you successfully caught? Because currently my record is 5 to your 0. Arthur frowned. You're starting to remind me a little of your father, boy. He held his wand out and let the fire loose from his wand, the snake yawned and a glowing purple ball of energy covered it. Arthur's frown grew and his eyes narrowed as the snake made a hissing sound that sounded a little too much like a laugh. It can use magic. The snake floated off lazily further into the castle. Oh no, you're not getting away that easily, you little blighter. He ran after it and we both sighed and ran after him. Come on, you little. He blinked as the ground fell under him. I grabbed him by the wrist and he looked down at the hole. My lord nodded. Nagini likes to draw people into traps. The hissing laugh continued. The snake did a small dance on the other side of the hole, it winked. Karen. I grabbed Arthur and flew to the other side. My lord used water to create a bridge and skated across the hole. Arthur frowned and ran after the snake. My lord shifted his hands and formed water walls alongside the hallway Arthur was running in. That's when the walls started shooting arrows. Arthur frowned. The hissing laughter continued until we chased it to a dead end. Good, Karen, the anti-apparition charm. I frowned. I didn't bring it, my lord, I thought that was Arthur's job. Karen, it was your job, there was a checklist. I shrugged, and Arthur smiled. No escape now, you little bastard. The snake laughed and vanished with a popping sound. And that's why I asked you to bring the pre-made anti-apparition charm. My lord massaged his temples, Arthur punched a wall in frustration and I felt a sense of guilt. Do we need to try again? My lord nodded. Look, I know Hermione's checklists are too long, but you really do need to at least skim the things. Arthur Weasley looked around at us. I really hate that bloody snake. My lord nodded. Welcome to my world. We slowly walked out of the ruin as Arthur looked around. I didn't even know this place existed. My lord sighed. Nagini has a talent for sneaking into places that she doesn't belong in, forgotten places, places that people forgot existed. And this place is. Welcome to St. Kilda, 3.3 square miles in the Muggle world and 1.7 square miles of sealed space. I looked around. What happened to this place? My lord pulled out a flask and gave it to Arthur. When the Muggle and Wizard worlds decided to separate, a few communities decided to fight back. St. Kilda was one of them. It was a place where wizards and Muggles lived together for years. Arthur looked up. And the early ministry killed every single man, woman and child on the island, around 130 people to make an example, and they made a lot of examples. The wizard defenders' attempts to seal the island off activated 3 days after the massacre. We're the first people to come here in hundreds of years. My lord smiled. Congratulations. I felt a little sick. So all of this abandoned, I'm going to contact the ministry and try to see what I negotiate as a finder's fee. Arthur looked at my lord with suspicion. Not going to try to keep it. It's not politically possible for me to keep it, it's too far from my main holdings, it's relatively small, and trying to get more land would just scare people into forming a block against me, which is something I do not need. If I negotiate a finder's fee, let's say a title of nobility for one of my retainers. Arthur frowned. A title of nobility. The ministry hates paying people with actual money, you know that. A slip of paper and a fancy title is a lot cheaper. Arthur took a sip from the flask. Is this about the love goods? He nodded. Ditched Hermione that quickly, moved on to another girl that fast. My lord sighed. The international community wants to put all 4 of us to stud, and Hermione hates your guts and wants a political block to make sure you never pull another stunt on her again. The love goods are not walking away empty-handed. Good, because they're good friends of mine. My lord brought out a map. So where did it go this time? He sighed. Looks like we're going to have to find another bit of closed space because the damned snake's hidden again. The older man sighed. Really hate that snake. Luna Lovegood. Officially Mom was doing an experiment with time and things went wonky. That happened sometimes, and Mom had a reputation for odd experiments, and so people overlooked it. Mom combed my hair. You're beautiful, my little moon. I was told that this was about politics, that this was about duty, but it didn't seem like a bad duty. I smiled at Hermione. She was pretty, and sometimes in my dreams I did things that people said you were not supposed to do with other girls. With her, I blushed as she smiled at me. Thanks. A ministry official looked at us with bored eyes. Last chance to back out. The contract was brought out before us. Hermione smiled at me and my heart fluttered just a little bit. Was that okay? I smiled at Fishy and my heart beat faster as he signed it. Everyone looked at me and I signed the contract. It was official now. The contract was put away and music played and we held the ceremony. It was small and simple and I held Fishy's hand. Hermione smirked at me as I blushed. Her eyes lingered on me just a little too long and I looked away. Fishy leaned down and we kissed. My heart beat just a little faster and I put on a ring. Fishy put a second ring on his finger and stared at it. We left the room and I smiled as we walked around. Are you sure about this, Hermione? She smiled. We need the extra political oomph, or do you want that snake to get away? Was this about Draco? Fishy patted my head and I smiled. I'm sorry about this, it's politics. I smiled at him. It's okay, we're all friends now. It was nice to have friends. The Nargles were pleased and I felt them hum around. I was returned to my parents and they looked at me with regret. I didn't understand why. Hermione and Fishy were lovely people and maybe this was a good thing. Fishy looked sad sometimes and Hermione could forget about other people and Karen liked to hit things too much. Maybe they needed someone to balance it all out. My dad hugged me and we went home. Mom cooked us some dinner and smiled. I missed you so much, Mom. I hugged her and she looked at me with guilt. I'm sorry. They kept saying that, I don't know why. I wasn't sorry. Mum was back, we had our own castle, life was good. Sorry about what? About, well, forcing you to. I smiled. It's okay, Fishy, Hermione, Karen, we're all friends, it's just that it's going to be a little stronger than normal friendships. Mum nodded. Toad in the hole. I smiled and she started cooking. So you're okay with this? I smiled. Someone has to, you know, make sure everyone gets along, to talk to people. Hermione's nice but she can, well, get a little too intense. Fishy's like that too and Karen doesn't get a lot of stuff. They need me. I didn't mention the dreams, the naughty ones that came at night. Mom hugged me and we ate supper. I smiled as I looked up at the ceiling. I finally had friends and my mum back, everything was going to be okay. Dolores Umbridge. I groaned with pain, my eyes slowly opened and I saw light. I tried to move my hands and found them bound. I have to admit I'm impressed. I couldn't move. You accounted for the possibility of being sent to Azkaban and successfully managed to compromise an entire shift of guards, and then used memory charms to make them forget about those contracts, then you used a code word, got a cell without a Dementor in it and planned and executed a successful jailbreak. It's all very impressive, Dolores. I knew that voice, my throat was dry. Narcissa. She stepped out of the darkness and smiled. The same, they're looking for you in all your old haunts, all the places you mentioned in your diary, but you never mentioned this place, the place. Why? She leaned down. You decided to mess with someone who was under my protection. I coughed. The mood blood. Really should have left her be Dolores, you also should have been nicer. If the other prisoners were with you this would have been harder, but you were angry, bitter, and drove them all away, they were beneath you and when you came to this safe house alone you were easy pickings. Other people walked into the light. Going to try to kill me. Narcissa tossed her hair and smirked. That trial period, those Muggle families you killed when I said not to? The Muggleborns related to them survived. She leaned down and smiled at me. I may have had something to do with that, so am I going to kill you? Oh no, that would be jumping the K, Dolores, I'm afraid there's not going to be enough left of you by the time they're finished for me to do much of anything by. She left and the 5 men crept closer, all I knew then was pain. Gary Kilpatrick. Narcissa used a nail file on her pinky as we got out. Is it done? My wrench was covered in blood and I nodded at her. Yes, justice has been served. She put her nail file away. So you're part of the bargain then? I changed my name when I left England, started working for a paper in the Canadian ministry, then I started writing books but the pain of losing my parents at such a young age never faded. This day. I think we were all waiting for it. Yes, I and a few of the others are ready to come out and tell our side of the story. I paused and remembered her words. Come with me if you want to live. It was hard, going to another country, working myself up the ladder but I lived and I owed her for that. Yeah, a book Malfoy's list, I owe you that much. I'm sorry if I don't stay though, this place, this country, it's just a lot of bad memories. She nodded. Take care then. I wiped the wrench clean. Thank you Narcissa for everything. Barty Crouch Jr. The island formerly known as North Rona, formerly known as Franoi, is a nightmare world composed of 270 acres, it holds the largest wizard prison in the world, a prison so infamous that they renamed the island after it. It's a nightmare world where they give you over to monsters that devour any feelings of joy and happiness you have and leave you a lifeless husk. The ministry uses enchanted scrying-proof boats to get prisoners there, now ironically those same boats are our salvation. Umbridge should have stayed with us. I really wished we had been able to save Bella but we had to choose between numbers and risking our escape. I looked over at Peter, I didn't know him very well and none of us trusted him but well like people say any port in a storm. We had access to 3 ships Peter, it was Umbridge's right to pick one for herself, it's a shame she wanted to go solo but that's her right. The rest of us held each other, stared off into nothing and tried to recover. It was a mixed bag, Death Eaters, my people formed the hardcore, the rest were prisoners of various sorts from various countries. Antonin Dolohov walked up to me and I motioned for him to walk with me. We didn't trust Peter, couldn't afford to trust him, he only joined us out of fear and only recently got caught, we let the pudgy man study the water. Finished the head count. Dolohov nodded. 302 souls, 256 of them are loyal to the cause, the rest of them are prisoners of various stripes. We both smiled at the pun, humor was important in situations like these. Where are we going, Junior? I smiled. The Calls were friends during the war, we're going to their island. Dolohov leaned against the edge of the boat. Freedom, never thought it would taste this sweet. I smiled as the island came into view. It is. Let's try to hold on to it. When the boats sighted the island we gathered everything of value and I looked at the ragtag group of people. I'm just going to say this to all of you, all of us are wanted men and women, we are going to go to friends and invoke the rules of hospitality. We have a very slim chance of making it out of here and we need to work together to make a go of it. There were nods. So some rules, no stealing from our hosts, no attacking our hosts, no insulting our hosts, if you can't hold your drink then don't fucking drink. I count most of you as friends and allies from the war, you lot know the score, the rest of you have a past. Right now though we are your only hope of keeping your freedom. I frowned at them. So there are no fuck-ups, there will be one leader and I'm unfortunately the highest ranked person here, any objections? They were silent. Okay, now we're going to all have to ritually shave our beards, our heads, and burn the hair. That's the secret to throwing off the tracking charms that are going to activate soon. Thank Merlin someone left behind a few razors, no one argued with my edict, not even the ladies. We all bloody understood the consequences of mucking his up. The 2 boats went into the hidden and secret cave port and we held a fire. With the ritual over I went to the hidden bells and hit them in the right order. I waited and an older man looked at me. Richard Call, thank Merlin you're alive. He gave me a hug. I will have the elves bring food down for you, I'm sorry but I can't trust my servants with something this, well. I smiled. No offense taken. The Calls provided support during the war, supplies, food, money, and safe houses. They didn't have enough wizards and witches to provide an army but they helped where they could. Food came down and Richard gave me a warm cup. I smelled it. Hot cocoa. It helps with the recovery process. We're going to have to burn the boats, throw them off the trail. I nodded. But not now, the cave's warded, it's safe for now. The food was simple and nutritious, to allow us to recover our strength. We did not leave the cave, most of us shivered, ate, and tried to decompress. Richard came back the next day with newspapers, lots of them. A lot has changed since the war ended. I nodded and took an offered cup of hot cocoa. The news was a mixed bag. The Muggle side was worse than the Wizard side. The Soviets are gone. He nodded. Just recently. My mood went sour. They were key to the plan. With them gone, bloody hell. We can still make it work, get the others, get the Malfoys and... No. I frowned. But the war. He gave me another paper. They're playing the long game now. Squib cure found, my hands perspired. Impossible. Richard smiled. No, we have 4 people capable of doing it, all in England. Richard patted me on the back. I will try to figure out something for you folks. I looked up. We need wands, we need disguises, potions, money cover items and. Richard frowned. I can't do wands. I blinked. What? The number of wizards and witches has exploded, Junior. The second-hand market is empty, the black market can't keep up, and even though we completely lifted trade restrictions we still can't keep up with it all. I'm sorry. I closed my eyes. As problems go, I'd rather have that one. A man stood up. I can make wands. The man had an accent, French. Richard and I stared at him. Really? The man nodded. I was put in jail for it, being an unregistered wand maker. I snuck into my school's restricted section. I don't have the kind of background that someone who had an apprenticeship had, but I can do it. I nodded. Name? Francis Lebu. Richard looked at him. One of my older dragons died recently, can you work with less than ideal ingredients? The man nodded. Richard sighed. I will have the elves bring down the corpse and get you what I can. The old girl was a small one, roughly pony-sized. Another day passed, we enchanted the boats and sent them off to Ireland to cover our tracks. With the boats gone we had to sleep, either on the dirt, the stone walkway or wooden boards. It was a miserable existence, but none of us complained, we had all been through far worse. Francis was given a desk and he started making wands. We tried to help him as much as we could, and we tried to get better, get stronger. I decided to talk to Peter. So why did you sign up? Be honest. I was given the first wand, so I decided to talk to the turncoat. He looked away. You really don't have a choice, you know, no one else will help you, no one else will accept you, so you might as well talk. The fat man closed his eyes. I'm sick. I lifted an eyebrow. I have INTR unnatural ones. I frowned. How old? Peter grimaced and I felt my stomach drop. Shit. I thought about our small numbers. No wizard kids, no squibs, no allies. As much as I hate your urges, our numbers are too small to care about those kinds of issues, but if I find out you fucked up I will personally cut off your cock, you got that? The rat nodded and I looked over at Francis. How the wand's going? He sighed. The brain decayed a bunch, the heart's mostly intact and I'm trying to convert as much of the nerve system into workable cores, but I'm working with substandard ingredients, with shit resources, no offense. I shrugged. They're not going to be good wands, they're not going to handle anything that requires a fine touch. Will they get the job done, and how many? He sighed. Yes, in around 70. I sighed and I spent my free time thinking. When a Muggle ship came in, Richard frowned. I'm sorry, but an order came down the pipe. I can't get caught sheltering you. I frowned. Ministry. We're playing the long game, Junior, we can't jeopardize that with a war. I frowned and sighed. Okay. I have a plan, but I need a contract, unbreakable. I looked at Peter. And some strong liquor, thanks for everything. I got up and looked at the crowd. People, things are bad. They looked up. I'm told that our Lord is dead, that the Muggles have won, that the knife's edge of victory we relied on is gone. We don't have any land, our safe houses are worthless and our access to money is limited at best. We are being hunted by the Ministry and an army of unkillable monsters. There were looks of hopelessness. But I have a plan. Nobody knew about these Shetland Islands, there's no telling what else was forgotten. We won't be able to rebuild our old forces, but we know that Azkaban has a ready-made army just waiting to be reused. The odds are not good, but I offer a chance. I looked around. Who here wants to roll the dice? No one objected. We got on the Muggle boat, the most trustworthy of us were given wands. We headed towards Hogwarts, with nothing to lose. Qin Shi Huang. Time is like a river, and with enough of it even the mightiest mountain will fall, and even a man such as me mellows. During my first life I scoured the land for the finest alchemists, men of magic and learning. I wanted to live forever. I recall being rather stupid during my first life. My wish was granted, I am immortal, I will live forever. I just can't ever leave my mountain, my underground city of the dead. I had made a lot of enemies during my life, and upon retrospect maybe murdering the friends and family of the alchemists charged with making me immortal was a foolhardy decision. When I awoke I tried once again to reunite the country, to regain my old position. This failed, it always failed. I think I wasted over 2 centuries on that nonsense. Heroes would rise, shatter my armies, come to my mountain rest, kill me, and I would have to wait a couple decades as I was reborn. Eventually I realized that it just wasn't going to happen. A man gets a certain amount of time in the sun and my time was over. I spent a time going mad, a time trying to end it all, and then I finally grew to accept my place in the world. The mundane world and the magical world separate. It is ironic that having spent so much of my first life persecuting scholars that I ended up becoming one myself, after spending so much of my life destroying books that now I preserve them. Maybe this was the point of my ironic punishment? At long last Jean learned the value of patience. So with all the time in the world I expanded my city, learned and furthered martial arts, the mystic arts. There was always more to learn, more to try out, and as my knowledge grew students came to learn from me. As students came my power grew. Mundane women were given to me to bribe me, and I had children, and through them my influence grew. I don't rule mystic China, no one trusts anyone with that kind of power, but I do have influence. I am an old wise man who knows much, and the right word to the right person can do much. I am a spider in the center of its web, and I wait for the world to come to me. Newspaper honored teacher. I bowed. Thank you. There had been some demand in England for my phoenix tears. I patted one of my creatures on the head and read the report. I smiled, a cure then for the bare branches. I looked at the students, they all kind of ran together in my mind. Do we have any of our people in England? The man shook his head. Any relatives? He opened up a book. Cho Chang, descended from you around 13 generations ago. Good, great thing about being that old is that your relatives are everywhere. I got up and stretched. Send her one of my beauty potions, and get someone subtle. He looked at me. Sending her after someone. I thought about it. The fish boy is out, his parents did well to take interlopers out, the dragon boy has potential but is likewise protected, and the moon girl is out of play, but this Potter boy. Orphan, no family and lonely, he's an excellent target. Should I send honeypots? I shook my head. No, they would get caught, and a direct order would backfire. No, the best bet is to help her get his attention and then have someone do some suggestions. Let them think it's their idea, of course, and when they have a son, invite the boy to China to visit his honored ancestor. I leaned back. Time it when boy's at his most rebellious and most ruled by his lower head, make sure his guardians are distracted and then provide willing women for him to seed, in this way the bloodline will become ours. And if that doesn't work, sir? I shrugged. There will be other generations, other children, a lottery that offers a free trip to an exotic country, a lonely boy who falls for a girl above his league, but I think this plan offers the fastest return. Do send the potion, I would like our bare branches to bear fruit within your lifetime. He moved away and I walked to the observatory and watched the stars. It was peaceful tonight and I half remembered some poetry a Taoist had made. I really shouldn't have burned that book, another regret from my first life. Draco Malfoy. I'm doing something wrong, they're all doing more than me, all of them Potter, even Looney Luna, they're all doing better than me. 7 squibs a day. That's more than twice my best rate. I could handle it when it was just that's how things worked, but Potty and Looney. Fixes around 1,800 people a day, what is he doing that I'm not? Why do I keep falling behind? I punched the air ahead of me, where am I going wrong? I jumped and kicked just like the stick figures in Pai's books. The early books had slightly more detailed art. It was bad art, but it was more detailed. I chuckled at the pages where he said, "Note to self, stick to stick figures, really bad at art." I smiled at the memory. Where was I going wrong? I wasn't tired when I fixed people. I remembered Pai getting tired, so tired he would pass out, then he would wake up and do it again and his numbers slowly got better and better. I don't get tired, I do 3 and I'm just stuck. I formed shields with my will and set them on fire, I pushed and the fire walls headed into the water, I smiled as I felt that burn, that made me tired, I blinked and sat down. I closed my eyes and tried to remember. Aura is the power of your soul. Why didn't I listen? Right, because I was bored and I didn't think it mattered, aura was just weird. Fishy words for magic that Pai came up with, but what if it was more, 3 snakes instead of 2? I got up and went home. Do we have more squibs? I want to try something. It took a while for Dad to get volunteers and the potions ready, but I did the 3 and then tried to push myself using that soul energy Fishy talked about. I passed out completely after trying it. When I woke up my dad nodded. Did it work? He smiled, I still wasn't close to Looney Luna or Potty, but I could get better, I could do more, and I could catch up, and when I finally surpassed Potter I was going to rub his face in it so much. Cho Chang. My mother studied me as I brought out my dish. She took a sip and frowned. Failure, try again. I looked over at the closed sign and sighed. Okay mother. My dad walked in and gave me a look of sympathy. Come on dear, it's late, the restaurant is closed, let our little dumpling sleep. Mom put my dish on the ground, our obese dog barked and started eating it. It's because it's summer that I need to drill her that much harder? Who will take over our restaurant when we're old? She turned to look at me, her face dismissive. I'm feeding your food to the dog because that's all it's good for, dog food. I expect better from you. You are the heir to the Jiangsu cooking style, one of the 8 great culinary traditions of China. The texture of your food should be soft without being mushy. This. She pointed at the dish on the ground. Was mushy, do it right. I looked at the clock, midnight. I walked over to the kitchen and started to cook again. My dad stood over me and watched. She means well. I looked at the dish as I carefully tried to follow the recipe. Why are you even with her? Dad smiled. She bet that I wouldn't be able to wear a cheongsam for an entire year. My dad's smile turned into a smirk. Your mother lost and now she's mine. I rolled my eyes at Dad's joke. Really? Oh, I'm being completely honest, I have pictures and everything. I assure you the ladies thought I was quite dashing. I chuckled. Bet they laughed. Dad smiled. Oh, they did that too, but they still found me quite dashing. He looked over the pot. You're doing good. She's just going to feed it to the dog. My dad put his hand on my shoulder. I think not, Fatty has had quite enough. The dog moaned on the floor, his legs up in the air. Maybe so. I concentrated on the meal and my dad nodded and took a taste. He nodded and I brought the dish out. Mom nodded and took a bite. Not good enough, dog. My dad stopped her and frowned. That's quite enough, Min, this is restaurant quality and you know it, and as good as you are you know you can't match this, let Cho sleep. It's not good enough, she can't just be as good as me, she has to be better than me. Look at her, ugly girl, there's no way she's going to get a nice Chinese boy with those looks. My dad shook his head. We're in England, nice Chinese boys are kind of thin on the ground here. No excuse, look at her feet, ugly, horrible, what man would be interested in that, and if our honored ancestor Qin discovered that we defiled our blood. My dad erupted. If Cho finds a good man then I really do not care what he is, all that matters is that he makes her happy. Mom pointed her chopsticks at me. That's why she's such a horrible brat, you spoil her, you have always spoiled her. She should have nice pretty lotus feet and... My dad slammed his fist on the table, his ever-present smile was gone, his eyes dark, his voice low. We are not going to cripple our daughter because of some outdated fashion statement, any boy who demands that bullshit, any family who demands that isn't worth our time. We left China for a reason, Min, and I'm not going to make our little girl miserable because you're homesick and want to impose traditions. He paused. Traditions you hated, by the way, onto our daughter. Mom frowned. Barbarian. My dad smirked. And proud of it. Cho, your meal is perfect and delicious, go get some sleep. I smiled. Thanks, Dad. He hugged me. I love you. Mom frowned. Don't say that. You will spoil her. Dad shook his head and rolled his eyes. Come on, get some rest. I smiled as I went to bed. I woke up to the sound of clanging pots. Wake up, it's restaurant time. I sighed and got up. I got dressed and smiled, another day of work. My dad had his chef's hat on and gave me a plate. Come on, have breakfast. Mom frowned. She will get even fatter if she eats that. Cho isn't fat, Min, let her eat. Mom put her hands on her waist and growled. Dad narrowed his eyes. Fine, let her eat, let her become big fat cow, then when she's an old lady she can go talk to her cats. Mom stormed off and Dad put the meal in front of me and kissed my forehead. Come on, there won't be any customers for a while. I smiled at him. Thanks, Dad. Gilderoy Lockhart. You're a hard man to find. The man in the chair struggled. Last year would have been a disaster, I know that now, I know just how close I came to losing everything. Millimeter. Ivan Kovacs, Death Eater. You killed 13 people in the attacks on Littleton Alley. They said he was good, and I needed that skill, and honestly I deserved it more, and I definitely needed it more. I held out my wand. I brought out some crystals and set them up in a row. Probably wondering what these are. His eyes glared. Don't worry, I'm not going to turn you in for an award, you have skills that I need to pull of a very important mission. The man deflated and calmed down. Unfortunately for you I just need the skills, not the man. He tried to scream as I brought out my wand. I like to tell people that I was a master of magic and this was true. It's just that this magic happened to be memory charms. The man went limp as a crystal filled. That was you losing the ability to move, talk, walk, pretty much all your motor functions. You see, you're a dangerous man, Mr. Kovacs, and I can't have you escaping. I've done this before, extracting memories, removing them and editing them. I really have mastered the art. The trick of course was practice, a willingness to learn, to expand your craft, and knowing who to go after. I started by volunteering at Muggle retirement homes, picked up things there from the old-timers. Find someone who lived an interesting life and their condition is terminal? Well, no sense in letting their skills go to waste and they're going to die anyway. Hell, my first subject actually volunteered for it. I didn't think much of it at the time. The man wrote detective novels that didn't sell well. His skill set though is the one that saw me through my life, knowing how to write, how to tell a tale opened doors. It gained me access to other Muggles, ex-detectives, ex-trackers, and of course I picked up languages like crazy. It all got to my head, that no wow, that no leg, and I acted recklessly. That came back to bite me hard. I never should have accepted that position, I never should have done a lot of things, but that's it. The curse is real, Umbridge is proof of that, and it's not a question of when I will be destroyed but how. The good ship Lockhart is heading for dangerous waters, and for all my genius I can't find a way out. The last crystal filled and I sighed at the man. If it helps, I'm sorry I turned you into a blank husk of a man, but I really do need your dueling skills, your no leg, and your power. You see, I ran up to the limits of what Muggle know-how can do, and where I'm going, well, I need those skills, and it's not like you ever put your gifts to good use. I grabbed the crystals and filtered the memories, and then I took out a bit of rubber and bit it, no use ruining my perfect smile after all. The pain was horrible as always, the memories while filtered were overwhelming and the migraine excruciating, but with that bit over I smiled. Got it. Enough to put on a good show. I had enough time to fake a good lesson plan, enough time to fake my credentials, and enough knowledge to fake my way through life. You're probably wondering why I did this? Ever hear of Puss in Boots? The man drooled, his eyes empty. It was about a poor boy and his cat. The cat wanted to be a hero and work for a lord, so he pretended so hard that he became a hero. I loved that story, my mom would tell it to me every night. So I pretended to be a hero, and I worked so hard at that Yvonne. I paused. But I was never able to be that hero, things always seemed to go a bit sideways, so I pretended even harder, but it didn't work. Bad guys like you kept escaping, or someone else would catch them first. That's how I started this path. I frowned. I stole the credit and people finally treated me like a hero, and it felt so good, but every attempt kept failing, so I found other people. It just kind of snowballed from there, the lies I mean, and it's not like I stole all the credit all the time, most time I preferred to share credit. It works better that way. I leaned back. I got arrogant, Yvonne, just like you did, and now things are going sideways. The problem is I still really want to be a hero, Yvonne, more than anything. I guess in the end not even I could pretend hard enough. I sighed. Thanks for listening and thanks for the memories. I walked out of that cave in Europe and looked at the temperature. It was below freezing. I went back into the cave and took off Ivan's clothing and put him into the snow, and then I operated away. Swiss Aurors found his body a couple weeks later, and by that time I was back in England. I signed some books, hung out with a few people and prepared for my inevitable doom. One way or another this was my last show and my last dance. I had taken my year and trained like I had never trained before, but I doubt it was enough. As I traveled to that foreboding castle, all I was left with was my doubts and my regrets. I smiled. Never let them see you sweat. And if this was my last dance, then I'd dance the best I could. Harry Potter. I stared at the massive line with Ron. Why are we doing this? He shrugged. We need more books, and there's a reading list for defense. I sighed, damned line. You're here too. I turned around. Fishy. He wasn't wearing gloves. Hermione was next to him. She glared at Ron. Ron cringed. I noticed that Hermione had deep circles under her eyes. A small girl stood next to her. Harry, nice to see you again. Ron patted me on the back. I better get going, grab me a couple books. I sighed, and waved as Ron left. Hermione continued to glare at him as he walked away. So Ron. Hermione's glare continued. I'm still angry about the whole torture, murder, and the kidnapping of my parents thing, especially the latter. I nodded and I looked at the front of the line. A man smiled at us. Harry Potter, Pisces Black, so good to see two fellow heroes in person. Fishy blinked. Hero. I looked over at him. You did kill a giant snake last year and rescued Hermione. She hugged him a little closer and smiled. Okay, good point. The blonde man smiled. And you must be MRS Black, heard about your wedding, a little too young but very romantic, had people right on edge. He got up and stretched. Gilderoy Lockhart, by the way, at your service. He shook our hands. I was just about to stop my book signing for lunch. there's a little Chinese place nearby, want to go? Fishy blinked. There is actually a place in town that serves food that hadn't had the taste boiled away. Gilderoy nodded. It's called the Silver Dragon, lovely place. Hermione pulled his arm and Fishy sighed. Sorry, got to go pick up books. I left with the man. I heard a huffing sound as Ron joined me. Where you going? Gilderoy put up his hand. I'm off to get Chinese, coming with. Ron's stomach grumbled. I'm in. We walked with Gilderoy and he took a seat. Minfeng, guess who's back? Two people came out and my heart beat faster as Cho came out. Roy, you crazy bastard, you're back. He shrugged. Can't keep a Ravenclaw in the ground. How's your little girl doing? Cho's father hugged her. She's doing well. My eyes lingered on Cho and her cute little dress. Can I hear a song? Cho nodded and went to an instrument. The woman Min I think frowned. Play something traditional, Cho, none of this muggle nonsense. Her father smirked and brought out a lither. Free bird. Cho nodded and her mother looked as her father with horror as Cho smiled and started playing. I watched entranced as Cho played. I smiled, taking in everything. Never eaten here before. I smiled. No, it's great though. Okay, then want me to order for you? I smiled as Cho played. Her father banged his head as her mother looked increasingly annoyed. Min looked at us as Gilderoy wrote something down. He handed it to Min, who then promptly elbowed her husband. Kitchen now. Her husband rolled his eyes and walked into the kitchen as I continued to watch Cho play. Have you given any thought about your image? I looked up at Gilderoy. Image. Yes, image. If you want to be famous, then you need to think about what image you want to project. I frowned. I don't want to be famous. Gilderoy lifted an eyebrow. You're the boy who lived and one of the few people who can cure squibs. No matter what you do, you will be famous. You either need to create an image to project or one will be created for you, and word of warning, Harry, if you do that it will a lot less flattering than the one you create for yourself. I turned back to Cho. I don't want to live like that. Gilderoy nodded. I understand, but a part of growing up is learning how to wear a mask for the public, and in life you either choose that mask or someone chooses it for you. A part of me prickled at that. Fishy doesn't have to do that. Gilderoy chuckled. I guarantee he does. Pisces works very hard to create an image. Really? Gilderoy nodded. Yes, really. Also try the tea, it's really good. He poured a cup and I started drinking. Pisces Black's image is one of a dangerous isolationist, normally peaceful but when angered is capable of great and terrible deeds. It's why he choose Hufflepuff in all likelihood. I blinked. What? I thought it was a hard work thing. Gilderoy studied his teacup. The symbol of Hufflepuff is a badger. Badgers are not weak animals, Harry, they're creatures who stand their ground and fight for what's theirs. Likewise, that's the image that Pisces wants to project to the world, a man who will stand his ground and viciously fight to protect what's his. He sipped his tea. Take for example his first year, he held the entire country hostage, threatened to put monsters on people's land, and was overall terrifying, but people have more or less either forgotten or forgiven it. You know why? Because of last year. Gilderoy shook his head. No, because of his image. People trust Pisces to not go after anyone who doesn't go after him. He's an isolationist, only a threat if directly crossed, and once you back off he backs off. The whole air business just helps cement that image. After all, Hermione is in the minds of the public his woman, so he naturally saved her and slew the monster. And Lovegood. Gilderoy sighed. Pretty much everyone understands that, that was political in nature. Harry, the point is that image is a tool that your friend uses for his benefit. He smiled as the food came. And likewise you need to figure out what kind of image you want. How do I decide that? Gilderoy leaned back. Find something that works with your strengths, that doesn't take too much effort to project and helps you with your goals. I looked over at Cho as she continued to play. Can it I turned back and Gilderoy smiled. I know your question and the answer is yes. Hermione Granger. Carol looked around nervously, her hand on a belt as we walked around the train. She was here a year early and honestly I didn't care. I wanted that extra security that an inhumanly strong and fast bodyguard provided. She tagged along with me wherever I went. Her eyes looked around carefully, looking for trouble, and there would be trouble. If the last 2 years pounded anything into my head, it's that trouble would come for me. Fishy. I put my arms around him and kissed him on the mouth. My tongue went into his mouth, exploring it. It took a while, but I felt the power, the information that skill returned the power of that long-dead ancestor being restored. To my annoyance, though, it felt like it wasn't everything, that this was just a pale shadow of what I was capable of. Kiss Karen. Karen smiled and kissed him just as deeply. A part of me was just a little turned on by that. Kara for her part looked away. Good. I nodded. I felt better. We went into the train. The four of us secured a train car. I cast a few security charms and looked for any bombs or other methods of attack. When it didn't come then and only then I sat next to Fishy and slept. It was hard for me to sleep, the nightmares would return, they always returned and I was so tired all of the time, but when I slept next to Fishy or Karen the nightmares would stay away. My queen, what house is acceptable? I remembered my first year and my second one, the sky was different, didn't know how long I was out, mom and dad didn't let me share Fishy's bed at home, didn't make sense to me, we were already married right, but whatever. I looked at Kara. Whatever happens is okay, I'm not going to let a hat tell me who my friends can be. Like Millie, I missed her. We got out of the train and got on the boat, I took the time to enjoy the air, and snuggle closer to Fishy, he put his arm around me. Karen please. She took the seat next to me and I enjoyed the hug. When I got to the dining hall I felt better, ready to take on whatever nonsense would be thrown my way. The hat sung some song I barely listened to and Kara was sorted into Slytherin, I clapped for her as did a few other people. I didn't sit at the Gryffindor table, and instead sat next to Fishy. Karen sat on the other side. So I discovered a new metal band, called Manowar, they have this song about Vikings and it was hard to listen to her, to anyone. I just feel out of it, I mean hey someone tried to murder me, one of my friends is dead, I'm already married at the tender age of 14 and it's just been a lot of changes and I'm not used to any of them. I ate some soup slowly and when dinner ended I walked up to my head of house. I'm moving to Pisces Place. McGonagall frowned. I think not, it would be improper for a young woman your age. We're already married. I had to cut through that line quickly as possible, McGonagall frowned. There are a lot of responsibilities that might come if you make that decision, responsibilities you're not ready for, just stay in your room. I stared at her in the eyes. When I first met you told me Fishy was a bad guy, then he saved my life. You told me his parents were evil, they saved my parents' lives and kept them from having their memories erased and taken from me forever. You told me that I would be safe in Gryffindor Tower and then my stuff got destroyed. You told me that Gryffindors were the good people, then one murdered my Slytherin friend who died trying to protect me. I just felt tired. I don't trust you anymore, to keep me safe, to help me out, or your advice. I'm staying with the man I married, if I have to bring in lawyers to settle it. The professor looked away. I have served you poorly, and I'm sorry about that, I just wanted to keep you safe and I failed, but if you do this please talk to Snape, he has potions to keep any unforeseen circumstances from popping up. I nodded at her. Thank you Professor. Karen helped me with my luggage and I took a long hot bath, then I went to the bed, I stared up at the ceiling and thought about everything. Okay I have the couch. I frowned at Fishy's statement. No, you are coming to bed now. He looked up. I don't want to lose control or bed now. He blinked at my words. I smiled at him. I'm tired, and I trust you okay. He took a breath and got in bed, Karen got out of the loo and looked at us nervously, I smiled at her. There's enough room in this bed for a third person. She got in and they put their arms around me, sandwiched between the two for the first time in a long time the nightmares didn't come. Harry Potter. Gilderoy Lockhart looked at us with a weak smile. Let me introduce you to your new defense against the dark arts teacher, me. He walked towards the center of the class. I could tell you about my Order of Merlin 3rd class, about my honorary membership in various orders, and about winning the Most Charming Smile Award 5 years running. He paused. But that information isn't relevant in this class so for now I will skip it. He paused looking at Draco. I could promise that while I am here there is nothing for you to fear, that you are safe, but that would be a lie. He took a deep breath in. I'm going to be honest with you folks, since 1945 not a single defense teacher has lasted more than a year, every single one of them has fallen. He looked off into space, a thoughtful look on his face. All of them fell, sometimes it was a romantic relationship with a student, an injury in the line of duty, an accident, a disease, death, scandal, all of them fell. His smile was bitter, one of the girls next to me sighed. This is my first and only year as your defense teacher, it's not a question of if I will fail you but how, and I apologize for that. He sighed in defeat and then straightened up. But there was a saying I heard once, when you have lost everything then and only then are you free to do anything. To that end since I am already doomed I will be the best defense teacher I can possibly be. He picked up a load of books and pointed at them. This is the ministry approved reading list for your year, everything the ministry thinks you need to know to survive. He tossed the books into the garbage and brought out a lighter and set them on fire, Hermione gasped. They are all completely and utterly useless in the real world, this is a list created by bureaucrats who have never been in combat, whose lives have never been on the line. Any monster hunter, any Auror, and anyone who has seen danger would agree with me. He took in a deep breath. Everyone here who can cast a shield charm, raise your hands. The number of people who did so was small. Me, Ron, Hermione, Draco, his 2 minions, and Susan Bones, Gilderoy shook his head. Those of you with raised hands, count yourself lucky, you're now officially amongst the 5% of wizards and witches in England who know how to successfully cast this spell. A properly mastered shield spell is an invaluable tool. That's why I have drafted Draco's brother and his personal bodyguard. He nodded. Both of them have an official mastery in defense. I have a limited amount of time and I can't afford to waste any of it. Baroness Karen Starr will teach first years, King Black will teach second years, this gives me the time to focus on the people who need help. His smile grew warmer. I want to apply to any 6th or 7th years, I am going to serve you poorly. You have a test, a very important one to take and I will help you cram for them. The rest of the years 3, 4, 5, the middle years you will receive my full attention, you will learn how to track, you will learn how to use the terrain to your advantage, you will learn the art of camouflage, how to investigate, aim a spell and fight. He nodded. Follow me. We opened the door, the book still burning in the garbage can. Hermione winced as we left them behind, we followed him and he opened a door. Most people don't know about this place, but this is the room of requirement. The room was large, white and empty, suddenly it became a forest and we saw a row of targets. There aren't very many places like this, rooms that can truly become anything. Sadly, the magic has been lost. Statues appeared. You're probably wondering what those are, a little bit of magic used in Tibet, that alters your perception of time, it increases your ability to learn 7-fold. Not a common technique though, you see it has a problem. His smile grew weak. It's quite possibly the quickest way to burn out a teacher, but since this is my only chance to teach you I will pull out all the steps. I'm not going to teach you how to ace a useless test that will not help you in the real world. I will instead teach you the fine art of combat. He stood up straighter. But first target practice, use what spells you know and aim at your targets. Everyone in a line now. We aimed our spells, most of us missed, but Gilderoy went to each student and helped them with their aim in a way it reminded me of my shield training with Fishy, pure repetition. Lockhart didn't seem to care what spell we used during that first day, only that it hit the target. When the class ended he looked at me. Harry, a moment of your time. I sighed. Yes sir. Come with me to my office. I followed him as he walked forward. He looked a little tired. Have you thought about what kind of image you want to project to the world? I shrugged. A hero I guess. He nodded. Okay, what kind of hero? A hero's a hero, right? Gilderoy chuckled. I wish it was that simple. There are a lot of kinds of heroes, working class heroes, noble heroes, heroes who rely on grit and toughness, on guile and cunning, messiahs who redeem their people, lots of kinds. Me, I project the image of a lovable rogue. I nodded and sat down. Really? Yes, it allows me a certain leeway in some matters, and allows an amount of personal favors, and of course lets me get away with a bit of bragging, try not to make the same mistake I did and overdo it. I frowned memories of that book I read. Like Magical Me. He sighed. An old shame, every author has at least one. I looked at him, he looked tired still. Why did you become a hero? Professor Lockhart looked up at the ceiling. I didn't used to think about that, but I have had an entire year to do nothing but train and think, and ultimately it comes down to this, I wanted to be special. I blinked. Really? He shrugged. It's what Mom wanted, I was the only wizard of my siblings, my sisters were all squibs, I was my mother's only hope, her dream. How is she doing? Professor Lockhart sighed. Dead, she passed away this summer, she was a lovely woman, a kind woman, but she smoked a pack a day and passed away this June. The last thing she said to me was how proud she was of me. He looked guilty after saying those words, but maybe he regretted not spending more time with her. I'm sorry. He shrugged. It's okay, I took the time to reflect on my life, think about a few things, and it gave me the motivation to plan and train even harder. I believe this year to be my swan song, Harry, and I wish to go down well. I nodded and looked away. What makes people become, well, like him? I pointed at my scar, and Lockhart closed his eyes. Failure. Really? Lockhart's eyes opened and he nodded. No one, or at the very least very few people, want to be the bad guy, the villain. Somewhere along the line you fail, you get yourself into this hole and you can't get out, and you dig and it just kind of gets worse. He paused. Maybe someday you wake up and look at yourself and feel disgust at what you have become, how you squandered your potential, maybe you make excuses, maybe you embrace a delusion, or you embrace being the bad guy, but somewhere along the line you failed. I looked up. And there's no way out. Lockhart sighed. Maybe there is and they can't see it. He was quiet and looked at me in thought. So any, girlfriends? Lockhart chuckled. A few girls here and there, nothing that lasted, nothing serious. I sacrificed everything in the name of my dream, of my cause, but if you are looking to get Miss Cho, I know quite a few pick-up lines, quite a bit around romance, and how to charm and talk, but if you want something that will last afterwards, I'm sorry, but ask someone else. Why bring me here? Lockhart's smile was warm. To mentor you, to help you become better than me. In some ways, Harry, I'm a cautionary tale, a warning of what could happen if you put your dream ahead of everything else. I am famous and people like me, but I don't have any close friends, anyone that I truly love. I guess I feel like I can help you find a balance that I never could. He paused. Fame has a price I gladly paid, but now that I'm older there are a lot of regrets that I don't want anyone else to have. He yawned. Well, let's get started on the first private lesson, body language, and how it can help you communicate better with others.